The Perfect Supreme Chapter 4793 to Chapter 4877. I'll do it. The Heavenly Law Commander gritted his teeth. After all, he was a mid-stage high god. He rushed up and used his divine ability in mid-air. His body grew bigger and bigger until he turned into a giant. On his body, countless divine soldiers and divine generals galloped out and attacked the suns. Rumble. The Heavenly Law Commander's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. He used his divine ability and blocked the attack of the three suns. However, he had turned into a giant and controlled divine soldiers, which made him a target. All the divine silkworms were staring at him and spitting out countless suns. Damn it! The Heavenly Law Commander knew that there was no way to retreat. He could only fight head-on. Heavenly Law, World Massacre. His body grew bigger as he activated the God Stairs, causing more divine soldiers and divine generals to rush out. These divine soldiers and divine generals were all early-stage high gods and were extremely powerful. Rumble. The battle became more and more intense. The sun and moon lost their light and the Heavenly Law seemed to be collapsing. Even if it was in the Tao realm, such a battle was absolutely unprecedented. However, it was very ordinary here, because in other directions of the battlefield, all kinds of fierce battles were even more intense. Even late-stage high gods were involved in the battle. It's over, these suns haven't stopped. The Heavenly Law Commander kept resisting the attacks of the divine silkworms, but he found that the attacks of the divine silkworms would not stop at all unless the divine silkworms were destroyed. He couldn't help but look down at the ground, only to find that Xianxia and the others were completely blocked when they were 1,000 miles away from the divine silkworms. Around the divine silkworms, the void seemed to have been cut. Countless powerful divine power intertwined, forming a silk thread that defended everything. Xianxia and the others couldn't break that defense and could only be anxious. After all, they also knew that if this continued, the Heavenly Law Commander would be defeated. The Heavenly Law Commander only had one chance to be protected by the Tao realm. If he failed, he wouldn't be able to return. Sigh. The Heavenly Law Commander sighed softly, knowing that he had failed, because he couldn't hold on for much longer. Heavenly Law Commander, immediately stop attacking and go to Xianxia and the others. Suddenly, a voice came from his shoulder. The Heavenly Law Commander looked back and found that someone was already standing on his shoulder. It was Lin Ling. Your Excellency Lin Ling, you. The Heavenly Tao army was shocked. Lin Ling, when did you come? Furthermore, how did he pass through the attacks of countless suns to reach his side? Let's talk about these things after we break the divine silkworm. Lin Ling seemed to be standing on the shoulders of a giant as he smiled at the Heavenly Tao's chief soldier. You blocked the divine silkworm's attack for me? The commander of the Heavenly Law asked again. Lin Ling smiled and nodded, causing the Heavenly Law soldier to suck in a breath of cold air. However, time was of the essence and he couldn't afford to think too much about it. All right, please. The Heavenly Tao army began to shrink and float back to the ground. Then, he gritted his teeth and looked at the sky. He didn't know how Lin Ling was going to block the sun. Panga strike, shatter the earth. Lin Ling's voice drifted down from the sky. Then, his body grew larger, like a giant pangu. Rumble. Countless sun attacks came and drowned Lin Ling. The whole sky was dazzling. Your Excellency Lin Ling. The Heavenly Tao army's chief soldier trembled and gritted his teeth. Although he didn't know why Lin Ling volunteered, he had a feeling that Lin Ling was going to die. That was because the previous sun had suppressed the endless power of divinity. Lin Ling was just a mid-level deity. How could he block it? Go. However, just as he was feeling regretful, a voice drifted over at the same time. Then, another voice drifted down from the sky. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was a little pale. After landing on the ground, he immediately ran forward. Ah, you didn't die? The Heavenly Tao army's chief soldier was stunned. A mid-level deity actually blocked so many attacks from the power of divinity. One had to know that the power of divinity could kill an early-stage high-level deity. How could he know that Lin Ling's Panga strike was invincible? However, this heaven-defying ability had a time limit. Wait for me. Soon, Heavenly Tao's chief soldier couldn't be bothered to be surprised. He hurriedly chased after Lin Ling. Then, he discovered that Lin Ling's speed was very fast. Although he didn't have the ability to teleport, in terms of speed, he wasn't any slower than teleportation. Moreover, wherever Lin Ling passed, there would be flaming footprints on the ground. So, he was relying on his speed to rush to the forefront of the battlefield. The Heavenly Dao army finally came to a realization and immediately chased after Lin Ling. At this moment, the two gods, Waterbird and Bird, were watching Lin Ling rush over with the Heavenly Dao's army. They were so astonished that they were tongue-tied. My eyes weren't deceiving me earlier, right? This His Excellency Lin Ling seems to have invincible god force. You're not seeing things, because I saw it too. They looked at each other and said in shock. Prepare to enter. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice came from afar. Go in? I can't go in. There is a god power cutting the universe. It is stopping us from entering. Waterbird said helplessly at once. They wanted to go in, too, but they had to be able to. Prepare to enter. However, Lin Ling still said. This sentence also made the two gods even more confused. They really wanted to yell, can't you see that the front is full of crisscrossing threads of the power of divinity? They sighed and shook their heads, wanting to explain. Crack, however, Lin Ling had already struck down with his palm, and it slashed right between the two gods. It looked like an ordinary palm strike, but it carried an incomparably terrifying might. It actually split apart the endless threads of the power of divinity. It was as if a sword had cut apart endless spider webs. A path that led directly to the celestial silkworm also appeared in front of them. It was shocking. We can go in now? Is this what His Excellency Lin Ling meant when he said, prepare to enter? This guy, where did he get such powerful means? You must know that he is a mid-level deity. The two gods were dumbfounded. Then, they broke out in cold sweat. Just now, Lin Ling's palm strike had slashed down between them. If it had deviated by just a bit, it would have killed them. This guy is so King fierce. The two gods said with trembling mouths. This was the first time they had felt such fear towards a mid-level deity. Looking at the Heavenly Law Commander at the back, his eyes also widened and he gasped. Lin Ling's strength was simply unfathomable. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to their shock. He followed the path that was cut open and rushed forward. Although the power of divinity around the celestial silkworm was incomparably terrifying, it unfortunately couldn't stop Lin Ling's Pangu attack. Therefore, Lin Ling volunteered to help. Break! Unimpeded all the way, Lin Ling arrived in front of a golden celestial silkworm. Then, he punched out. Rumble. The celestial silkworm seemed to have golden armor, but its defense was extremely weak. It was blown apart by Lin Ling's punch, and countless green liquid spilled out. Attack! The Heavenly Law Commander and the others also hurriedly attacked the dozen or so celestial silkworms. After a long time, the terrifying divine beasts blocking the path were finally broken through. Meanwhile, the gods behind all rushed over and rushed in the direction of the miasma. After breaking the celestial silkworm, the team continued forward. They encountered several waves of attacks along the way, but they were all stopped by the Heavenly Dao's military chief and the others. After a few gods died, they continued forward. The whole battlefield was endless, and there was killing everywhere. Heavenly towers suppressed, ghosts and gods floated, and chariots rolled. There were all kinds of attacking methods. Large numbers of gods died. Even with the protection of the Dao realm, they couldn't escape death. What a fierce battle! Lin Ling's fists kept blasting out, killing the gods blocking the way. He sighed again. This kind of battle was probably comparable to a battle of the world's will. We're almost there. At that moment, the Heavenly Dao's military chief's voice came. Looking up, he saw that the huge vortex was already in sight. It rumbled, and gods shot into the vortex from time to time. The scene was extremely spectacular. These gods had already helped kill a large number of enemies, so they were all qualified to enter. Moreover, there were people on the battlefield who specifically recorded the number of enemies killed to prevent others from fishing in troubled waters. Of course, although the miasma vortex looked very close, it was actually still very far away. With the Heavenly Dao's military chief's reminder, Lin Ling also saw the huge vortex and the huge fire mulberry tree towering into the clouds. Lin Ling, it's you? Suddenly, a voice came from the distant battlefield. A dozen gods were staring fiercely at Lin Ling. This also made Lin Ling look back and see a few familiar faces. They were the Laughing Buddha, Emperor Donghua, and one of the two patriarchs of the three provinces. It's really Lin Ling. That guy isn't dead yet? Seeing Lin Ling look over, Emperor Donghua and the others were shocked. This was because Lin Ling had disappeared for more than 300 years since they parted in Firmament City. Rumor had it that Lin Ling was already dead. After all, they had all heard that the people in the Lei Gong Hall, where Lin Ling was, were quite famous in the Dao realm and had even entered the Dao Tower. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had disappeared without a trace. This guy is probably hiding somewhere. Imperial monarch Donghua and the others were staring at Lin Ling because they had a deep enmity with Lin Ling, and they'd always wanted to take revenge on Lin Ling. Last time, when Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao chased after Lin Ling lost all 3 chances of being protected by the Dao realm. If they kill him again, this brat will definitely die. Donghua Imperial Lord said coldly. In High Firmament City, Lin Ling had killed him and forced him to return to his hometown. He had always kept this grudge in his heart. This is Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling is following a team, and that team has quite a few high god experts. Among them, an old man frowned and said. He was Patriarch Tian Ba from one of the 3 provinces and was also the strongest patriarch. The moment he said that, everyone's gazes landed on Heavenly Dao's chief soldier and the rest. They gritted their teeth, there were too many experts. They couldn't kill Lin Ling. Damn it, I can only watch Lin Ling leave. After this separation, I don't know when I'll be able to see Lin Ling again. What a lucky Lin Ling. Last time, he broke our 1,000-year agreement. Now that we can't kill him when we see him, I'm so angry. Imperial monarch Donghua and the Laughing Buddha cursed angrily. Lin Ling, we've taken good care of your people in Lei Gong's main hall. For the past few hundred years, we've killed everyone we saw. But you, the coward leader, can only hide somewhere and don't dare to come out. What a trashy leader, even more trashy than your subordinates. Imperial monarch Donghua pondered for a moment, then laughed and cursed. Since they couldn't kill Lin Ling, they had to ruthlessly trample on Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling had been hiding all this time. His strength definitely couldn't compare to the others in Lei Gong's main hall. There was nothing to fear. That's right. Last time, I saw Treasure God Nanwufingyu and Pure Lady Bai. Hee, I killed them all. If it wasn't for someone helping at the critical moment, they would have died. But now, even if they're not dead, they're still heavily injured. Ha ha ha. The Laughing Buddha was also smiling. They chatted as they walked towards the other side of the battlefield. Sir Lin Ling, are they your enemies? In the distance, Heavenly Dao's chief soldier also saw the group. He shook his head and said, ignore them. Entering the miasma is more important now. Lin Ling looked at the group indifferently and didn't say anything. Instead, with a thought, several ghost jellyfish moved along the ground and disappeared into the distance. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling looked at Heavenly Dao's chief soldier and said. The group continued forward. Not long after, they finally passed through the fire mulberry tree. When they reached the fire mulberry tree, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They looked around and saw that under the tree, a large number of gods were resting. They were also in teams that came from various battlefields. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier, you've killed 5 waves of enemies. Your team can enter the miasma. The fire mulberry tree swayed and countless flames spread out into the battlefield. At the same time, an old voice floated over. Thank you. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier was immediately overjoyed. The people in the team also looked as if they were relieved of a heavy burden and revealed excited smiles. Looking at the surrounding teams, they all revealed envious smiles. After killing 5 waves of enemies, they naturally knew what it meant, and in their teams, some people had already completed their mission. Some people hadn't. They still needed to go out and fight. After completing their mission, they could enter the miasma. Haha, we're here. At this moment, a loud laugh sounded. Then, a few figures ran towards Heavenly Dao's chief soldier. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Tianyu and the others. These people actually didn't die. Staring at the newcomers, Heavenly Dao's chief soldier and the others were secretly shocked. Tianyu and the others only had 6 people. 6 people could pass through this cruel battlefield? Heavenly Tao's chief soldier, I just heard that you can enter the miasma. Just nice, we're also part of your team, so we want to go together. After Tianyu arrived, he immediately said excitedly. You abandoned us before and now you're joining our team. Aren't you too shameless? A god said unhappily. Previously, they were united and killed all the enemies in their way. Tianyu and the others didn't help at all. Even when they encountered the celestial silkworm, they were the first to escape. What do you mean by abandoned you? We were also killing enemies before, but we were on the other side. Heavenly Tao's chief soldier, are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Hearing this, Tianyu frowned and said unhappily. Heavenly Tao's chief soldier's expression was abnormally ugly. From the bottom of his heart, he naturally didn't want to bring these people along. However, he didn't dare to guarantee that Tianyu and the others didn't kill enemies before. If Tianyu and the others also killed a lot of enemies, they would be violating the team's rules. Alright, I hope you won't leave the team at will this time. Heavenly Tao's chief soldier finally made a decision. However, this decision also made the other gods very unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Ling also looked at them indifferently. He suddenly had a feeling that the reason Tianyu and the others were able to arrive here safely was probably because they had defected to the enemy. When they met the Emperor Shun's people, they immediately defected to the enemy. When they met the Yellow Emperor's people, they said that they were his friends. This method was indeed the safest, but it was also the most shameful. It also violated the unwritten rules among the gods. In fact, all the gods knew about this unwritten rule, and they would not violate this principle. This also caused the Heavenly Law Commander and the rest to not think in this direction. Otherwise, they would have kicked Tianyu and the rest out of the team. If the surrounding gods knew about it, it was possible that they would attack Tianyu and the rest. After all, they were fighting with their lives on the line, but these people were fence-sitters. How could they face the dead gods? Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not intend to pay attention to them because he had his own things to do. Heavenly Law Commander, now that everyone has arrived safely, I want to leave the team. Lin Ling looked at the Heavenly Law Commander and said. Why are you leaving the team? It was not easy to get here, and you want to go on alone? The Heavenly Law Commander frowned. After thinking for a while, he immediately guessed, are you going to kill those people from before? Lin Ling nodded. They are my old rivals. Now that I have finally met them, I can't let them live. Moreover, they attacked my people when I was not around. I must avenge them. Your Excellency Lin Ling, don't be fooled. They are deliberately provoking you. The Heavenly Law Commander advised. Those people had already left. If Lin Ling went after them, wouldn't he have to return to the battlefield? In that case, Lin Ling would undoubtedly be in danger. After all, the battlefield was constantly changing. Even late-stage high gods could fall. Before entering the Dao Tower, I want to settle the grudges that should be settled. Lin Ling was still firm in his choice. However, he also knew that the Heavenly Law Commander was truly concerned about him. How about this, we will accompany you. The Heavenly Law Commander suggested. No need. It was not easy for you to get here. You can enter the miasma. I can solve my own problems. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. How can that be? If it were not for your help, our team would have died on the battlefield. Now that you are in trouble, everyone will definitely help you. The Heavenly Law Commander advised again, but he also glanced at the others. Although they also wanted to help, they were obviously hesitant to return to the battlefield. Heavenly Law Commander, you can enter the miasma. I can solve this problem myself. Lin Ling also saw everyone's hesitation. He smiled and strode away. Sigh. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, the Heavenly Law Commander could not help but sigh softly. Then, he made a decision. Everyone has seen how much effort His Excellency Lin Ling has put in for the team to get here. Now, we can't follow him back to the battlefield, so we will wait for him here. What do you think? Hearing the Heavenly Law Commander's suggestion, Tianyu was stunned. Then, he let out a strange cry. Heavenly Law Commander, are you crazy? If he wants to die, just let him. Why should we wait for him? Unfortunately, the Heavenly Law Commander did not even look at Tianyu, as if Tianyu was not qualified to speak. I agree with this suggestion. At this time, the god called Waterbird nodded. The other gods also nodded one after another. Since they could not help Lin Ling, they would wait for Lin Ling here. At least they did not abandon Lin Ling. You are all crazy. Don't think that this place is safe. It can be breached at any time. When that time comes, everyone will die. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Tianyu trembled with anger. However, he did not dare to move forward alone. First, entering the miasma alone was very dangerous. Second, entering the miasma required the Heavenly Law Commander's help. After all, the Heavenly Law Commander was the leader of the team. If you are so afraid of death, you can enter the miasma yourself. No one will stop you. Seeing Tianyu croak, one of the gods said disdainfully. Humph, you will regret it. Tianyu shook his head and ignored the crowd after saying that. Meanwhile, after Lin Ling left the fire mulberry tree, he went at full speed. Then, he sensed the evil spirit jellyfish and finally found the whereabouts of Emperor Donghua and the others. Emperor Donghua, laughing Buddha, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Moreover, Emperor Donghua's Dao realm protection should have been used up, right? Lin Ling stepped on flames and rushed over the battlefield. If he encountered gods along the way, he would take a detour if they were very strong. If he encountered gods weaker than him, he would kill them directly. Not long after, Emperor Donghua and the others were getting closer and closer. Damn it, this Lin Ling is actually not dead. Wasn't the rumor that Lin Ling was killed by Emperor Shun? It's just a rumor. I guess that he was not dead because Shingyi is not dead either. Emperor Yao has long had his eyes on his Donghuang bell, but because of the Yellow Emperor, he still has not obtained it. After we enter the Dao Pagoda, we must kill the people in Lei Gong's hall. Emperor Donghua and the others talked as they walked. Their expressions were extremely ferocious. There were a total of 15 of them, with 2 early-stage high gods in the team. It was considered a small team. However, they did not stop the Yellow Emperor's gods, so they did not encounter any danger for the time being. Boom, however, just as they were talking, one of the gods was suddenly taken away by the Dao realm light. This person was one of the gods of the 1,000-year promise. Not good, Lin Ling is here. After being killed by a punch, this god immediately cursed at the ground. Boom, just as he finished speaking, another deity was killed. He was also taken away by the protection of the Dao realm. Boom. Boom, boom. More and more gods appeared, and 10 of the 15 were taken away. Lin Ling is here? Emperor Donghua was stunned and then flew into a rage. Lin Ling? Is he crazy? Beside him, the laughing Buddha was also shocked, but soon, a large hand suddenly grabbed him and landed on his head. With a boom, the Dao realm protection appeared and took him away. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The laughing Buddha, who was taken away by the Dao realm protection, could no longer laugh. It was as if he had become an angry Buddha. I'll wait for you to come back. Lin Ling waved at him and appeared with a smile on his face. He could sense that the protection of these gods' Dao realm cultivators was running out, so Lin Ling attacked them first. As long as they left and rushed back, they would be dead for sure. Wait for me. Sure enough, these gods were all furious after being killed by a sneak attack. After leaving the Dao realm, they returned. Lin Ling. At the same time, the strongest, Patriarch Tian Ba, stared coldly at Lin Ling. Brother Qianba, he's Lin Ling. Today, we must kill him, because he no longer has the protection of the Dao realm. Patriarch Lei Tai and Patriarch Fo Jian stared coldly at Lin Ling. Their expressions suddenly turned somewhat agitated, they hadn't expected Lin Ling to chase after them. Wasn't he courting death? Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, you've disappeared for more than 300 years. I finally see you again, but I'm curious. Why are you chasing after us? Patriarch Lei Tai laughed savagely. Lin Ling shrugged, his expression calm. He didn't speak, because he was waiting for the remaining gods to return. Come back quickly, Lin Ling has been surrounded. At the same time, some of the returning gods were informing the other gods to return as well. Rays of light appeared one after another, and in the end, all the gods who had been killed returned. Are you thinking that I've already used up 3 chances of being protected by the Tao realm? This time, I won't be able to escape. Seeing that everyone had returned, Lin Ling finally spoke with a smile. Then, without waiting for them to speak, he said leisurely, "First, who said I only have 3 chances of being protected by the Tao realm? I'm sorry, but I have 4. This means that even if you kill me, I won't die." What? 4 times? That's impossible. Aren't only the gods in the Tao Tower the only ones with 4 chances? Everyone was shocked. They naturally knew that there were 4 chances of being protected by the Tao realm, but they didn't expect that it would appear on Lin Ling. They didn't know that when they saved Shaoluan on the Divine Mountain, Lin Ling and Saint Gui had entered the miasma and received a reward each. After that, he was killed 3 times on the Divine Mountain, and still had 1 chance of being protected by the Tao realm. Second, even if I have 1 chance of being protected by the Tao realm, can you kill me? On the contrary, I've been waiting for you to return, so I can catch you all in one fell swoop. Lin Ling said again. Dream on. If you hadn't ambushed us, you think you. The laughing Buddha said sinisterly. He wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, however, before he could finish, Lin Ling disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him, punching out, boom. The laughing Buddha's body exploded, and his boundless divine energy dissipated. He was killed by a single punch. The laughing Buddha was already at the pinnacle of a mid-level deity, and he was only 1 step away from becoming a high-level deity. In his opinion, in these 300 years, his strength had increased greatly, and he had long been able to kill Lin Ling, but who would have thought that he would be killed by a single punch from Lin Ling, and this time, he couldn't resurrect at all. Laughing. Laughing Buddha. The other gods shuddered at the same time. He was too fast. He killed a medium deity with a single punch. It's your turn. A cold voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Then, another explosion sounded. Another god was killed, just like before. It was a clean and neat punch, boom. Following that, more and more gods perished. It was still a single punch. No one could see through the power of this punch, nor did they know if it was the power of the physical body or the power of divinity. However, everyone sensed that Lin Ling's strength had increased by more than 3 times compared to back then. Back in Firmament City, although Lin Ling defeated me, it took him a lot of effort. But now, he only needs 1 punch. Emperor Donghua stood there in a daze. He recalled the trip to the abyss back then. At that time, Lin Ling was like a junior, like an ant, but now, he was looking down on him from high above, boom. Just as he was in disbelief, another explosion sounded. The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was also killed by a single punch. Blood splattered all over his face. Emperor Donghua trembled, not daring to move. He was a mighty emperor of the age of gods, but now he was scared out of his wits. The patriarch of the Buddhist realm. At this moment, Patriarch Tianba and Patriarch Lei Tai's eyes were bloodshot. The 3 patriarchs had been friends for tens of millions of years. After reincarnating, they were as close as real brothers, but now, the patriarch of the Buddhist realm had died before their eyes. Moreover, he would never be resurrected. Little bastard, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces and never let you be reincarnated. Patriarch Lei Tai roared into the sky as the power of thunder erupted from his body. Are the patriarchs of the 3 provinces all people who like to boast? Lin Ling's figure appeared and laughed mockingly. Then, he disappeared again, boom. Patriarch Lei Tai had just unleashed his strength, but before he could make a move, a punch arrived and blasted him into pieces. He wanted to kill Lin Ling so that he would never be reincarnated, but in the end, he would never be reincarnated. Lei Tai. Patriarch Tianba's body trembled as he roared again. At first, he thought that Lin Ling was just a junior who could be killed at will. But now, he knew how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. Die. In front of me, a high god, you can only die forever. Patriarch Tianba seemed to have gone crazy. He raised his hands to the sky and laughed. 2 of his brothers had died before his eyes. How could he calm down now? You're just an early-stage high god. Do you think you're awesome? Lin Ling looked at Patriarch Tianba indifferently. The blue and white robe on his body quietly changed into a gray robe. Facing a high god, he obviously had to use a portion of his strength. Patriarch Tianba is going to make a move. He's finally making a move. Looking at Emperor Donghua again, there were only 2 people by his side. The rest had all been killed. However, not only was Emperor Donghua not afraid, but he was also excited. Patriarch Tianba was an early-stage high god. How could Lin Ling fight? Lin Ling, last time at Lingxiao Hall, you were helpless against a high god. Let me tell you, Patriarch Tianba is also an early-stage high god. Let me see how you're going to kill him. Emperor Donghua roared. He was so agitated that his entire body was trembling. However, just as he finished speaking, Patriarch Tianba's body trembled. A fist came from his back and reached his chest. Divine blood kept spurting out. Patriarch Tianba also lowered his head and looked at his chest in disbelief. A punch, another punch. One had to know that he had an 8th-grade mid-god divine embryo and the strength of an early-stage high god. His power of divinity had reached 100 million. Boom. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Patriarch Tianba's body exploded. The patriarchs of the 3 provinces were all dead. Emperor Donghua was dumbfounded. The 2 gods beside him were also dumbfounded. One of them was even a high god, but now he was also dumbfounded. The strongest among them, Patriarch Tianba, was also dead. One had to know that he was a high god, and Lin Ling was only an intermediate god. To be honest, I've killed many high gods 300 years ago. Lin Ling walked toward Emperor Donghua and the others with an extremely calm expression. How did your strength increase so much? Emperor Donghua's face was pale as he spoke nervously. However, what greeted him was a punch. Following that, 2 more explosions rang out. The 2 gods beside Emperor Donghua had also perished. At this moment, Lin Ling shot towards the fire mulberry tree at full speed, avoiding some powerful enemies with all his might. Fortunately, the place where he had met Emperor Donghua and the others was not far from the fire mulberry tree. Therefore, after spending some effort, Lin Ling finally returned safely. However, at this moment, under a huge fire mulberry tree, Tianyu and the Heavenly Dao Commander were arguing fiercely. You don't have to say any more. If this place is breached, at worst, we won't go through the fog barrier. In any case, if Lin Ling doesn't come back, we won't leave. Heavenly Dao Commander, that idiot is already dead. If you don't leave, you'll cause all of us to die. Seeing the 2 quarreling, the surrounding gods were silent. In fact, they were also very afraid that this place would be breached, but when they thought of Lin Ling, they decided to wait here for his return. You're the idiot. At this moment, a cold voice finally sounded. Lin Ling was walking over from afar. Lin Ling, you're back. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Lin Ling, you actually returned from the cruel battlefield. You're really something. The Heavenly Dao Commander abandoned Tianyu and ran towards Lin Ling, incomparably happy. This idiot actually called me an idiot before? Tianyu and the others looked coldly at Lin Ling. If not for the Heavenly Dao Commander and the others, Tianyu and the other gods would have killed Lin Ling long ago. It's good that the idiot is back. Entering the fog barrier is more important. After entering the Dao Pagoda, if we have the chance to meet him, we'll deal with him in passing. Beside him, an old man whispered to Tianyu, causing Tianyu to glare at Lin Ling angrily. In the end, he dropped the matter. Since Lin Ling is back, everyone, enter the fog barrier. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao Commander walked back with Lin Ling. The people in the team also looked at Lin Ling happily. They all knew very well that to return from the cruel battlefield required superhuman luck and strength. They knew that Lin Ling's strength was very strong, but now they knew that this kind of strength was beyond their imagination. You're Lin Ling, right? Seeing the group preparing to walk through the fog barrier, Tianyu also sneered at Lin Ling. His smile was filled with threat, as if he was saying, you'd better be tactful. Otherwise, once we pass through the fog barrier, you'll be in for a treat. Lin Ling glanced at Tianyu and shook his head. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. However, the Heavenly Law's chief soldier was present, and the fog barrier was right in front of his eyes, so he couldn't be bothered to cause trouble. After all, if he were to attack Tianyu here, the people guarding this place would think that Emperor Shun's people had attacked here, which would cause a lot of trouble. Fog barrier. Lin Ling looked at the fog barrier and knew that Yu and the others were on the other side. He knew very well that it would not be easy to pass through this miasma. With the strength of Yu and the others, it would be very, very difficult. However, the Tao Pagoda's fog barrier had another advantage, and that was that it could be entered in groups. Therefore, if Yu and the others were with the Yellow Emperor and the others, they would definitely be able to enter. Thinking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the Heavenly Law's chief soldier and the others, assessing whether this group could enter the fog barrier, while Lin Ling was staring at the fog barrier. Tianyu snorted in disdain. Previously, he had shouted Lin Ling's name, but Lin Ling didn't even dare to fart. He didn't even dare to look at him. How useless. He hadn't advanced with the large group before, so he didn't know Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, he thought that Lin Ling was afraid of him and didn't even have the guts to look at him. Then, the large group entered the fog barrier in a grandiose manner. This place was gray and was exactly the same as the fog barrier of the Tao realm. The difference was that there was a path ahead that pointed into the distance. This was different from Lin Ling walking through the fog barrier. There was no path in the fog barrier. One could only burn their soul lamps and not get lost. I wonder how many layers there are in this fog barrier. Looking at how Emperor Shun and the others are fighting with all their might, this fog barrier shouldn't be too difficult. After all, if there were 9 layers of fog barrier, Emperor Shun and the others wouldn't be at ease here. That's true. After entering the fog barrier, everyone was looking forward to it. At the same time, the first wave of calamity arrived. Suddenly, a long golden river appeared in front of them. Then, a large number of jade bottles floated out of the river. After absorbing the river water surged toward Lin Ling. It's the Great Tao bottles. Everyone, be careful. Use your divine power to resist them. The Heavenly Law's chief soldier shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, all the gods urged their divine power to attack the Great Tao bottles. Lin Ling also urged his fists. Each punch could blast out 60 million units of divine power and 60 million worlds power. This was the power of his fusion talent. If he fused it, he could reach 200 million units of divine power. This was 100 million units of divine power and 100 million worlds power. Before Lin Ling opened his 8th Dantian, his power was 8,000 units. Now, it was 200 million units. This was the power of his 8th Dantian. Rumbles continued as a large number of jade bottles were blasted away. However, one person in the team was also sucked into a jade bottle and disappeared. The golden liquid that gushed out of the jade bottles had an extremely terrifying suction force. Even an early-stage high god wouldn't be able to resist the suction force. The team was able to successfully cross the river because of the strength of everyone's unity. There's an empty Great Tao bottle here. After the team crossed the Golden River, the Waterbird god was delighted. He waved his right hand and a jade bottle flew over. That's a great treasure, right? It's at least a primal chaos sacred artifact. Everyone was envious. Throw it away immediately. This bottle can absorb divine blood. If you carry it with you, it will attract the divine blood river. Suddenly, a voice interrupted everyone's excitement. The Heavenly Law's commander said solemnly, if it were any other time, it wouldn't matter if this treasure belonged to you. However, in the miasma, a small detail could kill everyone. Is that so? Then I can only throw it away. The Waterbird god sighed softly and threw the jade bottle away reluctantly. This treasure was indeed extraordinary, but if it implicated the entire team, he would obviously feel bad about it. Idiot, the Heavenly Path's chief soldier is just fooling you. Did you really believe him? After the team continued forward, Tianyu snorted disdainfully. If the Heavenly Path's chief soldier got his hands on this Great Tao bottle, he probably wouldn't say that. He would keep it. The old man next to him laughed as if he had seen through the Heavenly Path's chief soldier. Let's go. Tianyu looked at the Great Tao bottle that had disappeared behind him and followed the team forward. After a long time, they arrived at the second level. The second level was very quiet. After the team had walked for a while, countless meteors appeared in front of them and rained down madly. The power of these meteors could also kill early-stage high gods and even mid-stage high gods. Everyone, charge through with all your might. The Heavenly Path's chief soldier's expression changed as he sensed tremendous pressure. Stop studying it. Hurry up and charge over. If we can't, we'll die. The Heavenly Law commander roared and took the lead to charge forward. The meteorites in the miasma varied in size. The small ones were only the size of a fingernail while the big ones were the size of an island. Moreover, they were gray and were indeed formed by bone fragments. First the golden river, then the gray bones. Could it be that the danger in the miasma actually comes from the most ancient gods? They're God's blood and God's bones. In the team, Lin Ling also exploded with speed, blasting away the bone meteorites around them. At the same time, he secretly guessed. Fortunately, although there were many bone fragments, they did not swarm over. Otherwise, everyone would definitely die here. Moreover, even a late-stage high-level god would probably not be able to withstand the impact of all the bone meteorites. We're almost there. Everyone, let's go. The Heavenly Law Commander led the way and shouted excitedly. Looking at his body, he was now dripping with blood. He had been cut by bone fragments the size of a fingernail. Until now, they had not encountered any bone meteorites the size of an island. Otherwise, they would probably be wiped out. Heavenly Law Commander, look, the large bone meteorite in the distance is moving. It looks like the bone of a hand. Suddenly, a god behind him shouted, causing everyone to look over. They saw that in the miasma, a huge bone meteorite was swaying. This bone meteorite was indeed the size of a hand. Hurry, charge out of here. The Heavenly Law Commander knew that things were troublesome. Rumble, however, at this moment, a golden river appeared in front of them. Hundreds of jade bottles appeared. It was the Great Tao treasure bottle. This was the danger of the first level. Why did it appear here? Who took the Great Tao treasure bottle away? The Heavenly Law Commander was stunned for a moment. Then, he cursed, didn't I say that taking away the Great Tao treasure bottle would attract the god's blood river? Damn it, did you take my words for granted? He was completely furious. Although only hundreds of jade bottles had appeared, they could block them. However, if the jade bottles blocked their way, they would be in trouble when the bone meteorites arrived. It's not me. I threw it away earlier. The waterbird god immediately shouted anxiously. Now, let's charge out first. At this moment, Lin Ling said anxiously as he looked at the bone fragments in the distance. Mother****. I'll chop you into pieces after we leave. The Heavenly Tao army cursed again before charging forward to fight against those Great Tao treasure bottles. At this moment, Lin Ling also knew that time was running out. Grey robe appeared and 200 million points of strength erupted. High gods, follow me and break open the Grand Tao. Lin Ling shouted and opened up a path with the Heavenly Tao soldiers, charging forward. Rumble, with the addition of Lin Ling, those Great Tao treasure bottles were all blown away. Everyone barely managed to cross the Golden River, and at the back of the group, a high god was the slowest. He was struck by a giant bone fragment, and his entire body exploded, turning into dust. Fortunately, under this wave of attacks, only one person died. Moreover, the crowd was also very puzzled. Wasn't that person an early-stage high god? Why didn't he open up a path at the front? Instead, he hid at the back of the group. If not for that, he probably wouldn't have died. Let's leave first. The Heavenly Tao soldier stared at the dead god, then gritted his teeth and continued forward. After a long while, everyone finally arrived at a safe zone. Upon closer inspection, everyone was exhausted and covered in blood. Then, they all took the opportunity to rest where they were. A moment later, the Heavenly Tao soldiers looked up and said, "Who stole the Great Tao treasure bottle? Hand it over now. Otherwise, if I find out who it is, don't blame me for being rude." The group was silent, and everyone looked at each other. It's you. Suddenly, Tianyu pointed at one of them. Everyone looked over and realized that there was a Great Tao treasure bottle hanging behind that person. Well, you almost got us killed. Also, my friend Rishengod died because of you. You'll pay for it with your life. Tianyu suddenly cursed, his murderous aura overflowing. The only high god that had died earlier was one of the 6 of them, therefore, Tianyu was also furious at this moment. It wasn't me. And that god was Waterbird. He complained tearfully, I clearly threw the Great Tao treasure bottle away earlier. Everyone saw it. Humph, you threw it away on the surface, but who knows if you stole it behind my back. Heavenly Tao soldiers, what do you think about this? Let me tell you, my man is dead. No matter what, You have to give me an explanation because the Sun Mountain God no longer has the protection of the Dao realm. He is truly dead. Tianyu looked at the heavenly Dao soldiers and said, as if he would not give up if he did not give an explanation. The heavenly Dao soldiers frowned, looked at the crying god, and finally sighed softly. I'm sorry, Waterbird. You can only leave the group. Leave with the protection of the Dao realm. What? He doesn't have to die? Tianyu immediately said sharply after hearing the heavenly Dao soldier's words. Is he really going to die? However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly sounded. He said indifferently, Waterbird has been following me all this time. If he had the great Dao treasure bottle, I would definitely have seen it. Moreover, Waterbird would not be so stupid as to keep the great Dao treasure bottle behind him. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak? Moreover, you are with him, so you will definitely speak up for him. Tianyu stared at Lin Ling and snorted coldly. In fact, it's very simple to find out who brought the great Dao treasure bottle. Apart from Waterbird, everyone here has the aura of divine blood. See if anyone else has it. If they do, it's very likely that this person secretly placed the great Dao treasure bottle on Waterbird God when no one was paying attention. Lin Ling looked at Tianyu with a cold smile, then looked at everyone else. The moment he said that, everyone nodded. In fact, they did not believe that Waterbird God would do such a stupid thing. Moreover, even if he had really stolen the great Dao treasure bottle, Waterbird would have hidden it on his body and not on his back at all. Nonsense. At this moment, Tianyu suddenly cursed and looked into the distance. It's too dangerous to stay here. Let's continue forward. Idiot. Hearing Tianyu's words, Lin Ling's expression was full of disdain. Wasn't this a confession without being pressed? Sure enough, the heavenly Dao soldiers and the others looked at Tianyu with increasingly cold expressions. Tianyu had been in a hurry to kill Waterbird God and even demanded an explanation from the heavenly Dao soldiers. Now, he was in a hurry to leave. As long as one was not a fool, one could tell that there was something fishy about this person. What are you all looking at me for? Tianyu gritted his teeth under everyone's stares and suddenly said, That's right, I was the one who took the great Dao treasure bottle, but I didn't know there would be such consequences. I didn't know about this matter, so I'll just let it go. Let it go just like that. Everyone was furious. Moreover, the military commander of the heavenly Dao had already warned everyone that carrying the great Dao treasure bottle was very dangerous. Tianyu had been there at the time, so how could he not have heard it? This despicable and shameless person had almost killed everyone for his own selfish gains. Bullshit. I didn't hear you say that when you tried to harm me. The Waterbird God cursed angrily. He looked at the military commander and said, Sir Military Commander of the Heavenly Dao, no matter what, you must give me an explanation for this. That's right. The others nodded one after another. The military commander of the Heavenly Dao was the leader, so it was up to him to decide how to deal with Tianyu. You've gone too far. You're biting me in the back. Didn't you see that my friend, the Sun Mountain God, was killed, and none of you died? Now you want to settle the score with me? Do you think you're worthy? Tianyu roared angrily again, as if he was blaming everyone for the Sun Mountain God's death. He had completely forgotten that if he hadn't stolen the great Dao treasure bottle, his friend wouldn't have died. Tianyu, after becoming a god and experiencing several eras, this is the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you. The military commander of the Heavenly Dao couldn't stand it anymore. He ignored Tianyu's roar and was about to attack him. You dare touch me? I am Tianyu, the son of the North Pole Middle Sky Emperor of the North Pole Middle Sky. My father is the Yellow Emperor's friend. If you touch us, will you be able to deal with this trouble? Suddenly, a handwritten letter appeared in Tianyu's hand. He poured his divine essence into it, and a holy middle-aged man appeared. He wore a purple imperial robe and a jade crown, and his cold eyes seemed to look down on everyone. The North Pole Middle Sky Emperor was one of the 4 great emperors of the Age of Gods. The father of the woman who had invited Lin Ling to the 1,000-year promise was one of the 4 great emperors, the Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity of the West. In the Dao realm, the 4 great emperors' status and strength were second only to the 5 emperors. In fact, from a certain perspective, the 4 great emperors had the same status as the 5 emperors. The only difference was that one was in the age of gods, while the other was in the primordial era. Of course, the most important thing was that the North Pole Middle Sky Emperor knew the Yellow Emperor. Everyone, if my son has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. If you're still dissatisfied, you can go find the Yellow Emperor. He will give you justice. The cold man looked down at the crowd and said. His words seemed to be polite, but they carried a sense of supremacy. However, if you insist on settling this matter privately and offend my son, then don't blame me for being impolite. I will remember your faces. It's useless even if you run to the ends of the earth. After the voice was heard, the handwritten decree emitted a light, and the cold man gradually disappeared. Light of doppelganger. The soldiers from the heavenly Tao shuddered upon seeing this. They knew that the light emanating from the imperial edict was the light of an avatar. Even though it was only light, it possessed sentience, which meant that Emperor Ziwei had come in person. Emperor Ziwei? Is it the giant god who claims to be the great emperor, the one who leaves nothing behind when he goes to war? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect him to know the Yellow Emperor. Everyone frowned. Now, none of them dared to touch Tianyu. Firstly, they had to give face to the Yellow Emperor. Secondly, Emperor Ziwei had already memorized their faces. If they dared to touch Tianyu, they wouldn't be able to escape. In the end, he could only let the Yellow Emperor know and let him deal with it. However, it was quite clear that the Yellow Emperor would definitely give face to Emperor Ziwei, which meant that Tianyu was fine. No one was injured in the first place, so why make such a big deal out of it? Besides, I'm the one who suffered the most, but I'm not even angry, so why are you all angry? Tianyu chuckled upon seeing that no one dared to say anything. He looked extremely smug. In fact, he was even looking at the soldiers from the heavenly Tao, Xianxia, and all of the gods with a provocative expression. However, no one dared to look him in the eye. This was the crown prince. Even if they didn't provoke him, there was nothing they could do if he provoked them. Ha ha ha. Tianyu's laughter grew even louder upon seeing everyone's silence. All of a sudden, his gaze fell upon Lin Ling, only to discover that Lin Ling was not as wary of him as everyone else. Instead, he was looking at him with a hint of a smile on his face, and there was killing intent in his eyes. It was as if he didn't fear Emperor Ziwei or the Yellow Emperor at all. Tianyu wanted to curse at him, but for some reason, he held himself back. He had already seen that Lin Ling was much more powerful than he had imagined. He was already paving the way with a high god. He wasn't someone he could afford to provoke. Sun Mountain God is just dead. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of you? I'll slowly torture you to death once we enter the Tao Pagoda. Tianyu didn't dare to look at Lin Ling again as he thought to himself. Let's go. The soldiers from the heavenly Tao said. Then, he turned to Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, ignore him. This guy is like a hornet's nest. Just pretend you don't see him. After all, if you provoke him, you'll be in trouble even in the Tao realm. He's just a junior. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. He wasn't afraid of Emperor Ziwei, but he didn't want to implicate the soldiers from the heavenly Tao. What a joke. Lin Ling, wasn't even afraid of Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao. Why would he be afraid of Emperor Ziwei? The group continued onward. The third level was still filled with bone meteorites, but the threat was about the same as the second level. They passed through without any danger. Next, the fourth level, the fifth level, and finally the sixth level. What was shocking was that the sixth floor was the safest. There was nothing there, only a multicolored ancient tree drifting there. This tree was extremely mysterious. Divine light flowed around it, and there was a fist-sized fruit on the tree that exuded a sweet fragrance. Upon closer inspection, the fruit looked like the shape of an infant. It was extremely mysterious. Heavens, this is the 8-treasure acacia tree. We're quite lucky. The soldiers from the heavenly Tao stared at the divine tree and laughed in surprise. This divine tree is very rare. It specializes in devouring divine bones. It's because of this tree that the sixth level is empty. Moreover, this tree specifically picks out treasures to devour. This means that the most precious divine bones in the miasma are on the sixth level. There are no more divine bones on the sixth level. Heavenly Tao soldiers, does this mean that we've passed through the miasma? That's right. Everyone was ecstatic upon hearing this. 8 treasure acacia tree? A curious smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. What other abilities does this tree have? This tree is a treasure from head to toe. It has 8 treasure branches, and it creates an illusionary world. If a god has a clone, they can allow their clone to cultivate in the illusionary world. This will greatly enhance their clone's power, the soldiers from the heavenly Tao explained. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. What if I allow my Dantian to cultivate in the illusionary world? Then wouldn't my Dantian be enhanced as well? In theory, that is indeed the case. However, the 8 treasure acacia tree has 8 worlds. Who has 8 Dantians? The soldiers from the heavenly Tao shook his head with a smile. Therefore, Lin Ling was very clear that he must get this ancient tree. It's not difficult for Sir Lin Ling to get this divine tree. You just have to subdue the tree's core world. However, you must not touch this tree, or it will sprout branches and leaves. If you want to subdue it again, you'll have to go through all 8 core worlds. Sigh. The heavenly law commander saw Lin Ling's expectant face and thought that Lin Ling wanted this treasure. However, just as he finished speaking, laughter came from the front. Haha, 8 treasures fruit. Haha. Tianyu was holding the fruit of the 8 treasures acacia tree in his hand and laughing happily at this moment. However, Lin Ling's face darkened because he saw that the divine tree was sprouting branches and leaves. It was divided into 8 branches, and each branch was filled with illusionary clouds, magnificent and magnificent. This meant that if Lin Ling wanted to get this tree, he would have to go through all 8 core worlds. That damned beast actually touched the treasure tree and caused it to sprout branches and leaves. Is this guy trying to kill us? All the gods in the team were gnashing their teeth in anger. Although they did not know that Lin Ling wanted the 8 treasures acacia tree, they felt that Tianyu was too selfish to touch the taboo here without everyone's consent. If things went wrong, this kind of action might kill someone again. This beast. The heavenly law commander could not help but curse. He knew that Lin Ling wanted the 8 treasures acacia tree, but Tianyu's action could be said to be killing Lin Ling. If Tianyu wanted the fruit, he could have just said it, and Lin Ling would probably give it to him. After all, Lin Ling only wanted the tree. However, snatching the fruit without asking everyone was putting Lin Ling at a disadvantage. What are you all looking at me for? Do you want to snatch my treasure? Let me tell you, the team has a rule. Any treasure obtained by anyone belongs to them. This fruit was obtained by me first, so it belongs to me. Seeing everyone looking at him angrily, Tianyu did not realize it at all and spoke as if he was right. At this moment, Lin Ling finally walked out. Your Excellency Lin Ling. The Heavenly Tao's commander hurriedly shouted. I, Lin Ling, will take responsibility for my own actions. Lin Ling continued to walk forward, coldly leaving behind a sentence. The Heavenly Tao commander laughed bitterly. He knew what Lin Ling wanted to do. In fact, he had tolerated Tianyu for a long time. It was just that he did not want Lin Ling to be so impulsive. What are you trying to do? Didn't you hear what my father said before? Seeing Lin Ling walk over, Tianyu wasn't afraid at all. In his opinion, these people were all hooligans. They wanted to snatch his treasures the moment they saw him. Call your father out. Lin Ling said as he walked. The anger in his heart was finally ignited. The 8 treasures acacia tree. This was currently the most suitable treasure Lin Ling knew of for a breakthrough. He had encountered it with great difficulty, but in the end, new problems cropped up. Moreover, it was ruined by this good-for-nothing. How could Lin Ling hold back his anger? You? He's not worthy. Tianyu sneered. He's not worthy. Lin Ling frowned. Powerful divine essence gushed out. With a sudden suction, the 8 treasures acacia fruit in Tianyu's hand floated over. How dare you? You actually dare to steal my treasure. Tianyu flew into a rage. Snatch your treasure? Lin Ling sneered. His palm suddenly clenched. That 8 treasures acacia fruit was crushed by Lin Ling. He said coolly, call your father out. Everyone stared at Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. This was crushing Tianyu. You. Tianyu also stared fixedly at Lin Ling. He never thought that Lin Ling dared to destroy his fruit. You're dead, you're dead. His father's handwritten order appeared in his hand. sacred light shot out, turning into a majestic God Emperor, North Pole Emperor. Father! Tianyu immediately yelled at the sight of the God Emperor. However, his yell had only just faded when a hand pierced through the air and landed on Tianyu's arm. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked up at the five-colored God Emperor. You're North Pole Emperor, right? Your son is about to die. I, Lin Ling, told you so. Bam! Tianyu's arm was crushed by Lin Ling's hand as soon as he finished speaking. You. Tianyu drew a sharp intake of breath. He did not think that this person would dare to attack him in front of his father. North Pole Emperor's pupils contracted. His clone had only just arrived, and he had no idea what was going on. Now, someone was attacking his son. Your Excellency, if my son has offended you in any way, please spare him this once for my sake. If you're dissatisfied with this, you can seek out the Yellow Emperor. North Pole Emperor was enraged, but he repressed his rage in the end. You have no sh*t. Lin Ling did not even look at North Pole Emperor. He clenched his fist, and Tianyu's other arm was crushed into dust again. Ah! Tianyu held in agony. He was also a little dumbstruck. Everyone else was extremely fearful of his father's arrival. However, not only was this Lin Ling not fearful, he was even asking him to summon his father. Most importantly, he was torturing him in front of his father. Your Excellency! North Pole Emperor's brows furrowed, and his expression was extremely dark. What he was about to say this time was naturally a threat. However, he did not even get a chance to say anything before Tianyu's soul was obliterated. This was the three extreme destruction of the universe. He did not even have the chance to use the protection of a Dao Realm cultivator. Your son is about to die. I, Lin Ling, told you so. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at North Pole Emperor with an indifferent expression. He had killed Emperor Ziwei's son right in front of him, and Lin Ling couldn't even be bothered to give a reason for his death. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. North Pole Emperor's eyes were as red as blood. This was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant person after reincarnating. He had killed his son without even giving a reason. Do you remember me now? If you do, then piss off. Lin Ling was still looking at North Pole Emperor. You're very arrogant. I'll remember you. You're going to regret this. North Pole Emperor began to disappear, and the light of North Pole Emperor disappeared into the mist. In the end, this was only the light of a clone. However, on the other side, a giant in a purple robe sat on the summit of a mountain. He was glaring into the distance with killing intent and fury radiating from his eyes. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled violently before him. My son is dead. Lin Ling killed him. You dare to kill my son and act so arrogantly in front of me? Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, do you want me to exterminate your entire family? The giant spoke in a low voice, and countless gods below the throne trembled as their expressions shifted drastically. This was the first time they had seen an emperor so enraged. Your Excellency Lin Ling. Everyone looked into the mist with wry smiles on their faces. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so domineering. Not only did he dare to kill Tianyu, he even called his father over and killed Tianyu in front of his father. That was quite a satisfying experience, but it was going to be troublesome. Don't worry, I killed Tianyu right in front of North Pole Emperor, so he's going to come looking for me. I'll take full responsibility for what I did. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said. Your Excellency Lin Ling, the 8-treasure acacia tree has already sprouted branches and leaves. It will probably take a few hundred years for it to return to normal. Let's leave the fog barrier. At this time, the Heavenly Dao Commander said to Lin Ling. Speaking of leaving the fog barrier, everyone was incomparably happy because they were about to enter the Dao Tower. You guys go first. I plan to stay and obtain this 8-treasure acacia tree. Lin Ling looked at the 8-treasure acacia tree and shook his head. The anger in his heart did not diminish. If it weren't for that idiot Tianyu, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble now. The 8-treasure acacia tree has already sprouted branches and leaves. If you want to obtain it, the difficulty is 8 times greater. Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I've made up my mind. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Heavenly Dao Commander and the others shook their heads helplessly. They could only let Lin Ling be. They finally understood why Lin Ling dared to kill Tianyu. It turned out that Lin Ling was completely angry. This anger had reached the point where he was completely unafraid of the North Pole Emperor. Tianyu was indeed an idiot. He thought that with the great emperor's handwritten decree, no one would dare to touch him. He had no idea that once his hatred reached the point of irreconcilable hatred, the enemy would still dare to kill him. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I wish you good luck. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we will wait for you at the Dao Tower. I hope we can meet again if fate wills it. Everyone bid farewell to Lin Ling. The heavenly Dao commander looked at Lin Ling and could not help but sigh softly. Thank you for taking care of me during this journey. If possible, I still don't want you to enter the 8-treasure acacia tree. After all, I had a good friend who also wanted to obtain this divine tree, but in the end, he disappeared forever after entering. He was lost in the 8-treasure acacia tree. This divine tree, what is inside is not one's cultivation realm. There are too many dangers. However, I also know that Your Excellency Lin Ling has made up his mind, so I can only wish you good luck. Heavenly Dao Army Commander, I wish you good luck as well. Let's leave behind a voice transmission talisman. We'll meet again in the future. After exchanging a few words with the Heavenly Law Commander-in-Chief, Lin Ling watched everyone leave. Soon after, he stared at the 8-treasure acacia tree that had become incomparably enormous, and his expression couldn't help but become a bit more solemn. It was said that the 8-treasures acacia tree formed its own illusory world, illusion. Lin Ling didn't know how many illusions he had faced in his life, but the 8-treasures acacia tree's illusions were definitely different. Otherwise, the Heavenly Dao's chief soldier would not have warned him so solemnly before. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling walked towards the gigantic 8-treasures acacia tree. At this moment, this divine tree had already become incomparably huge, as if it was indomitable. All of its branches were swaying, emitting multicolored radiance. It was magnificent. At first, the tree was not huge, but after being touched, it immediately became like a hedgehog protecting itself, becoming incomparably huge. The 8 main branches were like a great world, emitting a light that could grasp one's soul. Looking at this tree quietly, one could not help but have the urge to get close. This was a kind of magical power. Unfortunately, once one got close and touched this tree, one would enter the illusory world and die inside. If I didn't touch this tree, I would only need to experience the illusory world once. But now, I need to experience it 8 times. Sigh, I can only admit that I'm unlucky. Lin Ling shook his head, and his mood gradually calmed down. Since he started learning martial arts in this life, he had already experienced countless life and death tempering. Now that he had experienced it again, it was not difficult for his heart to twist and turn again. He came under the giant tree and gently touched it with his palm. In this instant, Lin Ling sensed an ancient power enveloping his entire body. It was like the power of the beginning of the universe, the power of the primordial chaos being broken. Lin Ling felt that his body was involuntary, as if he had entered a new door. However, he was very sure that this power was the same ancient power as Panga's attack. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was like blood. In the calm grassland, a gentle breeze blew, giving people a feeling of peace. It was a little hot here, but the wind was very cool. The paddy fields in the distance were like a landscape painting. Dragonflies flew over the paddy fields, and finally, they flew into the distance. Looking at the horizon, one could see a small village at the edge of the endless paddy fields. There was a shepherd boy riding a cow, bathing in the setting sun as he returned home. That village was quiet and serene. Especially under the setting sun, it was like a paradise isolated from the rest of the world. Lin Ling stood in the paddy fields, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his face. His expression did not change. The paddy fields around him swayed under the gentle breeze, like waves of green waves. This is the illusory world? How do I walk over? Although the surrounding scenery was very beautiful, Lin Ling was very knowledgeable, so he was not moved at all. Just standing here quietly will not solve the problem. And in the vicinity, there is only that small village. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, followed the path of the paddy fields, and gradually came to the small village. Looking carefully, the small village was very quiet. After a busy day, the people were chatting outside their houses, drinking wine, and chatting wittily. The golden setting sun shone down, dyeing the entire village red. With a sweep of his gaze, it gave people a feeling of incomparable tranquility and serenity. In the future, When I become an expert at the peak of the universe, I will find a quiet village and live quietly with Yu, and the rest. Perhaps this kind of life is what I want. Lin Ling said with a smile. The tranquility and serenity of the village had undoubtedly caused Lin Ling to be somewhat immersed in it. He had killed too many people in his life, fought too many battles, and barged into too many forbidden lands. At some point in time, he would feel that tranquility and serenity were the best. Hee, little brother, are you an outsider? After Lin Ling entered the village, many people looked at him, revealing kind smiles. Yes, I happened to pass by here. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Everything about him looked very ordinary. Haha, little brother, our village hasn't had an outsider for many years. An old man in his 60s said with a smile. He held his opium pipe and took a few puffs. Is that so? Lin Ling continued walking, smiling and greeting the crowd. Although he knew that this was just an illusion, when faced with a peaceful and tranquil illusion, Lin Ling would also do as the Romans do. What a handsome little brother. Beside the big tree, a few young girls were looking at Lin Ling excitedly, but when Lin Ling looked at them, they lowered their heads shyly. This made Lin Ling smile and continue walking. Little brother, be careful. Walking along the main road, an uncle carrying straw smiled at Lin Ling. He had a lot of straw on his back, occupying most of the road, so he reminded Lin Ling. I'm fine. Lin Ling stood by the side of the road, making way for the uncle. After the uncle left, he continued walking. Little brother, come, this is the rice wine we brewed with rice. It's very fragrant. A man in his 40s came out with a wine jug, poured a bowl, and then handed it to Lin Ling. Thank you. Haha, little brother, you have a good tolerance for alcohol. The man laughed heartily and poured a bowl for himself as well. Then, he began to gulp it down with loud gulps. Lin Ling nodded with a smile and continued walking along the main road. By the side of the road, there were children playing with crickets. They were having a great time. Looking at the well by the side, there was an old woman washing rice. When she saw Lin Ling, she revealed a kind smile and invited Lin Ling to her house as a guest. Lin Ling smiled and declined. Big brother, help me pick it up. A 5-year-old child waved at Lin Ling. On a small tree, a bamboo dragonfly was lying there. The child was not tall and could not pick it up. Lin Ling smiled and picked up the bamboo dragonfly for the child. Big brother, you're so nice. The child smiled at Lin Ling, revealing his white teeth. However, at the age of teeth loss, one of his front teeth was missing. He was very cute. Little brother, our village is the most hospitable. It's rare for you to come to our village. Please come to our house as a guest. The child's mother also walked over. She looked very gentle and invited Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked around and finally nodded. Then, he followed the woman and soon arrived at a small courtyard. Child's father, a guest is here. Hurry up and take out the cured meat for the new year to serve the guest. The woman shouted after entering the house. A simple and honest middle-aged man walked out with a smile. When he saw Lin Ling, he exclaimed, what a handsome little brother. Take a seat. The food will be ready soon. Thank you. Lin Ling thanked him and sat down in the courtyard. He looked around and enjoyed the tranquility of the setting sun. Little brother, it will be ready soon. The woman smiled politely and immediately went to help the man. Big brother. Only the child accompanied Lin Ling and played with the bamboo dragonfly. Lin Ling watched the bamboo dragonfly fly up and down from time to time. His heart was even more peaceful. Big brother, give it a try. At this moment, the child ran over with the bamboo dragonfly in his arms, asking Lin Ling to give it a try. Lin Ling took the bamboo dragonfly and was about to release it when he suddenly frowned. He saw that the previously innocent child's eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. A dagger appeared in his lotus root-like hand and he suddenly pointed it at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was about to assassinate him. This scene made Lin Ling's heart tremble. He never expected that the 5-year-old child would actually want to kill him. Furthermore, the first moment the child gave people a feeling of innocence, the next moment the child gave people a feeling of a devil. Get lost. Lin Ling wanted to use his divine energy to send the child flying. However, he immediately realized that his divine energy had also disappeared. the stairway of the god stairs, all of his methods. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change dramatically. It must be an illusion. That power did not disappear. It was the illusion that was affecting him, making him think that the power had disappeared, Lin Ling shouted in his heart. But even if he knew that it was an illusion, wanting to use that power, he still felt like a stone being thrown into the sea. Smack! At the critical moment, Lin Ling's right hand reached out and suddenly grabbed the child's arm, preventing the dagger from stabbing over. "What are you doing?" Lin Ling lowered his head, his voice turning cold. "I'm going to kill you." The child's voice was very tender, but the words spoken carried billowing killing intent. "Kill you." At this time, two figures also rushed out of the kitchen. It was precisely the woman and that man from before. They held kitchen knives in their hands and charged at Lin Ling as if they had gone mad. These people are crazy, or are they all hard illusionary realm? Lin Ling's brows furrowed. Although his power had disappeared, he was ultimately a martial artist. He avoided with a step, bang, the two kitchen knives had also landed on the wooden chair he had made earlier. They had sunk deep into the wood. If Lin Ling had been one step slower, he would have been cut down. If Lin Ling was immortal, those two knives would have seriously injured Lin Ling. Bang! At this time, the door of the small courtyard was kicked open. The man who had given the wine to Lin Ling appeared, holding a sickle in his hand. "Kill you." He also charged at Lin Ling. Behind him was the man with the straw on his back. He had also come to kill Lin Ling with a shoulder pull. Gradually, more and more people rushed into the small courtyard. The auntie who had washed the rice, the child who had herded the cows, the young girls who had a crush on Lin Ling. The entire small courtyard was filled with people. Their eyes were red, and they wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Lin Ling's expression was solemn, as though he could not believe that the peaceful small village would turn into a hellish abyss in the next moment. He leaped up and landed on the wall, avoiding the crowd's encirclement. His gaze fell outside the small courtyard, and he saw a large number of people from the village rushing over. They were all ordinary mortals, so their weapons were kitchen knives and sickles. They stared at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the murderer of their father. The setting sun still shone on the entire village. For some reason, the dreamlike beautiful village from before had quietly turned demonic. Evil was everywhere. Swoosh! Lin Ling leaped down and ran along the main road, and behind him, a large number of people were chasing after him. They seemed to have gone mad. Most importantly, a large number of villagers had appeared on the road ahead. The fastest ones were the children who had been playing with crickets. At this moment, Lin Ling had nowhere to go. This made Lin Ling stop and look coldly at this group of people. Clenching his fist, Lin Ling had finally decided to make a move. Facing the nearest person, Lin Ling's arm moved, and with a flip of his hand, he snatched the sickle from the person's hand. Then, with a slash of his arm, a bloody wound appeared on the person's neck. Plop! The person's neck was slit by Lin Ling's blade. Bang! Lin Ling did not stop and continued his slaughter. Bang! 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 More and more villagers fell to the ground, and the entire road was covered in blood. "Big brother!" The child who had been playing with the bamboo dragonfly screamed at this moment. However, what greeted him was the cold glint of the sickle. The child's head fell off. His entire body remained standing in the same spot, but his neck was gushing blood. Plop! Finally, the child fell to the ground. Next were the child's parents, the man who had gifted the wine to Lin Ling, and the granny who had washed rice. As time passed, there was only one person standing on the entire road. It was Lin Ling. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and looking around him, there was blood everywhere. The villagers of the entire village had been killed by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's gaze was calm as if he had done nothing. He threw down the sickle and walked out. At the same time, he had arrived in the second world. This place was still the same paddy field from before. In the distance, it was still the same serene village. Everything was exactly the same. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling's eyes trembled violently. He stood in the same spot, deep in thought, as if he wanted to know the mystery behind this. After a long time, he walked towards the village again. It was as if time was flowing backward. The setting sun was still shining, and the setting sun was like blood. "Thank you. Thank you." Lin Ling smiled kindly at everyone as if it was his first time in the village. Then, he followed the child and returned to the small courtyard. Throughout the whole process, he was extremely calm. which was completely different from the murderous demon from before. After entering the small courtyard, Lin Ling sat quietly on the chair and observed the changes around him. To be honest, except for some small changes, there was not much difference in the overall situation. Even the child who was playing with the bamboo dragonfly was missing an incisor, but he was still very cute. When he smiled, however, what made Lin Ling feel strange was that although he knew that it was all an illusion, there was always a voice in his heart telling him that it was all real. "Big brother, come and drink a bowl of soup." At this time, the child held a bowl of soup in both hands and carefully ran over. "Be careful, the guest is scalded." The woman's voice came from the kitchen. This was also different from before. "Be careful." Lin Ling smiled politely, walked forward, and took the hot soup from the child's hands. Just as he sat down, he immediately saw that the child had changed. His eyes became crazy and full of murderous intent. A dagger appeared in his little hand again, and he stabbed fiercely at Lin Ling. "Go to hell." That childish voice was exactly the same as before, including the murderous intent. However, Lin Ling had already expected this. He put down the hot soup with both hands, clapped his hands, and snatched the dagger from the child's hand. His figure retreated, and he left the seat. "Go to hell." The child was like a demon, still chasing after Lin Ling. "Go to hell." At the same time, the couple rushed out of the house, holding kitchen knives, and pounced on Lin Ling. After they rushed out, they did not care about the child at all. They only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Bang! The door of the small courtyard was also knocked open, and the people he met before rushed in again. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. After the first mutation, he was already used to it. What made him curious was, did he pass through the first heart world, and the second heart world, was it the same? Whoosh! With a step, Lin Ling rushed up the wall. Although his strength was no longer there, his martial arts experience was still there, and his reaction was not bad. After he jumped up the wall, he saw that outside the wall, the villagers were crazily rushing over with weapons in their hands. It was as if they were possessed by demons as they rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling jumped down from the wall and walked forward. When he reached the main road again, he was also blocked. "It's starting." Lin Ling's expression was calm. The dagger in his hand stabbed out diagonally, and the head of old Granny Rice, who was closest to him, flew off. Swoosh! Under the setting sun, the killing began. One figure after another fell to the ground as thick blood dyed the earth red. In the end, only Lin Ling was left standing. He held the dagger in his hand. The edge of the dagger had been bent from the killing and was constantly dripping with blood. Lin Ling calmly looked at the corpses around him and took a step forward. With this step, it was as if he had walked through an eternity of time. When he reappeared, it was the scene of the setting sun, paddy fields, dragonflies, and a small village in the distance. "It's here again." At this moment, Lin Ling's expression could not help but change. He closed his eyes slightly, trying to sense the different scenery from before. However, he did not gain anything. It was as if it was Lin Ling's first time here. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength was still suppressed. All of his power had disappeared. Shaking his head, Lin Ling walked towards the village. Sure enough, the enthusiastic voices sounded again. The villagers were full of goodwill towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling returned to the child's courtyard again. In the blink of an eye, the killing came. Lin Ling chose to jump over the wall again and down the main road. He slaughtered all the villagers until the blood flowed like a river. He stood quietly on the main road and investigated everything that was different from before. Unfortunately, he gained nothing. In the end, he took a step forward. What followed was as he had guessed. It was still the village from before. This was the fourth time. If an ordinary person encountered such a scene, even if they did not go crazy, they would start to doubt themselves, because it was as if they had entered a dead end. There was no way out, and they would be lost here forever. If he wanted to solve this, he had to find the difference from before. However, Lin Ling had been paying attention. However, he did not find the difference. Even if there was, it was only a small change, unless he did not enter the village and walked further away. However, he had a feeling that if he did not enter the village, he might be able to explore the entire world, but he would be lost here forever. Therefore, he was sure that the village was the only way. Not long after he entered the village, the killing began again. Lin Ling was decisive and killed everything. After he took a step forward, he entered the world of the village for the fifth time. Crazy, crazy. If it was any other god, they would definitely go crazy. However, Lin Ling seemed to be used to it. He entered the village again and greeted the villagers politely. He only killed them all when they revealed their killing intent. Then, the 6th time, Lin Ling did not change. Finally, the 7th time, however, when he came for the 7th time, Lin Ling still appeared in the rice field. However, there was a figure in front of him. It was an old man in cotton clothes. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled politely. Your Excellency, you have already walked through the world of the heart 7 times. You are also the first person to walk through the world of the heart 7 times. If you want to leave, follow me. The old man walked forward slowly with his back hunched. Lin Ling's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Thank you." He followed the old man forward. What surprised Lin Ling was that the old man's so-called leaving was actually still walking towards the village. Go to hell. However, this time, the scene changed, when Lin Ling entered the village. The old man suddenly attacked and slaughtered Lin Ling. The villagers also all rushed over. Most importantly, the old man was very strong and was one of the best among martial artists. He was agile and a black knife appeared in his hand. He actually slashed Lin Ling's chest. A piercing pain was felt as fresh blood flowed out of his body. Pain, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. How many years had it been since he felt pain, let alone being injured by such an ordinary weapon? Go to hell. At this time, a few children hugged Lin Ling's legs and did not let Lin Ling dodge. The old man's face was ferocious as he pounced on Lin Ling again. The black knife suddenly stabbed into Lin Ling's chest. This time, more blood spewed out. Lin Ling's face also became incomparably pale. His strength had disappeared, making him as weak as a mortal. However, his combat experience was still there. He suddenly grabbed the black knife in his chest and pulled it out. Then, he swept it towards the old man's neck. Gulyalu. As the sun set, blood flowed like a river. After a long time, the ground was full of corpses lying at the entrance of the village. Lin Ling held his chest and calmly looked at everything in front of him. Then, he took a step forward. The scene changed again, but what shocked Lin Ling was that he was still in the rice field, and in front of him was still the old man. The old man smiled and said to Lin Ling, "Sir, you've already walked through the realm 8 times. You're the first person to walk through the realm 8 times. If you want to leave, follow me." The old man was very kind, as if he was guiding the way, but Lin Ling knew that it wouldn't be long before the old man was going to do something to him. However, Lin Ling still followed the old man and walked towards the village, because he also heard that the old man said that it was different from before. It was no longer the 7th time, but the 8th time. In fact, everything was just as Lin Ling guessed. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the village, the old man suddenly attacked Lin Ling, and the surrounding villagers also rushed over crazily, and this time, it was even more dangerous than the last time, because Lin Ling couldn't take the old man's black saber anymore. But fortunately, the surrounding villagers all wanted to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling took the dagger from a child's hand. And finally died together with the old man, slaughtering all the villagers. Blood dyed the ground red, and the smell of blood enveloped Lin Ling's body. The setting sun shone on Lin Ling's body, and the bloody light and sunset light enveloped him, emitting a faint light. Lin Ling was seriously injured, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he calmly looked into the distance, and there was no murderous aura in his eyes. It was as if he had killed all the villagers in several worlds, and all of this had nothing to do with him. Finally, he took a step forward, but after this step, the dead old man suddenly climbed up and smiled at Lin Ling. "Sir, you're really strange. Is this the 8th level of the realm?" When he saw the old man, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever, as if he already knew that the old man would appear, and the old man stared fixedly at Lin Ling, shocked by Lin Ling's calmness. He nodded. "That's right, this is indeed the 8th level's heart world. But what puzzles me is that you've already been to the village 5 times. Why are you still heading in that direction? Aren't you afraid that this is a dead-end world with no end?" Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. "Because I can feel that every time I enter the village, there are small changes. In fact, it's a different world. Is it because of this that you chose to follow the old path and enter the villages without any intention of exploring the entire world?" The old man frowned. "That's right, I trust my intuition." Lin Ling nodded. "You're really a strange person." The old man narrowed his eyes. as if he was shocked by Lin Ling's choice. He continued, also, you entered the village 6 times in a row. The villagers wanted to kill you, but why didn't you strike first? Also, on the 7th time, I ambushed you. Why didn't you kill me when you saw me for the 8th time? Instead, you were ambushed by me and then killed me. Hearing this, Lin Ling said calmly, Your Excellency, this spirit heart world is ever-changing. You must have sensed the killing in me, so you used the spirit heart illusion of killing to affect me. Because you want to provoke me to kill and kill the entire spirit heart world. Unfortunately, I've already killed people with principles. I won't kill those who don't want to kill me. The old man's body trembled and he frowned. Because of this, even if you knew that the villagers wanted to kill you, you didn't kill them at first. Instead, you waited for them to strike first? He stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. This was indeed an extremely strange person. That's right. Perhaps, this is my principle of killing. Lin Ling nodded. I guess it's because of this principle that I've walked through 8 heart worlds. You guys have miscalculated. Indeed, we miscalculated. We thought that you were a person who killed. As long as you aroused your killing intent, it would be uncontrollable. But you pervert, you clearly knew that the villagers wanted to kill you, but you didn't kill them. You clearly knew that I wanted to harm you, but you didn't attack. You've walked through 8 heart worlds. Why is it like this? It's too strange. The old man kept shaking his head, as if his scheme against Lin Ling had completely failed. There's no reason. Because compared to killing, I know better than anyone. Lin Ling said matter-of-factly. You're a pervert, a pervert, a pervert. The old man's eyes were red as if he had gone mad. If you didn't maintain your principles, you would definitely be lost in the heart world and kill for eternity. Now, can I leave? Lin Ling ignored him and asked indifferently. Bullsh*T, although you've walked through 8 heart worlds, you want to leave? Dream on. The old man shouted angrily and roared again and again. His legs were rooted to the ground like tree roots, and his skin also turned rough like tree bark. A terrifying aura filled the air, choosing to devour people. Everything around him disappeared and turned into darkness. In this darkness, only the Treant Elder was floating there, and he was getting bigger and bigger. Looking at Lin Ling again, he seemed to be shrinking, like an ant. In fact, it was not that Lin Ling had shrunk, but that the Treant Elder had become too big. You're going to die, you're going to die, you're going to die. Roars and shouts could be heard. The old man was going to harm Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling's strength was no longer there. With the martial arts of mortals, how could he be a match for him? Sigh, I've already walked through 8 heart worlds. Are you going back on your word? Raising his head to stare at the huge Treant Elder, Lin Ling suddenly sighed. Shameless boasting, I'm a dignified 8-treasure acacia tree that specializes in devouring divine bones and divine blood. How can I be threatened by a mere god like you? Go to hell, ha ha ha, you should regret coming here. The Treant Elder laughed loudly. Countless branches intertwined and extended towards Lin Ling. Sigh, a soft sigh suddenly came from Lin Ling. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling was drowned. Idiot, idiot. The Treant Elder laughed arrogantly. Although Lin Ling had walked through the heart worlds, he did not admit it. What could Lin Ling do to him? Whoosh. However, at this moment, a sword slashed over. Boom. The world that was sealed by countless huge branches was actually cut open by a sword. A man as small as an ant, holding a large sword diagonally, walked out step by step. On his body, endless life force actually appeared. However, if one carefully sensed it, this life force carried a terrifying killing intent. This was the eternal killing world. This power actually comes from the village because it's the purest form of slaughter. Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward step by step. The sword in his hand was the tyrannical song sword. I forgot to tell you why the slaughter in your village doesn't affect me. It's because I've already killed too many people. I'm tired of killing, so killing can't affect me at all. I know better than you about killing. Originally, my power had indeed been sealed by you. Unfortunately, the slaughter has awakened this sword. Lin Ling came to the side of the old tree man and pointed his sword at the old man. Now, are you going to surrender yourself? Or are you going to wait for me to chop you up and burn you as firewood? A soft voice drifted out, but in the old man's ears, it was like an order of death. Surrender, surrender. The old man began to shrink and transform into the ordinary villager from before. His heart was trembling, and he was incomparably regretful. If he had not turned the Xianxia world into 8 slaughter worlds, perhaps this man might not have been able to successfully walk out. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. The slaughter that the other party controlled surpassed his by tens of thousands of times. He actually used the slaughter illusion on this man. He had smashed his own foot with a rock. Open this place. Lin Ling withdrew the tyrannical song sword and said with a smile. The old man smiled bitterly and waved his right hand. Endless darkness was opened, and the outside world was a fog barrier. Lin Ling took a step out and found himself standing beside the 8-treasure Xianxia tree. However, at this moment, the tree had already returned to its former appearance. I want your tree body only to let you cultivate for me. If I break through in the future, I'll return your freedom. Of course, you have the right to refuse. Lin Ling looked at the 8-treasure Xianxia tree and said. Refuse? An old voice drifted out, and the branches rustled. He said helplessly, if I refuse, I'm afraid you'll cut me with your sword. I agree. The 8-treasure Xianxia tree knew very well that Lin Ling's so-called right to refuse was to fool him. At least you know your place. Lin Ling waved his right hand and kept the 8-treasure acacia tree. Then, he moved forward. During this process, he realized that his soul power had increased tremendously. It had reached 300,000 steps. This was a huge improvement. Moreover, when he was in the 8-treasures world, Lin Ling didn't feel the slightest increase in his soul force. But when he came out, he felt his soul force grow like a bamboo shoot. This was probably a change brought about by walking through the 8-treasures heart world. Not bad. Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. His soul force had risen sharply, and the might of his step of wisdom's 3 extreme universe cleave had greatly increased, but now, he was confident that he could kill any early-stage high god with extreme ease. After all, Lin Ling had accumulated too many trump cards: Panga's attack, Universe 3 Extremes Break, Eternal Killing World. These 3 divine abilities were all ancient divine abilities of the same level, originating from the most ancient era. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling continued to move forward, wondering if there were any dangers ahead. However, Lin Ling was obviously overthinking. As he continued to move forward, the path ahead gradually disappeared, and a ray of light quietly shone down. He had walked out of the fog, a fierce gust of wind blew. The surrounding air was like a bomb, sticking to one's skin as if it would explode at any time. What a fierce spiritual energy! Lin Ling was slightly shocked. This place gave him an incomparably domineering feeling, as if it was a crazy world. Looking up, a huge white divine pagoda hung in the distance. The divine pagoda emitted a 7-colored light that illuminated the entire land. Orthodoxy. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Was that the core of the entire Tao realm? It was said that not only did the Tao pagoda have countless treasures as rewards, but if one reached the peak, one could obtain the entire Tao realm. This was a tempting treasure. The Tao realm was comparable to Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe, but it was more stable, second only to the Chaos realm. Moreover, compared to the Chaos realm, there were more treasures in the Tao realm. All the gods are rushing to the Tao pagoda. The Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, and the others are all here. I wonder where they are now. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and then he took out the communication jade talisman. This time, he could completely communicate with Yu and the others. Brother Ling, you're here. That's great. Yu, where are you? Heavenly Rain Cliff, Brother Ling, come quickly. We've just encountered some trouble here. After some conversation, Lin Ling learned the location of Yu and the others, and then he flew in that direction. He knew that Yu and the others rarely asked for his help. If they asked, they must have encountered some trouble. However, from the tone of Yu and the others, although the matter was urgent, it was not very dangerous. Smiling, Lin Ling stepped on the ground and then flew into the sky. His speed was so fast that it was as if he was piercing through the void. A few breaths after he left, the mountain he was on exploded, and the ground cracked as if it had been slammed down by someone's palm, stretching for thousands of kilometers. Rumble. When Lin Ling flew into the sky, the terrifying 7-colored thunder smashed onto Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's body trembled, and his speed was reduced by a bit. He looked up at the sky and suddenly found that this was primordial thunder, which was formed by primordial chi. I'm no longer the same as when I first came to the Tao realm. If you don't let me fly, then try to stop me. Lin Ling sneered. Not only did he not land on the ground, but he also continued to fly forward. Rumble, endless primordial thunder fell on Lin Ling's body as if it was going to shatter him. However, Lin Ling's body was so strong that even if he was injured, he would recover in an instant. This guy's strength is so terrifying. He's probably a mid-stage high god. Only mid-stage mid-gods dare to fly so high. However, even mid-stage high gods don't want to fly casually because flying so high will cause unforeseen events and create danger. I think this god must have just come to the Tao Tower or just broken through, so he wants to test his strength. He thinks that man can conquer nature. In the Tao Tower, countless divine mountains sat on the ground, and gods from various eras stared at the sky with solemn expressions. However, although they were surprised, they were also used to it. That was because the Tao Tower had gathered too many powerful gods. Then, they began to cultivate again, intending to obtain more Tao realm fragments. Tao realm fragments, whether it was the Tao Tower or the Tao realm, were very suitable for use. Even if they wanted to enter the White Tao Tower in the sky, they would need a lot of Tao realm fragments. At this moment, a large number of gods were fighting at the Heavenly Rain Cliff, trying to break through the highest cliff. The intensity of this battle was not inferior to the battle of the Tao realm in the fog barrier. It was even more intense. Hurry up. The Yellow Emperor and the others have already received the news. They've probably sent experts over. Another voice sounded from the ground. Following that, a large number of gods weaved in and out, either teleporting or gliding. They were all rushing toward a divine mountain in the distance. That divine mountain was resplendent like a treasure mountain. It was the Heavenly Rain Cliff. This place was known as the Cultivation Cave of an ancient god. After the calamity of the world's will, this place was destroyed and later absorbed into the Tao realm. Legend had it that there were countless treasures here, and many of them had turned into fragments of the Tao realm. It was highly sought after by countless gods. At this moment, at the top of the Heavenly Rain Cliff, a majestic palace sat there. This palace was built later and was formed by the accumulation of countless powerful barriers. Moreover, this palace was also the core of the 17 divine cliffs. It controlled the 17 divine cliffs below the Heavenly Rain Cliff and could explode with powerful attacks to repel enemies. The power of these barriers was the power of the realm. They were connected to a certain void in the Tao realm and absorbed the power of the shattered realms in the void. Of course, these realms were not fully formed or had just formed. Realms that had truly stabilized would already have countless humans gathered there. Normally, it would be very difficult to move them over. These attacks were also known as the realm-moving technique. Lord Tang, the enemy has broken through the 6 divine cliffs and is getting closer and closer to us. At the bottom of the cliff, a man with his hands behind his back looked coldly ahead. Behind him, a god cupped his hands and reported. They're moving very fast. The man's expression was solemn. He had been ordered by the Yellow Emperor to guard the Heavenly Rain Cliff and transport the treasures there. It was precisely because there were too many treasures here that it attracted the attention of some people. In fact, the treasures had been discovered many years ago. However, at that time, the Yellow Emperor had not come to the Tao Tower, so not many people knew about it. Now that the 5 emperors had entered, some of the places with endless treasures had been snatched away. Who's the leader of the enemy? The man called Lord Tang asked. He was an ordinary god from the Age of Gods. His name was King Tang. After reincarnating, his strength had increased rapidly, so his fame had risen. Dong Wang Gong. The god behind him said. It's him. Emperor Tang's pupils trembled fiercely. One of the island masters of the 9 islands and 10 continents. The so-called 9 islands and 10 continents were incomparably famous existences in the era of the gods. Although the 9 islands and 10 continents were not large in size, there were many capable people. In the past, they even dared to oppose the Heavenly Court. In the era of the gods, the Heavenly Court was unable to break through the 9 islands and 10 continents for a long time. In the end, the 9 islands and 10 continents surrendered. It had just ended. However, even though the 9 islands and 10 continents had surrendered, King Tang knew that it was merely the 9 islands and 10 continents giving the Heavenly Court a way out. Although after reincarnation, the people of the 9 islands and 10 continents might not be as strong as they were in the past, but no matter what, they were once a colossus. Who else is in the tomb? King Tang asked again. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Dhritarashtra and Virupaksha. The god behind him said again. Another 2 ferocious characters from the age of the gods. King Tang's eyes narrowed. Lord Tang, after these 2 gods reincarnated, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. It is said that they are even more powerful than many of the giant gods of ancient times, the god behind him said. How is the Yellow Emperor? When will he send reinforcements? King Tang felt that the situation was getting worse. They would not be able to hold on for long. It will probably take a day, but Lord Xianxia said that the leader of the Leigong Hall, Lin Ling, has arrived. Venerable Mo Fu also said that the 1000 Buddha Hall will send reinforcements. The 9 Emperors sect also said that they will send an emperor of the Great Wilderness. It's still too little. These reinforcements will not be of much help. It really depends on the Yellow Emperor. It would be best if he could send a late-stage high god expert. King Tang sighed. Most of the late-stage high gods are now in the Tao Pagoda. Of course I know that. If we can't get a late-stage high god expert, then we can only hope that more mid-stage high gods will come. After all, Tung Wang Kung is a late-stage high god expert. He alone is not someone we can stop. While the 2 were talking, the distant sky rumbled and a great battle broke out. Another divine cliff was destroyed. At this moment, all the gods in the palace had grave expressions. They knew that if all the divine cliffs were destroyed, they would die without a doubt. Now that the Yellow Emperor and Emperor Yao had fallen out, they would not be merciful if they fought to the end. Lord Yu, is Lord Lin Ling really coming? In a corner of the palace, Xianxia looked at Yu and the others and asked. The heavenly rain cliff had gathered the gods and forces of many eras. The Leigong Hall was one of them. Yes, he said he was coming. Yu and Anuer laughed. In the past 300 years, their strength had greatly increased and they had all reached late-stage mid-god realm, even Xianxia was the same. Lin Ling is coming. That's great. One of the old men laughed. He was Lei Gong, next to Lei Gong was Longyang. When she heard the crowd talking about Lin Ling, her heart skipped a beat. It had been more than 300 years. Lin Ling had disappeared for more than 300 years. Longyang had trained hard with the Yellow Emperor and learned to control the power of the will of the world. Now, her strength had greatly increased. However, she did not have much hope in defeating Lin Ling in the end. Of course, her strength had greatly increased. She estimated that the gap between her and Lin Ling was not that big. Lin Ling? You're Leigong Lin Ling? Who is he? Not far away, a god from the 9 Emperors sect looked over curiously and asked, what is his strength? I'm not too sure. I only know that he was a late-stage mid-god 300 years ago. Xianxia replied. Hearing this, the god from the 9 Emperors sect was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, it's good that he's here to help. More people means more help. When they heard that it was the leader of Leigong's palace, they thought that it was a powerful god who had come to help. However, when they heard that it was only a mid-stage mid-god, they did not have much hope. Although this late-stage mid-god was not weak, it was a pity that the other party had sent a large number of mid-stage and late-stage high gods. Therefore, a mid-stage mid-god would not be able to change the outcome. Seeing their expressions, Xianxia and the rest did not say anything. They knew why the other party was disappointed. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and earth shook again. Then, someone shouted, the 10 divine cliffs have been destroyed. Lord Tang has ordered everyone to prepare for a fight to the death. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire palace fell silent. All the gods looked solemn. They knew that a fight to the death was coming. When they arrived at the outside world, they looked into the distance and saw that the heavens and earth seemed to have collapsed. Endless thunderstorms and divine flames exploded in the distant sky. Then, with a boom, the space shattered. Another divine cliff was turned into fragments under the powerful force. Rumble. There were less than 6 divine cliffs left. At this moment, they were madly gathering energy and shooting out a boundary like a divine cannon. Rumble. In the face of such gushing energy, the enemies in the distance did not dare to face it head-on. They dodged the attack. after the chariot shot out the boundary, there was a period of blank space. Therefore, it was also ruthlessly destroyed by the enemies. There are only 5 divine cliffs left. A god said solemnly. He knew that after all the divine cliffs were destroyed, it would be their turn to fight. At this moment, in the distant celestial army, an old man was sitting on a rolling river. He controlled the river and rushed forward. He held a command flag and waved it lightly. With this wave, the river turned into a deity and charged forward. Dong Wang Kung, the heavenly rain cliff is about to be breached. When the time comes, force King Tang to fight to the death. A god's voice came from below the river. The old man sneered and nodded. King Tang has countless experts, but they are not as strong as us. Therefore, before the Yellow Emperor's reinforcements arrive, we must slaughter them and take the heavenly rain cliff. Then, we will set up a boundary formation to resist the enemy. Yes, Dong Wang Kung. Many gods nodded and replied. The old man looked down and said to a burly man, Heavenly King Guangmu, I heard that you were evenly matched with a god from the heavenly rain cliff. Is that person very powerful? His realm is ordinary, but the treasure in his hand is not weak. It can injure mid-stage high gods. I was ambushed by him that day and was unable to react in time. That's why I was slightly injured. The burly god smiled and said, his name is Xianxia, a member of the Eastern Emperor clan. He has the Eastern Emperor bell. Eastern Emperor bell? The old man's eyes flickered. He was a little excited. Such a great treasure was obtained by a minor god. What a waste. Oh, right, what is his strength? Who is his backer? He's just a mid-level deity. He's not worth mentioning. I heard that he's from the Thunder God Palace. Oh right, I heard that the Thunder God Palace is Emperor Yao's enemy. Their leader was killed by him. Heavenly King Guangmu said disdainfully. It seems like Emperor Yao has his eyes on the Eastern Emperor bell. Well, no one would miss such a treasure. Let's kill them all and see if there are any other treasures. The old man waved the flag and the river below him surged forward. Rumble, another divine cliff was broken, and it was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. As the divine cliff continued to fall, the heavenly rain cliff no longer had any defenses left. Deities, heed my command. Prepare to fight to the death. In front of the palace on heavenly rain cliff, King Tang's face was solemn. Finally, he waved his hand. Rumble, boundless light erupted from the entire divine cliff as all the gods made their moves. They also knew that they belonged to different camps. Even if there was no deep enmity between them, due to their different standpoints, they would still die if their enemies did not die. King Tang. On the river far away, the old man sneered and made his move as well. The two sides clashed madly. The aura that erupted was even more terrifying than the battle at the Dao realm miasma. This was because the gods on both sides were much stronger than the ones on the other side of the miasma. However, King Tang's side was passively defending, while Dong Wang Kung's side was actively attacking. He had long figured out the strength of King Tang's side. Therefore, the battle became one-sided not long after it began. On Dong Wang Kung's side, the majority of the gods were early-stage high gods. There were even more mid-stage high gods. Moreover, Dong Wang Kung was a late-stage high god. On King Tang's side, the strongest one was a mid-stage high god. The rest of the high gods were mostly early-stage high gods. There were not many mid-stage high gods. It seems like the Yellow Emperor is going to lose this battle. Yeah, there are countless treasures in the heavenly rain cliff. Emperor Yao came prepared this time. Serves him right. Although the Yellow Emperor took the heavenly rain cliff for himself, he should be prepared to be devoured by others. Don't laugh too happily. Even if Emperor Yao took the heavenly rain cliff, the treasures here have nothing to do with us. A large number of gods were watching the battle from afar. They would discuss from time to time. At this moment, in the east, a figure descended from the sky and calmly looked at the fierce battle in the distance. It's really a battle between gods. There are even late-stage high gods. The rest of the gods are mostly high gods. On the Yellow Emperor's side, there should be gods from the heavenly rain cliff. There are also many mid-stage high gods. Yu and the rest are over there. The person who came was none other than Lin Ling. He looked at the entire battlefield and his gaze finally fell on Yu and the rest. Then, he was delighted and flew towards them. Let's fight. After Lin Ling's appearance, the Yellow Emperor's reinforcements finally arrived. They were the Buddha gods of the Thousand Buddha Hall. After their appearance, the situation changed for a moment. Unfortunately, Dong Wangkung's side had been prepared for a long time. Under their joint efforts, one of the strongest gods of the Thousand Buddha Hall was killed, causing their momentum to weaken again. At the same time, the Emperor of the Great Wilderness from the Nine Emperors sect also arrived. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw that the gods of the Thousand Buddha Hall were killed. His face was solemn and he did not dare to show off. Instead, he chose to face the enemy together with Emperor Tang. Although the arrival of these reinforcements had helped King Tang and the others hold off the enemy for a while, it was obvious that this was just a temporary measure. If the gods of the Yellow Emperor's side did not come, the heavenly rain cliff would fall sooner or later. Bang! From the southeast corner, Lin Ling shot into the battlefield. Grey robes appeared, and 200 million points of strength erupted. One punch, one kill. None of the early-stage high gods could withstand a single punch from him. After the birth of the 8 Dantians, Lin Ling's strength had reached a terrifying level. Lin Ling killed his way to Yu Yu and the rest. When Lin Ling appeared, everyone was shocked, thinking that some powerful enemy had arrived, but when they saw that it was Lin Ling, they were all overjoyed. Lord Lin Ling! Xianxia was the first to shout, extremely excited. Yu Yu and the rest hurriedly rushed to Lin Ling, their eyes moist. 350 years, Lin Ling had disappeared for a total of 350 years. It was hard to imagine where he had gone all this time. Moreover, they did not expect that after Lin Ling came out of seclusion, he would hear the news and come here. Is everyone all right? Looking at everyone, Lin Ling was a little excited. We're fine. Everyone laughed excitedly. One had to be at least a mid-stage high god in order to pressure her. It was impossible for a mid-stage high god to do so. After all, even if a mid-stage high god could increase their divine energy, it would only be an increase of a few million. A high god, on the other hand, could increase their divine energy by tens of millions. They were not on the same level, therefore, she was curious as to what trump card Lin Ling, a mid-stage high god, was relying on to increase his strength so rapidly. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling. Among the crowd, Lei Gong also looked at Lin Ling excitedly, as if he was looking at a comrade. Unlike Longyang, he already knew Lin Ling's identity. Lin Ling was the host of the 8th will of the world. Lin Ling was also a person like him. Lei Gong. After Lin Ling exchanged a few words with Yu Yu and the others, he looked at Lei Gong. While they were talking, the gods at the side smiled. They could see that this man was the leader of Lei Gong's great hall. Now that the leader was here, he could more or less be of help. However, what surprised them was that the leader of Lei Gong's great hall was only a mid-stage high god. He could not be compared to people like Lei Gong and Xianxia. Of course, that was just that. They would not underestimate Lin Ling. After all, being the leader of Lei Gong's great hall was proof enough. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? Thank you for coming to help. Now that a great enemy is in front of us, I hope you can help us block the enemy. Please. An old man said apologetically, interrupting Lin Ling and the others' conversation. Lin Ling looked into the distance. The battlefield was very clear. Emperor Tang was fighting against Dong Wangkung. The strongest god under Emperor Tang's tomb was fighting against Dong Wangkung's god. This was a battle between mid-stage high gods. Of course, no matter how one looked at it, Emperor Tang's side was at a disadvantage. Defeat was only a matter of time. You guys protect yourselves. I'll go help the leader. Lin Ling knew very well that if they were defeated, everyone would die, so he had to help King Tang, and the battle that would decide the outcome of the battle would be the top battle on Emperor Tang's side. After Lin Ling said this, he disappeared from where he stood. Everyone in Lei Gong's hall was stunned. Lin Ling was going over there to help. The gods in the surroundings were also stunned. They were just about to warn the people in Lei Gong's hall when a rumbling sound came from the front. Boom! A god from Tung Wangkung was blown apart by a single punch from Lin Ling. Divine blood and bones spilled all over the ground. This. The surrounding gods were stupefied. They said in disbelief, "That's an early-stage high god." Of course they were shocked. This was because Lin Ling was merely a god. Moreover, it was not impossible for an intermediate deity to defeat an early-stage higher deity. After all, the gods of several eras had gathered. However, it was abnormal that he could destroy it with a single punch. That was because it was too easy. Boom, Lin Ling punched again. A gray robe appeared, and he looked very casual. A god was escorted away by a Dao realm expert. Before he left, he stared at Lin Ling as though he could not believe his eyes. Heavenly Rain Cliff, where did such a ferocious man come from? He had clearly died in a daze. Boom. Boom, boom. Like a sharp knife, Lin Ling ruthlessly tore through the encirclement. He charged straight into the strongest battle circle. It was as though he had fought his way into the Age of Gods, or even the Age of Gods. At first, no one noticed him. But gradually, more and more people noticed Lin Ling's ferocity. What terrifying strength! Could he be the Yellow Emperor's reinforcements? He's too strong. One punch, one kill. Heavens, those are high gods. How can he kill them so easily? A large number of gods exclaimed in surprise. Even the gods on Emperor Tang's side had noticed it. They were all excited. However, the gods on Teng Wang-Kung's side did not notice it. At this time, Lin Ling had finally reached the mid-stage high god circle. Mid-stage high god, this could be considered as the first time Lin Ling fought with his own strength. The divine energy and divine steps of these gods were incomparably powerful. Lin Ling had to unleash his most powerful trump card. Clearly, he knew that by fusing with his innate talent, he could only fight early-stage high gods. However, before the birth of the 8th Dantian, he could already fight early-stage high gods. Now that the 8th Dantian was born, although his cultivation realm did not rise, his divine energy and innate talent had doubled. Most importantly, he had the eternal massacre world. Sword, come. Lin Ling did not intend to drag the fight out. He knew that mid-stage high gods were very powerful. If he gave them a chance, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he had to be the strongest. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Boundless vitality appeared. However, this was the vitality that was born from killing to the extreme. In fact, this was a sword of slaughter. Whoosh, Lin Ling slashed out. The sword radiance was mixed with the terrifying energy of the world of slaughter. It mercilessly slashed through the head of a mid-stage high god. There was no obstruction. It was as though he had slashed through tofu. Everything was too easy. No amount of divine energy could stop this sword, unless he used the divine steps. However, the mid-stage high god did not expect that a mid-stage high god would come to this battlefield and kill him. However, the battle continued and no one noticed Lin Ling. Whoosh, another merciless radiance appeared. A high god was escorted away by a Dao realm expert. He finally shouted, "Be careful, there is an expert here." With this shout, a large number of gods finally fixed their eyes on Lin Ling. Whether it was on Emperor Tang's side or Teng Wang-Kung's side, all of them were staring at Lin Ling in horror. Whoosh, unfortunately, Lin Ling did not pay attention to them. The sword of slaughter floated up, ready to take a life. Bastard! Finally, a burly god on Teng Wang-Kung's side shouted. It was Dhritarashtra. Who is this person? Why is he so strong? That sword looks ordinary, but why is it so sharp? Dhritarashtra's brows were tightly knitted. His anger was boiling. I'll fight him. Dhritarashtra roared and charged towards Lin Ling. He could not tell what Lin Ling was capable of, but he could not tolerate Lin Ling killing his gods. Moreover, he reckoned that the sword in Lin Ling's hand was not an ordinary treasure. He wanted to take it for himself. He came out with the snake and shouted, "I am Dhritarashtra of the West. Junior, fight me." Endless divine radiance shot at Lin Ling like needles. Lin Ling raised his head abruptly and sneered. Only an idiot would fight you. He ignored them and continued to slaughter mid-stage high gods with the Kwafu Sunchasur boots on his feet. Whoosh, another mid-stage high god was killed with a single strike. Most importantly, this mid-stage high god had resisted with all his might and used the divine steps. However, he still could not block Lin Ling's sword. Fortunately, he had the protection of a Dao realm expert and could leave safely. Therefore, he shouted, "This person's sword is very strange. Everyone, be careful." The gods on Emperor Tang's side were also shocked to the point that their pupils were trembling. They were curious as to who this human-faced god was. Boom. At this moment, Heavenly King Verpka arrived with the snake in his hand. The snake was extremely strange and could transform into a spear. It shot towards Lin Ling. and under the snake's spear, the void seemed to have turned into a black hole. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword collided with Heavenly King Verpka's attack. This made Lin Ling feel a powerful force coming back at him. What kind of power is this sword of yours hiding? Boom. Heavenly King Verpka was indeed one of the 4 heavenly kings. With one clash, he knew that Lin Ling's divinity wasn't at a level where it could cause one's scalp to go numb. What was terrifying was that sword. This sword looked ordinary, but it was mixed with a murderous force that had existed for tens of thousands of years, and because of this sword, Heavenly King Verpka's divinity was completely blocked. This shocked Heavenly King Verpka. He didn't understand what kind of sword it was, and why it was so powerful. Moreover, how could such a sword be controlled by an intermediate celestial? One had to know that the more powerful a divine weapon was, the harder it was to control it. For example, Shengyi's Donghuang Bell could only be controlled by his bloodline. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to control it at all, and this person in front of him was too strange. Could it be that his bloodline was different from others? Heavenly King Verpka didn't know that in order to control a powerful divine weapon, other than corresponding strength and bloodline, there was another way, and that was to refine it with endless effort. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was something he had owned since he was young. It had followed him for many years and killed countless strong enemies. Therefore, it was naturally easy for Lin Ling to control it. Moreover, the tyrannical song sword had now become Lin Ling's 8th dantian. You're not weak, but if you want to kill me, you're still a little weak. Boom. At this moment, Lin Ling sneered. The Eternal Massacre World was an ancient ability like Pangu's Strike and Universe's 3 Extremes Break. It was even more powerful than Pangu's Strike because it could last longer. As for Pangu's Strike and Universe's 3 Extremes Destruction, most of them could only be used once before ending. He retreated abruptly, charged in front of a high-level deity, and slashed out with his sword again. An incomparably terrifying massacre of the ages erupted. That high god no longer had the protection of a Dao realm expert, and he was completely killed by Lin Ling. Now, the number of high gods who had died in Lin Ling's hands was not small. This made the balance begin to tilt. At least, King Tang was in great danger. Kill him, Heavenly King Guangmu. In the distance, Tung Wangkung glared at Lin Ling and bellowed. If it weren't for the fact that he had to fight against King Tang, he would have personally killed a strange variable like Lin Ling. Brat, you're dead. Heavenly King Verpka was only shocked by Lin Ling's sword, but that didn't mean that Heavenly King Verpka's strength was only that. His body suddenly became huge, and the giant snake in his hand turned into a cosmic snake, ancient and majestic. With a light wave, this ancient snake swept out a terrifying gust of wind, sending all the gods around flying backward. Let's see how you block this. Shocking killing intent erupted from Heavenly King Guangmu. The ancient snake sealed the surrounding area, making it impossible for Lin Ling to escape. Die! Heavenly King Guangmu bellowed. What was terrifying was that countless ancient snakes shot out from the incomparably huge ancient snake, biting at Lin Ling from all directions. This also made Lin Ling's eyes flash. He sensed a powerful divine power enveloping him, wanting to crush him into powder. However, the most terrifying thing was a strange power that made him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. It was the steps of the gods. Moreover, this steps of the gods had probably reached the immemorial level, the 5th level of the steps of the gods. The combination of sealing and attacking types. Lin Ling thought to himself. Even with the Kwafu Sunchasur boots, he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, let alone the other gods. This was because his speed was sealed. Moreover, after the seal, countless ancient snakes were attacking him. A steps of the gods that combined both attacking and sealing was rare. This made Lin Ling instantly realize that he had to end the battle quickly. After all, in terms of strength, he was no match for Heavenly King Guangmu. This brat actually made Heavenly King Guangmu use his Buddha protection technique. He's dying a worthy death. In the distance, Dong Wangkung was secretly shocked by Heavenly King Guangmu's methods. Then, he sneered. He, Dong Wangkung, had his eyes on the sword in the brat's hand. Looking at Emperor Tang, he was still shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but seeing Lin Ling in danger, he was also worried. Pangu's strike, splitting the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Holding the sword in his right hand, he slashed out with his left hand. now that the 8th Dantian was born, Lin Ling's physical strength had greatly increased, and so had Pengu's strike. Of course, Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate Heavenly King Guanmu's methods, and secretly prepared splitting the sky. As long as something went wrong, Lin Ling would immediately increase his defensive ability to block Heavenly King Guanmu's attack. Rumble, heaven and earth shook as the palm fell. It was as if the palm was indestructible, and it actually split the surrounding steps of the gods. The feeling of falling into a swamp also disappeared instantly, and Lin Ling could not help but be delighted. When he hacked down, countless ancient snakes were hacked apart. The enormous ancient snakes at the outermost perimeter were in even greater pain. Their bodies were hacked apart, silver blood flowing out from them. Chi chi chi, the gods in the distance all gasped. That brat's move actually broke Heavenly King Guanmu's attack. One had to know that this was not Heavenly King Guanmu's ordinary attack. Moreover, what kind of power did that brat use? It was too heaven-defying. What? At this moment, Heavenly King Guanmu also gasped. This was the first time he had seen a mid-level god break his attack, and even hurt his ancient snake. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? You are not qualified to do so. Lin Ling sneered, but inwardly, he sighed. His split the heavens and break all directions technique hadn't even been able to kill the ancient serpent, much less Heavenly King Verpka. However, this was also an opportunity. If Heavenly King Guanmu reacted and they really fought, Lin Ling would be in endless trouble. Universe 3 Extreme Break. Lin Ling activated another trump card, forming a cosmic ray to seal Heavenly King Guanmu. When this cosmic ray appeared, all the gods nearby felt their souls tremble, and their faces changed drastically. Heavenly King Guanmu was still shocked by Lin Ling's methods. When his soul suddenly trembled, he gradually reacted, and his eyes instantly focused and began to tremble. What kind of power was this? Why did his soul feel fear? Dong Wang Kung, help me! Heavenly King Guanmu subconsciously shouted. He really could not see through Lin Ling's sudden attack, and did not know how to block it. The surging river appeared in the cosmic ray sky, intending to destroy the entire universe. Moreover, within these rivers, there were many immortal-like islands that were faintly discernible. These were the 9 islands and 10 continents. You're overestimating yourself. Lin Ling stared at the purple ring and smirked disdainfully. At first, he thought that the purple ring was extraordinary, but then he realized that it was a ring with the power of divinity. Although the power of divinity was enormous, Lin Ling's 3 extreme universe slashes were soul power, so the power of divinity couldn't break it. Sure enough, the cosmic ray was unaffected by the endless river and the 9 islands and 10 continents. Instead, it swept through like a cage, getting closer and closer to Heavenly King Verpka. In that brief moment, Heavenly King Verpka was struck dumb. He was an ancient god who had fought hundreds of millions of battles, and had assumed that killing a junior would be as easy as flipping his hand. But now, he realized that this junior was using techniques that he had never seen before. Because of that, Heavenly King Verpka couldn't react in time. By the time he reacted, the cosmic ray was already close enough to touch his nose. Swoosh, Heavenly King Verpka didn't even make a sound before he froze. His ancient soul was sealed and cut into pieces, completely dead. Most importantly, he had 3 chances to use the Tao Realm's protection, but he hadn't used any of them. Heavenly King Verpka. Staring at Heavenly King Verpka, Dhritarashtra frowned and shouted. An ominous premonition quietly appeared in his heart, but because it had happened too quickly, so quickly that he found it hard to accept. Unfortunately, no matter how many times he shouted, Heavenly King Verpka didn't respond. He's dead. Only after Tung Wang Kung's reminder did Dhritarashtra completely accept the fact. All of a sudden, countless pairs of eyes stared at Lin Ling. All the gods stopped fighting, their bodies and minds trembling for a moment. A mid-stage high god had died, just like that. Most importantly, this was Heavenly King Verpka. It was too fast, the result was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react at all. They had imagined many possible endings, but none of them had involved Heavenly King Verpka dying in battle. Even if he was injured, even if he was taken away by a Tao Realm expert, in their hearts, he would never die. For a moment, all the deities felt their hair stand on end. No one dared to approach Lin Ling. Strangely enough, with Heavenly King Verpka's death, all battles were over, and everyone was staring at Lin Ling. I thought that this so-called 4 heavenly kings would be very powerful. I didn't expect that he would die before I even made a move. Ignoring all the burning gazes, Lin Ling smiled faintly. In fact, he himself was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after experiencing the heart realm, his soul force would skyrocket, causing the power of the universe's three extreme cleave to become so much stronger, killing a mid-stage high god in one move. This meant that the three extreme universe destruction had been greatly improved. He could probably cultivate the second extreme universe destruction. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the mid-stage high gods in the vicinity were filled with apprehension. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would kill them in an instant. None of them could see through Lin Ling. After all of this was too illogical. Your Excellency, who are you? In fact, even Tung Wangkung felt that all of this was illogical. Therefore, he looked deeply at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling also looked at Tung Wangkung and immediately sensed the rolling pressure. He knew that Tung Wangkung was a late-stage high god expert. Now, although Lin Ling seemed powerful, in fact, he had used up all his trump cards. If Tung Wangkung were to attack him, Lin Ling would have to use one chance of being protected by the Tao state to leave this place. However, Lin Ling also saw that Tung Wangkung was obviously afraid of him and didn't dare to act recklessly. I'm Lei Gong Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Tung Wangkung proudly. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Tung Wangkung searched through the names in his mind. However, among the famous deities of several eras, he couldn't find the name Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling? It's him? However, among the crowd, there was a sudden exclamation of surprise. Several deities pointed at Lin Ling, their expressions constantly changing. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They had all heard of Lei Gong Lin Ling. Back when he was in the Tao state, Lin Ling had offended Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao. This was a big deal at that time. Later, Lin Ling disappeared. Some people said that Lin Ling was dead, while others said that he was secretly captured by Emperor Shun. In the end, people gradually forgot about Lin Ling. Saint Guy is Lei Gong Lin Ling's tomb. Someone said anxiously. Saint Guy. Tung Wangkung's expression changed. He naturally knew about Saint Guy. It was said that he had the bloodline of the Donghuang clan and even had the Donghuang bell with him. However, the lord of such a person, no wonder his strength was so freakish. Lei Gong's Great Hall? Tung Wangkung suddenly thought of a name. He had heard about it before attacking Heavenly Rain Cliff. However, he did not pay much attention to it at that time. In the entire Lei Gong's Great Hall, only Saint Guy was worthy of his attention. However, he now realized that this nameless Lei Gong's Great Hall was really extraordinary. There were many capable people. Lin Ling, you're still alive. A deity stared at Lin Ling with a strange expression. Back then, he was also one of the deities that surrounded Lin Ling, along with the White Tiger God and the others. That's right, I'm still alive. Go back and tell Emperor Yao that I, Lin Ling, have returned. Lin Ling stared at that deity. In fact, he did not know him, but he still smiled and said, perhaps Emperor Yao did not expect that in his territory, he would help his own people and cause a rift between us. Now that I, Lin Ling, have returned, let's see what he can do to me. After hearing this, the deity's expression became even more complicated. Perhaps even Emperor Yao did not expect that Lin Ling would have such a day. At that time, if Emperor Yao had said a few nice words to Lin Ling and given him enough respect, perhaps Lin Ling would have followed Emperor Yao, and Emperor Yao would probably be very happy. After all, being able to kill a mid-stage high god in an instant was not something to be underestimated in any sect. Lei Gong Lin Ling, Emperor Yao's contempt is finally retribution. If not for Lei Gong Lin Ling, we would probably have broken through Heavenly Rain Cliff by now. The other deities said one after another. For a moment, Lin Ling became the focus of the battle at Heavenly Rain Cliff. Because of his appearance, all the battles stopped. This made Yu and the others excited and happy. They did not expect that after 350 years, Lin Ling would return and his strength would soar. My lord. Xingyi's eyes were a little moist. Lin Ling was his lord. If one day he surpassed Xingyi, Xingyi would never be able to catch up to Lin Ling, and this was also the reason why Lin Ling could be the lord above Xingyi. She admitted that she had grown quickly, but she was still no match for Lin Ling. If it were any other god, they might not have made any progress in their cultivation, let alone break through to the next realm. However, if it were Lin Ling, it could only be described as a miracle. Great, Lin Ling's appearance has caused a temporary pause in the battle. As for those from the Nine Emperors sect, they were all shocked. In the beginning, they had thought that the leader of Lei Gong's hall was an ordinary person. In this battle, he was at most the light of a firefly, but now, Lin Ling had single-handedly decided the outcome of the battle. For example, the reinforcements from the Thousand Buddha Hall and the Nine Emperors sect were no match for Lin Ling. King Tang was also shocked. This was the second time he had heard of Lei Gong Lin Ling's name, but he knew that Lei Gong Lin Ling was going to change the outcome of the battle. Now that he saw that everyone was shocked, he could not help but feel happy. Your Excellency, time waits for no one. Suddenly, a god reminded Tung Wangkung. Tung Wangkung's brows were tightly knitted. He had witnessed Lin Ling's strength. He had killed early-stage high gods as easily as chopping vegetables. Even mid-stage high gods couldn't withstand a single strike from Lin Ling, unless they were experts at the level of Heavenly King Verpka. However, Lin Ling still had a trump card, and it was a trump card that could kill in an instant kill, that was terrifying. Let me try. Tung Wangkung knew that if he did not make a move, the other gods would not dare to violate the taboo of death. With a wave of his right hand, the purple ring floated out and formed a river that enveloped Lin Ling. Tung Wangkung was very careful in this process. To be honest, he was also a little afraid of Lin Ling. The main reason was that he could not see through Lin Ling's method of instant killing. Let's try. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He sensed a strong and fast divine energy, so he could not see how much divine energy there was, but now, Lin Ling did not have many choices left. Tung Wangkung? I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Let me test your strength. Lin Ling suddenly let out a loud laugh. Not only did he not use any technique, he even rushed into the sky. Crazy! Everyone's eyes widened. That was because that was the divine energy of a late-stage high god. Lin Ling actually didn't resist? This. Even Tung Wangkung's eyes narrowed. Rumble. The Violet Ring River erupted with a terrifying divine force that suppressed Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to disappear from the rivers of the 9 islands and 10 continents. Pung pung pung. The deafening sound continued to explode, and the entire sky seemed to be collapsing. In reality, the sky was indeed collapsing and scattering down like glass. However, the primordial chi in the sky was protecting it, so it recovered after the collapse. The divine power of a superior god. Countless gods stared at the sky, their hearts trembling. Most likely, no mid-stage high god would be able to withstand such divine energy. Even if 100 high gods joined forces, they would still be obliterated in a single strike. Lei Gong Lin Ling was overconfident. I think he's dead. Someone suddenly said. Ha ha ha. Tung Wangkung, your strength is only so. However, as soon as this person finished speaking, a figure walked out of the river under the Violet Ring River. Although this person was swaying from side to side from the impact of the divine energy, he was not injured at all. Domineering and unruly, it was Lin Ling. The most terrifying thing was that he walked out of the river with his hands behind his back and looked calmly at Tung Wangkung. Rumble. Seeing this scene, the hearts of countless gods in the heavenly rain cliff exploded. Tung Wangkung's eyes also widened. He gritted his teeth and did not speak for a long time. He had not held back previously. He was confident that even a late-stage high god would not dare to easily take his divine energy. Lin Ling was only a mid-stage high god. How could he be unharmed? Moreover, Lin Ling did not resist at all. Was this kid really a mid-stage high god? This kid is really a man. King Tang's face was also pale. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was the leader of the heavenly rain cliff. He knew very well that Lin Ling's actions had greatly damaged Tung Wangkung's side and boosted the morale of the heavenly rain cliff. Moreover, a voice rose in his heart. Could it be that Lei Gong Lin Ling was invincible? Attack, instant kill, defense, invincible. In that case, among the high gods, only the top giant gods could defeat Lin Ling. How did you do it? At this moment, Tung Wangkung finally spoke. Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked calmly at Tung Wangkung. He did not speak. Seeing Lin Ling's unfathomable expression, Tung Wangkung's expression kept changing. He stood in place and did not speak for a long time. Lin Ling was still looking at Tung Wangkung with his hands behind his back, motionless. How did he do it? Previously, he had used Pangu's second attack, the earth-splitting technique. It was the invincible divine energy. However, he still suffered serious injuries. That was because Tung Wang-kung's divine energy was too strong. Fortunately, Lin Ling had withstood it and used the earth-splitting technique to intimidate the entire battle. Now, Lin Ling could see that even Tung Wang-kung was afraid of him, at least for the time being. Tung Wang-kung would not dare to act recklessly. After all, Tung Wang-kung had an invincible defense and instant kill unless he wanted to die. The final result was that Lin Ling would be able to buy even more time for himself. "Yellow Emperor, are your men not here yet?" Lin Ling shouted in his heart. Time passed by. At this moment, Tung Wang-kung finally looked up at Lin Ling. This also made Lin Ling's eyes flash. He knew that Tung Wang-kung had finally decided to act. Retreat. However, after looking at Lin Ling with fear, Tung Wang-kung finally waved his hand and left on the river. Retreat. Lin Ling was a little dumbfounded. He thought that it was going to be a battle of life and death. In the end, Tung Wang-kung retreated. After all, Lin Ling had already used up all his means. If Tung Wang-kung wanted to fight with his life, Lin Ling could only be protected by the Tao state and taken away. He finally retreated. Emperor Tang was not surprised by Tung Wang-kung's retreat. He had different thoughts from Lin Ling. Previously, when he saw Lin Ling's instant kill, he also thought that Lin Ling was invincible. If Tung Wang-kung did not retreat, he would be the unlucky one in the end. Moreover, the longer this dragged on, the more likely Tung Wang-kung would be defeated when the Yellow Emperor's men arrived. "Senior Lin Ling, I'm Emperor Tang. Thank you for your help." Emperor Tang then cupped his hands at Lin Ling with a respectful expression. "It's an honor to meet you." Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before returning the greeting. He saw that Emperor Tang was very respectful to him, as if he was meeting a senior, which puzzled him. He did not know that Emperor Tang's view of him was similar to Tung Wang-kung's. Lin Ling was invincible, therefore, Emperor Tang was also willing to call Lin Ling senior. As for the distance, Tung Wang-kung's gods were all retreating. At the same time, Emperor Yao also received the news. Lei Gong Lin Ling. On the ancient mountain peak, only Emperor Yao stood there quietly. His eyes were indifferently staring at the white Tao pagoda in the distance. He came from the ancient era and had seen countless genius gods in this life and his previous life. However, this was the first time he had seen someone like Lin Ling. Back then, what if I had treated him with respect? Emperor Yao's mind was in a trance. A strong sense of regret shrouded his heart. Back then, Lin Ling was invited by the god under his tomb. However, he offended the White Tiger supervising Divine Lord. For the sake of the White Tiger giant god, he helped the White Tiger supervising Divine Lord and gave up on Lin Ling. At that time, in his opinion, although Lin Ling had some ability, he was after all a newcomer without any background. Such a god would not go far, therefore, at that time, he did not care who was right or wrong and attacked Lin Ling. Of course, he was also greedy for Lin Ling's chaos divine tool, but now, Lin Ling's strength had surpassed many of his tombs. It would be a lie to say that he did not regret it. One must know that if he respected Lin Ling and helped Lin Ling would be one of the fierce generals under his tomb. In this Tao realm, in this Tao pagoda, Lin Ling could have conquered endless territories for him. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, what did you rely on to step into the strongest world of the Tao pagoda? Without a background, without the most ancient god's talent, what did you rely on? Emperor Yao muttered to himself. Suppressing the regret, his eyes became cold. He was familiar with Lin Ling's temperament. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely find him to settle the score. After all, he had sent people to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Shun, Lin Ling is not dead and has come to the Tao pagoda. Moreover, his strength has greatly increased. It is said that he can threaten late-stage high gods. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Yao transmitted his voice to Emperor Shun. A sharp voice immediately came. Lin Ling? You mean the Lin Ling who once wreaked havoc in my territory? He is not dead? Moreover, he can threaten late-stage high gods? You must be joking. I am not joking. My subordinates saw it. Dong Wang-kung was also there at that time. Dong Wang-kung? Yes. You should know his strength. At that time, he was attacking Heavenly Rain Cliff. That's right. It is precisely because of this that this Lin Ling is the most terrifying. If given another 300 years, perhaps he would be invincible among the higher gods. Emperor Yao nodded. In fact, I reckon that Lin Ling doesn't have the strength to kill Teng Wanggong, but he has the strength to threaten him. But even so, Lin Ling is still a big problem, so I plan to kill him at all costs. I reckon we'll have to inform the three great sects of White Mountain about this. Emperor Shun transmitted his voice. If we let Lin Ling grow again, I estimate that his strength will be comparable to those monstrous gods in the Tao Pagoda. At that time, even if we don't die, we will lose a layer of skin. Moreover, I can't tolerate an enemy threatening me. Good. You will inform the three great sects of White Mountain about this. It is said that the three great sects also have a grudge against Lin Ling and want nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Yao agreed with Emperor Shun's decision. After finishing his conversation with Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao's eyes looked deeply into the distance, landing on the White Tao Pagoda. The Tao Pagoda hasn't been entered yet, but the ways are endless. Emperor Yao sighed, a hint of fear in his eyes. He knew very well that the most terrifying gods of several eras had gathered in the White Tao Pagoda. Even he didn't dare to enter the Tao Pagoda at will. At this moment, at Heavenly Rain Cliff, Emperor Tang warmly received Lin Ling and the others. Not long after, the Yellow Emperor's people also arrived. Ah? Lin Ling? You're here. The one who came to help Heavenly Rain Cliff this time was Wu Ting. He was the Yellow Emperor's confidant, so naturally he knew Lin Ling. Your Excellency Wu Ting. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at Wu Ting. He found that the latter's strength was still that of an early-stage high god. However, while early-stage high gods were very powerful in the Tao realm, they were very ordinary in the Tao Pagoda. He estimated that Wu Ting's strength was not limited to this. Moreover, to be able to follow the Yellow Emperor, how could his strength be weak? Ha ha ha, the Yellow Emperor has been talking about you. Wu Ting laughed. Then, he learned from Emperor Tang that Lin Ling had helped Heavenly Rain Cliff and scared Dong Wanggong away. He was even more shocked. No wonder the Yellow Emperor said that after you returned, your strength would certainly increase by leaps and bounds. It seems that the Yellow Emperor was right. Wu Ting looked up and down at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was still a mid-stage high god, but his battle strength was too fierce. How is the Yellow Emperor now? Lin Ling asked. Fortunately, he is in the vicinity of the Tao Pagoda. Your Excellency Lin Ling, why don't you go and see the Yellow Emperor? Wu Ting suggested. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally nodded. He came here for the Tao Pagoda. After all, at his current level, if he wanted to break through, ordinary opportunities would not be of much help. Only those universe-level treasures could help. How about this, Emperor Tang? I will leave some people here to guard Heavenly Rain Cliff for you. After all the treasures here have been excavated, you will go to the Yellow Emperor's side, and I will be responsible for taking His Excellency Lin Ling to the Yellow Emperor's side. After everything is over, I will guard Heavenly Rain Cliff for you. Wu Ting looked at Emperor Tang and said. Emperor Tang looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He did not expect Lin Ling to know the Yellow Emperor. One must know that even he had never seen the Yellow Emperor. Good. Emperor Tang quickly nodded. Wu Ting smiled. After pondering for a moment, he continued, Your Excellency Lin Ling has protected Heavenly Rain Cliff. I think Heavenly Rain Cliff should give him 10,000 Tao Realm fragments. What do you think? That's for sure. Emperor Tang supported this decision. Heavenly Rain Cliff had many ancient treasures, but in the Tao Pagoda, any treasure could be exchanged with Tao Realm fragments. Therefore, Tao Realm fragments were equivalent to the Tao Pagoda's money. It's just a small matter. There's no need for that. Seeing Emperor Tang's enthusiasm, Lin Ling shook his head and refused. Although he had helped Heavenly Rain Cliff, the Yellow Emperor had also protected Lei Gong's main hall for him, so it could only be considered even. How can that be, Your Excellency Lin Ling, please accept it. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I am Reverend Ranshan of the Thousand Buddha Hall. Since fate has brought us together, let's be friends. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I am the Emperor of the Nine Emperors sect. I have long heard of your name. The surrounding gods warmly greeted Lin Ling, trying to win over Lin Ling. They knew very well that Lin Ling, who could meet the Yellow Emperor and was so strong, would certainly be extraordinary in the future. Now that they knew each other, they could get some help in the future. Lin Ling did not refuse the enthusiasm of these gods. In a place like the Dao Tower, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Soon after, Lin Ling chatted for a while and then left the hall with Lei Gong. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I heard from Xingyi that you have been in seclusion for 300 years. I didn't expect that in a place like the Nine Regions Void, your strength could increase so much. You must know that the treasures in the Nine Regions Void are limited and the spiritual qi is limited. To be able to increase your strength so much is really extraordinary. Wu Ting said with a smile as he flew over with Lin Ling and the others. They did not fly high, so they did not encounter the primordial thunder. Otherwise, they would have been like Lin Ling when he came. Haha, I just encountered some luck and was lucky to increase my strength. Lin Ling said politely. In fact, he was able to produce the 8th Dantian because of the treasures he had accumulated for many years. It had nothing to do with the Nine Regions Void. If you really want to increase your strength, the Dao Tower is the best, but it is too dangerous there. Wu Ting sighed. He believed that Lin Ling had encountered a great lucky chance in the void of the 9 prefectures. This kind of lucky chance was something that every god could encounter. Unfortunately, for gods, most of these lucky chances weren't of much help. Wu Ting, for example, had been cultivating for millions of years and had obtained countless opportunities and treasures. However, his strength was still increasing very slowly. And this was because he was Wu Ting. If it were other gods, their progress would be even slower. It was possible that they would be stagnant for millions or even tens of millions of years. The stronger the strength, the slower the improvement. This was a well-known truth. Is the Dao Pagoda very dangerous? As Lin Ling heard Wu Ting's words, he couldn't help but look towards the distant white divine pagoda. He knew that the Dao Pagoda was a place that every Dao realm martial artist yearned for. Yes, very dangerous. In the Dao realm, in the primal chaos realm, the gods might have misgivings about the friendship of the past, and they might also have misgivings about the background of some powerful gods, so they wouldn't dare to truly fight. Moreover, the Dao realm has the protection of the Dao realm, but in the Dao Tower, the protection of the Dao realm is useless. Moreover, the Dao Pagoda is related to controlling the entire Dao realm, so the gods inside don't show the slightest bit of mercy when they attack. That place is also known as the World of Slaughter, gathering the slaughter of several eras. Wu Ting kept saying. Hearing this, Lin Ling revealed a look of interest. Slaughter? He was the representative of slaughter. Could it be that there was someone who could kill more than him? If there was, Lin Ling would like to meet them. As for the slaughter in the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling obviously didn't care. The main thing was that he had practiced martial arts for so many years and had already killed countless people. After chatting with Wu Ting for a long time, Lin Ling knew that there were countless experts around the Dao Pagoda. All the gods were preparing to enter the Dao Pagoda. In order to enter the Dao Pagoda, one needed 1 million Dao realm fragments. 1 million, this was a huge number. No wonder the competition for treasures in the vicinity of the Dao Pagoda was so crazy. It seems that I'll have to prepare more Dao realm fragments. Lin Ling secretly said to himself. Then, he chatted with Saint Guy and the others. Subsequently, Lin Ling was shocked to discover that Lei Gong and Longyang's strength had greatly increased. There was an extremely extreme power in their bodies. It seemed to be the power of the world's will. This kind of power, even the great gods of the spirit kingdom and the Taoist of many treasures did not have, and this power was taught by the Yellow Emperor. It seemed that he had to consult the Yellow Emperor when he had the chance. The large group slowly moved forward. Suddenly, a roar came from the distance. It seemed that a great battle was taking place. Ignore them. It's common to have a great battle in the vicinity of the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling stared into the distance and could not help but laugh. Moreover, now that Emperor Yao and the others know that you've come to the Dao Pagoda, they will definitely attack you. Returning to the Yellow Emperor's side is the safest. Wait, that's my friend over there. It's the Heavenly Army commander and the others. Lin Ling, who had been staring into the distance, suddenly shook his head and said. The Heavenly Army commander? Wu Ting seemed to have heard of this name before, but he did not care. Now that Lin Ling seemed to be going to help, he would naturally follow. His mission now was to bring Lin Ling back to the Yellow Emperor's side. Let's go. Lin Ling became more and more certain and then shot forward. At this moment, under a mountain range in the distance, a large number of gods were fighting. One side was constantly being suppressed, while the other side had a late-stage high god expert, an old man riding a gourd. Looking around, there were countless experts, all of whom were early-stage high gods. Heavenly Army Commander, you killed the son of the great emperor. Today, you can't escape even if you grow wings. The great emperor has said that he will kill you until you have no protection, then take your heads and offer them to the heavenly feather crown prince. The old man said coldly. They were the North Pole Emperor's people. In the vicinity of the Tao Pagoda, there were countless ancient gods, and the North Pole Emperor was one of them. Also, where is that arrogant boy called Lin Ling? Did he run away? You are really pitiful. Lin Ling killed the heavenly feather crown prince, and now you have to take the blame. Now, you have nowhere to run. All of you, kneel. If the great emperor is in a good mood, he will give you a quick death. But if you are stubborn, not only will you die, but you will also be tortured to death. The old man kept saying, his face full of malevolence. Lin Ling left a long time ago. As for taking the blame, it's none of your business. You want us to kneel? Do you think it's possible? The Heavenly Army Commander was no fool. He knew that the other party wanted to quickly torture them. In any case, they couldn't escape death, so why should they lower their heads? Idiot. The old man didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered and said, I will give you one more chance. Go and bring Lin Ling here. I will give you an address. As long as you find Lin Ling, the great emperor will be lenient and spare your lives. Dream on, old man Sky Gourd. Let me tell you, although Heavenly Feather was killed by Lin Ling, even if Lin Ling didn't kill him, we would still kill him. That idiot son of the North Pole Emperor is really an idiot. I won't feel good if I don't kill him. The Heavenly Army Commander laughed loudly. That's right. It's a pity that Lin Ling acted too quickly. If he had fallen into my hands, Heavenly Feather wouldn't have died so easily. I will torture him to death and make him kneel and call me Grandpa. The Waterbird God said mockingly. They weren't stupid. They knew that the North Pole Emperor wanted to use them to capture Lin Ling. Once Lin Ling was captured, they would also be unable to escape death. Moreover, they also regarded Lin Ling as a friend. If they were asked to deceive Lin Ling, they could not bring themselves to do it. It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Very well, you have wasted your last chance. In the end, you can only die. Kill them. The old man sitting on the gourd did not expect that the chief soldier and the others were not stupid. Therefore, he was finally angry. Idiot. Hearing the old man's voice, the surrounding gods all rushed toward the chief soldier and the others, wanting to obliterate them on the spot. Everyone, get ready. The chief soldier knew that he could not escape this calamity. After all, he was the only mid-stage high god in the team, while the other side had as many mid-stage high gods as there were hairs on a cow. The weakest among them was an early-stage high god. They could not stop them, however, just as they were preparing for a huge battle, a sword suddenly plunged down from the sky. Moreover, it was aimed at the head of one of the gods and mercilessly stabbed into it. Obviously, this god had no chance of being protected by a Tao realm expert and was killed by a sword. The most terrifying thing was that after the sword came, the sword stirred and directly turned the god's head into a pile of flesh and blood. Then, a large number of figures descended from the sky, causing the faces of the Heaven Gourd Elder and the other experts to change. As for the chief soldier and the others, they stared at the person in the lead at this moment, their eyes trembling. Isn't this Lin Ling? Lin Ling, why did he come to the Tao Tower? For a moment, they were very happy, but when they thought that the Heaven Gourd Elder wanted to capture Lin Ling, they did not dare to casually call out Lin Ling's name. Hee hee, everyone, how have you been? Lin Ling took the initiative to greet them. I'm fine, I'm fine. But you, how did you come in so quickly? I remember. The chief soldier immediately smiled. He wanted to say the 8 treasure acacia tree, but in the end, he did not say it. Who are you? Do you want to die? At this moment, the Heaven Gourd Elder stared at Lin Ling, but when he found that Lin Ling's overall strength was not strong, he did not care. He was even mocking this group of people for being idiots. After all, this group of people as a whole looked even weaker than the Heavenly Tao's group. They actually dared to interfere in such a matter. I'll give you a chance. Cripple your own cultivation and leave with the protection of the Tao realm. If you do that, I'll forgive you. The heavenly gourd elder said, remember, this is only because I have something important to do. If it were any other time, you would all be dead. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the sky gourd elder and the others. He couldn't help but sneer. Late-stage high god, Lin Ling wasn't the slightest bit afraid even if he didn't listen. I'll also give you a chance. All of you, kneel down and kowtow. Seeing that I have important matters to attend to, I'll let you scram. Lin Ling said with a smile. Motherf *Ker, you're courting death. Where did this madman come from? Do you know him? I don't know them. I've never seen them before. Heaven gourd elder, kill them. The gods around the heavenly gourd elder all roared with rage. The heavenly gourd elder was also fuming with rage. However, he still said, Kid, tell me your name if you dare. Perhaps we're on the same side. Remember, this is your last chance. Ha ha ha, you don't dare to attack? Is that why you're hiding behind the scenes? Lin Ling roared with laughter as he looked at the heavenly gourd elder with disdain. Are you all idiots? Haven't you been following Lin Ling this entire time? What? Can't you recognize me even though I'm right in front of you? Lin Ling, you're the Lin Ling that Emperor Ziwei is looking for? The moment Lin Ling's words fell, everyone's body trembled, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Lin Ling had killed the heavenly wing crown prince and was the person that Emperor Ziwei wanted to kill the most. Logically speaking, Lin Ling should have gone into hiding after offending Emperor Ziwei. However, not only had Lin Ling not gone into hiding, he had appeared right in front of them. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't know that Emperor Ziwei was looking for them? Ha ha ha, we were just looking for you. Who would have thought that you'd jump out on your own? You really are an idiot. You're just like the heavenly Tao General and the others. Good thing we don't have to look for you anymore. The heavenly gourd elder roared with laughter as the gourd beneath him blasted forth the power of ice, fire, and lightning. Furthermore, the gourd was constantly changing colors. It was as if the gourd had become a five-colored gourd. At the same time, a terrifying burst of divine power emanated from the gourd, creating an enormous pressure that suppressed everything in all directions. The power of a late-stage high god was extremely fearsome in both quantity and quality. Unfortunately, Lin Ling, Lei Gong, and the others had just retreated from the battlefield and had already encountered powerful late-stage high gods. I don't care who's behind you, not even the owner of the Tao Tower will be able to save you today. Die. The heavenly gourd elder roared coldly. Kill everyone else. Leave Lin Ling to me. I want the heads of the heavenly Tao General and the others. Yes. The gods around the heavenly gourd elder all nodded with cold smiles on their faces. The heavenly gourd elder remained seated on the gourd with a sinister smile on his face. His eyebrows twitched as he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Ling. Lad, it's too late for regrets now. The heavenly gourd elder's voice floated out from his mouth. The gourd beneath him seemed to contain the entire universe as it formed an enormous suction force that surged toward Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, he was no match for the heavenly gourd elder at all, unless Lin Ling used all kinds of trump cards. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had just finished his battle and had not recovered his trump cards yet. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He smiled faintly and said, Old man, you can scold me all you want, but now you're scolding the people behind me. You must be tired of living. How great can the people behind you be? I'm going to scold the heavenly gourd elder. So what? Listen, no matter who's behind you, in front of me, the heavenly gourd elder, they're all inferior. Did you hear me, lad? Now, accept your death obediently. The heavenly gourd elder was still sitting on the gourd as he laughed disdainfully. Bang! 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 At this moment, a deafening sound rang out, forming a terrible impact that blasted the gourd. The heavenly gourd elder's expression changed. What kind of power was this? It was terrifying. Could it be the power of the divine steps? The heavenly gourd elder gasped. Then, he found that his gourd seemed to have been hit by countless divine fists. It trembled violently, then began to crack, and finally began to explode. What's going on? The heavenly gourd elder jumped up, his face turning pale. His gourd was made from an ancient vine gourd from the primeval age. It was a chaos sacred artifact that could enhance the heavenly gourd elder's divine power. Not many among the superior gods could withstand it. Over the years, the heavenly gourd elder had killed countless powerful enemies for him. That was how he got his name. Powerful indeed. Only Lin Ling smiled faintly. He knew that Wu Ting had made his move. Moreover, Wu Ting's divine stares was a sound that appeared in the gourd and caused it to explode from the inside. Of course, this was easy to say, but it was undoubtedly more difficult than ascending to the heavens. My lord is not someone a clay chicken or pottery dog like you can talk about. Kneel and accept your death. Kneel. At the same time, Wu Ting appeared in front of Sky Gourd Elder. His appearance was extremely strange and without any warning. Kneel and accept your death. Then, an ethereal voice was heard. It was very soft but with unquestionable majesty. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Their eyes were fixed on the seemingly ordinary but extremely cold man. They had seen this man before. He was about the strength of an early-stage high god. Now, he had actually broken Sky Gourd Elder's gourd. You, who are you? Sky Gourd Elder's voice trembled. Although the man in front of him looked ordinary, he felt a sense of crisis. This made him know that this man was very dangerous. Wu Ting. Wu Ting said faintly. Sky Gourd Elder frowned. He thought about the entire Dao realm and even the Dao pagoda, but this was the first time he had heard of this name. Who is your lord? Sky Gourd Elder asked again. Yellow Emperor. Wu Ting's voice was still so calm, but with a strong murderous intent. Yellow Emperor? Hearing Wu Ting's words, Sky Gourd Elder finally panicked. Because in the Dao pagoda there were hundreds of powerful divine gates, but one of the largest was the oldest 5 emperors. Of course, there were countless capable people in the 5 emperors' tomb. Not everyone could attract the Yellow Emperor's attention. Therefore, Sky Gourd Elder wanted to say something, but at this time, Wu Ting said again, ignore, listen. A simple sentence, but it seemed to make Sky Gourd Elder think of something. He suddenly shouted, you are ignore, listen? He finally remembered. There were always 2 guards by the Yellow Emperor's side, ignore and listen. They had followed the Yellow Emperor since he turned into a human. For so many years, the Yellow Emperor's side had changed wave after wave of people, but ignore and listen had always been with the Yellow Emperor. This meant that Lin Ling was the one who could meet the Yellow Emperor. This also meant that this group of people's status was not low. Ignore? I've never heard of it. But looking at the Heaven Gourd Elder, he seems to be the Yellow Emperor's confidant. The Heavenly Law Battalion Chief and the others were also shocked. Spare me, spare me. It was a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. When the Sky Gourd Elder reacted, he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Misunderstanding? It's too late to say that it's a misunderstanding. First, Lin Ling is an honored guest of His Excellency Yellow Emperor. If you dare to touch him, it's tantamount to slapping His Excellency Yellow Emperor's face. Second, you insulted the Yellow Emperor in front of everyone. If I didn't know about this, I wouldn't care, but you insulted the Yellow Emperor in front of me. I can't pretend that I didn't see it. Bang, he took a step forward. What was even more terrifying was that even though there was no divine power, the Sky Gourd Elder spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Spare me. I work for Emperor Ziwei. The Heaven Gourd Elder did not dare to resist at all. He kept begging for mercy. So what if he's Emperor Ziwei? He's nothing compared to the Yellow Emperor. Wu Ting took another step forward. The Sky Gourd Elder trembled as if he had suffered a heavy blow. More blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was the only one who could sense that all the bones in his body had been shattered. Any divine essence was useless, unable to protect him at all. Of course, Lin Ling also noticed that Wu Ting could control sound, and it was an extremely powerful sound. It seemed to be a combination of the divine stares and an ancient divine ability. However, Lin Ling was no exception. As a trusted subordinate of the Yellow Emperor, although he appeared to be an early-stage high god, he was not weak at all. Die. Wu Ting took a third step. The Sky Gourd Elder's body trembled and then turned into dust. He's dead. The gods behind the Sky Gourd Elder were all trembling. A late-stage high god had died so quickly that they could not even see how it was done. All of you, scram. Go back and tell Emperor Ziwei that I, Wu Ting, killed him. Come and find the Yellow Emperor if you dare. Wu Ting did not kill the remaining gods. Instead, he said coldly. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, senior. The gods all kowtowed to Wu Ting before fleeing in panic. Your Excellency Lin Ling. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the Heavenly Path's military chief and the others walked over and thanked Lin Ling. Then, they looked at Wu Ting and said, Thank you, senior. It's no problem. You are Lin Ling's friends, so you are also my friends. Wu Ting shook his head. Even when facing a mid-stage high god like the Heavenly Path's military chief, he still spoke with a hint of arrogance. However, the Heavenly Path's military chief and the others did not dare to take it seriously. Instead, they thought that everything was normal. Your Excellency Lin Ling, it's time for us to go. Wu Ting looked at Lin Ling and the others and said with a smile. His goal was to send Lin Ling safely to the Yellow Emperor's side. Everything else was trivial. All right. Lin Ling nodded and said to the Heavenly Path's military chief and the others, Let's go together. Good, good, good. The Heavenly Path's military chief and the others naturally nodded. They were eager to enter the Yellow Emperor's corps. Then, everyone set off one after another. Along the way, Lin Ling also discovered that the Dao Tower was very big. It seemed to be even bigger than the Dao realm. Moreover, it was even more chaotic. Every place they passed, they would see fierce battles. The protection of 3 Dao realms was probably not enough in the Dao Tower. No wonder everyone in the Dao realm wanted to save the protection of the Dao realm. Because entering the Dao Tower requires 1 million Dao realm fragments, the gods here are accumulating Dao realm fragments and killing each other. Seeing that Lin Ling was a little surprised, Wu Ting could not help but explain. Don't you need the other party's consent to get the Dao realm fragments? Killing and robbing is useless. Lin Ling frowned. It's different here in the Dao Tower. If you kill the other party, the Dao realm will disappear within 2 hours. At that time, you can get the other party's Dao realm fragments. Moreover, even if the other party has the protection of the Dao realm will still fall. However, the other party will not be able to get the Dao realm fragments. It also takes 2 hours. If the person is taken away by the protection of the Dao realm and they do not get back their Dao realm fragments within 2 hours, then all the Dao realm fragments will belong to the other party. Even the Dao realm fragments will disappear. Wu Ting said. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. No wonder the killing here was so crazy. It turned out that the Dao realm fragments could be obtained this way. Therefore, when the Yellow Emperor learned that you were here, he asked me to personally bring you back. Perhaps the blood of battle flowed in his body, and he preferred this kind of world where the strong preyed on the weak. After a long time, endless mountains appeared in front of them. An ancient aura pervaded the earth, and it seemed that they had arrived at the Yellow Emperor's territory. This area was vast and boundless, but it was also the quietest, and no battle could be seen. We're here. At the same time, Wu Ting smiled and looked at Lin Ling. At the foot of the Divine Mountain, countless eyes quietly looked at the sky, but after seeing that it was Wu Ting, these spying methods quietly disappeared. Obviously, the gods living at the foot of the Divine Mountain thought that an enemy had arrived. The Yellow Emperor's reputation is indeed great. Lin Ling nodded, knowing that this shelter was precisely because of the Yellow Emperor. You can choose any cave residence here. If anyone stops you, just say that I, Wu Ting, introduced you here. Generally, no one will dare to bully you. Wu Ting looked at the army of heaven and said, and then continued to lead Lin Ling and the others forward. The army of heaven and the others bowed heavily. To be able to find a shelter in the Dao Pagoda area was an incomparably fortunate thing, and they knew that it was all because of Lin Ling's face. Lin Ling actually knows the Yellow Emperor. The waterbird god said enviously. From the moment I met Lin Ling, I knew that this child was amazing. Let's go. Lin Ling's world is not something we can understand. The army of heaven smiled and led everyone to fly down to the Divine Mountain below. Lin Ling followed Wu Ting and continued forward. Before long, a large field of rice appeared in front of them. An old man wearing cotton clothes and carrying a hoe was busy. When he noticed Lin Ling in the distance, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling, you're here. He was the Yellow Emperor. Then, the Yellow Emperor put down the hoe and personally went to greet Lin Ling. Everyone descended from the sky. Yu Yu and the rest bowed towards the Yellow Emperor, especially Lei Gong and Longyang. It was as if they had seen their master. After all, the Yellow Emperor had taught them how to control the world's will, only Lin Ling didn't show much respect. The Yellow Emperor has always been very respectful towards His Excellency Lin Ling. Wu Ting, on the other hand, was secretly shaking his head. He didn't understand the reason behind this. Because, in several generations, there were probably no more than 20 people who could make the Yellow Emperor treat them with such respect. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I've been waiting for you for so long. The Yellow Emperor came before Lin Ling and cupped his hands. He seemed to be treating Lin Ling as someone of the same generation because he was the only one who knew about Lin Ling's miraculous abilities. This was the Lord of the Square Prison, and even his master was imprisoned there. I was delayed by some matters, so I came late. Lin Ling also cupped his hands and bowed. After some pleasantries, he asked, Senior Yellow Emperor, do you know how to control the world's will? I do know this, but why do you ask? The Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. He didn't know that Lin Ling was the host body of the Eighth World's will. Lin Ling looked around and saw that they were all on the same side, so he didn't hide it. Because I'm the host body of the Eighth World's will. What? The Yellow Emperor's expression changed. He waved his right hand and a barrier appeared around them, blocking all outside investigation. Longyang and Wu Ting's expressions also trembled. This was the first time they knew this secret. As for Lei Gong and the rest, they already knew this secret long ago. Lin Ling is also the host body of the world's will? Longyang's mind was roaring nonstop. For a moment, she even crashed and went blank. In the end, when she completely accepted this fact, all the mysteries in her heart were also solved. It was no wonder that Lin Ling had always been able to surpass her, to the point that she always had to look up to him. It turned out that Lin Ling was the host body of the world's will, and the host body of the Eighth World's will. Longyang also knew very well that the later the host body of the world's will, the stronger its potential. After all this time, he's actually one of us, and he's one of us who's above me. Longyang shook her head helplessly. That's great, Lord Lin Ling is one of us, we're as close as a family. Beside her, Xiaoluan was incomparably happy and said with a smile, no wonder when I first saw Lord Lin Ling, I felt that Lord Lin Ling gave me a sense of closeness. It turns out that he's our big brother, no wonder he's been protecting us, we're one family. Haha, Xiaoluan is right. In fact, when I first saw that kid, I felt that he was very close. It turns out that we're indeed one family. Lei Gong also laughed excitedly. Although he already knew about Lin Ling's background, when Lin Ling mentioned it, he still felt incomparably excited. Big brother? Longyang's expression was strange. Lin Ling was her enemy. That night, Lin Ling tyrannically humiliated her. She still remembered it to this day. Where did the sense of closeness come from? It was more like a rogue bandit. Yeah, for so many years, wasn't it Lord Lin Ling who's been protecting us all this time? Xiaoluan blinked and looked at Longyang. He felt that Longyang was very strange. She always said that she hated Lin Ling to death, so much so that she wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, every time she saw Lin Ling, Longyang was very strange. It didn't seem like she hated him at all, but more like she missed him. Moreover, every time there was bad news about Lin Ling, Xiaoluan could feel that Longyang was uneasy, as if she was afraid that something would happen to Lin Ling. Protect us. When Longyang heard Xiaoluan's words, her body suddenly trembled. She suddenly looked back and realized that after the spirit province, Lin Ling had indeed been protecting her. Even the fact that she, Longyang, could enter the Dao Pagoda and follow the Yellow Emperor was all thanks to Lin Ling. Thinking of this, Longyang stared at Lin Ling, and her eyes suddenly became complicated. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what Longyang was thinking. He was still talking with the Yellow Emperor. After being shocked for a long time, the Yellow Emperor finally accepted this reality with a bitter smile. He glanced at Lei Gong and the others and said helplessly, I didn't think that I would have 4 world will hosts here. There were 9 world will hosts, and it was said that among these 9 people, one of them was about to destroy the entire universe. No god could stop him, and now, out of these 9 people, he had 4 here. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. I can give you pointers on how to use the world will's power. This isn't a secret. The Yellow Emperor nodded, then thought for a moment and asked, Your Excellency Lin Ling, since you returned from the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, you should know who the last world will host is, right? He asked this very carefully. Moreover, he was afraid that Lin Ling didn't want to say, so he smiled and said, I'm just casually asking. If Your Excellency Lin Ling feels that it's inappropriate, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Wu Ting looked at the Yellow Emperor asking for advice from Lin Ling. He finally understood why the Yellow Emperor valued Lin Ling so much. It turned out that Lin Ling knew a lot of things, and his background was very terrifying. However, Lin Ling also looked around. The Yellow Emperor's eyes lit up, knowing that Lin Ling was about to speak. He waved his right hand again, blocking everyone's probing. Only he and Lin Ling were left inside the screen. Xianxia and Nan Wufingyu smiled, knowing that Lin Ling would speak. The more people knew, the safer they would be. As expected, when Lin Ling and the Yellow Emperor walked out, the Yellow Emperor's expression shifted, as if shocked by this result. Hee, even the Yellow Emperor was shocked. Xianxia and the others weren't surprised. They guessed that any god who learned this secret would be shocked for a long time. I didn't expect it to be him. In the end, the Yellow Emperor smiled wryly at Lin Ling. Sire Lin Ling, you've brought me wave after wave of surprises since your return. Actually, I know who the seventh world will host is. Lin Ling said, then stared at the Yellow Emperor to see if he wanted to know. The Yellow Emperor sighed. I even know who the last world will host is, so this one won't make a difference. That's right. Lin Ling said, as if he was trying to pull someone into a pirate ship. After all, the more world wills the Yellow Emperor knew, the more likely he would stand with him in the future. The seventh world will host is the god behind the three divine gates of White Mountain, the Dipankara Buddha. It's him? Oh my god, it's another ancient giant god. Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor bitterly laughed. There were too many powerful gods. If he had to fight alone, he wouldn't be able to fight them all. However, he quickly remembered Lin Ling's square prison. He asked carefully, Does my master know these secrets? Senior Guang Qingzi knows everything. Lin Ling nodded. That's good. The Yellow Emperor let out a sigh of relief. If his master knew about this, then his master would be able to block any powerful enemies that came. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling in the eye, and laughed at the same time. Even if the sky falls, the taller one will hold it up. Their thoughts were the same. If these powerful beings were to attack them, the stronger ancient giant gods would be enough to deal with them. Is the Yellow Emperor here? While the Yellow Emperor and Lin Ling were talking, a majestic voice suddenly exploded in the sky. The sky began to change along with the winds and clouds. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor frowned. He sensed a powerful aura approaching. At the same time, the boundless divine mountains also erupted with a towering aura, as if they were going to fight against the powerful enemy that had suddenly appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, treasure light shone brightly and spiritual energy engulfed the blue dome of heaven like a dragon. Satin leaves, a universal treasure appeared in the sky, sprinkling down endless radiance. According to legend, this was the most ancient giant divine weapon, Jiazi. It was incomparably precious and could increase a god's chances of becoming a superior god by 10%. Star Phoenix Sand, it was an indispensable treasure to form a world. With this treasure, one could create a world and even control it. Jiaoshao War Chariot, it was a war chariot comparable to a late-stage superior god, and there were a total of 365 of them. If they were to explode together, even 50 late-stage superior gods would die. A large number of ancient giant treasures appeared in the sky, constantly circling and shaking the earth. What is this? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces solemn. Even the Yellow Emperor frowned, not understanding what this meant. Yellow Emperor, I have offended you many times in the past. Take these treasures as my apology. At this moment, the radiance in the sky flowed and quietly condensed into a figure that slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This person was tall and sturdy. He wore a beast-skin coat that looked domineering and magnificent, as if he was wearing a cape, and this person was Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao and the Yellow Emperor had never been on good terms. Today, he actually took the initiative to come to the Yellow Emperor's territory. Moreover, he gave away so many treasures just to make up for it. The Yellow Emperor's frown deepened. He did not understand what Emperor Yao was up to. Old brother Yellow Emperor, I trust you have been well since we last met. At this moment, another voice sounded. A huge demonic eye appeared in the sky. This eye was eerie green, and when it stared at the ground, all the gods felt a chill run down their spines. In the eye, a woman sat quietly in the depths of the eye, smiling as she looked at the Yellow Emperor on the ground. I have 300 million Dao realm fragments here to apologize to you, old brother Yellow Emperor. The woman said with a smile. What she took out was also a huge treasure, 300 million Dao realm fragments. One had to know that 1 million Dao realm fragments could allow one god to enter the Dao pagoda. 300 million Dao realm fragments meant that 300 gods could enter the Dao pagoda. Without a doubt, this was a huge sum of money. Emperor Yao Shui. The Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed again, and he was even more shocked. Your Excellency Yellow Emperor, I am here on behalf of the 3 divine sects of White Mountain. At this moment, a handsome young man appeared in the sky and bowed respectfully to the Yellow Emperor. I have 500 million Dao realm fragments here. It is a token of the Buddha God's goodwill. I hope Senior Yellow Emperor will kindly accept it. 500 million, that was even more exaggerated. Now, the 3 great powers had come, and all of them had brought priceless treasures. No one could understand what they wanted. The Yellow Emperor looked at the leaders of the 3 great powers indifferently, pondered for a moment, and said with a smile, as the saying goes, one should not accept a reward without any effort. I am unable to accept such precious treasures. May I know what the 3 of you are here for? The Yellow Emperor did not lose his mind because of the treasures because this was too abnormal. It's actually very simple. We are here for a person. Emperor Yao laughed, but there was disappointment in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect the Yellow Emperor to reject so many treasures, however, he was not in a hurry. He believed that the Yellow Emperor would accept these treasures after he told him his purpose for coming. Who is it? The Yellow Emperor suddenly understood. He had long felt that these people would not give away so many treasures just to shake hands and make peace. These people were not people who would easily be taken advantage of. Emperor Yao was still smiling. His eyes fell on the Yellow Emperor, and then on the person beside him. Finally, he looked at the Emperor Shun and said, You say it. The Emperor Shun also looked at the person beside the Yellow Emperor. She nodded and said, For him, Lin Ling. The moment these words fell, the sacred mountain seemed to explode, 2 great ancient emperors and one of the oldest sacred sects. They had brought so many treasures just for Lin Ling alone, this reward was too great. We want to take him away. If the Yellow Emperor agrees, these treasures will belong to you. The Emperor Shun pointed at Lin Ling and explained their purpose for coming. I know that old brother Yellow Emperor has many treasures, but I think that there is no way that you would not be moved by so many treasures. Old brother only needs to hand over a person, and these treasures will belong to you. This is a great bargain. Emperor Yao's eyes flashed coldly as he said with a smile. Although they had paid so many treasures just for Lin Ling alone, they felt that it was all worth it. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. What a generous offer. However, he did not say anything. He looked at the Yellow Emperor, waiting for him to make the decision. The Yellow Emperor sighed. If it were anyone else, he might have been tempted, but Lin Ling was the host body of the 8th realm will. Lin Ling also knew his master, Guangqingzi. No matter what the reason was, he could not hand Lin Ling over. My apologies. Take your treasures and scram. Lin Ling, I will not hand him over. The Yellow Emperor looked up at Emperor Yao and the others. Emperor Yao and the others were all smiling. They thought that the Yellow Emperor would agree, but the Yellow Emperor's words were like a slap to their faces. You're crazy. They immediately roared in unison, 300 million Dao realm shards, 500 million Dao realm shards, plus countless treasures. The Yellow Emperor would give them up. Lin Ling might have some ability and potential, but compared to the treasures, Lin Ling was nothing. With these treasures, the Yellow Emperor could even nurture 3 more Lin Lings, or even 5 Lin Lings. Yellow Emperor, are you serious? Emperor Yao had come with full confidence. Now that he had been rejected, his voice turned gloomy. Yellow Emperor, you should know that if you don't hand over Lin Ling, not only will these treasures not belong to you, we will also declare war on you. Emperor Shun said coldly. All right, enough. If you want to fight, bring it on. I will never hand over Linling. In fact, if you dare to touch Linling, you will be my enemy. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. The Yellow Emperor looked up at the two ancient emperors and said fearlessly. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was as if a great universe had been sealed away from this world. Scram! The Yellow Emperor bellowed in anger as his powerful aura surged forth. It was as though he was about to fight the two ancient emperors. As for Lin Ling, seeing the Yellow Emperor protect him, his heart felt warm. Although the Yellow Emperor helped him mostly because of Master Guanqing, Lin Ling felt that even without Master Guanqing, the Yellow Emperor would not abandon him. Scram! Beneath the endless godly mountains, the auras of many gods shot up into the sky. They were all gods from the Yellow Emperor's tomb. Dong dong dong, the sound of war drums shook the heavens and earth. Some of the thunder beasts looked up to the sky and unleashed their thunderbolts. There were divine swords moving unhindered. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless powerful auras surged out, telling Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun whose territory this was. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun's expressions instantly turned ugly. They could sense a large number of late-stage high god gods, and many peak high god gods who were just a step away from becoming cosmos gods. Yellow Emperor. They turned to look at the Yellow Emperor again. Their hearts were heavy. They had come here today to give the Yellow Emperor enough face. They even spoke humbly, but in the end, they were given the cold shoulder and had to flee with their tails between their legs. Lin Ling, if you have the capability, hide here forever. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Emperor Yao finally left after leaving behind a sentence. Lin Ling, don't think we'll let you off. This matter isn't over. Emperor Shun sneered and walked back towards the demonic eye in the sky. Scram! Lin Ling sneered too. Since they were enemies, there was no need for him to be polite. Scram! The Yellow Emperor roared too. Scram! A deafening voice reverberated throughout the entire deity mountain. It was as though Emperor Yao and the others were being chased away with a broom. This angered Emperor Yao and the others so much that their bodies trembled. In the end, they took their treasures and disappeared from the sky in shame. Seeing them disappear, an even louder voice soared into the sky. Senior Yellow Emperor, many thanks for before. Lin Ling said to the Yellow Emperor after seeing Emperor Yao and the others leave. It's nothing. The Yellow Emperor smiled and shook his head. He brought Lin Ling and the others to a nearby area to stay. That night, the place was bustling with noise. The Yellow Emperor ordered people to slaughter cows and sheep to welcome Lin Ling's arrival. Although they were all gods, they still retained the most traditional customs. Every time a festival came, they would dance and sing around the fire, praying for the heavens' protection. Yu, Xingyi, and the others were also very happy. They danced with some girls wearing beast skins. Ha ha ha. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and Thunder God were drinking wine with some of the senior prophets. Senior Yellow Emperor, it's because of you that they can live such a peaceful life. Lin Ling sighed as he looked at all this. He knew that the Yellow Emperor was the pillar of support for these people. They had been with me for a long time. Back then, when the heavens and earth first opened, there were wild beasts everywhere. The heavens and earth were full of disasters. Hundreds of thousands of people died every day. I couldn't bear to see them die, so I organized them into a huge tribe to fight against the natural dangers. The Yellow Emperor smiled. Thinking of those years, he also sighed in his heart. Those days were the most difficult, but also the most fulfilling and the happiest. Sir Lin Ling, I saw many people under your tomb. They grew up safely under your protection. You were also their shelter. The Yellow Emperor said again. How can my people compare to the Yellow Emperor? Lin Ling said modestly. His eyes looked into the distance. He knew that this area was the safest because of the Yellow Emperor's existence. But in the outside world, the weak were prey to the strong. The gods fought endlessly, and there were gods dying every day. In the void of Jiuzhou, everyone thought that the gods were omnipotent and could easily control the life and death of others. But they didn't know that in this place, the gods' lives were the most worthless. The gods looked glorious, but behind the scenes, they had to pay a great price. Others would never know. Back then, I was in charge of humanity, but it was still difficult to fight against the natural dangers. Later on, I traveled thousands of miles to find a master. After 100 years, I finally met my master, Xianxia. My master taught me the way to rule the heavens. Later on, I was praised by the humans and became the Yellow Emperor. My master gave me a new lease of life. It will be difficult for me to repay this kindness in this life. Sir Linling, please help me give this jug of wine to the old man. The Yellow Emperor drank a large jug of wine and sincerely said to Linling, okay. Linling nodded and took the jug of wine into the square prison. However, Xianxia seemed to know the Yellow Emperor's intentions. He accepted the wine but didn't go out to meet the Yellow Emperor. After Linling came out, he told the Yellow Emperor about Xianxia's intentions. The Yellow Emperor sighed inwardly, but he didn't care too much. He was already very happy that his master accepted his wine. And with his master's temperament, he didn't like to meet strangers. Linling, come. Suddenly, the Yellow Emperor nodded to Linling. The sacred art is divided into several realms, corresponding to the power of the worlds will host. They are black, green, blue, yellow, red, gold, and purple. As for how to cultivate it, I don't know either, because I don't have the world's will power. Now, I will teach it to you. Hearing this, Linling quickly sat down cross-legged. The Yellow Emperor pointed at Linling, and a ray of light entered Linling's mind, exploding in Linling's mind. This was a complicated technique that explained how to control the power of the world. However, it wasn't easy to activate this power. This was because the power of the world's will was hidden in the body. It was difficult for any divine ability to detect it. It had to be awakened. Linling's soul force continued to observe the complicated technique. However, he could understand the technique, but he could not sense the world's will power. Just like cultivation, no matter how you cultivate, you could not sense the spiritual energy in your body. Linling opened his eyes, looking at the Yellow Emperor in disbelief, and told him the problem he encountered. This is a little strange, because Xiaoluan, Lei Gong, and Longyang could all sense their own world's will power. The only difference is the strength of the world's will power. Among them, Xiaoluan sensed it the fastest, Lei Gong was second, and Longyang was last. Furthermore, I also had them activate that power. It's really powerful. It's a power that surpasses the power of gods, the steps of gods, and even the most ancient divine abilities. Even if it's just a strand of power, it's still extremely powerful. That's right. The Yellow Emperor was also very confused. Could it be that I am not the world's will host? Linling couldn't help but frown. Even Xiaoluan could feel that power, so why couldn't he? You returned from the 8 gods' heavenly palace, and the stone tablet recorded that you are the world's will host. That is definitely not wrong. I estimate that there are strong and weak world's will hosts. Yours is too strong, so it is even harder to sense. After all, you are the 8th world's will host. The Yellow Emperor thought for a while and explained, you see, Xiaoluan was the first to sense it, then Lei Gong, and finally Longyang. This explains everything. Senior Yellow Emperor is right. Linling nodded. In my opinion, if you practice this technique every day and constantly communicate with the power of the world hidden in your body, you will definitely notice it over time. The Yellow Emperor said again. Then, he saw Linling close his eyes and meditate. He did not interrupt Linling and turned to leave. Linling was still cultivating this cultivation method. What made him feel strange was that as he cultivated this cultivation method, he could feel a force roaming through his entire body, as if it was searching for something. However, he couldn't see the power of the world's will. Perhaps it was just as the Yellow Emperor had said, awakening the will of the world would require a long process. Now, I've already prepared the 8 treasure acacia tree to break through to become a mid-god. However, I'm still quite lacking in the treasures needed for the breakthrough. Moreover, if I want to enter the Dao Pagoda, I'll need a large number of Dao realm fragments. After cultivating for a while, Linling sensed his own strength. In the Dao realm, with his current strength, he estimated that he was above average. However, in the Dao Pagoda, there were too many gods. Countless gods had accumulated over several eras, and they were all above average gods in strength. Therefore, Linling had to become even stronger. Although he could threaten late-stage high gods, in reality, he was relying on all kinds of trump cards. Moreover, it was only a threat. If he really wanted to kill a late-stage high god, he might not succeed. For example, Tung Wangkung was scared away by Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not even attack him. Thinking of those trump cards, Lin Ling hurriedly cultivated the 3 ultimate universe splits. He remembered that his soul force had greatly increased, and he was close to being able to cultivate the 2nd ultimate universe splits. However, when he wanted to cultivate it, he helplessly discovered that although this ultimate universe split seemed close, it was in fact still far away. Lin Ling continued to cultivate, but in the end, he could not break through the threshold and cultivate the 2nd ultimate universe splits. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. He then checked Panga's attack. The 3 ultimate universe splits were a Mahayana Buddhist technique of soul force, and Panga's attack was a physical body divine ability. Now that Lin Ling's physical strength had greatly increased, he did not know if Panga's attack could be cultivated to the next level. Panga's attack had 6 attacks. Now that Lin Ling had cultivated split the heavens and shatter the earth, they represented 1 attack and 1 defense. The 3rd attack was absolute soul. What shocked Lin Ling was that he could cultivate Panga's physical body divine ability. As for absolute soul shock, it doubled the speed of the entire body. Doubled, it was incomparably terrifying. However, the requirement for cultivation was that one's physical body must be strong enough. Because this was the explosive speed that could be achieved by burning one's physical body. Just like split the heavens and shatter the earth, Panga's divine ability could only be used once in a short period of time. Double the speed. Lin Ling's pupils violently trembled. Speed had always been his domain of expertise. His current speed was 5 million world speed. With the addition of the Quafu Sun chasing boots, it was 10 million world speed, but if he used absolute soul and doubled his speed, it would be 20 million world speed. With such speed, no mid-stage high god could catch up with him. Immediately, Lin Ling began to cultivate. Fortunately, the cultivation of Panga's attack had never been difficult. It depended on whether one's physical body had reached the standard. And Lin Ling had clearly reached the standard. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up and silently executed Panga's divine ability. First, flames appeared on his legs. They were the flames of the Quafu Sun chasing boots. Then, a silver radiance appeared. Lin Ling felt as though he was stepping on 2 silver plates. Lin Ling took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. In just 1 step, he had passed through the Yellow Emperor's territory. His speed was incomparably fast. Next, Lin Ling tested it again and finally walked back with satisfaction. Speed was a life-saving measure. It was also a trump card to defeat one's opponent. With great speed, one would be undefeatable at some point. One could even use the smallest amount of strength to kill one's opponent, but the speed of a god had always been difficult to increase, unless one had an innate divine fetus. Right now, my strongest talent is the eternal killing world. My other talents have more or less reached their limits and won't be of much help. However, the eternal killing world is enough to support me to step into the high god realm. What I lack are treasures. Lin Ling walked back and pondered for a moment. Then, he immediately went to look for the Yellow Emperor. Take my letter and give it to Daoist Yuan. He will probably give you 100,000 Dao realm fragments as a reward. Lin Ling pondered for a moment before finally nodding. But you must be careful. Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and the others are all searching for you. Oh right, there are also the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, Emperor Ziwei, and the others. Don't let them find you. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the Yellow Emperor said again. Don't worry. Although I can't fight them, it shouldn't be difficult for me to escape. Lin Ling's speed had greatly increased, and his confidence had also increased by a lot. No mid-stage high god could catch up to him. As for late-stage high gods, unless they had divine embryos with speed, it would be difficult for them to catch up to him. What was there to be afraid of? That's good. The Yellow Emperor took out the letter and handed it to Lin Ling. Now, all the gods in the vicinity of the Dao Tower were desperately searching for Dao realm fragments. Lin Ling only had to hand over the letter, but he could get 100,000 Dao realm fragments. Naturally, he wouldn't miss it. After receiving the letter, Lin Ling bid farewell to Yu Yu and the others and immediately left. He followed the direction indicated by the letter and moved forward without stopping. 10 days later, Lin Ling appeared in the west of the Dao Tower. He didn't burst out with full speed, so it took him some time. The main thing was that if he went at full speed, it would easily attract the attention of some gods. If he was discovered by Emperor Yao and the others, Lin Ling would be in a lot of trouble. In the Dao Tower, many ancient divine gates were related to Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao. Naturally, Lin Ling was much more cautious. In the west of the Dao Tower, snow and ice intersected, and the vast land was snow-white. Blizzards swept across the sky and earth from time to time, drowning everything. This wave of icy coldness had already reached the pinnacle, and it was mixed with terrifying divine energy. It was capable of causing any low-level deity to fall here, and even a mid-level deity would have to be careful. If they were to be engulfed by the blizzard head-on, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. The Dao Tower is so scary. Lin Ling moved forward carefully, leaving a footprint on the ground with each step. Every time a snowstorm approached, he would be able to sense it in advance and avoid the snowstorm. Moreover, from time to time, he would look back, but in the distant sky, he could still see the pure white Dao Pagoda. It was like a guiding light hanging in the sky. The Dao Pagoda was indeed a place that every god yearned for. It could be sensed from anywhere. Another blizzard is coming. We have to stay out of the way. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance. It was dark, and he could hear a terrifying rumbling sound. Lin Ling hurriedly moved in another direction. He found a cliff on a hill and hid under it to avoid the storm. These snowstorms were too powerful. When they fell on the void of the 9 continents, they could freeze the entire void of the 9 continents. Even Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe could not withstand many waves of snowstorms. Rumble, Lin Ling hid under the cliff. Above him, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. Although Lin Ling had avoided the most dangerous storm, he was still affected by the aftershocks. His whole body was frozen, and his skin continued to crack. Of course, these injuries did not affect Lin Ling much. Therefore, Lin Ling took the opportunity to cultivate. Time passed quietly. After the blizzard had passed, sunlight appeared in the sky and fell on the snowy ground, illuminating everything. A large group walked over from afar. Their bodies were covered in light, like lanterns. It was obvious that their strength was not weak at all. After this, no one is allowed to leave the Dao sect. Now that the ancient emperor wants to harm us, we must be careful. In the vicinity of the Dao Pagoda, there are countless ancient divine sections. These divine sects are also eyeing our origin returning Dao sect. Although we do not fear them, it is better to avoid trouble at this time. Remember, you must not cause trouble. An old man said to the group. This old man was a mid-stage high god. The disciples behind him were all extremely young. There were early-stage high gods and mid-stage high gods. The weakest was a mid-stage high god. The origin returning Dao sect was famous back in the era of the gods. Later on, when the calamity of the worlds will arrived, the entire sect was massacred. After reincarnating, the elders and disciples of the past all found the Dao sect and returned. We understand. The disciples nodded. Uncle Master, look. There's someone there. Wow, he dares to walk here alone. All of a sudden, a woman pointed to the bottom of the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, the snow was melting, revealing Lin Ling's body. Therefore, they saw him at a glance. He must be very strong. After all, if he dares to walk here alone and is not afraid of the blizzard, he can't be weak. A youth nodded and said. The old man frowned. After a closer inspection, he smiled and said, just mid-stage high god strength. A mid-stage high god is that strong? He's cultivating. He must be quite strong. I just don't know how much divine energy he has. Let me test him. Since he's here, he must be here to become a disciple. When the disciples found out that he was not a mid-stage high god, they relaxed. Then, a woman walked over with a smile. When the old man saw this, he shook his head but did not stop her. A mid-stage high god was not worthy of his attention. At this moment, Lin Ling was comprehending the technique left behind by the Yellow Emperor. However, he still could not sense the world will's power. Then, he opened his eyes and noticed the group of people in front of him. I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation. When she saw Lin Ling open his eyes, the woman immediately said. It's fine. I didn't make much progress anyway. Lin Ling shook his head, patted the snow off his body, and stood up. I'm Lin Ziyu from the origin returning Dao sect. I saw that you were cultivating and you weren't afraid of the snowstorm. I reckon that you're not weak. So I'm itching to learn from you. Is that okay? The woman was quite polite. Whether it was interrupting Lin Ling or asking for advice from Lin Ling, her tone was very polite. Origin returning Tao sect? When he heard the woman's words, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Have you heard of the Origin returning Tao sect? Are you really here to become a disciple? Our Origin returning Tao sect was very famous during the Age of the Gods. At its peak, we opened 365 sects and had more than 300 million disciples. When she saw Lin Ling's expression, the woman immediately smiled. She guessed that Lin Ling had come because of the sect's reputation. Although the times were different now, most of the gods who had died in the world will's calamity had heard of the Origin returning Tao sect. Back then, they had failed to become a disciple. Now that they had heard of the Origin returning Tao sect, it was not impossible for them to come again. If you want to become a disciple, then you have to spar with me. You don't have to win. You just have to use your full strength. Our martial uncle will evaluate you and see if you are suitable for our Origin returning Tao sect. The woman smiled cutely, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Become a disciple? Your Excellency, be careful. Unfortunately, Lin Ziyu thought that Lin Ling was an ordinary intermediate god. She came from the Origin returning Tao sect and was stronger than an ordinary intermediate god. Therefore, she warned Lin Ling. She activated her divine power and started to test Lin Ling. However, she realized that Lin Ling was not as weak as she thought. Next, she increased her divine power and wanted to pressure Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was nonchalant and dealt with it casually. You have some skills. Finally, Lin Ziyu unleashed her strongest strength. Her hands flew as if she was setting up a barrier. Although it looked ordinary, she was able to unleash powerful divine power from all angles around Lin Ling and attack Lin Ling. Lin Ling's interest was piqued by such a method. After a moment of careful observation, Lin Ling did not hold back anymore. His divine power erupted and he punched out in all directions. Boom! Boom! A dull sound rang out, and the white snow around the explosion shot up into the sky. All of Lin Ziyu's tricks were broken by Lin Ling. So powerful! Lin Ziyu was secretly shocked. Not only was the man in front of her powerful divine power, but he was also very good at comprehending divine abilities. The technique she used earlier was called Divine Power Forbidden Divine Technique. It was a divine ability that the Origin returning Tao sect did not pass on to others. She could use her divine power to silently kill her opponent before they noticed. Of course, this technique was only effective against gods of the same realm. Although Lin Ling's realm was the same as hers, his divine power was much stronger. Therefore, the effect was not that great. What was amazing was that Lin Ling could see through her divine power forbidden divine technique. Your Excellency, I have lost. Lin Ziyu cupped her hands and said to Lin Ling, it's fine. What was your previous technique? Lin Ling said with a smile. His soul force was powerful, so he was able to detect the hidden power of divinity in the surroundings. However, he was only able to roughly detect it. If he could control this method, although it wouldn't be considered a trump card, it would still be able to catch his enemies off guard in battle. This is a divine ability that the Origin returning Tao sect does not pass on to others. Lin Ziyu smiled. She pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Your Excellency, you must be here because you want to join the Origin returning Tao sect. If you join the Origin returning Tao sect, you can learn the previous techniques. Moreover, your divine power is not weak. You are qualified to become a disciple of the Origin returning Tao sect. Disciple? Lin Ling shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, the experts in the distance walked over. The more he looked, the more he liked Lin Ling's sect, the more he smiled and said, Your Excellency, you must have heard of the Origin returning Tao sect. Your Excellency, I have your Origin sect. Lin Ling stared at the old man, discovering that he had the power of a high god. Like I said, he's here because of the fame. Our Origin returning Tao sect now has a powerful senior brother. Your Excellency, Your Majesty God Xianxia Senior Xianxia Yu. The surrounding youths greeted Lin Ling respectfully. Although you joined the Origin returning Tao sect later, in the world of gods, the strong are respected. They call you senior brother, so you are qualified to accept it. The old man stroked his beard and said, My name is Ling Guang. You can call me Martial Uncle Ling Guang. This. Lin Ling frowned. These people were too polite, making it difficult for him to speak. After all, he really was not here to become a disciple. He was here for a god called Daoist Yuan. It's fine. Our origin returning Dao sect is very easy to talk to. You don't have to be too restrained. Martial Uncle Ling Guang thought that Lin Ling was flattered. At this point, Lin Ling knew that he had no choice but to say his purpose. He shook his head and said, "Senior, I'm really not here to become a disciple." Everyone was still chatting enthusiastically. When they heard Lin Ling's words, their laughter suddenly stopped. Martial Uncle Ling Guang frowned and said in a low voice, "Then what are you doing here?" "I'm here to find a person called Daoist Yuan. I'm here to deliver a letter to him. I'm here to complete a task for someone," Lin Ling said bluntly. "Not here to become a disciple? Why didn't this guy say so earlier? He made us happy for nothing. I'm calling him senior brother." "Humph, so embarrassing." The faces of the disciples instantly turned cold. It was obvious that they were in a bad mood. "Nonsense, if you're not here to become a disciple, why didn't you say so earlier?" Martial Uncle Ling Guang's voice also became dignified. Previously, they had thought that Lin Ling was here to become a disciple. Now that they had been rejected by Lin Ling, they felt that they could not put down their faces. Moreover, their origin returning Dao sect was a famous Dao sect during the Age of the Gods. There were countless people who wanted to join their Dao sect. Now that they had given Lin Ling a chance, Lin Ling had actually rejected them. This was also a humiliation to the origin returning Dao sect. "I wanted to say it earlier, but you didn't even have the chance to. However, it was my fault. I apologize here," Lin Ling said indifferently. "I wonder where Daoist Yuan is. Where can I see him?" "Humph, you're just a mere junior. What qualifications do you have to see Daoist Yuan? He's an eagle in the sky and you're a pile of shit on the ground. You don't have the qualifications to see him. Lead by yourself." Martial Uncle Ling Guang coldly snorted and his tone became even worse. Lin Ling's voice instantly turned cold. He had already apologized for the misunderstanding earlier. Who knew that these people would still refuse to forgive him? He coldly snorted and said, "What origin returning Dao sect? In my opinion, it's just a petty Dao sect. It's no wonder it's in decline now." "You." Everyone stared at Lin Ling angrily. "Alright, I'm here to deliver a letter on behalf of someone. Take it or leave it. In any case, I've already brought the letter." Lin Ling ignored them. He threw down the letter and strode away. What a rude brat. "Martial Uncle, teach him a lesson." That's right. He actually dared to insult the origin returning Dao sect. All the disciples were enraged. Lin Ziyu continuously spoke up for Lin Ling. From the bottom of her heart, she believed that Lin Ling did not insult the origin returning Dao sect. After all, it was their wishful thinking from the beginning. Lin Ling did not agree to it at all. Now that Lin Ling had rejected them, the origin returning Dao sect seemed to be angry from embarrassment. Forget it. Now that the origin returning Dao sect is in trouble, consider him lucky. Let's go. Martial Uncle Ling Guang originally wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, when he thought of the origin returning Dao sect's recent encounters, he held back. "Martial Uncle, this letter." Lin Ziyu looked at the envelope on the ground. Martial Uncle Ling Guang coldly snorted and said, "Who cares about him? If you want to take it, then take it." Hearing this, Lin Ziyu could only take the letter and leave with the crowd. At the same time, she looked at the letter and saw that it had a mysterious seal. It seemed to be extremely powerful. Martial Uncle Ling Guang, that person was so arrogant. However, it seems like he's very confident. What if he really knows Martial Uncle Yuan? Along the way, someone asked. "Humph, he's just a middle celestial. What right does he have to know Martial Uncle Yuan?" Ling Guang said disdainfully. Hearing this, Ling Guang frowned. Such a thing could happen. However, he still said stubbornly, "Sending a middle god to deliver the letter means that the other party isn't a big deal. They're probably a smaller faction than the origin returning Dao sect, and they're here to seek protection from us, Uncle. This is bad. This letter seems to have the Yellow Emperor's name on it." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ziyu's voice immediately sounded, with a hint of anxiety, the group immediately stopped in their tracks. Ling Guang's body trembled as he looked at Lin Ziyu in shock and said, "Lin Ziyu, are you seeing things?" "No, no. Look." Lin Ziyu quickly handed the letter to Ling Guang. Ling Guang looked at it from top to bottom and his expression changed completely. The letter did indeed have the Yellow Emperor's signature. Furthermore, the power in the letter was very mysterious. Even he couldn't see through it. Most importantly, the letter said that after careful consideration, the Yellow Emperor had finally agreed to accept the Origin Returning Dao sect into his faction. Now, the Origin Returning Dao sect was surrounded by enemies. All the gods were eyeing them covetously. They needed a strong backer. The Yellow Emperor was the backer they had chosen. However, when they asked the Yellow Emperor for help, the Yellow Emperor ignored them. This matter dragged on for a few years. Now, the Yellow Emperor had finally agreed. The letter even said that the Yellow Emperor had sent his confidant to deliver the letter. This showed that he valued the Origin Returning Dao sect. Confidant, the middle god youth from before, heavens, under the Yellow Emperor's tomb, there were countless capable people. Without the strength of a higher god, it was impossible to get close to the Yellow Emperor. Why did he send a middle god? Immediately hand this letter to your uncle Yuan. Remember to tell him that this matter is extremely urgent. Uncle Ling Guang's expression changed greatly as he immediately instructed. He then looked at Lin Ziyu and the rest and said, "Let's go and find that man. We've missed him." After a long time on the snowy ground, a large number of gods glided along the ground, looking for Lin Ling everywhere. A white-haired old man wearing a Taoist robe grumbled, "Junior brother Ling Guang, you can be considered as someone who has seen a lot. You actually offended the Yellow Emperor's messenger. What do you want me to say to you? It's not like you don't know that the Origin Returning Dao sect is currently being attacked from all sides. If the Yellow Emperor were to step in to protect us, the nearby divine sects would not dare to bully us. But now..." Hearing the old man's words, Ling Guang said with a bitter face, "Senior brother, I don't know either. That lad is just a mid-god. How would I know that he has such a powerful backer? Kid? Can't you change your temper?" The white-haired old man glared at him, scaring Ling Guang into silence. The white-haired elder continued, "This is no longer the era of the gods, but the era of the gods from several eras. There are many divine sects that are more powerful than the Origin Returning Dao sect. You should keep a low profile. When you find that fellow Daoist, you must apologize to him. Remember, you must call him fellow Daoist, not brat." "Senior brother, I understand." Ling Guang also knew that he had gotten himself into trouble and did not dare to be arrogant anymore. Everyone split up to search. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling was walking alone. He was puzzled. He had wanted to hand over the letter and obtain 100,000 Dao realm fragments, but he had encountered such a situation. Now, how to obtain the Dao realm fragments was giving him a headache. "Right, let's go to the four-sided prison and ask." Lin Ling pondered for a moment before entering the four-sided prison. He first found Old Man Sangui to ask, but Old Man Sangui could not help him. This was because Old Man Sangui only knew about the Dao realm and was not familiar with the Dao pagoda. Although there were many ways to obtain Dao realm fragments in the Dao realm, there were too few of them. Then, Old Man Sangui recommended Lin Ling to find Guanqingzi. Lin Ling nodded and went to the prison where Guanqingzi was. Guanqingzi seemed to have known that Lin Ling would come and was already waiting for him with a smile. "Lin Ling, you must be having a headache over the Dao realm fragments. Senior Guanqingzi, you can predict the future." It's not that I can predict the future, but if you want to grow, the best way is to obtain the Dao realm fragments or enter the Dao pagoda. However, entering the Dao pagoda, the Dao realm fragments are still indispensable. Then Senior Guanqingzi has a way? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Senior Guanqingzi had been waiting for him for a long time. Could it be that he wanted to help him? If it was in the past, I naturally wouldn't care. However, you are the host body of the eighth will of the world. You must become stronger. Although your current strength is not bad, if you were to fight against the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, your strength is still too weak, let alone fighting against the Tongtian sect. One finger. Therefore, I also want to help you become stronger. Guanqingzi stroked his beard and smiled. Thank you, Senior Guanqingzi. Lin Ling was delighted and quickly bowed. Hee, no need to call me senior. We are of the same generation. Guangqingzi waved his hand and said, where are you now? Have you entered the Dao Pagoda? Lin Ling hurriedly told him his general direction. This way. By the way, go west of the Dao Pagoda. There is a shrine of ice and snow, and there is a deity inside. He has many Dao realm fragments. If you visit him and help him solve some of his cultivation problems, you will be able to obtain a large number of Dao realm fragments. I estimate that there will be at least 500,000 fragments. Maybe even more. Guangqingzi pondered. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head and said, me? Guide him? I can guide some juniors, but I don't think I am qualified to guide an ancient deity. No matter, I will teach you the method. This is cheating. Your Excellency Lin Ling, can you not say that about me? This is not cheating, this is fate. After some conversation, Lin Ling received Guangqingzi's guidance. It was a white light curtain. After Lin Ling checked it, he found that there was nothing inside, but Lin Ling guessed that if he really wanted to guide that deity, this white light would certainly be of help. Soon after, Lin Ling bade farewell and left the square prison. He wanted to find the shrine of ice, however, as soon as he came out, Lin Ling saw a large number of deities in the distance. Moreover, he saw Lin Ziyu from before. Found it, under the cliff. Someone also discovered Lin Ling and immediately shouted in surprise. Lin Ling sneered and sat down cross-legged. In the distance, the white-haired old man's eyes lit up. He immediately led everyone over and landed in front of Lin Ling. He cupped his hands and saluted Lin Ling. May I ask if you are the emissary of the Yellow Emperor? I am Daoist Yuan. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Lin Ling slightly closed his eyes and remained silent. He guessed that Daoist Yuan knew what was going on. Daoist Yuan and the others bitterly smiled. Daoist Yuan glared at Ling Guang. Ling Guang understood and cupped his hands towards Lin Ling again, saying, I was blind to not recognize Mount Tai previously. I hope you can forgive me. How would I dare to forgive this senior? I'm just a pile of shit on the ground. Your origin returning Dao sect is an eagle in the sky. I'm not worthy. Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged and cultivating, completely unaffected. Senior brother, look. Ling Guang was about to cry. He could only helplessly look at Daoist Yuan. Daoist Yuan also had a headache. Although the man in front of him was an intermediate god, he was one of the Yellow Emperor's people. He could not afford to offend him. Fellow Daoist, look. I have 100,000 Dao realm fragments here. Daoist Yuan pondered for a bit and handed over the fragments with a smile. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and glanced at Daoist Yuan's Dao returning to the heavens. Then, he closed his eyes again and said, no need, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Everyone was stunned. Daoist Yuan was indeed a wise old man. He immediately reacted and took out another 100,000 fragments. He smiled and said, fellow Daoist, please put in a good word for us in front of the Yellow Emperor. He knew very well that if Lin Ling didn't care about the fragments, he wouldn't have opened his eyes earlier. After all, Ling Guang's continuous apologies were ignored by this man and he continued to cultivate as he pleased. Only after taking out the fragments did he open his eyes for the first time. As for his previous refusal, the reason was very simple. He felt that the fragments were too little. Fine, we're on the same side. Let's just forget about this. Sure enough, after taking out the fragments, Lin Ling finally stood up. What a joke, Lin Ling came from so far away and was chased away. It was normal for him to want more fragments. After all, Lin Ling didn't suffer for nothing. Of course. We're on the same side from now on. Seeing Lin Ling stand up, Daoist Yuan finally felt relieved. Ling Guang and the others smiled bitterly. After all, money was more practical. Fellow Daoist, why don't you come to the origin returning Dao sect as a guest? Daoist Yuan then sent out an invitation. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't refuse. He still had to go to the Shrine of Ice and didn't plan to leave this area for now. He immediately followed Daoist Yuan towards the origin returning Dao sect. Daoist Yuan, what happened here? Why are you asking the Yellow Emperor on? Lin Ling asked on the way. It's like this. The nearby god sect sent us an invitation. They said that their disciples would spar and use 8 million Dao realm shards as the wager. The winner would get it. We thought that we would definitely lose, so we didn't agree. However, they said that if we didn't agree, then we would lose. But if we didn't, we offending all the other sections. Daoistes. And moreover, they did it on purpose. Their objective was to swindle the 8 million Dao realm fragments. The so-called invitation token was merely an excuse. Daoist Yuan continued. I'll ask the Yellow Emperor on your behalf. Lin Ling said to Daoist Yuan after thinking for a while. You're asking the Yellow Emperor? Daoist Yuan was stunned, flabbergasted, and stupefied. This was because he knew that there were countless capable people in the Yellow Emperor's tomb. Normally speaking, very few gods would only be able to see the Yellow Emperor once. Even if they were lucky enough to see him, it would only be once. If they wanted to see him again, it would be up to luck, but this guy in front of him actually asked the Yellow Emperor personally? Senior brother Yuan, this guy seems to be a fierce person. Ling Guang also sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of horror. After Lin Ling asked the Yellow Emperor, he frowned and said to Daoist Yuan, the Yellow Emperor has already informed the nearby sects that they will help us at the critical moment. However, we must go to this exchange. Ah? Why? Daoist Yuan blinked. Because I will represent the Gui Yuan Dao sect to win the 8 million Dao realm fragments. Lin Ling said. This. Ling Guang was dumbfounded. What if they lost? However, Daoist Yuan was smart. He knew that even if they lost, the Yellow Emperor would owe them a favor. 8 million Dao realm fragments for a favor from the Yellow Emperor was worth it. Alright, I'll bring Sir Lin Ling to participate tomorrow. Daoist Yuan nodded. Thank you, Daoist Yuan. Lin Ling nodded and followed Daoist Yuan. However, his eyes were cold. Previously, the Yellow Emperor had replied to him. With regards to what had happened here, the Yellow Emperor had also investigated. There were indeed several God Gates exchange meetings, but one of them was very mysterious, and behind them seemed to be the Burning Heart God Gate. Most importantly, this sect had sent a disciple. His background was not small. He was a world will host. Lin Ling had heard of the 9 world will hosts. However, according to the Yellow Emperor, he had never seen this world will host before. Lin Ling knew of only one world will host and was not familiar with it. That was the world will host sealed in the Dragon Valley on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to move forward. This was because if the world will host escaped, what would happen to the Dragon Valley? This was what he was most worried about. Lin Ling was indebted to the dragon god of the Dragon Valley on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. He had helped Lin Ling many times. Therefore, Lin Ling would not stand by and do nothing about the Dragon Valley. That night, Lin Ling stayed in the Gui Yuan Dao sect. He realized that the Gui Yuan Dao sect was very big. There were more than 100,000 disciples and countless experts. However, in terms of combat strength, there were not many people who were strong. The place where the Gui Yuan Dao sect was located was once the cave of an ancient giant god. There were many treasures inside. After it was occupied by the Gui Yuan Dao sect, they excavated the treasures day and night. This caused them to have a lot of Dao realm fragments. The surrounding sects were also eyeing the Gui Yuan Dao sect covetously because of this. One had to know that in the Dao Tower, any treasure could be exchanged for Dao realm fragments. One could also use Dao realm fragments to exchange for treasures. Generally speaking, most of the sects would exchange treasures for Dao realm fragments. After all, although there were many treasures, they might not be suitable for every god. If they exchanged for Dao realm fragments, they could exchange for treasures that were suitable for themselves. No wonder the Gui Yuan Dao sect gave me 200,000 Dao realm fragments in the blink of an eye. They are really rich. The location of the sect of all gods exchange was still nearby. What made Lin Ling satisfied was that it was west of the Dao Pagoda. This meant that once the exchange was over, Lin Ling could go and find the Shrine of Ice, and after everything was done, even if he didn't have enough treasures to break through to High God, he would have enough Dao realm fragments to enter the Dao Pagoda. A huge white feather warship flew across the sky. The entire body of the warship was made of the feathers of a huge white feather divine bird. This kind of spaceship could penetrate the void and reach all parts of the universe. At this moment, on the white feather warship, the people of the Origin returning Dao sect were extremely excited. They gathered together and talked excitedly. On this trip, remember not to embarrass the origin returning Tao sect. Ling Guang looked at the disciples and said, because this exchange is based on lifespan. Only those who have cultivated for less than 100,000 years can participate in the exchange, and their cultivation can't be at the high god realm. You are all outstanding mid-gods in the sect. Even if you can't win this exchange, you can't take the final ranking. For you, the sect took out 8 million Dao realm fragments this time. If you win, the 8 million Dao realm fragments will also be rewarded to you. Ling Guang kept saying. The disciples all puffed out their chests, their bodies shining with divine light. Lin Ziyu, your strength has increased a lot. On this trip, remember not to embarrass yourself. A handsome man looked at Lin Ziyu and said. This man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His name was Willow Deity, and he had the strength of a peak mid-god. Back then, he was famous in the origin returning Tao sect. After the great calamity of the world's will, he went through 300 lives and finally found the origin returning Tao sect. Therefore, in the origin returning Tao sect, he was the senior of the mid-gods. I understand, eldest senior brother. Lin Ziyu replied respectfully. On this trip, I will definitely raise the prestige of the origin returning Tao sect. Moreover, the other party has the Cloud Crane sect, the Entry sect, and the Jade Armor Goblin tribe. These are all old opponents from the age of all gods. I also want to meet them. The man looked into the distance and said indifferently. His words seemed calm, but they were filled with endless confidence. Senior is mighty. All the junior brothers began to flatter Willow Deity. Whether it was during the age of the gods or now, Willow Deity's prestige in their hearts was not low. However, Lin Ziyu and the others secretly shook their heads. They quietly looked at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner. They guessed that Lin Ling would be the one who would decide the outcome of this exchange. Hey, where's that newbie? Could it be junior brother? Some people also noticed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was too unsociable. Is there a new junior brother? Willow Deity also looked over. Don't talk nonsense. He is not a junior brother. He is representing our origin returning Tao sect to participate in the exchange. Lin Ziyu hurriedly said. Him? I've never seen him before. What can he represent? He probably wants to follow us and broaden his horizons. The other disciple smiled faintly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many elders on the warship, they would really want to show off their might as a senior brother. There were too many disciples and elders in the origin returning Tao sect. Therefore, not everyone knew about the matter between Daoist Yuan and Lin Ling. Moreover, this matter was a secret of the sect. Naturally, it would not be easily spread. This was why the disciples did not know about Lin Ling's origins, only Lin Ziyu and a few others knew. What nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, Ling Guang shouted angrily. The disciples were so frightened that they did not dare to speak. Ling Guang stared at Lin Ling. He originally wanted to explain on behalf of Lin Ling. However, when he saw that Lin Ling did not care, he did not dare to say anything. After all, Lin Ling represented the origin returning Tao sect to participate in the exchange. This was the Yellow Emperor's intention. Before he knew what the Yellow Emperor was planning, he did not dare to ruin this matter. Now, he only needed to stop those ignorant fellows from provoking Lin Ling. Willow Deity frowned. He did not understand why Elder Ling Guang was speaking up for the newcomer. However, he did not care. As long as it was not a superior deity, he did not care. After a long time, the warship landed in a snowy valley. Whoosh, outside the valley, snow and ice intersected. The snowstorm was extremely terrifying. However, what was surprising was that in the valley, the snowstorm could not blow in. This caused everything outside the valley to be frozen while the valley was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. In the valley, a large number of gods were gathered. They were all powerful and had divine light protecting their bodies. These gods came from various large sects. Furthermore, they were all extremely famous sects during the era of the gods. Among them, there were even a few large demon clans. After the origin returning Tao sect landed, many powerful gods immediately came forward to welcome them. They were incomparably polite. Of course, everyone knew that this politeness was only on the surface. If there was a conflict of interest, this kind of smiling face would instantly turn evil. Daoist Yuan, you guys are late. Didn't your sect leader come with you? Haha, the sect leader happened to be in seclusion, so I'm the one leading the team. Your origin returning Dao sect is so troublesome. We invited you a few times but you didn't come. But now that you're finally here, you can let us return from the era of the gods get to know each other. The various patriarchs and sect leaders cupped their hands and smiled at Daoist Yuan. It could be seen that the origin returning Dao sect was indeed very famous during the era of the gods. Lin Ling followed the crowd and quietly glanced at these people. He frowned slightly but did not discover the aura of the world's will. Junior sister Lin. The seniors of the sects were getting to know each other, and so were the disciples of the various sections. A young man led a large number of gods and smiled as he walked towards the origin returning Dao sect and greeted Lin Ziyu. It's you, Crown Prince Xianxia. Lin Ziyu stared at the young man in the lead and her eyes flashed slightly. Ha ha ha, junior sister Lin, it's been many years since we last met. However, junior sister Lin is still as elegant as a goddess. Her temperament is truly extraordinary. The young man called Crown Prince Xianxia laughed. He looked very polite, but deep in his eyes, there was an undetectable cold light flashing. Humph. Lin Ziyu not only knew the young man, but she also knew his character. She did not bother to say anything and only snorted coldly. Haha, junior sister Lin is still so unique. Crown Prince Xianxia was rejected, but he still did not care. Instead, he smiled and chatted with Willow Deity and the others. However, he sneered in his heart. This slut will fall into my hands sooner or later. When that time comes, I'll crush you under my body. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Senior brother Liu. Crown Prince Xianxia greeted Willow Deity. So you're here too. It's been many years since we last met. Willow Deity replied with a fake smile. They all knew these people. They had sparred and met many times during the era of the gods. They had even ventured into the cave abodes of the gods and competed with each other. Remember, you were defeated by me. However, Willow Deity also said with a faint smile. Her words made Xianxia Crown Prince smile and he said without any embarrassment, yes, Willow Deity of the origin returning Dao sect was extremely famous back then. Now that I've reincarnated, my reputation is still the same. Of course. Willow Deity said matter-of-factly. However, Xianxia Crown Prince's eyes were cold after his faint smile. He thought to himself, today, I'll pay you back for all the humiliation back then. I'll let you be proud for a while longer. While everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Lin Ling was still secretly investigating. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Why aren't you going to greet them? Now that martial uncles and martial uncles have gone to greet them, and so have all the other martial brothers, why are you still in a daze? A disciple of the origin returning Dao sect said unhappily when he saw that Lin Ling was out of place. Scram. Lin Ling didn't even look at the disciple and shouted coldly. You. The disciple didn't expect his new junior brother to be so rude. Little did he know that Lin Ling's trip this time was for the World Will's host body. This so-called Holy Gate, senior brothers, and junior brothers were actually just a fart. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, the exchange began immediately. The exchange was very simple. Every sect took out a certain amount of Tao realm fragments and distributed them according to the ratio. The winner would get the most, followed by the second place. However, the gods didn't know how to control their strength when fighting. Therefore, if they were injured or killed, they couldn't blame anyone. Of course, some gods still had the chance to be protected by Tao realm fragments, so it wasn't a big deal. Then, martial platforms appeared in the valley. As if immortals were fighting, they started fighting fiercely. An ancient barrier was set up around the martial platforms to prevent the power from leaking out. Go, go. This spiritual master Scorpion is quite strong. I remember that he was a very ordinary existence back then. After the gods reincarnated, the once powerful ones have fallen. The once weak ones have grown. Cheers and clamors came from all around. Lin Ling watched quietly. At first, he was interested, but gradually, he lost interest. First of all, no matter how powerful a battle between gods was, it would only cause Lin Ling to be slightly interested. Secondly, these gods had held back a little in their attacks. They didn't dare to risk their lives. Sir Lin Ling, what do you think of this exchange? Daoist Yuan asked with a smile when he saw that Lin Ling's goal wasn't on the martial stage but looking around. Boring. Lin Ling said bluntly. He continued to pay attention to the surroundings, looking for the host body of the world will. Daoist Yuan was dumbfounded. He was speechless. What? How dare you say it's boring? A disciple at the side heard this and his face turned red with anger. Originally, when Martial Uncle Yuan personally went to greet them, they were already very unhappy. But who would have thought that this newcomer would actually say that it was boring? Shut up. Who allowed you to speak? However, Daoist Yuan immediately reprimanded these disciples, causing them to stick out their tongues in anger. They could only glare at Lin Ling. Interesting. This guy probably has a powerful background. But he's too arrogant. I don't think he's experienced a life and death battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say that. Willow Deity also glanced at Lin Ling and shook her head in disdain. The battle in the valley was so intense, but Lin Ling said it was boring. This meant that he didn't understand these battles at all. Ignoring Lin Ling, Willow Deity's gaze fell on the various martial stages. At this moment, the other disciples of the Origin Returning Dao sect were defeated one after another. Even Lin Ziyu couldn't escape defeat, and as time passed, the winner of the exchange gradually became clear. It was actually Crown Prince Xianxia. Even Lin Ziyu was defeated by him. I didn't expect Crown Prince Xianxia's strength to increase so much. Willow Deity was secretly shocked. Willow Deity, why don't we have a battle? Let me see if you, a famous figure from the Age of the Gods, are still as powerful after reincarnating. Or will you be like the Origin Returning Dao sect, declining day by day? On the martial stage, Crown Prince Xianxia looked calmly at Willow Deity. His tone wasn't as polite as before. He was looking down on the Origin Returning Dao sect. How dare you? The people of the Origin Returning Dao sect were furious. The former Crown Prince Xianxia wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Come on. Crown Prince Xianxia didn't care about them at all. Instead, he waved at Willow Deity. Willow Deity's face was ashen. Without a word, she flew off the martial stage. That's more like it. You have some backbone. How about this, I'll let you make the first move. Crown Prince Xianxia had a calm expression. He smiled at Willow Deity's arrival and waited calmly for her to attack. Willow Deity seemed to have been humiliated. She didn't speak. Her divine power erupted and she used all kinds of techniques to attack Crown Prince Xianxia. Rumble, both of them were extremely famous figures. The battle was extremely intense. It could be said that the two of them were the most invincible existences amongst the mid-gods, and no mid-gods were a match for them. Crown Prince Xianxia, how did you become so powerful? The people of the Origin Returning Dao sect were shocked. Crown Prince Xianxia had already fought hundreds of rounds with Willow Deity. If it was back then, Crown Prince Xianxia would definitely be defeated within 50 rounds. Interesting. Lin Ling was also watching their battle. He realized that their divine power had reached 70 million. Among the mid-gods, they were indeed impressive. Of course, what made Lin Ling interested was that he finally sensed a trace of the world's will power from Crown Prince Xianxia's body. However, Lin Ling was very sure that Crown Prince Xianxia wasn't the host of the Dragon Valley's world's will. After all, the world's will power on Crown Prince Xianxia was very weak. It was more like an assimilated god. Back then, the great gods of Spirit Nation also had such means. They could assimilate martial artists into their own and give them immortality. Of course, this method was useful for martial artists. It was completely useless against gods. Therefore, in the Dao realm, the great gods of Spirit Nation rarely assimilated gods. It was probably because they weren't strong enough. Crown Prince Xianxia could be assimilated. This meant that the host of the world's will sealed in the Dragon Valley seemed to be stronger than the great gods of Spirit Nation, or perhaps, someone was helping him. Rumble, the battle between the two was difficult to determine. It was also the longest battle so far. However, everyone could see that Crown Prince Xianxia was calm. On the other hand, Willow Deity was getting more and more anxious. She was almost injured several times. This also affected Willow Deity's battle state. Bang! After fighting for another 15 minutes, Crown Prince Xianxia sneered. He seized the opportunity when Willow Deity's divine power couldn't keep up and attacked. He defeated Willow Deity and severely injured her. Go back and learn for a few more years before coming again. Willow deity, I've said it before. You're no longer the same as before. Just like your origin returning Dao sect, you're declining. Crown Prince Xianxia looked at Willow deity proudly. Why didn't you dare to say this to me back then? That's right. I didn't dare back then, but I dare now. What can you do to me? Go back and think about it. Xianxia Crown Prince said disdainfully. His meaning was clear, I'm stronger than you now, so you can boast about me. Willow deity trembled and returned to the origin Dao sect in shame. The origin returning Dao sect sighed, knowing that the 8 million Dao realm fragments were wasted. Daoist Yuan also sighed and looked at Lin Ling. He walked over and said, Your Excellency Lin Ling, are you confident in defeating Xianxia Crown Prince? Yes. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Daoist Yuan, you want me to fight, right? Yes. Daoist Yuan nodded immediately. Wasn't this Lin Ling's purpose for coming here? Defeat him? I don't know how confident I am, but I'm very confident in killing him. Lin Ling stood up and walked out of the origin returning Dao sect. Daoist Yuan couldn't help but feel happy. With Lin Ling fighting, he should be able to suppress Xianxia Crown Prince, although he didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. Since he knew the Yellow Emperor, he shouldn't be weak. When Lin Ling walked out, Willow deity was walking back. He couldn't help but be surprised. Then, he looked deeply at Daoist Yuan and suddenly understood. It turned out that Daoist Yuan had a backup plan. Be careful. This Xianxia Crown Prince's divine power seems to be on par with mine, but his divine power is a little strange. There's a strange power hidden within. Willow deity warned. Do you think I'm you? Lin Ling didn't even look at him. His words stunned Willow deity. At this moment, the seniors of the various sects were staring at Xianxia Crown Prince on the stage, praising him. I didn't expect Xianxia Crown Prince to improve so much. Back then, he definitely wasn't Willow deity's match. His strength is probably comparable to an early-stage high god. He's a god with a lifespan of 100,000 years. Not only does he grow quickly, but his strength is also incredible. He's really not simple. The origin returning Dao sect's 800 Dao realm fragments are in our hands. Hearing the clamor around him, Xianxia Crown Prince also felt proud. Back then, he was very ordinary. Many gods could easily defeat him, especially Willow deity. He could only smile when facing such an expert. But now, these opponents of his had been surpassed by him, greatly surpassed, and this was his first step after reincarnating. In the future, he would enter the Dao Pagoda. I wonder who else from the various divine sects would like to exchange pointers with me. Xianxia Crown Prince as he looked at the entire valley. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the Xianxia Crown Prince. Without the strength of a high god, it was likely that he would be beaten up badly if he went up against him. However, at this moment, a figure lightly landed on the martial stage. This person was somewhat mysterious, and no one could see through his appearance. Moreover, he possessed the strength of a late-stage mid-god. I am the Azura of the origin returning Dao sect. I am here to teach you a lesson. The person that had arrived was precisely Lin Ling. He hadn't casually revealed his appearance, and he'd concealed his identity and strength instead because he was afraid of scaring away the host body of the world will. Who is this? I've never heard of him. I don't know. He's only a mid-god. Can he defeat Xianxia Crown Prince with this strength? There was a flurry of discussion all around as they sized Lin Ling up with curiosity. But in the end, most of them were disdainful. Even Willow deity from the origin returning Dao sect had been defeated. Wasn't this person courting death? Who are you? How come I've never heard of you? Is there no one else in the origin returning Dao sect that you're sending a piece of trash? Xianxia Crown Prince looked at Lin Ling with contempt, his eyes full of disdain. He had never heard of Lin Ling either. Plus, he was only a mid-god. Naturally, he didn't think much of him. He pointed at Lin Ling and shot a powerful divine power at Lin Ling. Get out of here. When the divine power arrived, Lin Ling moved and easily dodged it. However, this caused the crowd to laugh at him. They thought that this person who dared to go up would have some ability. Even if he wasn't a match for Xianxia Crown Prince, he would at least be able to resist. But who knew that this guy wouldn't dare to take a casual attack from Xianxia Crown Prince and could only dodge? That was just a casual attack. Is he here to make a fool of himself? In my opinion, if Xianxia Crown Prince gets serious, this guy won't be able to take a single attack. The origin returning Dao sect has indeed declined. More disdainful comments came from all around. Uncle Yuan, what's going on? Willow deity stared at the battle platform and couldn't help but ask. Don't ask. Just watch. Daoist Yuan shook his head and continued to stare at Lin Ling on the battle platform. This made Willow deity grit his teeth. He thought that since Lin Ling had been sent to the battle platform by Uncle Yuan, he should have some ability. But it seemed that he couldn't even withstand a single blow and was even weaker than him. At least he had fought with Xianxia Crown Prince for thousands of rounds before his divine power ran out and he lost. At this moment, endless mockery came from all around. Lin Ling was still indifferent. He seemed to be staring at Xianxia Crown Prince, but he was actually still searching for the host body of the world's will. However, he could vaguely sense it, but he wasn't sure of its exact location. It seemed that the only way to lure it out was to defeat Xianxia Crown Prince. Alright, enough nonsense. You'd better use your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Ling said coldly as he looked away. I won't have another chance? Xianxia Crown Prince laughed, but it was an extremely cold laugh. He had focused on sparring today and hadn't killed anyone yet. So he would kill this guy to establish his dominance. Boom. He unleashed his full strength and his divine power shot into the sky. Then, he disappeared as if he had disappeared from the universe. No way, Xianxia Crown Prince used his full strength against that piece of trash. Seeing Xianxia Crown Prince's aura, everyone was shocked. This was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Kill me? Lin Ling's expression didn't change, but he sensed the killing intent coming. Great, after killing Xianxia Crown Prince, the real deal would probably appear. Lin Ling just stood there quietly and motionlessly. All of a sudden, there was a ripple in the void, and an earth-shattering power of divinity arrived, capable of crushing any mid-level deity. Has it appeared? Unfortunately, Xianxia Crown Prince met Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered and slashed out with his hand like a knife. He didn't use any tricks, just a simple slash, because the divine power in this slash was twice as strong as Xianxia Crown Prince's. 200 million was no joke. Even without the fusion talent, Lin Ling could easily unleash 100 million. Rumble. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it destroyed all of Xianxia Crown Prince's attacks. The hand was so close that Xianxia Crown Prince stopped breathing. Of course, more importantly, this figure was very familiar. It was the Xianxia Crown Prince's body. The Xianxia Crown Prince instantly realized that his head had been chopped off and was flying backward. When he landed on the ground, he rolled. He could not breathe even if he wanted to. His aura was completely gone. Ironically, this guy did not even have the chance to be protected by the Tao realm. He was killed in one move. The entire process was clean and simple. It was to lure out the true host of the world's will. At this moment, there was complete silence. All the seniors of the Divine Gate and the disciples from the various great Tao sects stared at the head on the ground. They were so shocked that they forgot to breathe. Before this, they thought Lin Ling was a joke and would probably be killed by the Xianxia Crown Prince in one move. But in the end, the Xianxia Crown Prince who had returned from reincarnation was killed with just one move, or even just one slash. The gap was too big. This. In the origin returning Tao sect, all the disciples' mouths were agape. Apart from the origin returning Tao sect, even Willow deity gasped. His face was burning with pain. Previously, he kindly reminded Lin Ling, but Lin Ling laughed at him. He, Lin Ling, was not Willow deity. At that time, Willow deity was unhappy, but he was defeated, so he held it in. He wanted to fight back against Lin Ling after Lin Ling was defeated, but now, it seemed that he had no hope of fighting back against Lin Ling. Not in this lifetime. When we sparred last time, he did not use his full strength. Even Lin Ziyu's heart was pounding at this moment. Good, Mr. Lin Ling won. This means that the origin returning Tao sect has won. Daoist Yuan was delighted. He was not surprised that Lin Ling won. He was just happy that Lin Ling had produced a large number of Tao realm fragments for them. Not bad. But it's just a sparring. Why kill? Since you're so heartless, let me have a taste of your strength. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly drifted over. Then, an ordinary-looking young man slowly walked over from a corner of the valley. This person wasn't tall, and his hair was tied up. Furthermore, he wasn't wearing the long robe of a deity. Instead, he was wearing the clothes of a martial artist. Who is this man? Such an outfit would undoubtedly make people look down on him. After all, true gods disdain to dress like mortals. After all, gods were gods, warriors were warriors, and warriors were mortals. Who are you? Lin Ling also faintly stared at this person. But, he was actually overjoyed, because he could sense the strength of a world's will from this person's body. This meant that this person was the host body of the world's will that Lin Ling wanted to find. He is the son of our heavenly underworld sect's leader, Lian Letian. Before the person could speak, someone in the distance spoke for him. It seemed to be someone from the Heaven Underworld sect. Most importantly, the members of the Heavenly Underworld sect were all wearing large cloaks that concealed their auras, making it impossible for others to see through their origins. Moreover, none of the divine sects present had heard of the Heaven Underworld sect before. It didn't seem to be a divine sect from the Age of Gods. That's right, we are indeed not a divine sect from the Age of Gods. We are from the current era. What age of desolation, Age of Gods, they are all farts to us. Only the divine sects that rose up in the current era are the most amazing. The person who spoke earlier said faintly. In a word, it could be said that he looked down on all the divine sects from the Age of Gods. Sir, what an arrogant tone. An old man immediately said coldly. He couldn't accept this person's arrogant manner. My tone is just so. That person shook his head faintly. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm, and a total of 500 million units of divine power came out. Puff, before the divine power arrived, the old man's expression changed instantly. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and said in shock, "Middle stage high god? At least you have some eyesight." That person didn't kill the old man. With a wave of his right hand, all the divine power from before disappeared. This caused all the seniors of the divine sects to stare at this person. They realized that there were quite a few people behind this person. Most importantly, none of them were weak. The Heaven Underworld sect was formed by a group of high gods. Their overall strength was naturally terrifying, so they didn't dare to provoke them. So, you're qualified. Seeing that no one dared to object, the person looked at Lian Letian and continued to walk towards Lin Ling. Lian Letian's expression didn't change. He continued to walk forward slowly. It could be seen that he only had the strength of a mid-level god. However, he still dared to fight Lin Ling when he had already erupted with such strength. This meant that he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. Interesting. Lin Ling stared at Lian Letian. Previously, when the people from the Heaven Underworld sect attacked, others couldn't sense it. However, he clearly sensed that there was another type of energy hidden within the divine power. It was the energy of the underworld. This meant that this group of people came from the underworld. Moreover, the people from the underworld were together with the world's will host. This meant that the people from the underworld were helping the world's will host. Lin Ling had never had a good impression of the underworld. Back then, Ning Qingxin had fallen into the mortal world and reincarnated because of the disturbance caused by the underworld. Moreover, the underworld also had a grudge against Lin Ling. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling and bring him to the underworld. However, the current Lin Ling had hidden his appearance and aura, so the people from the underworld didn't recognize him. With Lin Ling's current magical powers, it wasn't difficult for him to hide his methods. In the square prison, there were many people who had such methods. The underworld, the world's will host, what are they doing here at the Dao Tower? Moreover, they've been here for a long time. Why didn't they fight before? What are they waiting for? Lin Ling secretly guessed. Suddenly, he thought of Xianxia Crown Prince, and the mystery in his heart was instantly solved. Xianxia Crown Prince, a figure from the Age of Gods. In terms of strength, he was no match for Willow Deity. However, after reincarnating, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and this was the help of the world's will host. This meant that the world's will host had come here to find more people like Xianxia Crown Prince. At this moment, Lian Letian came in front of Lin Ling and sized him up. He frowned slightly. For some reason, this person in front of him gave him a sense of familiarity. However, he was very sure that he had never seen Lin Ling before. Moreover, since he was sealed, the people he knew had long disappeared. Other than the stupid dragons in the Dragon Valley, he didn't know anyone else. Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you're still lacking an opportunity to cross the threshold. Lian Ledian put away his thoughts and said lightly. With these words, Lin Ling was even more certain of his thoughts. This guy wanted him to become the world's will. Ridiculous. He, Lin Ling, was the 8th world's will host. Among all the hosts, he was ranked second. This guy wanted to take him in. Lin Ling didn't speak and continued to look at Lian Ledian. Lian Ledian was not surprised by Lin Ling's silence and continued, "What's your name? What if I give you an opportunity?" Gulong, not a bad name. Yes. Lian Ledian nodded with appreciation in his eyes, as if he had taken a fancy to Lin Ling. Are you not interested in the opportunity one mentioned before? Yes. Then, Lian Ledian continued. Not interested. Lin Ling said bluntly. That's normal. I know that I need to show you some strength to let you know how powerful I am. Lian Ledian nodded seriously and said proudly, how about this, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you have 3 moves. If you can defeat me within 3 moves, I'll admit defeat. Yes. He suddenly looked at the ground and said, it won't be easy to defeat me in 3 moves. How about this, if you can make me take a step back within 3 moves, I'll consider it your win. How about that? Yes. He obviously wanted to show his powerful strength and make Lin Ling willingly submit to him. Lin Ling almost laughed when he heard his words. Let him, he could even kill a mid-stage high god. Was it really okay to let him defeat Lin Ling? Your strength is very ordinary. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and said disdainfully. Lian Ledian was stunned by his words. He had said that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but Lin Ling said that his strength was ordinary. There was no modesty at all. However, he soon stopped caring. A frog at the bottom of a well did not know how powerful he was. Even if he explained too much, Lin Ling would not accept it. You're right. Now, make your move. Yes. Lian Ledian had the demeanor of an expert. He beckoned to Lin Ling. I don't understand. Your strength is so ordinary, and my strength is so good. You're courting death by letting me have 3 moves. Yes. However, Lin Ling still did not make his move. Make your move. It's useless to rely on your mouth. Yes. Even though Letian was displeased, he still smiled politely. The main reason was that he wanted Lin Ling to willingly submit to him. That was why he put on the demeanor of an expert and did not mind Lin Ling's rudeness. Moreover, this person was really thick-skinned. He had boasted that his strength was not bad, but he had completely forgotten that he was the one who had told Letian that his strength was not bad. Furthermore, it was just a polite remark, but this guy actually took it seriously. All right. At this time, Lin Ling finally nodded. He didn't erupt with his innate talent fusion. Instead, he pushed his physical strength and divinity to the peak. Boom, boundless killing intent radiated from Lin Ling's body. It was the eternal killing world. The divine embryo's aura left everyone stunned. This was because this was an incomparably rare high god divine embryo. A high god divine embryo was something that not even a high god would necessarily be able to possess. In addition, the more powerful a divine embryo was, the more potential it would have in the future. Take the high gods present for example. If they wanted to break through, they would probably need tens of millions of years. Moreover, this was the result of luck and opportunity. This was because the divine embryo's talent was not high. That's right. Lian Letian stared at Lin Ling's aura and nodded in satisfaction. A high god divine embryo could become one of the most advantageous tombs for him. How could he know that the reason why Lin Ling had erupted with the eternal killing world was to hide his other methods and prevent the netherworld from discovering his origins? Boom. The fist arrived, getting closer and closer to Lian Letian. Very good talent. Lian Letian had his hands behind his back, still admiring Lin Ling's divine embryo's talent. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. Boom. However, when Lin Ling's fist landed on his chest, his face froze. Green and red intertwined, as if his dantian had been destroyed. Lin Ling floated back, looking indifferently at Lian Letian. Lian Letian sucked in a breath of cold air and finally took a step back. Bang! This step also caused the martial stage to explode, attracting countless attention. Didn't you say that you would give him 3 moves and make him admit defeat after taking a single step? Damn, he retreated after the first step. All the gods were tongue-tied and then mocked him. As for the people of Sky Nether sect, they were silent at this moment, as if they were incomparably shocked. This was because they knew Lian Letian's strength. He could fight an early-stage high god and even kill them. How could he be injured by a mid-stage high god? You lost. At the same time, Lin Ling said indifferently. That was an accident. Let's do it again. Lian Letian suppressed the violent tumbling of his dantian, gritted his teeth, and said with a smile, I'll say it again. If you can make me take a step back, I'll consider it your win. But you've already retreated before. Lin Ling shook his head. I've already said that it was an accident. If you have the ability, make me take another step back. Lian Letian almost could not help but roar. All right. Lin Ling nodded, took a step forward, and punched again. His punch did not seem strong, but it suppressed a terrifying physical strength. The combination of the two was naturally not something a mid-stage high god could resist. This kid has a strange power, but he's still a mid-stage high god. This kind of power can only be used once. Now, I'll definitely be able to block the second punch. Seeing Lin Ling's move, Lian Letian still did not move. It was as if his body had merged with the universe. In his body, the will of the world was tumbling, preparing to resist Lin Ling's second punch. It also formed a hidden force, preparing to counterattack Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling was injured by the will of the world, then Lin Ling would definitely be defeated and willingly submit to him. Boom! When the second punch arrived, Lian Letian's body shook and his face turned purple. He discovered that this man called Gu Long's second punch was even more powerful than the first. Most importantly, he discovered that the will of the world in his dantian had disappeared after entering Gu Long's body. Bang bang bang! In a short period of time, Lian Letian retreated 3 steps. You retreated again. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. His calm voice was like a heavy slap to Lian Letian's face. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lian Letian. Their eyes were filled with laughter. Lian Letian's face turned green and red, as if he had lost all face. Alright, I've underestimated you. Come, let's have a real battle with our strength. Lian Letian shouted angrily. He did not expect Gu Long to be so strong, forcing him back with 2 punches. Shame. Shameless. Everyone laughed sarcastically. Lian Letian had been so arrogant, giving his opponent 3 moves. Now, he had been slapped in the face. He was obviously not that strong, but he still had the nerve to give his opponent a move. This was shameless. Of course, while they were laughing, they were also shocked by Lian Letian's strength. Putting aside the fact that he was thick-skinned, Lian Letian indeed had some strength. After all, Gu Long's 2 punches looked extremely extraordinary. They were probably the same force that killed Prince Xianxia. Prince Xianxia could not take it, but Lian Letian could. It seemed that even Letian was most likely the strongest existence among the mid-level gods. Are you sure you want to have a real battle with me? Lin Ling looked at Lian Letian strangely. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Alright. Lin Ling nodded. The 3rd stage of talent fusion combined with the murderous aura to form a strange power. Be careful. Alright. Then, Lin Ling did not waste any more words. He rushed forward and punched out. This punch could kill an early-stage high god. Come, I'll show you my strength. Alright. Lian Letian said coldly and unleashed his full strength. However, just as he was about to attack, he suddenly realized that Lin Ling's punch had already arrived. This punch could split the heavens and the earth. The power of a god was incomparably terrifying. It did not even exist among the mid-level gods. You. Alright. Lian Letian roared, but his chest was hit by Lin Ling's punch. Boom, Lian Letian's body exploded, and the entire valley shook violently. The barrier that had been set up before seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This was the power of a punch. In the origin returning Dao sect, all the disciples opened their mouths wide. This Gu Long's full strength was too terrifying. Even Daoist Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful mid-level god. If they knew that this was only a part of Lin Ling's strength, they would be even more shocked. Not good, young master. Alright. Looking at the people from the origin returning Dao sect, they were all shocked. They did not expect to meet someone stronger than Lian Letian. Of course, they knew about Lian Lishan's origin. This was a god who had met the god of the underworld. He was the host of the world will, and his potential was incomparably terrifying. Generally speaking, after he became a mid-level god, no one would be his match. At this moment, Lian Lishan's body exploded and turned into a yellow mist. Then, it condensed and formed a huge human head that floated in the air. You, how dare you destroy my body? Alright. His voice was incomparably ferocious and filled with anger. Everyone stared at the yellow mist that he had turned into and felt a pressure that could crush their souls. What kind of power is this? Could it be the power of the world will? Yes, that's right. Back then, I died under this power. I remember. Has the world will finally appeared? Everyone was greatly shocked. Although they knew that the Dao realm would definitely have a world will, the Dao realm was too big. Normally, it would be very difficult to encounter a world will. And now, this was the first time they encountered a world will host body. Yellow. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the will of the world was also divided into different grades. They were respectively black, green, blue, yellow, red, gold, and purple. Among them, purple was the strongest. Yellow meant that his strength was pretty good. The great god of the spirit nation was said to be red. However, the great god of the spirit nation did not seem to know how to control the power of the world. Therefore, his combat power was not strong. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Ling roared angrily. Not only was he not afraid, he even pounced forward. With your strength, you have the nerve to give me 3 moves? Do you know that the person who acted so pretentious in front of me last time has already reincarnated? To me, you're nothing. Rumble, Lin Ling rushed into the yellow mist and punched out continuously, causing the yellow mist to disperse. I'm the host body of the world will. Even Letian let out a loud roar. Is it that great? Let me tell you, I see the host body of the world will almost every day. Lin Ling's powerful punch broke the valley and blasted Lian Letian out of the valley. Lin Ling burst out with the Quafu Sun chasing boots and rushed out of the valley. Then, he grabbed Lian Letian and ran into the distance. Oh no! The people of the Sky Nether sect were originally in a daze. However, they gradually came to their senses and rushed out of the valley. They were extremely powerful, and there were even late-stage high-level gods hiding among them. However, when they rushed out, they only saw a snowstorm. Lin Ling and Lian Letian had disappeared. We've been tricked. This person is here for Lian Letian. Find them, we must find them. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the Lord. After recovering from their shock, they began to search in all directions. At this moment, Lin Ling activated the Panga's absolute shock and burst out with twice the speed, rushing towards the west at the speed of 20 million worlds. The person he was holding in his hand was naturally Lian Letian. Who the hell are you? Lian Letian wanted to resist, but he found that he could not. He was anxious and angry. He was anxious because this person knew his origin but was still not afraid of him. Instead, he kidnapped him. He probably came with a purpose. He was angry because he was the host of the world's will and had been specially nurtured by the god of the underworld. How dare this person kidnap him? Lin Ling ignored him. The means to hide his aura disappeared and he returned to his original appearance. Lian Letian frowned and stared at Lin Ling. The sense of familiarity in his mind became stronger. He was very sure that he had seen this person before, but he could not remember where he had seen him. It's you. Finally, Lian Letian's expression changed drastically. He remembered everything. Back then, when he was sealed in the Dragon Valley, he had almost escaped. However, he had met a young man halfway. That young man had tricked him and caused the dragon god of the Dragon Valley to discover that he was trying to escape. He had been sealed in the Dragon Valley again. At that time, he had been furious. The escape plan that he had prepared for many years had been ruined by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Therefore, after so many years, he still remembered Lin Ling. However, He had not expected that the young man from back then had grown to such a level. I remember now. Lin Ling looked coldly at Lian Letian and said, "Let me ask you, how did you escape?" "I won't tell you." Lian Letian suddenly gritted his teeth. "You have no right to choose when you are in my hands. You can choose not to tell me, but don't think that I can't do anything to you." Lin Ling sneered. "Hee, I am the host of the world's will. I am immortal. Even if you can kill me, after thousands of years, I will still be reincarnated." Lian Letian smiled disdainfully. "Perhaps you don't know this, but many of the 9 world wills host bodies have fallen, but they reincarnated and returned. As for me, I've never died. Reincarnation is even simpler. You may not know this, but hosts of the worlds can devour each other. If you are devoured, how will you be reincarnated?" Lin Ling lowered his head and looked at Lian Letian. As soon as he said this, Lian Letian's expression changed instantly. Of course, he knew this. "Could it be that you are also a host of the world's will?" Lian Letian suddenly thought of something and could not help but roar. "I don't want to repeat what I said a second time. How is the Dragon Valley now?" Lin Ling asked again, his eyes cold. "You." According to legend, the goo was cultivated by 9 poisonous insects. They were stored in a jade bottle and buried underground. It was dug out 3 years later. There was no food in the jade bottle, so the poisonous insects devoured each other. In the end, the one that devoured the most was the Goo King. This was similar to their world will's host body. They devoured each other, and the final host body of the world will was the strongest god of the world will. However, why did Lin Ling give him such a terrifying feeling? Could it be that Lin Ling was really the host body of the world will? However, how could this be possible? A little brat that he accidentally met tens of thousands of years ago was now crushing him high above and had even become the host body of the world will. Most importantly, he seemed to be the host body of the world will that was even more powerful than him. "How can you be the host body of the world will?" Lian Letian exclaimed. "Are you still going to say that now?" Lin Ling looked at Lian Letian coldly. "I'll say, back then, someone from the underworld came and saved me. They eradicated the Dragon Valley." Lian Letian hurriedly said. "Eradicated?" Lin Ling frowned. Deep in his eyes, a flame of anger burned. He was indebted to the Dragon Valley, and now it was eradicated by the underworld? Are they all dead? Lin Ling stopped and stared coldly at Lian Letian. "This, I don't know either." Lian Letian shook his head in panic and kept waving his hands. Bang! Suddenly, Lin Ling's palm grabbed Lian Letian's shoulder. A strange force poured out of his palm and gradually corroded Lian Letian's shoulder. "Ah!" Lian Letian let out a painful cry as if he had met his natural enemy. At this moment, he was even more certain that Lin Ling was the host body of the world will, because the force in Lin Ling's palm was the power of the world will, and it was extremely powerful. In fact, even Lin Ling did not notice this force. He only felt that he had activated the power of God. I'll say, they are not dead, the dragon god is not dead, and some of the direct bloodlines are not dead, but I don't know where they were taken to." Lian Letian finally spoke. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He then retracted his palm, and Lian Letian finally let out a sigh of relief. Lin Ling did not say a word and continued flying into the distance with an extremely cold expression. Lin Ling did not believe Lian Letian's words. He felt that Lian Letian was hiding something from him, however, he wasn't in a hurry. After he obtained the Shrine of Ice's Dao Realm fragment, he planned to help Dragon Valley and the others. Where are we going now?" However, his eyes kept flickering, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. "This Lian Letian is quite extraordinary. Even though I've devoured his soul energy, he probably still has some tricks up his sleeve. To be sure, I have to figure out what he's up to before making a move." Lin Ling was silent. In fact, he was also thinking about how to control Lian Letian and learn everything he knew. Not long after, a huge snowy mountain appeared in front of him. There was an endless snowstorm on the snowy mountain. It was extremely terrifying. The mountain towered into the clouds. They could vaguely see a dazzling ice crystal palace on top of the mountain, the Shrine of Ice. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. He then looked at the huge snowy mountain and suddenly realized that there was no path to go up the mountain. The only way was to go up the mountain. Lin Ling, don't tell me you're thinking of climbing the mountain. Looking at Lin Ling, the corner of Li Shen's mouth twitched. Hee hee. Lin Ling only smiled and ignored him. He used his divinity to form a chain that trapped Lian Ledian in the depths of his soul. Then, he dragged Lian Ledian up the mountain. You're crazy. Even a high god wouldn't dare to underestimate these snowstorms. You and I are only mid-gods. Lian Ledian exclaimed and kept shaking his head. I'm not going. Although you and I are both mid-gods, I'm not an ordinary mid-god. As for you, I reckon you won't be afraid of the snowstorms. You won't die. At most, you'll suffer some physical pain. Lin Ling finally spoke. After sneering, he shot toward the snowy mountain. Rumble, the snowstorm came, as if it could freeze the divinity of a god. Ah, it's so cold. Lin Ling, wait, don't run too fast. Lian Ledian was tied up by Lin Ling and seriously injured by Lin Ling naturally. He couldn't resist the snowstorm's attack. He was also crying out because of the cold. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about him at all. He merged his talents, and the gray robe appeared. His strength doubled as he rushed toward the mountain peak. Moreover, his speed was very fast, causing Lian Ledian, who was behind him, to be dragged along like a dog, letting out painful groans and screams. Lin Ling noticed this and sneered. Instead of slowing down, he sped up. Time passed quietly. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the stronger the snowstorm. Even a mid-level high god would have to avoid the cold. Lin Ling's hair and eyebrows were already full of frost. When he exhaled, the air immediately turned into ice dregs. I'm almost at the mountain peak. Lin Ling raised his head and looked ahead. He finally slowed down. Behind him, Lian Ledian had already turned into an ice sculpture. His face was full of pain and anger, but his expression was also frozen. Bang! After a long time, Lin Ling finally stepped onto the mountain peak. He looked around and saw a huge ice palace. Surprisingly, the sun was shining brightly on the mountain peak. It wasn't cold at all. Instead, it was like spring all year round. Moreover, there were quite a few people on the mountain peak. There were dozens of them. These people all had the strength of a high-level deity. Moreover, they looked highly respected and sage-like. Of course, they were also staring at Lin Ling, their expressions full of astonishment. Fellow cultivator, did you climb up the mountain? Someone cupped his hands and smiled at Lin Ling. That's right. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly, but then he smiled. He could sense that these people were all very strong. Most of them were late-stage high gods. Impressive. Everyone nodded courteously. They didn't underestimate Lin Ling, because being able to reach the Shrine of Ice meant that he had a certain level of strength. Furthermore, those who were able to come here all had great backgrounds. Lin Ling even saw the Yellow Emperor's men among them. He had only met them once before, so he wasn't familiar with them. Lin Ling also didn't intend to reveal his identity. Where's this popsicle? Someone suddenly pointed behind Lin Ling. Lian Ledian was still frozen into an ice sculpture, but at this moment, he was slowly melting. A friend of mine. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Everyone blinked and smiled faintly, but they didn't expose him. Lin Ling, I'm not done with you. At this time, Lian Ledian finally woke up. He let out an angry roar, his whole body trembling with anger. Previously, he was dragged by Lin Ling to climb the mountain. It could be said that he had experienced a blizzard. Even his dantian and soul were frozen. That kind of pain was unimaginable. Why? I brought you here. You should thank me. Lin Ling looked at Lian Ledian strangely. Thank my ass. You only know how to run. You don't understand my feelings at all. Lian Ledian roared and became even more angry. Lin Ling? Among the dozens of experts present, one person's eyes flashed. After pondering for a while, his face changed greatly. He walked out and politely bowed. So it's Your Excellency Lin Ling. It's an honor to meet you. This person was one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Moreover, his status in the Yellow Emperor's tomb was not low. Therefore, he was very clear about Lin Ling's importance to the Yellow Emperor. My name is Zhao Hashan. People call me Fortune God Zhao. That man introduced himself. So it's Senior Zhao. It's an honor to meet you. Lin Ling had recognized him long ago. It was just that they had only met once, so he did not greet him before. I don't dare to call myself senior. Most of the people who can come here are of the same generation. Calling me senior is too much for me. If Your Excellency Lin Ling doesn't mind, just call me Brother Zhao. Zhao Hashan immediately waved his hand and said. What a joke. Even the Yellow Emperor's confidant had to give face to Lin Ling. How could he dare to call himself senior in front of Lin Ling? Then I'll take the liberty to call you Brother Zhao. Lin Ling cupped his hands and said. He looked around and suddenly asked, Brother Zhao, are you also here to visit the Master of the Shrine of Ice? Yes, but it's not a visit. It's just an exchange. The Master of the Shrine of Ice is the Iceberg Taoist. He has comprehended the universe's Tao. If you exchange Tao with him, you will benefit greatly. Zhao Hashan said. Generally speaking, Frost Taoist is in seclusion to comprehend the great Tao of the universe. He comes out once every 100 years. This is also the time for us to discuss the great Tao of the universe. Your Excellency Lin Ling, you've arrived just in time. That's right. We've been communicating with each other for over 1,000 years. We come here every 100 years. The rest of the people said with a smile. They were also very polite to Lin Ling, because they saw Zhao Hashan being polite to Lin Ling. They all guessed that this Lin Ling's background was not small either. Moreover, even though they had sensed that Lin Ling was only a mid-level deity, they didn't dare to slight Lin Ling in the slightest. That's great. I also want to pay a visit to Senior Frost Taoist. Why don't we go together? Lin Ling was overjoyed and quickly said with a smile. It's fine, it's fine. Exchanging the great Tao of the universe, regardless of seniority or seniority. As long as you have the heart to pursue the great Tao, it's fine. Everyone nodded and did not object to Lin Ling's participation. Next, everyone led Lin Ling forward, chatting and laughing along the way. As for behind the crowd, Lin Ling was still dragging Lian Letian as if he was dragging a dog. Damn Lin Ling, he doesn't treat me as a human at all. When I have the chance, I'll definitely make him regret knowing me. However, this Lin Ling was just a little kid in the void of the 9 regions back then. Why has he changed so much? Even these respected seniors know him. Among these people, one of them is the embroidered cloud dragon killer, an ancient figure from the prehistoric era. I heard that in the area of the Tao Pagoda, he doesn't join any forces, but no one dares to provoke him. Lian Letian was angry and shocked. He was angry because Lin Ling only knew how to abuse him. He was surprised because Lin Ling did not seem to be a fledgling junior. Ha ha ha, I've kept everyone waiting. After entering the Shrine of Ice, a hearty voice sounded. Then, a short old man wearing a white robe walked over with a smile to welcome them. Ice Taoist. Everyone cupped their hands and bowed to the old man. It could be seen that they had known each other for a long time. Lin Ling also stared at the old man and was secretly shocked. This was the master of the Shrine of Ice that Guan Chengzi had told him that as long as he completed his cultivation problem, he would be able to obtain a large number of Tao realm fragments. A strange feeling arose in his heart, because old San Gui had once told him that there were many deities in the Tao realm who were transformed from Tao realm wills. As long as one completed their wishes, one would be rewarded. However, no matter how he looked at the person in front of him, he did not seem to be transformed from Tao realm wills. Who are these two? After greeting everyone, Ice Taoist suddenly looked at Lin Ling and Lian Letian and asked. Lin Ling and Lian Letian were newcomers, so he naturally recognized them at a glance. This is His Excellency Lin Ling. Zhao Hashan immediately introduced them. Oh, so you are Zhao Hashan's disciple. Ice Taoist stroked his beard with a look of realization. After all, Lin Ling was only a mid-god, so he naturally thought that he was more of a junior. Ah, Ice Taoist, don't talk nonsense. How would I dare to be his master? It is my fortune to be his elder brother. Zhao Hashan was shocked. Lin Ling was a favorite of the Yellow Emperor. How would he dare to accept him as a disciple? In fact, between him and Lin Ling, it was more like he was trying to curry favor with Lin Ling. I see. Then is brother Lin Ling also here to discuss the great Tao of the universe? Ice Taoist's eyes lit up and then he smiled politely. This is not really a discussion. I am just here to learn. Lin Ling also replied politely, but he was depressed. Everyone present was a senior, so their understanding of the great Tao was naturally deeper than his. How could he join in the discussion? He could only hope that the light ball left behind by Xianxia would be of some help. It's fine, it's fine. There is no order here. Anyone can express their opinion. Everyone, follow me. Ice Taoist waved his hand nonchalantly and led Lin Ling and the rest forward. Then, they entered a huge ice palace. The ice palace was filled with calligraphy and paintings. The paintings were written with brush strokes. They looked simple, but each stroke carried the flavor of the great Tao of the universe. It was as if each stroke was one of the necessary laws to form the universe. However, when all the strokes were connected together, a word was formed, and at the same time, a universe was formed. Amazing! Lin Ling stared at the ice palace and found the word Xian, Yi, and Yuan. However, these words looked simple, but they were extremely profound. Lin Ling sensed something related to Lin Ling's universe. However, as for what it was, Lin Ling could not figure it out. The great Tao of the universe had always been profound. Those who could completely grasp it were already the masters of the universe, controlling the life and death of the entire universe. For example, the Tao pagoda that Lin Ling was currently in was actually a universe. If he could understand the great Tao here, he would be able to transcend the restrictions of the laws here. Your Excellency Lin Ling, could it be that you have an opinion? Or does Your Excellency Lin Ling also know about calligraphy? Seeing Lin Ling exclaim, Ice Taoist immediately asked with a smile. Never learned it? Everyone was dumbfounded. If he had never learned it, he couldn't discuss it with them. Moreover, he wasn't even qualified to ask for advice, let alone discuss it. After all, even if he wanted to ask for advice, he had to have some understanding of the great Tao and calligraphy. He had to understand what others were saying. Moreover, the calligraphy and paintings here were actually written by Iceberg Taoist in the form of calligraphy that he understood about the great Tao of the universe. Idiot! Seeing that Lin Ling was completely out of place, even Le Tian, who was tied behind him, gloated. Actually, although I don't understand it, I can learn it now. At this time, Lin Ling also said modestly. Previously, he was only aiming for the Tao state fragment, but after seeing the calligraphy with the great Tao of the universe, he was also interested. After all, his current Lin Ling universe wasn't very stable. If he was familiar with some of the great Tao of the universe, it would be easier for him to control the Lin Ling universe and grow faster. Learn it now? Everyone's expression became even more strange. The great Tao took 3,000 years. This meant that it would take at least 3,000 years to comprehend the great Tao. In fact, this was a polite way of saying it because if one really wanted to comprehend the great Tao, even 3,000 years might not be enough. However, Lin Ling wanted to learn it now. Everyone suddenly felt awkward. One of the more impatient ones said, the great Tao is vast like smoke. It's impossible to learn it in a short period of time. Not to mention resonating with the great Tao, even communicating with and sensing the great Tao is very difficult. This sentence could be said to have completely sentenced Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling suddenly smiled awkwardly and felt a little depressed. After all, this was what Xianxia asked him to do. He really didn't prepare for it. I'll just take a look. Lin Ling waved his hand and didn't bother to join the discussion. He went to look at the calligraphy around him. What an amazing calligraphy. It's clearly a few simple strokes, but when combined together, it really looks like a big universe. Moreover, these strokes may seem simple, but in fact, each stroke is just right and very mature. A slight deviation or delay in writing will change the entire situation. The great Tao is ultimately the comprehension of the mind and doesn't represent combat strength. However, it's very important. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. No wonder today's gods determine combat strength by divine power and completely abandon the comprehension of the great Tao. Lin Ling continued. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he found that the white light ball that Xianxia had left for him was emitting a gentle light. Suddenly, a profound comprehension. Lin Linz's Dao's Senior Xianxia's white ball's meaning is hidden within. Comprehension of the great Tao may seem profound, but after thoroughly comprehending it, it's only a matter of a veil. Lin Ling's became brighter and brighter, the power of divinity appeared in his hands. He closed his eyes and began to draw in the air. The word he wrote was Xian! Xian! Xian seemed simple, but it was actually tens of millions of complex words. The first stroke, the angle, and even the strength of the stroke affected the entire universe. Lin Ling's was difficult at the beginning, but he gradually became like a fish in water. Xian seemed to contain the laws and order of the universe. The universe's great Tao may seem close, but it's like the moon in the water. You can see it, but you can't touch it. All of you have been comprehending the great Tao for millions of years. Now, most of you have only touched the great Tao and sensed it. To truly reach the point of resonating with the great Tao requires tens of millions of years. That's the might of an era. At this moment, Icy Frost Taoist was still discussing with the crowd. Everyone nodded. Their brows were sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. Some were enlightened, while others were still puzzled. As expected of Icy Frost Taoist. We're still at the stage of sensing the great Tao, but you've already reached the point of resonating with the great Tao. I reckon that by the time we can sense the great Tao and touch it, Icy Frost Taoist will have reached the level of creating the great Tao. At that time, you'll be able to create the universe with a wave of your hand. That's right. Moreover, the gods of today pursue combat power. In fact, they don't know that comprehension of the state of mind is the end. Even if I don't have the power of divinity, I can still create the great Tao. Any god will be changed by the great Tao. Any god will be controlled by the universe. Icy Frost Taoist, you're indeed an expert of our generation. The crowd spoke one after another, their expressions full of admiration. The resonance of the great Tao is not about time, but about comprehension. Of course, if one perseveres in comprehending it, tens of millions of years or even several eras later, there's still a chance to comprehend the resonance of the great Tao. As for comprehending it in a short period of time, it's impossible. After all, it's a divine ability. Icy Frost Taoist stroked his beard and said politely. However, halfway through his sentence, his pupils suddenly narrowed. He felt that the air around him had suddenly resonated, even the words around the ice palace seemed to be resonating, and this was the sign of the resonance of the great Tao. This. Oh my God. The others also reacted and shifted their gazes. Only then did they realize that the resonance of the great Tao was coming from a corner of the ice sculpture. There was only one person in that corner who was staring at the sky and writing a big word in front of him. This person was Lin Ling. Ah. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Who is it? Icy Frost Taoist thought that it was Lin Ling. However, on second thought, Lin Ling had just come to comprehend the great Tao. Naturally, it couldn't be Lin Ling. He led the crowd and rushed over, looking around curiously. Who is it? Icy Frost Taoist asked as he searched. Who? What do you mean by who? Lin Ling frowned. He was curious as to why these people were so anxious. It's the person who caused the resonance of the great Tao. Zhao Hashan also said anxiously. Resonance of the great Tao? What's that? Lin Ling frowned even more. Sigh, it's hard to explain. After all, you just comprehended the great Tao. Icy Frost Taoist sighed and couldn't be bothered to explain. He continued to ask, was there anyone else here besides you? No, it was just me. Lin Ling said. Senior Ice Frost, what is the resonance of the great Tao? What's wrong with you guys? You don't look right. Lin Ling asked with a frown. Sigh, it's a long story. How about this, I'll show you. Ice Frost Taoist shook his head and drew with his divine energy. The resonance of the great Tao is not easy to comprehend. Watch carefully. Watch carefully. Divine energy appeared in his hand and he drew in the air. The moment the first stroke appeared, the void shook. The terrifying thing was that this stroke did not have any divine energy. It did not even have any offensive power. It only had the feeling of a law. As expected of Ice Frost Taoist. Everyone present could feel the great Tao and they all cheered. In the end, the great laws of the universe were not the power of divinity. Thus, they didn't seem to have any offensive or defensive capabilities. But once the great laws of the universe took form, they would possess their own great Tao. Their might would be terrifying. Any power of divinity would be controlled by the great laws. The second stroke. Ice Frost Taoist's face turned serious as he drew again. The void shook again as if a miniature universe had appeared. In this universe, life, death, blooming and withering, quietly took shape. The third stroke. The fourth stroke. Ice Frost Taoist continued to write big words that took shape in the void. The entire void shook. When all the strokes were drawn, they combined perfectly. It was as if it could not be done a second earlier or a second later. A huge Xian word floated in the air. It looked 5 meters big, but it had already become a universe. This Xian word combined with the universe and formed a resonance. It was as if another Tao was being born. People even noticed that any divine energy was ineffective in this Xian word. This was because this small universe already had its own laws. Any divine energy in it would have to obey the laws of this small universe. Unfortunately, this small universe was still too small, so it had yet to mature. However, this resonance of the great Tao was a seed that would create a great universe in the future. This was also the reason why people studied the great Tao and gave up on divine energy. These were two different paths. At this moment, Ice Frost Taoist closed his eyes and quietly recovered. Although it was just a word, it consumed more energy than any divine ability. It made him feel a little exhausted. The other gods, on the other hand, were trying to comprehend the gigantic Xian character as they recalled the process of writing it. After all, there were many words that resonated with the great Tao and the Ice Palace. However, they were all written by Ice Snow Taoist in the past. This was the first time they had seen Ice Snow Taoist write words that resonated with the great Tao. Words passed down the great Tao. That's right. Words spread throughout the universe, including countless worlds and the great laws of the universe. After a short moment, they opened their eyes successively and spoke with shock. All of them seemed to have attained enlightenment. Although this kind of enlightenment was very, very little, only a trace, it still made them incomparably happy. This is the resonance of the Great Path. Previously, I detected the resonance of the Great Path in this direction. That's why I asked you. Can you understand it? At this moment, Icy Taoist opened his eyes and smiled at Lin Ling. Then he shook his head and said, "You can't even sense the great Tao. I've told you so much, but I don't think you understand. Is this the resonance of the great Tao you were talking about?" Lin Ling blinked, and the power of gods appeared in his palm. Then, he drew on the air. Moreover, his stroke was 10 meters long. Most importantly, compared to Icy Taoist's stroke, Lin Ling's stroke was as smooth as flowing water. It was as though the universe was formed naturally. In just a few moments, a huge Xian word that was 10 meters long floated in the sky. Rumble. The resonance of the great Tao was as though the Tao state had resonated with the word, because these two were the same universe. The only difference was that one was big and the other was small. As for Icy Taoist Xian word, compared to Lin Ling's, it was like the difference between a shrimp and a shark. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. Resonance of the great Tao, forming its own rule, stabilizing the world. Icy Taoist stared at the huge Xian word and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. He realized that Lin Ling was still blinking. Blinking your ass. Didn't you say that you have different Taos? Didn't you say that you wanted to ask for advice? This is not just asking for advice, it's giving advice. Icy Taoist felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He recalled telling Lin Ling that Lin Ling didn't even have any Tao comprehension. Even if he had the resonance of the great Tao, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to detect it. Now, he felt as though he had been slapped in the face. Moreover, it was from both sides. He even thought that Lin Ling was toying with him. This word is bigger than Icy Taoist's and the resonance is deeper. Most importantly, didn't you see? The speed at which he wrote the word Xian is faster than Icy Taoist's. At this rate, he, can create his own universe. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if they wanted to tear apart Lin Ling's face to see what secrets he was hiding. Most importantly, Lin Ling was blinking innocently as if he had just learned it. Lin Ling's innocent look made them want to give him a good beating. Icy Taoist had been comprehending the Great Tao for 10 million years and was barely able to achieve the resonance of the Great Tao. On the other hand, there was no need to mention them. They were at least 5 million years old, and now they were barely able to sense the Grand Tao. Looking at Lin Ling, he had only just learned it. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Even Letian, who was far away, was furious. He thought that Lin Ling was too shameless. How could they know that Lin Ling had indeed just comprehended it? It was from Guangchengzi's ball of light. Lin Ling also didn't expect that the ball of light, which was originally left to guide Icy Taoist, would allow him to comprehend the resonance of the Great Tao and gain a preliminary understanding of the laws of the universe. Lin Ling's universe was a natural law. Lin Ling didn't set up any laws. But now, Lin Ling had learned a preliminary understanding of the laws of the universe. His control over Lin Ling's universe was smoother and he could control more. It seemed that Guangchengzi was not only helping him, but also giving him guidance. Guangchengzi was an ancient giant god. The laws of the universe that he knew were naturally more powerful. Your Excellency Lin Ling, didn't you say that you didn't understand the laws of the universe? Icy Taoist asked Lin Ling with a wry smile after recovering from his shock. Well, I just learned it. Lin Ling continued blinking again. Icy Taoist nearly went berserk. He had been smiling bitterly for 50 million years. He had comprehended the laws of the universe, but the word Xian he wrote was only 5 meters long. But Lin Ling had just comprehended it, and the word he wrote was 10 meters long. Your Excellency Lin Ling, are you here to slap my face? If Lin Ling left or did not pay attention to a certain place, the laws of the universe would not work according to his will. It was like rain. When you stretched out your hand, your palm could stop the rain from falling, but after you left, the rain would still drip to the ground. That was the logic. That was why Lin Ling asked. How about this? Let's try using the laws of the universe. Icy Frost Taoist was also interested. Although he often sparred with others, most of the time, he was the one who gave the most pointers. Now that he had finally met a god who was on par with him, he was naturally interested. Don't worry, I won't let you spar for nothing. I'll give you 1,000,000 Tao fragments. Icy Frost Taoist laughed. Lin Ling's body shook. The reward was finally here. 1,000,000 Tao fragments would qualify him to enter the Tao Pagoda. Okay. There was no reason for Lin Ling not to agree, but he asked doubtfully, can great precepts also clash? The laws of the universe he knew were in Lin Ling's universe, where he could use the void of the entire universe to suppress his opponent. However, this was the Tao realm, which had its own laws of the universe. If Lin Ling used his own laws, he would probably be rejected by the Tao realm. Yes, we only need the laws of the two universes to clash. As long as it's not too long, the laws of the Tao realm will not restrict us. Icy Frost Taoist said with a smile. Then, he floated back and reminded, Your Excellency Lin Ling, carve all your understanding of the Tao in words and attack me. Because we are all beginners of the laws of the universe, we can only use words to display the means we can use. We can't use them at will. Understood? Lin Ling nodded. No wonder the Ice Temple was mostly written in words. It turned out that it was the most convenient way to display the laws of the universe. Then, Lin Ling closed his eyes and displayed all his understanding of the Tao before writing it in front of him. In fact, when it came to understanding the Tao, Lin Ling's understanding of it was not shallow. However, compared to the ancient giant gods, his understanding was like the hair of an ox. But now, with Master Guangqing's comprehension, Lin Ling also gained considerable benefits, his comprehension increasing greatly. Moreover, he also added in Lin Ling's comprehension of the universe. Many of the laws in Lin Ling's universe were naturally formed. Lin Ling could control them at will, but he couldn't create them. Now, Lin Ling was imitating those laws and carving them out. On the other side, Taoist Ice Snow had his eyes closed and was motionless. At this moment, all the words in the Ice Palace suddenly floated towards him, turning into ink and disappearing into his body. He had actually activated the resonance of the Great Tao that he had written down all these years. However, this was clearly unfair. After all, this was a superimposed Great Cosmos law. Obviously, he intended to suppress Lin Ling and defeat Lin Ling. This brat's comprehension ability is too terrifying. He must be suppressed a little. Tell him that the true comprehension of the Great Tao is something that can't be learned overnight. In terms of comprehension of the Great Tao, he seems to be above me. However, I know more about the great cosmos law than him. This time, I should be able to convince him wholeheartedly. Taoist Ice Snow kept saying as he closed his eyes and wrote down the great cosmos law. This time, his stroke was 50 meters long, perhaps because of the pressure. He also performed exceptionally and wrote down the proudest great Tao resonance in the past tens of millions of years. Good. Taoist Ice Snow couldn't help but become excited when he realized this. He was secretly grateful to Lin Ling. It was because of Lin Ling's encouragement that he was able to perform exceptionally well. He was very clear about this. Then, he continued to carve the great cosmos law and looked forward to hearing the cheers of the people. However, the surroundings were very quiet. It was so quiet that no sound could be heard. This made Taoist Ice Snow think that everyone was frightened by him. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the gods first. However, with just one look, he almost felt uneasy. This was because the gods around him didn't even look at him. What was going on? He subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. Then, he became uneasy and fearful. This was because Lin Ling had written the word Xian. It was actually 100 meters wide, he was 50 meters long, and Lin Ling was 100 meters long. F***ck, this guy did it on purpose. Isn't it only 10 meters long? Could it be that he was pretending to be weak and waiting for me to fall into his trap? Senior Taoist Ice Snow, I'm done. Please give me some pointers. At this time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and said solemnly. He realized that this seemingly simple word was extremely difficult to control. It was even more difficult to control than Pangu's strike and the universe's three extremes break. It was as if countless great cosmos laws were combined in the word and could collapse and fall apart at any time, and Lin Ling could only maintain it so that the word would not collapse. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling also felt that his soul power was increasing. He had benefited a lot. Pointers? Taoist Ice Snow almost cursed out loud, such a big word. Who's going to give who pointers? Come on. Then, Taoist Ice Snow shouted and activated the word in his hand. The two big words that were mixed with countless great cosmos laws slowly collided. What was scary was that after the collision, it was extremely calm. It was as if ice and snow were melting and dissipating continuously. Now, it was time to see which word would dissipate faster, but everyone was blinking. One was 50 meters long, and the other was 100 meters long. It seemed that it was easy to tell which word would dissipate faster. F***ck. At this time, Taoist Ice Snow shouted in his heart. He controlled his own great cosmos laws to collide and immediately realized how terrifying Lin Ling's great cosmos laws were. How was this great cosmos laws? This was a stable universe. Could it be that Lin Ling already had a universe? Because in Lin Ling's word, not only did it contain birth, old age, illness, and death, blooming and withering, it also contained the restrictions of God's energy and various other powers. It even contained its own great cosmos laws. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had everything. Bang. But at this time, Lin Ling's huge word exploded and completely dissipated. Looking at Taoist Ice Snow's word, although it did not explode, there were not many strokes left. It was clear who was better. Everyone was in an uproar. As expected of Taoist Ice Snow. I'm convinced. Lin Ling could not help but feel ashamed. He realized that his great cosmos laws were very unstable and could not be compared to Taoist Ice Snow. Convinced? Taoist Ice Snow almost wanted to curse. Naturally, he knew why Lin Ling had lost. There were too many Dharma laws in the universe, and Lin Ling couldn't control them all at once. However, if Lin Ling had comprehended the great Tao for a longer period of time, controlling them would be as easy as flipping his hand, and Taoist Ice Snow's great cosmos laws, be it in terms of quantity or variety, were completely inferior to Lin Ling's. Ice Snow Taoist's great law of the universe is more stable. I hope Ice Snow Taoist can give me some pointers. Lin Ling said humbly. Stability was Lin Ling's biggest problem at the moment. If his Lin Ling universe was unstable, everything would be in vain. Pointers again? Ice Snow Taoist smiled bitterly. How was he supposed to give her pointers? He was too ashamed to do so. Lin Yun had instantly comprehended the great Tao resonance and had comprehended more great law of the universe than him. If he were to give pointers, it would be shameless and a slap in the face. Sir Lin Ling, as long as you comprehend more, it won't be a big problem. After a long while, Taoist Ice Snow finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his chest, and he almost spat it out. I see. Thank you. Lin Ling was enlightened and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had benefited a lot from his earlier comprehension. If he were to use it on Lin Ling universe, the entire universe would be more stable, therefore, Lin Ling was naturally happy. Sir Lin Ling, I have another thing to ask you. I don't know if I should say it. Ice Snow Taoist said awkwardly. What is it? Ice Snow Taoist is a senior. Why can't I say it? Senior, please speak your mind. Lin Ling blinked and said politely. That's right. You, can you give me some pointers? Ice Snow Taoist blushed and said shamelessly. Lin Ling was stunned and blinked again. Don't worry, I'll give you 5 million Tao state fragments as compensation. Ice Snow Taoist said quickly. Ice Snow Taoist, you are too polite. We agreed to learn from each other. Using money to talk will affect our relationship too much. Don't worry, I, Lin Ling, will tell you everything I know. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, by the way, I happen to need a lot of treasures for cultivation. Can I have 6 million Tao state fragments as compensation? Sure, it's a small matter. Ice Snow Taoist was stunned and immediately waved his hand with a smile. He hurried forward and humbly asked for pointers. Seeing the two of them talking, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. What happened to asking for advice? How did it become Lin Ling's guidance? Ice and Snow Taoist humbly listened. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I have 1 million Tao realm fragments here. I have some too. Then, they didn't want to miss the opportunity. They hurried to Lin Ling and humbly asked for advice. Where did this bastard get all these skills from? Even Le Tion's face darkened when he saw the primordial giant gods surrounding Lin Ling. He could tell that these people were incomparably polite to Lin Ling. This meant that if something happened to Lin Ling, these people would definitely lend a helping hand, and this was clearly not something that even Le Tion wanted to see. Not long ago, he had used the power of the will of the world to secretly inform the god of the underworld and asked the nearby gods of the underworld to come and help. Originally, if Lin Ling was alone, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to stop the underworld's experts, but now, it was hard to say. So that's how it is. Your Excellency Lin Ling, your words have enlightened me. Yes, a problem that has troubled me for millions of years was actually solved by you with just one sentence. I'm convinced. Your Excellency Lin Ling, thank you. The gods surrounded Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was like an ancient giant god giving a sermon. His words were clear and logical, causing the gods to blush and tremble with excitement. Your Excellency Lin Ling's comprehension of the great Tao is really like that of an ancient giant god. Ice and Snow Taoist even gave Lin Ling a thumbs up. Lin Ling secretly blushed with shame. Although he already had some comprehension of the great Tao and had his own universe, when it came to giving advice to these people, he naturally couldn't compare. They were all old monsters who had comprehended the great Tao for tens of millions of years. For Lin Ling to be able to give them advice, this was because of the light ball left behind by Xianxia. The fairy of the 9 heavens found the square prison for me. I didn't expect it to help me so much. Lin Ling secretly sighed. If not for the square prison, even if Lin Ling had the chaos divine formula, it would be 1,000 times more difficult for him to grow in the Tao realm. With the square prison, Lin Ling seemed to have a cheat, and his growth speed was 1,000 times faster than others. There are many gods in the square prison. It seems like I have to visit them more when I'm free. Oh right, there's also Monkey King. Moreover, there are 3 cells in the final prison. They are Xianxia, Monkey King, and I don't know who the last one is. However, to be locked in the final prison, he must have a powerful background. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that he had gained a lot from this trip. The number of Tao realm fragments had already reached 10 million, he just didn't know if 10 million Tao realm fragments were enough to exchange for the treasures he needed to break through. Rumble. At this moment, the entire snow mountain suddenly shook, and a large amount of snow fell from the shrine of ice. What's going on? Everyone frowned, and they were instantly displeased. Previously, under Lin Ling's guidance, they had all gained enlightenment. However, just as they were about to gain enlightenment, someone had immediately interrupted them. This kind of interruption was tantamount to having one's father killed. After all, it would be very difficult for them to return to the state they were in before. Hand over Lian Ledian, or I'll flatten this place. At the same time, outside the snow mountain, an arrogant voice sounded. Young sect master, don't be afraid. The Sky Nether sect is here. Whoever dares to touch you will be killed without mercy. Sir, I don't know who you are, but I guess you don't know who we are. We are from the underworld. Now that you dare to kidnap our young sect master, you have been targeted by the underworld. Regret it, repent. I'll give you 3 breaths time to bring our young sect master out. Following that, a domineering voice sounded like thunder, blasting into the snow mountain. Ice Taoist and the rest trembled, and their eyes turned red. They had just been interrupted, but they were unwilling to give up on the enlightenment, so they entered the state of enlightenment. Again, however, who knew that the people outside would repeatedly seek death and disturb them, not giving them a chance to live? This is so infuriating. Ice Taoist's face was extremely ferocious. The deities were also gnashing their teeth. Seeing this scene, Lian Ledian wanted to cry. Young sect master? You don't have to be afraid. I'm not afraid now, but you'll be afraid later. He had been paying attention to these deities and found that they were all late-stage superior deities, and a few of them were even peak superior deities. The most terrifying one was Ice Taoist, who he could not see through. He was probably an existence that surpassed superior deities. If the Sky Nether sect wanted to fight against these old monsters, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. 1. 2. What made Lian Ledian speechless was that outside the snow mountain, the deities from the underworld had actually counted. He was afraid that before 3 could be counted, these old monsters had already killed their way out. Kill them. As expected, the deities were furious and rushed out of the snow mountain. Rumble, snow swirled in the air as heaven and earth shook. Around the majestic silver snow mountain, lights flickered like fireflies. Sometimes, there was a deafening roar, and sometimes, there was a blinding light. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? An angry voice drifted out, as if it spread through heaven and earth. Who are you? We are only here to look for Lian Ledian. Why are you trying to kill us? Following that, more and more voices could be heard, and these voices were mixed with depression. Who are we? We are your grandfathers. Don't waste your breath on them. Kill them. If you are frustrated, we are even more frustrated. Unfortunately, the other side acted as if they had met their father's murderer. They did not bother to waste their breath and attacked the people in front of them. They were naturally Icy Taoist and the rest. Moreover, they were indeed frustrated, because who had they offended? This group of people had been arrogant the moment they arrived and had repeatedly interrupted their enlightenment. Who could they complain to? One had to know that this was an enlightenment that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. After a long time, under the snowstorm, the voices gradually died down. Only a dozen people flew towards the snow mountain. Lian Ledian had been staring into the distance. When he saw Icy Taoist and the rest return, he could not help but sigh. Although he knew that the battle was one-sided, he still felt upset when he saw Icy Taoist and the rest return. Sky Nether sect had come at the wrong time. They were here to deliver their heads. Your Excellency Lin Ling. At this moment, Icy Taoist and the rest walked towards Lin Ling and handed Lin Ling brocade pouches. These brocade pouches contained a large number of treasures and Tao state fragments. They were obtained from the people from Sky Nether sect. This. Lin Ling was shocked. Your Excellency Lin Ling, please do something for us. How about you write the word Xian in this ice palace? Icy Taoist said sincerely to Lin Ling. Although their enlightenment had been interrupted, if Lin Ling left the word Xian, they could use it to gain enlightenment. How much they could gain would depend on their comprehension. Sure. Lin Ling nodded. After collecting so many Dao Realm fragments, he had also earned quite a bit. Naturally, he would not refuse. After that, Lin Ling spent 2 hours to carve a 100-meter-long Xian character on the ice sculpture. And this Xian character was all-encompassing, mixed with a large number of laws of the universe. It was also the best Great Dao resonance Lin Ling had ever written. His Excellency Lin Ling is truly a god. The resonance of the Great Dao that he writes is getting better and better. Looking at the word Xian hanging in the ice palace, the Frost Taoist couldn't help but praise. Brother Lin Ling, are you leaving? Zhao Hashan looked at Lin Ling and said, he and the other gods did not plan to leave. They stayed behind to comprehend the Xin character left behind by Lin Ling. Yes, I have something to do, so I have to leave. Lin Ling nodded. His current goal was to gather enough treasures to break through to the next realm and then enter the Dao Pagoda to cultivate. Therefore, there was no need for him to stay in the Shrine of Ice for too long. Moreover, he wanted to find out the whereabouts of the Dragon Valley from Lian Letian. However, this guy was very cunning. It would not be easy to get information out of him. That's a pity. Zhao Hashan couldn't help but shake his head. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Your Excellency, Lin Ling rarely comes here. Why don't you rest here for a few days before leaving? He naturally didn't want Lin Ling to leave so soon. He still wanted to ask Lin Ling about many things related to the laws of Great Dao. Lin Ling pondered for a while and finally nodded. For the next 3 days, Lin Ling rested here temporarily, and at the same time, he cultivated and stabilized his realm. He discovered that he was getting closer and closer to the strength of a peak mid-level deity. Between mid-level deities and higher deities, there was actually a peak mid-level deity realm. However, this realm was rather vague and not a realm that one had to go through. Gods with talent would break through to the next realm when they were late-stage mid-level deities. As for those with average talent, they would accumulate their foundation and finally break through at the peak mid-level deity realm. Between the two, each had its own benefits. As for Lin Ling, he currently lacked treasures to break through to the next realm. That was why he had to go through the process of reaching the peak mid-level deity realm. After all, he had 8 dantians, so it was undoubtedly more difficult to break through to the next realm. Lian Letian, are you still not going to tell me where the dragon god of the Dragon Valley and the rest went? When he was free, Lin Ling also questioned Lian Letian coldly. I really don't know. Lian Letian pretended to be innocent and said. He was the host body of the world will, so Lin Ling discovered that his soul techniques didn't have much effect on Lian Letian. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have long used tyrannical means to seize Lian Letian's secrets. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling couldn't sense his world will's power. Otherwise, he could still devour Lian Letian and obtain all his secrets. You'll tell me sooner or later. Lin Ling didn't intend to waste any more words. He turned and left. Watching Lin Ling leave, Lian Letian's eyes were cold. He had the same idea as Lin Ling. If there was a chance, he would definitely devour Lin Ling. Both of them had their own ulterior motives. At this moment, in the origin returning Dao sect, an old man walked towards Daoist Yuan with a grave expression. Sect master, what happened? Seeing the old man's serious expression, Daoist Yuan felt that something big was about to happen. He asked, could it be that these bastards attacked the origin returning Dao sect again? No, now that the Yellow Emperor has appeared, and with the help of many great forces in the Dao Pagoda, the surrounding sects don't dare to act recklessly. However, the Yellow Emperor's messenger. The old man frowned and then handed over an ancient parchment. Heavens, this is a heavenly Dao warrant. With just a glance, Daoist Yuan sucked in a cold breath. The heavenly Dao warrant was not only famous in the Dao realm and Dao Pagoda, but also in the chaotic realm. It was a warrant issued jointly by countless sects to kill the other party. Whoever could complete the warrant would be rewarded with countless rewards. Generally speaking, to be able to become a heavenly Dao warrant, one had to be recognized by 500 sects. Look at the person on the wanted list. The old man sighed. Daoist Yuan hurriedly took the warrant. After pouring in his divine essence, the parchment warrant emitted a bright light. A slender figure appeared in front of the two of them. It was so lifelike that one could even see all the hair and other things. Most importantly, this person was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Daoist Yuan's body trembled. That's right, it's him. The old man nodded heavily. I don't know who has such great power to issue a heavenly Dao warrant for Lin Ling. One must know that Lin Ling is one of the Yellow Emperor's people. This is a bit troublesome. We must immediately inform Lin Ling about this and have him return to the Yellow Emperor's side. Daoist Yuan's expression turned serious. TSK, 300 million Dao state fragments as a reward. On top of that, the reward is 5 chaos sacred artifacts and 10 ancient treasures of the primal chaos realm. The treasures are simply too generous. After seeing the rewards, Daoist Yuan's expression turned even more serious. Then, he quickly informed Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the Shrine of Ice. After receiving Daoist Yuan's voice transmission, Lin Ling could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although this was the first time he had heard of a bounty, the rewards were simply too generous. Not to mention other things, 300 million Dao state fragments was enough to make people take risks. Moreover, there were also chaos sacred artifacts and various rare treasures. With so many treasures, it's probably a bounty issued by Emperor Yao and the others. It was not difficult for Lin Ling to guess who his opponents were: Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, the three divine gates of White Mountain, and Emperor Ziwei. If they worked together, they would indeed have such power. As for these treasures, it was obvious that they were the treasures that the Yellow Emperor did not want. In fact, with so many treasures, Lin Ling even wanted to issue a bounty on himself. Interesting. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he was interested. With the Heavenly Dao's bounty issued, the area around the Dao Pagoda would probably be in chaos. The gods of various eras would probably want to attack Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling wanted to return to the Yellow Emperor's side, the process would definitely be incomparably difficult. However, Lin Ling did not plan to return. He could take advantage of the chaos to obtain more Dao state fragments. If you want to kill me, Lin Ling, then come at me. Let's see who has the strength to do so. Lin Ling was not a famous god in his era. He was not famous in the Primordial Age, Chaos Age, Primordial Age, or Age of Pantheon. Even in the current era, he was only slightly famous. However, with the Heavenly Dao's bounty issued, his name instantly soared. Leave this place. After that, Lin Ling bade farewell to the Fridge Daoist and the others and left first. Although he could hide his appearance and aura, he knew that if he encountered gods like Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun, they would definitely be able to detect something. Staying here would undoubtedly bring danger to Ice Snow Taoist and the others. Moreover, if they were wanted, staying in one place was the most dangerous. The safest way was to move around and not be surrounded in one place. Get over here. Lin Ling used his soul power to lock onto Lian Lishan's soul before disappearing into the snowstorm. At the same time, the area around the Dao Tower was in an uproar. 300 million Dao realm fragments, TSK, a heavenly Dao wanted order. And there are also primal chaos sage items and countless other precious treasures. This Lin Ling is mine. If you can find Lin Ling, then we'll talk about it. The area around the Dao Pagoda is vast like smoke. This Lin Ling has probably received the news. If you want to find him, I'm afraid it will be harder than ascending to the heavens. I'm most afraid that he'll leave and hide in the universe he came from. Hehe, what's there to be afraid of? Back then, Prince Jinlong was on the Dao Realm's wanted list. He disappeared from the Dao Realm for 10 million years. He thought that this matter was over, but he was killed as soon as he entered the Dao Realm. Gods have nothing but time. If you have the ability, Lin Ling will continue to hide. All kinds of voices sounded around the Dao Pagoda. The area around the Dao Pagoda was very large, 4 times the size of the Dao Realm. It also had the most accumulated experts, all of whom were gods from several eras. They only had one goal, and that was the Dao Pagoda. However, the difficulty of entering the Dao Pagoda was too high, so the gods were all accumulating their capital before entering the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling, a heavenly Dao wanted order. In the area north of the Dao Pagoda, a man stood on a high peak, looking at the wanted order in his hand, his expression constantly changing. My lord, I'm afraid Lin Ling is in big trouble. A middle-aged man looked at the man and said. This middle-aged man was Lord Ning of the Spirit Kingdom. Originally, according to our grievances, I couldn't wait for him to die. But now, he and I have a common enemy, which is Dipunkar Buddha and Tong Tian. So, if Lin Ling dies, it will be even more disadvantageous for me. So, I hope he can survive. The man looked into the distance and then said lightly. He was the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. His relationship with Lin Ling now seemed to be that of an enemy, but also like a friend. If Lin Ling died, Tongtian's world will hosts would definitely attack them. So, if Lin Ling didn't die, it would be beneficial for them. On the other side, an old man was drinking wine and walking with a large group of gods. He looked at the wanted order in his hand and smiled. This Lin Ling is really crazy. Should I help him or not? He was Daoist Duobao. It's probably the idea of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Dipankara Buddha is finally going to attack Lin Ling. Taoist Duobao secretly guessed. He didn't want to pay attention to this matter and let Lin Ling attract the attention of the three divine gates of White Mountain. However, he thought that if Lin Ling was captured, he and the great god of the spirit kingdom would be next, so, if there was a chance, he would do his best to help Lin Ling. At least, he wouldn't let Dipankara Buddha catch Lin Ling so easily. The entire Dao Pagoda area was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. On the other side, Lin Ling walked along the ice and snow. He wore a large cloak and carried a large sword on his back, like an ascetic. Behind him, even Letian followed with a bitter face. Lin Ling had left a mark in his soul. It would take a lot of effort to break it. Lin Ling obviously wouldn't give him the time, so he could only follow Lin Ling. Demon City. Lin Ling's gaze landed in front of him. There was a huge ice and snow city. It was extremely majestic, but there was a demonic aura that soared into the sky. Lin Ling had learned about Ice Demon City from Zhaohe Mountain. It was also the only city in the vicinity. Many ancient fiendish demons were gathered there. After the great calamity of the world's will, the gods had fallen, and the demons couldn't escape the calamity. After reincarnating, they were incompatible with the gods, so they gathered together, and this demon city was extremely chaotic. There were great demons and great demons. Even powerful gods didn't dare to enter the city rashly. Here, treasures were the most important. Killing gods and seizing treasures was a common occurrence. Roar. Lin Ling walked along the ice and snow road and found the majestic city gate of Ice Snow City. It was a huge demon's mouth. Its cold teeth gleamed as if it wanted to devour everyone who entered the city. Demons in twos and threes stepped into the demon's mouth and disappeared from the city. These demons were violent and loved to eat human flesh. Now that they had taken human form, their murderous aura didn't diminish at all. No, don't go. That's the land of demons. It's one of the demon city. Don't go. Behind him, Letian kept waving his hands and saying, as if he knew how terrifying the demon city was. One of the demon city? Lin Ling asked curiously. So that's how it is. Lin Ling suddenly understood. After all, he had just arrived at the Dao Pagoda and was not familiar with this place. He did not talk nonsense and continued to move forward with Lian Ledian. Lian Ledian cursed angrily. He was only a mid-level deity. Although he was very strong and could fight an early-stage superior deity, there were more than that in the city of demons. Then, the two disappeared into the huge demon mouth. After passing through the city gate, Lin Ling found himself at a three-way intersection. In front of him were three huge roads that stretched into the distance as if they could cross the entire city. Around the three-pronged road, there were a large number of restaurants and inns. Many tall and sturdy men with strange appearances were drinking wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls. Lin Ling even saw them feasting on human flesh. Many of them were holding human thighs and munching on them happily. Foul atmosphere. This was Lin Ling's biggest impression of this city. But at this moment, whether it was the demons drinking wine or the monsters eating meat, they all stopped and looked at Lin Ling with sneers. A human? Someone suddenly sneered. It's been a long time since a new human came. His flesh and blood are probably very good. Be careful. A human who dares to come to the city of demons probably has some background. Whispers could be heard as the demons stared at Lin Ling maliciously. However, Lin Ling was wearing a large black cloak, so the demons could not see Lin Ling's appearance. Hee, Your Excellency, do you want to eat an apple? Suddenly, an old woman and an old man walked toward Lin Ling with a smile. They each carried a basket with apples and pears in their hands. They looked very delicious. Damn it, they beat us to it. That old fox and old jackal love to attack newcomers. The surrounding demons cursed secretly. Of course, their voices were very soft and did not let Lin Ling and Lian Ledian hear them. Even Letian's face turned pale instantly. He naturally knew how terrifying these demons were. Although they were humans, they could turn into demons that were hundreds of meters tall in the blink of an eye. Bang, Lin Ling acted as though he didn't see the demons blocking his path. He took a step forward and a terrifying thing happened. Beside the old woman and old man, rumbling sounds could be heard as the power of divinity pressed down on them. Bang bang bang, the baskets in their hands fell to the ground and turned into a large number of poisonous insects, toads, and other poisonous creatures. As for the old woman and old man, their bodies exploded as well. They were killed by the power of the gods. What a powerful move! The distant fiendish demons were all shocked, because this divine energy came without any warning. It was formless and colorless, and its methods were extremely sharp. It seems to be the work of the nearby origin returning Tao sect. A middle-aged man with sharp teeth said coldly. The demon city was west of the Tao pagoda, so they knew about the origin returning Tao sect. Good lad, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, and the fog dispersed. Then, the seemingly dead old woman appeared again. Her skin began to fall off, and a large amount of hair grew out. Furthermore, she was growing continuously. Her mouth was also becoming sharper, and her claws were also becoming incomparably sharp. Finally, she turned into a jade-faced old fox demon that was 100 meters tall. This was a fox demon that had cultivated for 80 million years. Looking at the old man, he had also turned into a huge wolf. The stench of blood on his body was extremely foul. He was the demon king of ancient Jackal Mountain during the Age of the Gods. Two huge demons blocked in front of Lin Ling and Lin Ling. They were going to harm Lin Ling, swoosh, but at this moment, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The grey-robed Lin Ling also appeared silently. This was because these two demons possessed early-stage high god strength. Therefore, Lin Ling had to unleash some of his trump cards to defeat them. And his sword was surging with murderous intent, as though the universe had arrived. Plop, two huge demon heads fell to the ground. The 100-meter-tall demon's neck kept spitting out blood, and then it collapsed. In front of the three-pronged road, there was an instant silence. Countless demons narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling shook off the stench of blood on the tyrannical song sword. With a shake of his arm, the tyrannical song sword floated behind him, and the eternal killing world in the sword returned to Lin Ling's 8th dantian. Lin Ling led Lian Ledian forward as though he was leading a dog, passing through the two huge corpses. What a strong murderous intent. Is he a human or a demon? In my opinion, he's a demon. His murderous intent is very strong. He's probably a grim demon. Looks like he's qualified to enter the demon city. The demons muttered secretly. If Lin Ling was a human god, they would definitely join forces to kill him. However, there were also humans who joined them. They were demons, grim demons, and other such gods, and Lin Ling's sword was filled with murderous intent, which made them think that Lin Ling was a grim demon god. Because he had killed too many people, he was not recognized by the human gods, so he came to the demon city to seek refuge. He killed an early-stage high god with a single slash. His strength is probably at the mid-stage high god level. Forget it, let's continue eating and drinking. The fiendish demons no longer bothered with Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he continued walking along the main street. He found a relatively clean inn and walked in. The inn was also full of demons, but they were more gentle, such as bamboo demons, rabbit demons, and so on. They glanced at Lin Ling and ignored him. Innkeeper! Lin Ling shouted after sitting down. A beautiful woman immediately came to greet Lin Ling. She first stared at Lin Ling. What was strange was that this woman's eyes were green. When one looked into her eyes, it was easy to lose oneself in them. This was the divine art of seduction. Innkeeper! Lin Ling shouted. How could this divine art of seduction affect him? Sir, what would you like to eat? The woman wanted to use the divine art to investigate Lin Ling. After being seen through by Lin Ling, she quickly smiled and said. The best dishes. Lin Ling was a man of few words. He was very cold. Okay. The woman hurried away. Lin Ling looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a wall of the inn. He saw that many things were recorded on the wall, but one of them was a wanted list. There were many wanted posters on the wanted list, including the sun, moon, and star lists, and the human, earth, and heaven lists. On the heaven leaderboard, Lin Ling saw his name. He even saw other wanted criminals on the heaven leaderboard. The heaven lists were the heavenly Tao's wanted list. There were not many people recorded on the heaven lists, less than 100. There were humans, demons, and demons. Lin Ling was ranked 18th, which meant that the reward for the wanted list on Lin Ling was the 18th place on the heaven lists. Interesting. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Sir, there are many wanted criminals in the city of demons. At this time, the beautiful woman walked back and looked at Lin Ling. With a smile. Sir, you're staring at the wanted list. I guess you're also on the wanted list. However, you don't have to worry too much. The city of demons is very chaotic. It's not like the Pantheon, where everyone wants to arrest you. Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Lin Ling also began to drink and eat, completely ignoring the beautiful woman. Enjoy your meal, sir. The beautiful woman did not care about anything and left after saying a few polite words. In fact, if Lin Ling had said a few polite words, the beautiful woman would have found it very strange and even suspected Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's indifference was in line with the personality of the demon city. Lin Ling, where are you taking me? What's the use of taking me like this? I really don't know where the Dragon Valley and the Dragon God have gone. Seeing Lin Ling eating and drinking alone, Lian Lu gritted his teeth and said because Lin Ling was treating him like a captive. However, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to eat and drink his own food. I must find a chance to kill him. Lian Li's eyes flashed coldly as he muttered to himself. Your Excellency, are there two people? At this time, another old man walked into the inn. This old man had white hair and wore a white robe. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and looked extremely benevolent. Most importantly, he was actually heading straight for Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced around and continued to eat and drink. His soul power was strong and he could roughly see through the old man's body. It was a white-armored pangolin. I'm Elder Jia of the Flying Frost Valley. I'm here on behalf of our king. The old man did not care about Lin Ling's rudeness and continued to smile. What's the matter? Lin Ling finally spoke. He discovered that these great demons were indeed powerful. They were all early-stage higher deities with profound skills. From this point, the difference between the Tao realm and the Dao Tower could be seen. In the Tao realm, superior gods were extremely rare. Of course, there was also a possibility that the real superior gods had entered the Dao Tower. Those who stayed in the Tao realm were mostly gods who were not ambitious and were waiting for the arrival of the world will's tribulation. They were gods who were ready to die at any time. It's like this. The Flying Frost Valley would like to invite you to join us. The old man cupped his hands and smiled. Although he was learning human etiquette, when he spoke, the tail behind his robe swayed slightly, giving off an incomparably comical feeling. Join you? You don't even know who I am, and you're inviting me? Or does your Flying Frost Valley think that your king is so powerful that he doesn't fear the gods of the entire Dao Pagoda? Lin Ling took a sip of wine. Now that he was a wanted man, if he were to join the Flying Frost Valley, he would be harming the Flying Frost Valley. One had to know that even the Yellow Emperor could not guarantee that he would be safe under the Heavenly Dao's arrest warrant, let alone the Flying Frost Valley. Haha, no matter who you are, you just need to join us. You're from the Demon Slayer clan. I guess you've offended many human gods. Joining us is your only way out. The old man chuckled and explained proudly, we, the Flying Frost Valley, have 5 kings. They are all great demons from the age of the Pantheon. If you join us, your safety will be guaranteed. 5 kings? What kind of strength is this? Lin Ling asked with interest. 4 great lords are late-stage high gods, and 1 great lord is a mid-stage high god. The old man puffed out his chest and became even prouder. A late-stage high god was a force to be reckoned with in the Dao Pagoda. Unfortunately, this bit of strength was really not enough for Lin Ling. Although it was difficult for him to defeat a late-stage high god, the Flying Frost Valley could not protect him at all. No need. I don't plan to join the Demon Valley for the time being. Lin Ling shook his head and rejected the offer directly. Haha, Your Excellency, you've missed your chance. The old man was not angry. He smiled and said, Your Excellency may not know, but the old fox and poisonous jackal you killed earlier were great demons of the Flying Frost Valley. Now, you can only join the Flying Frost Valley. Otherwise, the Flying Frost Valley will not let you go. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. He was wondering why the Flying Frost Valley was so kind and tirelessly trying to recruit him. It turned out that the fox and jackal that Lin Ling had killed earlier were related to the Flying Frost Valley. Get lost. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly chased the old man away. Your Excellency, take care of yourself. The old man immediately left with a smile. After he left, there was a flurry of discussion in the inn. Although the Flying Frost Valley was not a gathering place for great demons, it was extremely impressive. This man had killed someone from the Flying Frost Valley, but the Flying Frost Valley did not pursue the matter. Instead, they gave this man a chance. However, this man had missed it. They laughed softly, as if they were gloating and watching a good show. What a strange demon. Lin Ling naturally knew what they were laughing about. He only felt disdain for it. Moreover, although the demons in the inn were imitating the refined tastes of humans, they were ultimately imitating the David's deer. Especially their gloating smiles, it was as strange as it could be. For example, one of the weasels was laughing cruelly. However, when he laughed, his human face and weasel face would change from time to time. It was extremely strange. Ignoring them, Lin Ling ate and drank to his heart's content before slowly leaving the inn. To him, the Demon City was just a transit station to familiarize himself with and understand the entire Dao Pagoda. Obviously, he would not stay here for long. He's finally gone? Seeing Lin Ling leave, the beautiful woman in the inn frowned and could not help but remind him. Your Excellency, the Flying Frost Valley is an existence that cannot be underestimated among the great demons. One of their kings is in the Demon City. Hearing this, Lin Ling paused in his footsteps and then continued walking. The beautiful woman was stunned. She sighed and ignored Lin Ling. Good luck. She had only said that one sentence. After Lin Ling walked out of the inn, he immediately felt the oppressive atmosphere. The inn was filled with smoke and a large number of demons were checking him out. Their expressions were full of mockery. You're really shameless. You killed our old fox, and you still want to leave alive? On the second floor of an inn, a middle-aged man in a brown robe said coldly as he drank wine. Your Majesty, calm down. He's dead for sure. We'll use his head to drink later. That's right. These human demons are stupid. Their intelligence is not high. Beside him, two small demons flattered. Although they had transformed into humans, they still looked very ugly. Hee, using his head to drink wine. Not bad. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. He gently placed the wine cup in his hand on the table. Bang, a soft sound rang out. Boom, however, on the street, a sudden change occurred. Terrifying demonic aura soared into the sky. From every corner of the street, huge demons stepped forward and rushed toward Lin Ling. All of them possessed early-stage high god strength, and their defenses were incomparably powerful. Their demonic aura seemed to have materialized. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It was terrifying. Countless eyes in the Demon City immediately locked onto this street. Countless demons revealed curious expressions. I've just had my fill. It's time for some exercise. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Under the cloak, a gray robe quietly appeared, and a terrifying aura spread out. He stretched out one hand, and the tyrannical song sword floated out from behind him. The eternal killing world in his eighth dantian surged into the sword. He held the sword and walked forward step by step. Swoosh, he slashed out with his sword, and it was as if he had slashed out a universe. The three early-stage high-level demons in front of him were instantly cut in half. Blood gushed out and dyed the street red. One must know that the demonic energy of these demons was terrifying. Ordinary divine energy could not kill them at all. This was because most of them had 200 million demonic energy in their bodies, which was comparable to the 200 million demonic energy of a god. Bang! Bang! Lin Ling's sword did not stop, and he gently slashed out. He looked as if he was casually swinging his sword, and it did not look like he was swinging his sword at all. However, this seemingly ordinary sword strike was actually so terrifying, especially in the eyes of the demons. These swords had intertwined killing energy, and it was as if a universe had slashed them. Swoosh! After that, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. He slashed out again, and the demons behind him were also killed. Killing early-stage high-level gods was as easy as chopping vegetables. Everyone in the city gasped. Although Lin Ling had killed the old fox and the wolf, they thought that Lin Ling could only kill early-stage high-level gods and fight mid-stage high-level gods, but now, there was more than just one early-stage high-level god here. Crackle, suddenly, a green swamp appeared on the ground where Lin Ling was standing. The swamp was emitting green smoke, and it seemed to be demonic poison. The most terrifying thing was that the demonic poison came without any warning, and it was impossible to guard against it. However, Lin Ling disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away. He shook his head and said, "Is this all you've got?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out the sword in his hand. It shot up into the sky like an arrow, and then shot straight down. After crashing into the ground, it disappeared without a trace. After that, the depths of the ground started to shake violently. It was as if a demon had emerged from the ground. After that, a 100-meter-long toad appeared before everyone's eyes. Unfortunately, the toad had been killed with a single strike of the sword. Flying Frost Valley, you want to recruit me with this little strength? Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword flew back. Old toad, he's a mid-stage high-level god. It was as if the entire city had exploded, and the rumbling continued without end, slaying a mid-stage high god with a single slash. Just what was the limit of this grim demon? You've watched long enough, don't you have anything to say? Suddenly, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at a restaurant in the distance. When he looked over, countless gazes from the entire city locked onto the restaurant. They had roughly guessed that there was definitely an even more powerful great demon hiding in the restaurant in the Flying Frost Valley. Perhaps it was the king of the Flying Frost Valley. At this moment, the demons in the restaurant, who were drinking casually, had stopped moving. The middle-aged man in the brown robe was still holding the wine cup, but his hands were shaking. After witnessing Lin Ling kill the great demon of the Flying Frost Valley, he knew how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword shot over. Lin Ling had made his move. Block it. The middle-aged man in the brown robe threw the wine cup in his hand and spat out a mouthful of demonic aura. The surrounding demons blocked in front of him. However, Lin Ling's sword was extremely sharp. It shot through the window and pierced through the demons. Finally, the sword pierced through the middle-aged man, causing him to point forward with a look of disbelief. Finally, he slowly fell to the ground. The Fishworm King is also dead. The Flying Frost Valley only had 5 kings, and now one of them is dead. Slaying Demon's sword is too powerful. The demons watching from afar were all pale and trembling. Most importantly, killing the king of the Flying Frost Valley in one strike was too terrifying. Interesting, trying to escape? However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He stretched out his right hand and flicked his finger. The tyrannical song sword flew out from afar and pierced through the ground. Not long after, a painful roar was heard. Next, everyone saw the ground explode, and a snake-like demon rushed out. However, its body was pierced through by a sword, and a large amount of smelly blood spurted out. Of course, this snake-like demon was not actually a snake, but an earthworm. No, how did you find me? After being pierced by the tyrannical song sword, the earthworm let out a loud roar. With your intelligence, it's hard for me to explain it to you. Lin Ling turned to leave, but the tyrannical song sword was cutting back and forth, cutting the huge earthworm into pieces. Then, the tyrannical song sword flew back and hovered around Lin Ling, protecting him. This time, no one dared to stop Lin Ling. Is he really a mid-level deity? Why is he so strong? I think he's really a mid-level deity, but his sword is very sharp. It should be a Chaos Divine weapon. It's at least a 5th-grade Chaos Divine weapon. After Lin Ling gradually disappeared, the fiendish demon city was abuzz with discussion. On the other side, Lin Ling had already left with Lian Ledian towards another city gate. However, not long after leaving the fiendish demon city, Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the loot in his hands. Previously, he had killed many demons, and at the same time, obtained their celestial Dao restoration tablets. These demons did not have the protection of the Dao state, so he could easily obtain the celestial Dao restoration tablets. The Dao state fragments inside belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling kept the Dao state fragments in his celestial Dao restoration tablet and threw away the demon's celestial Dao restoration tablets. He knew that it would not be long before these celestial Dao restoration tablets disappeared. Sir, do you have a problem with me? After keeping the celestial Dao restoration tablets, Lin Ling suddenly looked in a direction and asked. In the mountains, a mysterious man with a huge saber on his back walked out with a smile. Sir, you are very strong. You have the strength of a mid-level deity, but you even killed a mid-level high god. Among the human gods, there are not many who have the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Who are you? Lin Ling looked at the man and realized that he had the strength of a mid-level high god. However, this man's saber was extraordinary. Thousand Blade 1. The man smiled and took off his cloak, revealing a bearded face. He looked to be in his 40s, and he gave off the feeling that he was an honest man. However, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, Underground Wanted List, Thousand Blade 1. Upon hearing this, the mysterious man's expression changed. You are not a good person. You are a demon god among demons. You are wanted by the gods, so you hid in the fiendish demon land. Lin Ling said again. The mysterious man's eyes narrowed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so familiar with him. He did not know that Lin Ling was familiar with him because he had seen the various wanted lists. You are looking for me? Lin Ling said indifferently. You're Lin Ling from the Heavenly Dao wanted list. Seeing that Lin Ling had seen through his origins, Wan Daoi no longer hid his purpose. How do you know? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. You don't need to know that. I only know that the reward for killing you is incomparably generous. A large blade appeared in Wan Daoi's hand, and with a buzz, the power of divinity burst out like the universe. It was very strong. His power of divinity had probably reached as much as 500 million. A wanted criminal killing a wanted criminal? Don't you think it's funny? Lin Ling stared at Wan Daoi's blade and laughed. Hee, I can enter the demon city. This means that I'm not a pedantic person. Wan Daoi shook his head. He only attacked for the Tao realm fragment. He said coldly, after killing you, I'll have the capital to enter the Dao pagoda. His eyes turned red. It was a blood-red color, and his pupils could not be seen. It was terrifying. You're so sure that you can kill me? Lin Ling also knew that Wan Daoi was not an ordinary mid-stage high god. He was stronger than those he had encountered before, perhaps even twice as strong. You're just a mid-stage high god. No matter how powerful you are, there's a limit. Take my blade. As Wan Daoi spoke, he had already attacked. With a horizontal slash, the sky of the Dao pagoda was cut open, and a void appeared. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling activated the Kwafu Sunchasur boots and disappeared on the spot, avoiding Wan Daoi's fierce slash. Then, Lin Ling floated in the air, looking down at Wan Daoi with a cold expression. He still did not understand how Wan Daoi recognized him. Although he knew that he would not be able to escape the day of being hunted down, he did not expect that day to come so soon. Let's see how long you can hide. Wan Daoi raised his head and pointed the blade in his hand at Lin Ling. Why should I hide? Lin Ling did not want to waste too much time. He felt that this was not a good place to stay. Universe 3 Extreme Break. He used his trump card and attacked Wan Daoi from the sky. The terrifying soul power locked Wan Daoi's soul into the great universe and killed him. Wan Daoi's eyes narrowed. What kind of technique was this? He still wanted to make a move and even wanted to say something, but he was already killed by Lin Ling's cosmic ray. After his trip to the Shrine of Ice, Lin Ling's soul energy had once again improved. Now, the might of his 3 extremes of universe had also increased by a notch. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling shouted coldly as he floated down to the ground and took away Wan Daoi's Dao returns to heaven. Subsequently, Lin Ling discovered that Wan Daoi's Dao regression celestial realm didn't seem to disappear. This meant that Wan Daoi still had a chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Unfortunately, Wan Daoi was killed by soul force, and the Dao realm couldn't detect the killing intent, so it didn't protect Wan Daoi. Wu Ting once said that if taken away by the Dao realm's protection, the Dao regression celestial realm wouldn't disappear, but it would take a certain amount of time. If the person who came didn't come to take back the Dao regression celestial realm, the Dao regression celestial realm would disappear sooner or later. Now that Wan Daoi is dead, the Dao regression celestial realm won't be able to escape the fate of disappearing. Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry. He took Wan Daoi's Dao regression celestial realm and immediately left. However, not long after he left, a huge mouth suddenly appeared on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was a mouth formed by 2 leaves. It suddenly closed and swallowed Lin Ling. These leaves were too strange. They appeared without any warning. Even with Lin Ling's soul power, he couldn't detect them unless the leaves merged. Haha, Heavenly Tao arrest order Lin Ling, you've been caught by me. Quickly accept your death. No one can break my supreme world spiritual realm. Lin Ling, who was swallowed, felt that he had entered a pitch-black world. At the same time, a sinister laughter sounded in his ears. Lin Ling instantly knew that the one swallowing him was a great demon, and an extremely powerful one at that. Whoosh! At the same time, water began to drip from the surroundings. The corrosive power was very strong, as if it was going to digest Lin Ling, and within this corrosive water, Lin Ling sensed a terrifying god energy. It seemed that the things that the leaves swallowed relied on the god energy to corrode their prey. TSK, 300 million Tao realm fragments are mine just like that. Ha ha ha. At the same time, a triumphant voice sounded. It was incomparably happy. It's too early for you to be happy. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose. He had to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, no matter how strong his combat strength was, it would be greatly reduced. Panga strike, shatter the earth. Lin Ling activated the god energy's invincible technique. Then, like a giant pangu, he attacked the leaves crazily and blasted them apart, and the corrosive water that fell on him seemed to be ineffective at this moment. How is this possible? The leaves also screamed in horror. They could not believe it, and at this moment, outside the leaves, Xianxia stared at the huge leaves in front of him with an excited smile. If Lin Ling died in the mouth of the great demon, then he would be able to obtain Lin Ling's will of the world. After all, the great demon could not devour the will of the world. Hurry, hurry! Xianxia was looking forward to it, boom, but at this moment, the leaves in front of him shook violently. Then, a fist broke the surface of the leaves, followed by more and more fists. Finally, the leaves were also blasted apart by countless huge fists. A figure rushed out and stomped down from the sky, boom. The great demon from before was stomped to death, deader than dead. The person who rushed out was Lin Ling. He had collected the great demon's Tao regression celestial rank. His expression was extremely serious. The massacre was finally here, and it was faster than he had imagined. He had to leave this place immediately. Lin Ling's eyes swept across and suddenly landed on Xianxia. After pondering for a moment, he finally understood. One had to know that he had been hiding his aura and appearance. Unless it was someone who was purposely coming for him, Lin Ling, no one would be able to detect him. But now, with two waves of enemies, they all knew that he, Lin Ling, was purposely here. All of this did not make sense. The only explanation was that someone was telling them. Now, the only person who knew of Lin Ling's whereabouts was Xianxia. Xianxia! Lin Ling growled. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This Xianxia was ultimately a bomb. Lin Ling, you, what are you trying to do? Being stared at by Lin Ling, Xianxia was clearly a little flustered. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are the will of the world. Lin Ling's mind kept thinking, trying to find a way to devour Xianxia. Xianxia was the will of the world. Even if he died, he could still be reincarnated. Unless he could devour him and make him die completely, but with Lin Ling's current knowledge, he had yet to find a way to devour him. Right, why not ask Senior Guangqingzi? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Then, he looked into the distance and knew that another enemy was coming. Xianxia's body trembled as he panicked. He didn't know why, but the way Lin Ling looked at him made him feel that Lin Ling had a way to deal with him. Heavenly Tao arrest order, Lin Ling is here. He couldn't help but shout, wanting more enemies to attack Lin Ling. This also aroused Lin Ling's anger. However, the most important thing now was to leave immediately and find a quiet place to deal with Xianxia. Go ahead and shout. If they can't kill me, Xianxia, you're dead meat. Lin Ling said, full of killing intent. This made Xianxia even more flustered. Whoosh! Lin Ling activated the Quafu Sun chasing boots and ran along the ground at an incomparably fast speed. However, he didn't dare to fly too high because he would become a thorn in the side. Although he didn't see anyone chasing after him, Lin Ling could feel that someone was coming for him. The reward of a Heavenly Tao arrest order was too generous. No one would ignore it. Sure enough, after running for 3 incense sticks, the killing intent finally arrived. suddenly, a pitch-black light appeared in front of him. It was like a huge wall, blocking Lin Ling's path. Something's not right. Lin Ling was still holding Lian Lishan's hand. His eyes stared ahead. There was a huge black wall in front of them that was emitting dense smoke. Lin Ling's soul force quietly swept over it. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This wall was too big. It was actually bigger than any of the prefectures in the 9 prefectures. When he looked up again, the terrifying thing was that this wall reached straight into the clouds and into the Grand Mist Aura. Most importantly, the Grand Mist Aura didn't seem to affect this wall. The Grand Mist Aura was the most mysterious existence in the Dao realm. No god could break through it. Now that there was someone who didn't fear the Grand Mist Aura, it was no wonder that Lin Ling was shocked. Rumble. At this moment, there was finally a rumbling sound behind them. It seemed like a large number of gods and demons were chasing after them. The only choice left for Lin Ling was to break through this wall as soon as possible and escape. Rumble. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The terrifying power of divinity slammed into the black wall, creating a rumbling sound. However, the sword that had always been invincible only managed to create a small gap in the black wall. Moreover, black smoke came out of the gap and quickly repaired it. What a strong defense! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. His innate talent fusion, gray robe appeared, and he slashed out another slash. This sword strike was much more powerful. It cut 100 meters into the black wall, but in the blink of an eye, black mist filled the gap and intertwined with each other. The black wall was restored to its original state. What is this? Lin Ling's expression became more and more. Looking behind him, he realized that a powerful aura was descending. He could even see the enemy coming, above the heavens and demonic chi with his SST. In midair, a white light flickered and flew over with the speed of 20 million worlds. This was a divine bird, and it was an extremely fast divine bird. Bang! 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 On the other side, the green-furred lion broke through countless mountains, roaring at the sky as it arrived. As for the southeast, sand and stones were flying everywhere. In the rolling sandstorm, a pair of eyes faintly appeared and stared at Lin Ling, full of murderous intent. Lin Ling could sense from the aura that these powerful enemies were late-stage high gods. He couldn't win. Lin Ling had already used the universe's 3 extremes break. With only the eternal killing world and Panga's attack, he was no match for these enemies. Lin Ling, how dare you kill my Flying Frost Valley's people? A low voice finally sounded. What shocked Lin Ling was that the voice came from in front of him. The black wall finally moved. Amidst the endless black clouds, a pair of cold eyes hung in the air like the moon, very evil, very strange. The eyes stared at Lin Ling, and it was huge. Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently. Only then did he realize that it was a head, and there were eyes on the head. The scariest thing was that Lin Ling realized that it was a huge demon turtle, and the thing in front of him was the body of the demon turtle. However, the body of the demon turtle was too big, as though it was a universe of its own. Flying Frost Valley? Lin Ling's expression changed. He had completely guessed the origin of these demons. They were probably the 4 kings of the Flying Frost Valley. However, their strength was indeed terrifying. Most importantly, they were just ordinary kings in the demon city. If they were really powerful demons, wouldn't they be even more powerful? You won't be able to escape after killing my Flying Frost Valley's people. However, I didn't expect you to be a wanted criminal of the heavenly Dao. From behind, a loud voice sounded like a sound wave, causing Lin Ling's eardrums to hurt. I have to leave this place immediately. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose. If he was really surrounded here, he would definitely die. Lin Ling, ha ha ha. He looked at Lian Ledian again. At this moment, he was overjoyed, as though he saw Lin Ling unable to escape. He roared at the demons, I found this Lin Ling for you. As long as you let me go, everything of Lin Ling will belong to you. Indeed, Lian Ledian had informed them to come. This made Lin Ling want nothing more than to kill Lian Ledian with his sword. However, Lin Ling endured it. He knew that Lian Ledian was eager to kill him and reincarnate, but Lin Ling wouldn't let him off so easily. Panga strike, sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling put away the tyrannical song sword and unleashed another killer move. He raised his hand high and suddenly slashed forward. A mere human dares to go against our great king? You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to attack, the great kings were full of disdain. They didn't think that Lin Ling could cause a stir among the late-stage high-level great gods, rumble. However, when Lin Ling slashed down, the huge black flag in front of him was cut open, revealing a 1-meter-wide path that went straight into the distance. You cut me open." The huge demonic turtle let out a shocked voice in disbelief. The few great demons behind it also stopped in their tracks, their faces full of shock. However, Lin Ling noticed that even though he had slashed the demonic turtle in half, the demonic turtle wasn't dead at all. At most, it had suffered some minor injuries. Moreover, the path that had been slashed open was filled with black clouds, and it was rapidly recovering. "Panga strike, spiritual extinction!" Lin Ling shouted angrily in his heart. His body disappeared from the spot as though he had teleported and shot into the black wall in front of him. At this moment, the black wall was rapidly fusing. Lin Ling's move was obviously extremely dangerous. If he couldn't escape before the black wall completely fused, he would be caught in the middle of the black wall and completely captured by the great demons. Lin Ling also knew this. How did his speed increase so much all of a sudden? "King Xian, stop him quickly!" Seeing Lin Ling suddenly disappear, the great demons behind him all roared loudly. They had never imagined that a mere mid-level deity human would actually possess so many powerful techniques. "Hee, entering my body, he's courting death." The giant demon turtle also spoke in human language and said disdainfully. However, his voice soon became panicked. "Oh no, he escaped." As soon as he said this, the world fell silent. Under the joint efforts of the Flying Frost Valley's great kings, the human god had actually escaped. Chase! The great demons were furious. Their bodies became huge, and they galloped on the ground like giants. As for the gigantic demon turtle, it shrunk and opened up a path for them. After the great demons passed by it, it chased after Lin Ling. However, when they chased after Lin Ling, they suddenly realized that Lin Ling had completely disappeared. Whoosh! In the sky, a white light pierced through the void. After disappearing for a moment, it returned and turned into a middle-aged man in a white robe. The middle-aged man's nose was very sharp, like an eagle's beak. He shouted coldly, "Damn it, he escaped. King Yen, with your speed, you can't catch up with him?" The other great kings were shocked. His speed is estimated to have reached 20 million world speed. The middle-aged man in the white robe said angrily. As soon as he said this, the great kings all gasped. 20 million world speed was difficult even for great demons like them. Only King Yen, who was the original body of the bloody killing swallow, could have such speed. However, King Yen only had 20 million world speed and did not surpass Lin Ling. Therefore, he could not catch up with Lin Ling, and now, a mid-level god also possessed this kind of speed? 300 million Tau realm fragments, he escaped just like that. An old man walked over angrily with a huge turtle shell on his back. It was the demon turtle. At this moment, Lin Ling kept rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. He looked back and suddenly realized that the Tao pagoda hanging in the sky was getting smaller and smaller. This meant that he was being chased in another direction, but now, he had no choice. Behind him, Lian Ledian was still being held back by Lin Ling's soul chains. This made Lin Ling nod inwardly. He was most afraid that Lian Ledian would escape. After a long time, Lin Ling sensed that the power of Panga's attack was weakening, and his speed finally slowed down. However, Lin Ling was still cautious. His trump cards were very powerful, but they could only be used once. If he encountered a powerful enemy now, he would definitely be in trouble. "Lin Ling, is it? You're really strong. You actually hid here. I had to activate my divine ability, the staircase of the world, to catch up to you." But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, a sword slashed over. Divine swords surged, slaying demons. This sword came without any warning and was incomparably fast, causing Lin Ling's expression to greatly change. He anxiously tried to block it, but was immediately injured by the powerful divine power. Clang! After the tyrannical song sword collided with the sword, Lin Ling's figure rapidly retreated. Looking at his shoulder, it was now covered in blood. He looked into the distance and saw a man holding a sword on a mountain peak in the distance. He stood there calmly. His sword caused the sky to change color. "Middle stage high god, but he's very strong." His divine power has reached 600 million. Lin Ling's expression was extremely solemn. He had just escaped from the great demon, but he did not expect to be caught up again. Most importantly, this person seemed to be a human god. Moreover, the opponent's speed was too fast. He could actually catch up to Lin Ling. Right, he mentioned the staircase of the world. Could it be the staircase of the gods? Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he said coldly, "Who are you?" Whoosh, on the mountain peak, the man did not bother to say anything. He slashed down with his sword. Rumble, under this sword, a large number of mountains were slashed and floated in the sky like light feathers. It was very beautiful. Then, the invisible divine power merged into the sword and slashed at Lin Ling. Merge! Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. A grey robe appeared, and his divine power and physical strength instantly skyrocketed, reaching 200 million. The tyrannical song sword blocked in front of him, madly blocking the fatal sword. Rumble, Lin Ling was as if he was blocking the impact of a storm. His figure was constantly knocked back, but in the end, this terrifying horizontal slash was blocked by Lin Ling. Bang! 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 The sword passed around Lin Ling, and all the mountains behind him were flattened. Countless mountains floated in the sky like feathers. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. This person is very strong, and he's also a swordsman. If I can't defeat him, I'll be in even more trouble. Now, there are definitely many people who want to kill me, and they're all on the way. I have to speed up. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and there were billowing flames spewing out of them. Very good strength. To be able to block my sword with the realm of a mid-stage mid-god, you're considered very amazing among the gods. On the mountain peak, the man said indifferently, "Since you blocked my sword, I'll tell you my name, Mount Shu Sword God." Mount Shu was an extremely famous sword faction in ancient times. They slayed demons and ruled the world with their swords. They were extremely powerful. Once, Lin Ling also knew a god called Mount Shu Sword Immortal. This person came from Mount Shu. However, there were many swordsmen in Mount Shu, and Mount Shu Sword Immortal was only one of them. Most importantly, the god called Mount Shu Sword God in front of him was even stronger. How did you detect me?" Lin Ling asked. "Someone told me and roughly told me your whereabouts. My god stairs can cross a world. I noticed your figure at the distant Dao Tower. I stepped into the void and arrived here," the man said indifferently. Lin Ling nodded. So it was the god stairs. However, this person's god stairs was really terrifying. It could cross realms. This meant that if this person used the god stairs, he could go to the chaotic realm and the void of the 9 regions. My god stairs is not as powerful as you think. It has no attack power, and there is a limit to the number of times it can be used. Moreover, I can't go to realms that I haven't been to, such as the Dao Tower. As if guessing Lin Ling's thoughts, the man said again. No wonder he didn't enter the Dao Tower. It turned out that he couldn't use the god stairs to enter places that he hadn't been to before. However, Lin Ling still felt that this person's god stairs were too heaven-defying, because with this kind of god stairs, if he encountered a powerful enemy, he could escape from the dangerous place in one step. Well, I've said what needs to be said. Now, die. The man jumped down from the sky. With a sword in hand, he cut through the thorns and shot towards Lin Ling. Rumble, this sword was incomparably terrifying. It was like a shooting star. The divine power had reached a terrifying level. Lin Ling's eternal killing world was the same as Pengu's strike. It even had an advantage that Pengu's strike did not have, which was that there was no limit to the number of times it could be used. Moreover, it had accumulated tens of thousands of centuries of killing. It was terrifying. You overestimate yourself. Seeing that Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack, the man immediately laughed disdainfully, but at this moment, he realized that a powerful universe of killing was coming at him, as if it was going to drown him. He had seen the ocean of killing, the river of killing, and even the most powerful heaven and earth of killing, but this was the first time he had seen the universe of killing. The killing intent of the entire universe was naturally stronger than the ocean, the river, and even the heaven and earth. Impossible. How could you have accumulated so many kills? The Mount Shu Sword God roared in disbelief. The sword in his hand was also trembling, as if he did not believe in his own sword and Tao, and this collapsing river, once he had doubts, his will collapsed. The terrifying killing affected him, making him almost lose his mind. Swoosh, at the same time, Lin Ling's sword arrived. With a clang, it was blocked by the Mount Shu Sword God's sword. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was no match for the Mount Shu Sword God. His body flew backward and smashed into the ground. However, the Mount Shu Sword God in the sky was not any better. Blood dripped from the hand holding the sword. Obviously, he was also injured by Lin Ling's sword. Of course, the most important thing was that he was affected by Lin Ling's killing, which caused his combat strength to weaken by as much as 60%. Why do you have so much killing? The Mount Shu Sword God's eyes were red as he stared at Lin Ling. If you don't kill, these killings won't affect you. On the ground, Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, then ran in another direction. The Mount Shu Sword God wanted to chase after Lin Ling, but in the end, he held back because he was still affected by the killings. His Tao heart was unstable, and he almost lost himself. If he didn't kill, the eternal killing world wouldn't affect him. Unfortunately, as the Sword God, how could he not kill? Bang! The Mount Shu Sword God fell from the sky and then sat cross-legged on the ground, resisting the killing from the illusion with all his strength. It was as if he had entered the world of slaughter that Lin Ling had once entered. His soul was in turmoil. He never thought that he would be defeated. He pursued the supreme Mount Shu Sword mantra, but he forgot to improve his state of mind. This was his biggest flaw. Although he managed to escape, at least he gave me some pointers. He clearly told me where my flaws are. After the Mount Shu Sword divine weapon pondered for a moment, it was no longer angry. Instead, it was incomparably happy. As a swordsman, what he wanted to know the most was where his flaws were. He originally thought that he was no longer afraid of slaughter, but now he realized that what he wasn't afraid of was small massacres. He was still too inexperienced when it came to the real universe of slaughter. This Mount Shu Sword God is so powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling was running into the distance. Blood was dripping from his arms and shoulders. He had clearly suffered serious injuries after clashing with the Mount Shu Sword God. In this short period of time, he had fought several gods and demons. This also gave Lin Ling a deep understanding of the Tao Pagoda. His current strength was much weaker in the vicinity of the Tao Pagoda, not to mention the Tao Pagoda that was the focus of everyone's attention. In the Tao Pagoda, he was probably an ancient god who had founded a sect. Behind Lin Ling, even Le Tian's expression was constantly changing. After witnessing Lin Ling escape danger again and again, he realized how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. He had killed 2 old foxes and an old jackal, killed a great demon of the Flying Frost Valley, escaped from the mouth of a strange tree demon, and even killed it. Moreover, he had escaped from the hands of the 4 great demons of the Flying Frost Valley, fought the Mount Shu Sword God, and retreated unscathed. Was this still a mid-level god? He thought of the kid he had seen in the Dragon Valley back then, and then thought of the invincible Lin Ling now, and his heart instantly turned cold. It was said that the host body of the world's will was incomparably powerful, and its growth speed surpassed that of tens of millions of gods. However, in front of Lin Ling, the host body of the world's will, he really couldn't compare to Lu Tian. Could it be that Lin Ling was really the host body of the 8th world's will? Would he inevitably change the era in the future? I can't let him live. He is still weak now, and I can still devour him. If I wait until he is strong in the future, I will definitely be devoured. I have to make the first move. A huge pressure rose in Lu Tian's heart. Of course, he had to kill Lin Ling. Suddenly, Lu Tian's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sneer. At this moment, Lin Ling was still moving forward, constantly recovering his body. Fortunately, his physical body was strong, and he had 8 dantians. In a short period of time, he had recovered more than half. However, it would take a certain amount of time for the various trump cards to recover, at least half a day. Suddenly, Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently, and then he couldn't help but curse. That was because he discovered that the world in front of him had changed. Although the world in front of him was still green with mountains and rivers, blue sky and white clouds, Lin Ling sensed that everything was distorted, and there were layers of death aura. This was a fake world. An expert had used the power of a great divine ability to seal the world in front of him. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling discovered that a grey wave of death was spreading in front of him like a tide. Wherever it passed, all the mountains and rivers trembled slightly. It seemed that there was no change on the surface, but in fact, it had completely disappeared. That feeling was as if he had entered the underworld. What a powerful technique. Lin Ling stared at a stalk of grass under his feet and discovered that it was filled with death aura. It was the netherworld grass. This meant that the gods of the underworld had come. Lian Letian, you have angered me time and time again and challenged my bottom line. I will remember this grudge. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling said calmly to Lian Letian behind him. Naturally, he could guess that all of this was because of Lian Letian. Hee, at this point, it's either you die or I die. What's the use of saying all this nonsense? Lian Letian smiled ferociously. Since he had already shed all pretenses, there was no need to pretend anymore. Do you think you can escape just by capturing me? What a joke. You don't even know that I'm with the underworld god. He knows my whereabouts very well. Lian Letian continued, now, the underworld is my backer. You want to go against the underworld alone? You're dreaming. Moreover, the underworld god has already promised me that if you die, the power of your worlds will belong to me. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I'm looking forward to seeing you, the host of the 8th world's will. How powerful are you? How far can you allow me to grow? In the future, I want to dominate the entire universe. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Letian sneered. Naturally, he did not believe Lin Ling's words. He said indifferently, you'd better think about how to deal with the problem in front of you. All right. Lin Ling ignored him and stared ahead. Now, he had already been through a few waves of pursuers. This wave was probably the most difficult one, because this wave came at the right time. It appeared when Lin Ling was at his weakest. Underworld Blood Sea. Yes. Suddenly, on the mountain peak in front of him, gods in grey armor appeared. They opened their hands and summoned the powerful Underworld Blood Sea, which surged toward Lin Ling. The Underworld Blood Sea was a terrifying sea that washed away the memories, strength, and origin of those who entered the underworld. Any god who entered the Blood Sea would be washed away and turned into a blank reincarnation. Of course, the Underworld Blood Sea was only powerful in the underworld. But now, the gods of the underworld had moved a part of the underworld here, allowing the Blood Sea to descend. Woo woo woo, another song entered Lin Ling's ears, making him feel dazed. It was as if he had heard the song of life. On the surging Blood Sea, Lin Ling saw an ancient sailboat moving forward. There was only one fisherman on the sailboat. He was topless and wore a straw hat. He stood on the bow of the boat and looked into the distance. Come, cross the other shore with me. From now on, you will live forever and be free from the suffering of this world. The fisherman's voice was old, like a guiding light. After the fisherman's song, endless illusions appeared, as if saying that money, fame, beauty, and strength were all for nothing. Lin Ling's eyes were blank, but at this time a clear current flowed into his mind, causing Lin Ling to instantly wake up. He found that the clear current came from the universe's 3 extremes break. When he took a closer look, he found that the so-called fisherman was actually a skeleton. This skeleton drove the tattered boat and rolled in the Blood Sea. It was incomparably terrifying. This underworld Blood Sea is too strong. A thought appeared in Lin Ling's mind. He did not stay any longer and fled in another direction. When the netherworld gate opens, everything in the world will submit. However, seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, the underworld deities on the surrounding mountain peaks formed complicated seals. At the same time, numerous bronze gates appeared in all directions, sealing the various great universes. Bang bang bang, the gigantic bronze gate was like the great laws of the universe. When it suppressed the sky, a terrifying power surged into the earth, annihilating everything. Although this was the Tao realm, it was clear that the Tao realm's netherworld laws were the same as the primal chaos realm and the void of the 9 prefectures. After the gods here died, they would enter the netherworld and disappear forever. After a total of 18 netherworld gates appeared, the color of the entire world became even darker. At the same time, a strange feeling enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. He discovered that he had been sealed, and he couldn't leave the netherworld, and at this time, the terrifying sea of blood from the netherworld surged over, sealing off any direction that Lin Ling could escape in, causing Lin Ling to have nowhere to hide. Lin Ling, your life is up. Quickly return to the netherworld. Moreover, the King Yanluo from the netherworld gate also appeared from the netherworld gate. The book of life and death appeared in his hands as he read Lin Ling's name. He wanted to ban Lin Ling. My life is in my hands, Lin Ling. Since when is it your turn to talk nonsense? Lin Ling looked up and sneered. Lin Ling, your life is up. Quickly return to the netherworld. However, the King Yanluo from the netherworld gate had a cold expression. His eyes were filled with disdain, and he didn't care about Lin Ling's words at all. Lin Ling looked around, trying to find a way to escape. However, the netherworld gate was too strong, and he had used up all his trump cards. He couldn't block it with just his innate talent. Splash splash splash. In the end, Lin Ling was submerged in the sea of blood. He tumbled up and down, and a large number of skeletal arms appeared, pulling Lin Ling down into the sea of blood. Get out of my way. Lin Ling unleashed his strength and continued to blow up these skeletons. Rumble. A large number of skeletons exploded, but there were too many skeletons around. In the end, the sea of blood stopped flowing and began to retreat, leaving behind an endless number of skeletons. This was a sea of skeletons. Lin Ling's entire body was grabbed by a large number of skeletal arms and sank down. Looking from afar, this scene was incomparably terrifying. How pitiful. In the distance, even Le Tian was gloating over the misfortune of the other party. The eyes of the King Yanluo from the netherworld gate flashed as he sneered. Lin Ling was very famous in the netherworld. He wasn't afraid of the god of the underworld and challenged the great laws of the netherworld. The netherworld had long wanted to bring him to justice. However, Lin Ling's luck was good and he had repeatedly escaped the pursuit of the netherworld. This time, Lin Ling couldn't escape. As long as he entered the netherworld gate, everything would be decided by the netherworld gate. No matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would become a cripple. You want to kill me? Dream on. Being pulled by countless skeletons, Lin Ling also roared as he activated all the divine power in his body and blasted it towards himself, and this method was suicide. Hold him back. Seeing this scene, the various King Yanluo roared and struck out with the laws of the netherworld, causing the sea of skeletons to rise into a monstrous wave and drown Lin Ling's head. You want to commit suicide? It's not that easy. Seeing Lin Ling being taken away by the sea of skeletons, the King Yanluo sneered. Suicide, although it was also entering the netherworld, because Lin Ling was a god, it might be difficult for him to reincarnate and directly disappear in the universe. Moreover, even if he could reincarnate, Lin Ling would only be reincarnated into the path of the beast and suffer tribulation after tribulation. However, the purpose of the netherworld gate was to keep Lin Ling alive and imprisoned in the netherworld gate forever. How could they let Lin Ling die so easily? And now, Lin Ling was drowned by the sea of skeletons, which meant that Lin Ling had been completely brought into the netherworld gate. Even the ancient gods could not resist the netherworld gate. Go back. Then, the King Yanluo said indifferently, closed the gate of the netherworld gate, and disappeared without a trace. Hee, it's finally settled. The gods of the netherworld standing on top of the mountain laughed excitedly. They formed complicated seals and withdrew the sea of blood from the netherworld gate. Rumble, a huge black hole appeared, and the billowing sea of blood flowed in reverse and finally disappeared. Unfortunately, no one saw that when the sea of blood flowed in reverse, a five-colored light also quietly appeared and floated into the sky with a figure, and that figure was Lin Ling. Lin Ling still had one chance to be protected by the Dao realm. He had used it in the end and escaped from the Dao realm. This was something that no one knew. Lin Ling is finally dead. At this moment, even Le Tian let out a light breath and took a step forward, flying toward the gods of the netherworld gate. Lin Ling is a great enemy of the netherworld gate. The god of the netherworld has wanted to capture him for a long time, and now, his wish has finally come true. We have also made a great contribution. Even Le Tian, you have also made a great contribution. The gods of the netherworld gate looked at even Le Tian and said, and they were all extremely happy. Ha ha ha, we are really lucky. When the gods of the audience said this, even Le Tian was even happier. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, did you sense the power of Lin Ling's world will? At this moment, under the gray sky, 18 figures flew past like death gods. They were the Yama kings of the underworld. After hearing the voice transmission from the underworld gods, they immediately stopped and tried to find Lin Ling in the underworld blood sea. However, after searching for a long time, they did not see Lin Ling's figure. Not good, Lin Ling is gone. A Yama king frowned. How is that possible? How could Lin Ling escape from the underworld blood sea? Moreover, the underworld gate has locked onto him. How could he escape? Another Yama king's face became serious. Quick, inform Lian Ledian and the others immediately. Another Yama king shouted anxiously. At this moment, in the area of the Dao Pagoda, Lian Ledian was following the underworld gods. One of the underworld gods smiled and said, Lin Ling's world will power? It's okay, the Yama kings will find it for us. After all, only you can devour that power now. It's useless for us to have it. This is Lin Ling's returning to heaven position. Lian Ledian, you can keep it well. Lian Ledian immediately took Lin Ling's returning to heaven position. He looked a little excited because he knew very well that Lin Ling's returning to heaven position contained a lot of Dao realm fragments. The number was astonishing. Hee, Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to let me off so easily. Lian Ledian laughed. After seeing Lin Ling's returning to heaven position, he was even more certain that Lin Ling was dead. After all, in the area of the Dao Pagoda, only after the death of a god would the returning to heaven position drop. The Dao realm fragments and Lin Ling's returning to heaven position are enough for everyone to enter the Dao Pagoda. Lian Ledian looked at the underworld gods and said. These gods were also from the heavenly underworld sect, so they were considered his own people. Thank you, Your Excellency Lian Ledian. Hearing Lian Lishan's words, the underworld gods smiled. They were naturally very interested in the Dao Pagoda. At this moment, they didn't know that in the Lin Ling universe, a man had appeared there, coldly looking at the entire void. This man was Lin Ling. Previously, he had used up his last chance of protection of the Dao realm and finally escaped back to the void of the 9 continents at the critical moment. When he thought of Lian Ledian and the previous assassination attempt, Lin Ling's eyes turned extremely cold. If this was my universe, a mere underworld blood sea would be nothing. Lin Ling snorted coldly. He investigated for a bit but didn't do anything for the time being. This was because Lin Ling still needed some time to recover his trump cards. Once he recovered, Lin Ling would definitely kill his way back. He was very clearly aware that the Netherworld entrance and Netherworld blood ocean required a certain amount of time to set up. Moreover, his Dao regression heavenly seat had already been taken away. No matter what, he had to get it back. The Lin Ling universe is getting stronger and stronger. Next, Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the void and continuously cast out the grand laws of the universe that he had learned in the Shrine of Ice. Bang, it was as if a heavenly drum was being beaten. Every time it was beaten, the entire void of the universe would tremble. At the same time, the void of this great universe became more stable and quietly expanded. The spiritual chi also became denser. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This was his territory, his world. My universe is still lacking a bit of foundation. I need to nurture some gods and demons that are endowed by nature. Lin Ling pondered. Controlling the laws, he set up universe treasures in every corner of the universe. With the grand laws of the universe, these places could give birth to incomparably terrifying gods in the future, just like the ancient gods like the Yellow Emperor. Master, this is Master's hometown. At this moment, a voice came from Lin Ling universe. Although the voice was soft, as the master of the universe, Lin Ling could naturally hear it clearly. He discovered that there were many people entering his Lin Ling universe, but they came from various large realms and were extremely unfamiliar. However, these people were blocked by Ancestor Taiyan and the others. Let them come in. Lin Ling smiled. He instantly knew the origin of these people. Back in the path of domination in the void of the 9 states, Lin Ling was brought into the reincarnation of life and death by the strong beings of the underworld. During one of his lives, he was the leader of a sect. He witnessed his disciples being killed. Later, Lin Ling awakened, broke the reincarnation of life and death, and brought the souls of these disciples back. Furthermore, Lin Ling had left behind a divine ability for them to find hosts for them. Now, these disciples had all grown up, and their strength had become extremely powerful. It's really strange. The opportunities one gave them were obviously very ordinary, but they grew so quickly and have the strength of a lesser god. After that, Lin Ling was secretly shocked. With a wave of his right hand, a large number of young people appeared in front of him. These people were very confused at first, but after seeing Lin Ling, they all trembled and knelt down. "Greetings, Master." Although it was the first time they saw Lin Ling, they were familiar with Lin Ling. "Get up," Lin Ling said calmly. "Thank you, Master." Everyone bowed respectfully. They knew very well that their master was a giant god, an omnipotent expert. This is the Lin Ling universe. You can stay in this universe and cultivate in the future. When you become a superior god, you can come and find me again. Go. Lin Ling waved at everyone. At the same time, a gentle light enveloped everyone, making them feel like they had been reborn. In the Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling was omnipotent. Whoever he wanted to become a god would become a god. Of course, Lin Ling only helped them a little because this was the cycle of karma. If he helped them too much, it would not be good for these disciples. "Thank you, Master." All the disciples bowed respectfully and then left to find their own opportunities and pursue the great Tao. Lin Ling did not know that because of his actions, in the future Lin Ling universe, a large number of powerful giant gods would be born in the chaotic realm. "Here, I am really strong. Even if it is the Tongtian sect leader, I dare to fight. Unfortunately, I can only be strong here." Moreover, after the tribulation of the world will, the Lin Ling universe still cannot resist. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. After controlling the Lin Ling universe, he could calculate many things. The tribulation of the world will could destroy countless universes. Lin Ling universe could not resist it. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have to go to the Tao realm. He could just stay here and provoke anyone. Well, it's almost time. Go back and destroy them. Then, Lin Ling stood up, sensed the celestial return realm, and entered the Tao pagoda again. Although Lin Ling's celestial return realm fell in the Tao pagoda, he was not dead, so he could still enter. However, there was not much time left for Lin Ling. If Lin Ling did not take back the celestial return realm, it would disappear. On the vast land, a dozen figures were flying into the distance. They were none other than Lian Ledian and his companions. They were talking and laughing as though they were about to embark on a grand plan. Behind them, a figure was quietly following them. It was as though he had disappeared into the universe, making it difficult for anyone to detect him. 19 people, plus Lian Ledian, that's a total of 20 people. This person was Lin Ling. He discovered that among the 19 people in front of him, 12 were late-stage high gods while the rest were mid-stage high gods. The opponents were very strong. If he were to fight them head-on, Lin Ling would be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Ling could defeat them one by one. Moreover, he discovered that his celestial Tao throne was in Lian Lishan's possession. This made Lin Ling somewhat relieved. If the celestial Tao throne was in the hands of those late-stage high gods, it would be very difficult for him to snatch it back. I just need to kill a few of them and rob Lian Ledian. Then, I can leave. Lin Ling thought to himself. He remained motionless and quietly followed them. At this moment, Lian Ledian and his companions were still talking and laughing as though they had made a great contribution. However, as they walked, Lian Ledian suddenly frowned and said, "Logically speaking, since Lin Ling has been taken away by the underworld, the opportunity he left in my soul should have disappeared. But why can I still feel it?" "Bone King Realm Sealer, has King Yama of the underworld replied?" One of the late-stage high gods looked at Lian Ledian and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the underworld's blood sea has never failed. The opportunity in your soul has not disappeared. As it is the energy of the soul dissipates slowly. In a few hours, you will not be able to feel it anymore." This man was tall and wore a black robe. He looked like a pope. Bone King Realm Sealer is right. Lian Ledian could not help but nod upon hearing the black-robed man's words. Oh no! However, before they could be happy for too long, the Bone King Realm Sealer let out a loud roar. He looked extremely anxious. What's wrong? Lian Ledian frowned instantly. Lin Ling has escaped. The Bone King Realm Sealer looked at everyone and finally said word by word. Escaped? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed greatly. How could this be possible? One had to know that that was the attack of the 18 kings of hell, and there was also the blood sea of the underworld. How could Lin Ling escape? I'm guessing that Lin Ling was never caught from the very beginning. Bone King Sealer's eyes were gloomy as he pondered. No wonder the opportunity he left in my soul still hasn't dissipated. It turns out that he really didn't die. What should we do now? Even Lutian knew that things were getting troublesome. He looked at the gods of the underworld and said. The gods of the underworld fell silent. They didn't know what to do. Wait, Lin Ling's Dao regression heavenly mandate is in our hands. If he's still alive, he'll definitely come looking for us. Suddenly, the Bone King's eyes lit up. That's right. Lin Ling's Dao regression celestial plane has a large amount of Dao realm fragments. Now that I've obtained all of them, he definitely won't give up. Even Lutian was extremely certain. Just as the team thought about it, a terrifying massacre suddenly came. The last few people in the team were killed by a sword. They were unstoppable. This sudden sword was a sneak attack that caught them off guard. Most importantly, the murderous aura was too strong. By the time they reacted, their heads had already been separated from their bodies. These experts from the underworld didn't have Dao realm fragments to protect them. This meant that after they were killed, they were completely dead. Lin Ling really came. The tall Bone King Sealer stopped in his tracks. His long robe fluttered as he looked coldly into the distance, whoosh, but at this moment, another sword came. It was fierce and murderous. Then, another god from the underworld was killed. Lin Ling is right here. Even Lutian's eyes narrowed. He didn't know why, but he was a little flustered. The main reason was that Lin Ling's sword was too sharp. It killed gods like killing chickens. Other than late-stage high gods, mid-stage high gods couldn't block it. Very fast. It's probably at the speed of 1,000 worlds. The Bone King Sealer muttered to himself. Not only that, Lin Ling can erupt with the speed of 20 million worlds. I've seen him use this speed before. Even great demons who are good at speed can't catch up with Lin Ling. In addition, Lin Ling also has the ability to kill with a single strike. It's an extremely powerful technique. However, Lin Ling was clearly taken away by the underworld. How did he manage to escape? Even Lutian knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. He could only pray to the Bone King Sealer. Therefore, he told them about Lin Ling's powerful techniques. I've never seen these techniques that you mentioned. However, I am also very curious. Is a mere mid-level deity really that powerful? The Bone King Sealer's body shook. Waves of nether energy spread out like a dense fog, enveloping this part of the world. The other gods from the underworld also looked around indifferently as if they were facing a great enemy. For a moment, the atmosphere was strange and oppressive. Lien Lutian stood around the gods of the underworld. He narrowed his eyes, waiting for Lin Ling's appearance. Whoosh, another sword came. Among the gods of the underworld, another one fell. He was killed by a sword. Whoosh, terrifying killing intent intertwined in the nether energy as if it had materialized. It was extremely terrifying. However, the Bone King Sealer still did not move. He looked around indifferently and finally said with certainty, Lin Ling is indeed here. Everyone, listen up. Prepare to activate the underworld blood sea. This time, no matter what, Lin Ling must stay here. I reckon that Lin Ling was able to escape from the underworld blood sea because of the protection of the Dao realm. This time, he won't be able to escape. Lien Lutian, stay by my side. Lin Ling is here for you. If you don't leave, he won't escape. The Bone King Sealer waved his robe and kept giving orders. When the gods of the underworld heard this, they formed complicated seals and began to summon the underworld blood sea. Generally speaking, to summon the underworld blood sea, everyone had to work together. However, a few of them had been killed earlier. In addition, Lin Ling would not allow them to summon the blood sea as they pleased. Therefore, the Bone King Sealer decided that he would hold off Lin Ling while the others summoned the underworld blood sea. The Bone King Sealer was very sure that as long as Lin Ling's Dao reversion was still here, Lin Ling would definitely not escape. Lin Ling, come out. The longer you delay, the slimmer your chances of escaping. Seeing that everyone had begun to form seals, the Bone King Sealer spoke faintly. His eyes looked down at the white snow mountain as if he could see through Lin Ling's location. However, the vast expanse of white snow mountain was completely silent. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask Lin Ling to come out and fight. He was confident that as long as Lin Ling dared to come out, he could suppress Lin Ling and even capture him alive. Moreover, even if Lin Ling's strength was not bad and could fight against him for a while, when the blood sea of the underworld arrived, Lin Ling would still be unable to escape. This was the confidence of the Bone King Realm Sealer, Pa. At this moment, a dark shadow finally appeared on the white snow. This shadow was very small at first, but it gradually grew bigger. It was like an ascetic, slowly walking over from afar. He wore a grey robe and held a unique sword in his hand, as though he was a heretical cultivator. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you really escaped. Seeing Lin Ling, even Lu Tian's heart skipped a beat and he became inexplicably nervous. He was very clear that after Lin Ling escaped last time, the difficulty of capturing Lin Ling had undoubtedly increased by several times. Lin Ling, you are really powerful. However, if you want to return to the heavenly realm, you must defeat me. The Bone King Realm Sealer also stared at Lin Ling. With a wave of his hand, a huge bone knife appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. Then come and try. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he also pointed it at the Bone King Realm Sealer. This was also the first time he fought against a late-stage high god. Talent fusion, grey robe appeared, Lin Ling's footsteps paused and he disappeared on the spot. A sword seemed to have slashed down from the sky, 200 million force erupted and the eternal killing world appeared in the sword. It was as though it had slashed down the universe and it arrived in front of the Bone King Realm Sealer. Stairs. The bone knife in the Bone King Realm Sealer's hand shook violently and he swung it at the sky. With a loud boom, the snowy ground was split into two and a terrifying divine energy soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! When the sword and saber collided, it was as if two huge universes were colliding, forming a terrifying shockwave. Meanwhile, Lin Ling maintained his posture of slashing down with his sword. The ferocious power of God clashed with the saber light from the bone saber. His figure slowly retreated, and the tyrant song sword continued to tremble. In terms of pure strength, Lin Ling was clearly no match for the Bone King's Realm Sealer. However, at this moment, the universe of massacre came crashing down from the tyrant's song sword. It was formless and colorless, and it could affect the Tao heart of a god. Not bad. Is this the steps of God? That's not right. It seems to be a power that's even more powerful than the divine steps. I reckon it's a magical ability from the ancient times. However, I'm from the underworld. You're dreaming if you think you can affect me with just killing. The Bone King Realm Sealer also had a powerful divine stare, and it had reached the ancient realm of the six great realms. This divine staircase was a dream, the Bone Dream Staircase. It could cause any divine bone to tremble and shatter. According to legend, in ancient times, there was an ancient giant god who was proficient in this type of divine staircase. With a single move, if the opponent didn't have any means to resist, all of the bones in their body would shatter. It would be as if they had entered a dreamland, and their entire body would turn into mud. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling instantly sensed that the bones in his body were about to shatter. What a powerful move. I can't block such a powerful divine staircase in addition to the power of God. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He was about to use his trump card. However, at this moment, the Bone King Realm Sealer on the ground shouted, "How is this possible?" He saw that the terrifying universe of massacre had affected his heart, causing his strength to weaken by more than 60%. Once his strength was weakened, the pressure on Lin Ling also decreased. I'm from the underworld. Why can your massacre affect me? At the same time, the Bone King Realm Sealer raised his head and looked deeply at Lin Ling. He was shocked by Lin Ling's move. His saber pointed at Lin Ling again, but this time, he didn't attack. Lin Ling also looked deeply at the Bone King Realm Sealer. He was shocked by the latter's strength. If the Eternal Massacre world hadn't affected the Bone King Realm Sealer's heart, Lin Ling would have been injured. This meant that Lin Ling had been careless and underestimated the strength of a late-stage high-level deity. All along, Lin Ling's heaven-defying strength had caused him to be complacent. Now, the Bone King Realm Sealer had taught Lin Ling a good lesson. It should be known that the current Lin Ling didn't have the protection of a Dao realm expert. If he died because of his carelessness, he would really die. To show my respect, I will fight you with all my strength. Stepping into the sky, Lin Ling pointed his sword at the Bone King Realm Sealer. On the huge sword, murderous aura was surging. So this is the universe of Massacre World. The Bone King Realm Sealer stared at Lin Ling's sword and completely understood why Lin Ling could affect him. Realm. The Bone King Realm Sealer let out a low roar. Countless bone fragments flew out from his body as if he was trying to seal this world. They rolled in all directions. I will kill you with all my strength. Under the sky full of bone fragments, the Bone King Realm Sealer said coldly. Come. Lin Ling looked behind the Bone King Realm Sealer and realized that the underworld deities were summoning the underworld blood sea. This made him know that he had to end this quickly. Panga's strike. Lin Ling let out a low roar and raised his sword up high. This was the first time he used Panga's sky-splitting slash in the tyrannical Song sword and merged it with the eternal Massacre World. What a strange move, but what's the use of it? Underworld Great Hell. The Bone King Realm Sealer roared and activated the surrounding bone fragments, turning them into bone blades and forming the Underworld Great Hell. This was the bone-piercing hell, ding ding dang dang. However, when the Bone King Realm Sealer wanted to interrupt Lin Ling's sword, Lin Ling shot down from the sky like a meteor and a giant. When the Bone King Realm Sealer's bone-piercing hell hit Lin Ling, it was blocked by Lin Ling. What kind of move is this? The Bone King Realm Sealer's eyes trembled. Seal, demon, seal. The Bone King Realm Sealer roared and activated an even more terrifying move. The Underworld Great Hell spun crazily and attacked Lin Ling again. Rumble, a deafening sound echoed. The space was constantly being cut and the scene of the underworld was revealed. This made Xianxia gasp. He didn't expect Lin Ling to not be afraid of the Bone King Realm Sealer's powerful deity force. Bone King Realm Sealer, Lin Ling has a move that can ignore deity force. You have to use other moves. Xianxia suddenly shouted. The Bone King Realm Sealer's eyes narrowed. Ignore deity force? What a heaven-defying ability. He didn't know that this was Panga's earth-shattering strike. Sky-splitting slash. At the same time, Lin Ling's sword arrived and ruthlessly slashed down, destroying heaven and earth. This slash was different from usual. It was fused with the eternal killing world. When it ruthlessly slashed down, the entire snowy land was swept away and completely melted, turning into nothingness once again. The Bone King Realm Sealer raised his head, his eyes trembling. He didn't understand how a mere mid-god could erupt with such terrifying power. Underworld Silver Gate. An old, song-like voice rang out. The Bone King Realm Sealer had actually summoned the Underworld Gate. Moreover, it was the extremely rare Underworld Silver Gate. This was the Underworld Gate above the Bronze Gate. According to legend, if this gate didn't appear, it would definitely bring the most ancient giant god into the underworld. Silver light enveloped him as if the most ancient underworld passageway had been opened. Lin Ling's eyes stared at the underworld passageway that had suddenly opened. He sensed a vast ocean-like force attacking him, wanting to pull him into the silver door. At this moment, he had a feeling that he was as insignificant as an ant, unable to escape the power of the universe's great laws. Lin Ling's heart was shaken, however, his eyes instantly focused. The underworld's great laws of the universe wanted to subdue him. But as the master of Lin Ling's universe, why would he fear the universe's great laws? Even if he knew he was no match for them, his heart still yearned for them. What's more, he was carrying the heavenly Tao's wanted order today. Millions of gods wanted to kill him. If he were to admit defeat and fear, then it would be difficult for him to move forward in the future. He wanted to fight. Lin Ling's eyes were burning, incomparably resolute. The sword in his hand was mixed with the terrifying power of the eternal world of slaughter. It was constantly tumbling, as if millions of slaughter demons were attacking at the same time. This was the universe of slaughter, more powerful than any slaughter. It was the killing intent accumulated from killing countless people. The strength of this killing intent had even reached the stage where things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was more like endless vitality. After all, the other side of slaughter was the creation of life. Of course, compared to the ultimate massacre, Lin Ling was still slightly weaker. The true ultimate massacre was the massacre of the great cosmos. Moreover, Lin Ling's slaughter came from his 8th dantian and was not personally comprehended by him. Therefore, in terms of foundation, he was ultimately weaker. Universe's 3 extremes: destruction, demon subduing destruction. Lin Ling let out another low roar. His surging soul power turned into an ocean, forming a great universe that sealed everything. A destructive soul force spread out. On the entire earth, all the gods were affected. Their souls trembled, but they could not sense any killing intent. As a result of their souls being affected, it caused the difficulty of summoning the underworld's blood sea to increase again. Lin Ling's two great killing moves were executed at the same time. The power was undoubtedly terrifying and shocking. Looking from the ground, the white snow had already melted, revealing a pitch-black continent. Everyone looked up and saw waves of cosmic rays pressing down like a cage. And in the middle of these rays, a sword was even more dazzling. This was also the first time Lin Ling had used Pangu's strike, universe's three extremes break, and eternal killing world at the same time. Lin Ling himself didn't know how powerful it was. Is this kid truly a god? Bone King Sealer raised his head and stared at the sky. His pupils were trembling and flickering. All of a sudden, his entire body exploded, turning into bones that coiled and spiraled, gradually turning into a huge bone saber. This blade was extremely extraordinary. It was formed from the bones of countless deities, and it was enormous. It was thousands of miles long, and as it hung in the air, it released a terrifying aura from the underworld. His blade slashed towards the heavens, colliding with Lin Ling's sword of slaughter. Boom! Before the two terrifying attacks collided, the surrounding area was completely destroyed. Lien Ledian was too close to Bone King Sealer. He was blown away by the strong wind and buried in the ground. However, he quickly rushed out and stared at the sky with the most terrifying expression in his life. Too strong, Lin Ling's strength was simply beyond his imagination. This blade of mine, High God Divine Embryo. Bone King Sealer's voice exploded. Rumble, the saber and sword began to collide violently, exploding with deafening sounds, but what was surprising was that the collision of the saber and sword was extremely slow. It was as if two old men were fighting a slow tug of war, but in everyone's eyes, this wasn't a tug of war, but an illusion formed because the two attacks had gathered too much power. If one was in the middle of this collision, they would realize that the speed of the collision wasn't slow, but faster than one could imagine. Saber and sword, cosmic rays, and the silver door of the underworld. At this moment, it attracted the attention of countless people. The gods from the underworld were shocked. Only after witnessing it with their own eyes did they realize how terrifying Lin Ling's methods were. Most importantly, it wasn't just one method, but several methods. Not good. After the two forces collided for a long time, Bone King Sealer let out a low roar. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. This was because he realized that Lin Ling's strength had too many negative effects. For example, the universe of slaughter had weakened his strength, the cosmic rays had caused his soul to continue to tremble. And that sword that could split the heavens and earth made him feel like he was facing the most ancient god, opening the universe. In fact, Bone King Sealer also had a power that affected Lin Ling. However, Bone King Sealer felt that compared to his influence, Lin Ling's was weaker. For some reason, Lin Ling's foundation was incomparably solid. The negative effects on both sides were minimized. Is there a loophole? Be defeated. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were red. It was as if he was fighting against an incomparably terrifying storm. He knew very well that although he seemed to be able to fight Bone King Sealer, he was relying on his killer moves. Without these killer moves, Lin Ling would not be able to withstand Bone King Sealer's full-powered attack. This also meant that Lin Ling was fighting with his back against the wall. If all his killer moves could not defeat Bone King Sealer, Lin Ling would definitely die. Fortunately, the combination of several major moves was indeed terrifying. Bone King Sealer was injured and began to retreat. Rumble, cracks appeared on the bone saber that he had transformed into, and it finally exploded. The silver light in the sky, which represented the oldest gate to the underworld, was slowly closing. Humph. Bone King Sealer grunted and retreated. Suddenly, a huge millstone appeared behind him and sucked all the cosmic rays into the millstone. Lin Ling's earth-shattering sword slash was instantly blocked by the millstone. This millstone seemed to be used to grind people to death. It was extremely powerful. It was probably passed down by the god of the underworld. After Bone King Sealer blocked Lin Ling's killer move, he stared at Lin Ling without saying a word. However, Lin Ling noticed that Bone King Sealer was injured and did not dare to act rashly. He secretly felt lucky. Several killer moves erupted at the same time and finally defeated Bone King Sealer. Late-stage High God was indeed amazing. Panga Strike, Absolute Soul Shock. Without waiting for Bone King Sealer to react, Lin Ling moved at full speed. It was as if he had pierced through the void and instantly appeared behind Bone King Sealer. Then, he grabbed Lian Ledian and flew away. Lian Ledian was still shocked by Lin Ling's thunderous moves. By the time he reacted, he had already been kidnapped. Even his voice was only halfway out. Lin Ling. As for Bone King Sealer, he stood in the same place and did not move. Only a low voice came out of his throat. My lord. At this moment, the other underworld gods stopped summoning the Blood Sea and flew toward Bone King Sealer, wanting to ask him how he was doing. Boom, the sound was like thunder, blasting everyone into silence. The Bone King Realm Sealer had his waist broken by Lin Ling. Only the Bone King Realm Sealer knew how terrifying Lin Ling's methods were. Wave after wave of thunderous attacks were unstoppable. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying through the snowstorm at a terrifying speed, disappearing and reappearing from time to time. Lian Ledian, who was captured by Lin Ling, had a drastic change in expression. He wanted to resist, but he was no match for Lin Ling. His face was pale. He did not expect to be captured by Lin Ling again. One had to know that he thought Lin Ling was dead. Now that he was captured by Lin Ling again, his fate was obvious. You, what are you trying to do? In his fear, Lian Ledian gritted his teeth and asked. When he said this, he did not realize that his voice was filled with fear. Lian Ledian, you didn't expect me to still be alive, right? Now you're asking me what I'm trying to do? Hehe, what do you think I'm trying to do? Lin Ling looked back at Lian Ledian and said with a smile that did not look like a smile. Lian Lishan's body trembled and he did not dare to speak again. You secretly exposed my whereabouts, causing me to almost die several times. Now you're asking me what I'm trying to do? Also, my Dao Regression Heavenly Seat, return it. Lin Ling snatched the Dao Regression Heavenly Seat and glared at Lian Ledian. Lian Ledian did not dare to resist at all. He just lowered his head, making it impossible to know what he was thinking. Unfortunately, Lin Ling could guess that Lian Ledian must be thinking of ways to harm him. Let's find a safe place first, then think of a way to kill Lian Ledian. I can sense that a large number of gods have appeared at the place where the battle took place. They're probably here for the Heavenly Dao Arrest Order, or maybe they're Emperor Yao's men. More and more gods are gathering here. I can't stay here any longer. Lin Ling kept saying. In fact, he should leave immediately, but when he thought of Lian Ledian, he knew that if he did not deal with him, it would be useless no matter where Lin Ling ran to. Whoosh, at the bottom of an icy cliff, Lin Ling and his companion shot down. After Lin Ling bound Lian Lishan's soul, he immediately entered the square prison. He had to find a way to kill Lian Ledian. Even Letian was shocked when he saw Lin Ling disappear. However, he couldn't care less and quickly informed the gods of the underworld. Although he didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, this was his chance. That idiot didn't run away. Instead, he entered a square stone to cultivate. An opportunity, an enormous opportunity. Now that he has used up all of his trump cards, any high god can take his life. Come quickly. Even Letian had a way to contact the underworld deity and get the underworld deity to send experts here. And in the square prison, Lin Ling quickened his pace and arrived in front of the highest-level prison cell. He hurriedly asked, Senior Guangchengzi, is there a way to seal the world will's host body? Guangchengzi appeared in front of the cell with green mountains and clear waters. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. Sealing the world will's host body is no small matter. This is because the world will's host body is an anomaly that surpasses the various universes. It is very, very difficult to seal it. Even if you kill it, it will be useless because it can be reincarnated. If Sir Lin Ling really wants to seal it, you can find the lunar fox of heart. I heard that this goddess has a way to seal it. However, I don't know if it is true. However, you have to be careful. This lunar fox of heart is no small matter. She can leak her power out of the prison cell. If you get too close to her, you will be in danger. Hearing Guangchengzi's words, Lin Ling's face turned anxious. He was already in a hurry and was racing against time. Now, he had to seek help from a difficult opponent. All right. However, at this point, Lin Ling didn't have time to think about it. Moreover, if this woman called Lunar Fox of Heart could help him, then Lin Ling's power of the world would increase greatly after devouring Lian Ledian. According to Guan Chengxi's instructions, Lin Ling arrived at another prison cell. This prison cell held prisoners on death row. If it wasn't for the prison being broken back then, these prisoners on death row would also be executed. Therefore, this was also a death row prison. The gods who could appear here were undoubtedly all beings with twisted minds and committed all sorts of evil deeds. It was no wonder that Guan Chengxi reminded Lin Ling. When Lin Ling arrived at this prison cell, he felt a terrifying aura spreading out. It was a desolate aura. It was as if it had seen through life and death and abandoned everything. The scariest thing was that this mysterious aura could affect Lin Ling. This also meant that the aura that could affect Lin Ling's desolate aura must have reached the universe level. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling moved forward again and arrived in front of another prison cell. What shocked Lin Ling was that the person locked up in this prison cell was a delicate beauty. She looked delicate and lovely, making people want to protect her. Behind her was a tail, a white tail. Lin Ling looked at her and immediately entered the illusion. It was as if he had entered the wedding night. The person lying on the bed waiting for him was a beautiful and charming woman. This kind of charm was also at the universe level. Scram! Lin Ling felt his mouth go dry, but he remained calm. With the eternal killing world, he could turn into a merciless killing demon at any time. I didn't expect you to be a god with a massacre universe. Seeing that she couldn't tempt Lin Ling, the moon fox of heart returned to her normal state. Her eyes turned cold, and this coldness was a kind of hidden bitterness. Lin Ling looked at her and was affected again. However, he knew that this wasn't the moon fox of heart's intention. She had resentment in her. The resentment of a person was extremely powerful. The resentment of a god was even more terrifying. Lin Ling had an intuition that this woman must have been hurt by love before. Moreover, Lin Ling secretly checked the prison jade slip and realized that the moon fox of heart had reincarnated for thousands of times. Every time she reincarnated, she would be hurt by love. At this moment, Lin Ling felt a sense of sympathy for the moon fox of heart. Thousands of reincarnations, hurt by love, betrayed by the person she loved, killed by the person she loved. There were too many. No wonder the resentment of the moon fox of heart was so strong. The resentment quietly spread and shrouded Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body trembled. This resentment was too strong. It was so strong that it could seep out of the prison. As the lord of the square prison, Lin Ling naturally had a way to stop the resentment of the moon fox of heart. He only needed to activate the prison's calamity. However, after activating the prison's calamity, it was impossible to get the help of the moon fox of heart. Therefore, Lin Ling allowed the resentment to engulf him. Next, he felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. The strength of the resentment was even stronger than the massacre universe, so this was the reason why the moon fox of heart was so scary. Endless resentment passed through the cell and shrouded Lin Ling. This resentment was like Lin Ling's massacre universe. It could affect the Taoist heart of a deity. Lin Ling stood in front of the cell and persisted. Sigh. Sigh. Suddenly, a soft sigh came from the moon fox of heart. Why is there such an infatuated person in this world? Sigh. The moon fox of heart slowly retracted her resentment and sighed. It was as if she knew about Yu and the rest. She also knew about Lin Ling's principles and loyalty towards love. As soon as the resentment disappeared, Lin Ling felt his body relax as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. Then, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the moon fox of heart in disbelief. Why are you looking for me? The moon fox of heart also looked at Lin Ling calmly. The coldness in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a kind of appreciation and kindness towards a junior. Why didn't you kill me? Lin Ling asked with a frown. Guang Qingzi had said that the moon fox of heart was difficult to get along with. She had the power to break out of the cell and was unfavorable to the prison warden. Therefore, it was impossible for her to let Lin Ling go. Because you are deeply in love. The moon fox of heart said calmly, I can sense that you love someone deeply in your heart. Although you are not a devoted person, you are loyal and loyal. You can't bear to abandon any woman who loves you. Most importantly, Yu and you are childhood friends. You are deeply in love with her. When I see Yu, I feel as if I am looking at myself. That's why I won't kill you. This is different from my principles. I also admire people who are loyal to one person. Hearing this, Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. it was because of Yu, he couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. If it wasn't for his unwavering love for Yu, perhaps he would have been defeated today. Why are you looking for me? The Moon Fox of Heart asked Lin Ling. I want to know how to seal the world will host. Lin Ling hurriedly asked. The host of the world will is difficult to seal. You should change to another question. Moon Fox of Heart shook her head and said. Senior, this is the only problem I have right now. I hope that Senior can help me. Lin Ling was stubborn. It's very difficult to seal a world will host body. Most importantly, a world will host body can't be sealed by an ordinary person. Although you're the master of the square prison, you can't seal a world will host body. Moon Fox of Heart shook her head. Senior, I am also a host body of the world will. Now, another host body of the world will wants to harm me, so I must find a way to seal it. Otherwise, I will die without a doubt. Seeing that the Moon Fox of Heart kept rejecting him, Lin Ling knew he had to tell her where he came from. As expected, when the Moon Fox of Heart heard what Lin Ling said, she stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. After a while, she said solemnly, since you are the host body of the world will, everything is different. I have a way to seal it and even make it extremely weak so that you can easily devour it. Moreover, the square prison also has the power to seal the host body of the world will. However, you can't seal it for too long. What you need to do now is to find the 7 Dao Jiosha body and take their souls back. That will do. The Moon Fox of Heart kept talking. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. 7 Dao Jiosha body? The so-called 9 Dao Jiosha body is the body of the greatest sacrifice. You have to kill a good person who has sacrificed everything for the people around you and take their souls. Good person? That's right. They are good people. Do I have to kill such a person? Lin Ling looked a little troubled. Although he wasn't a soft-hearted person, he still couldn't kill a good person. A good person, the 9 Dao Jiosha body, sacrificing everything for the universe. Only their souls can seal the host body of the world will. Moreover, you don't have to worry too much. Since the 9 Dao Jiosha body can sacrifice itself for the universe, it can also sacrifice everything for you. I have a feeling that although you are the host body of the world will, you will protect the entire universe in the future and not destroy it. The Moon Fox of Heart looked at Lin Ling calmly as if she could see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, he didn't know if he could protect the entire universe in the end. This was because he only had one goal, which was to protect his family and friends. He didn't plan to protect the entire universe. A person who can persevere for a lifetime for love and protect it will never abandon the universe. Based on this, I believe you. The Moon Fox of Heart said again. I hope so. Lin Ling sighed and finally accepted the truth. Although killing the 9 Dao Jiosha body made him feel uneasy, he felt relieved when he thought about how it was all for the sake of the entire universe. Thank you, Senior. I'll teach you the sealing method. Go. The Moon Fox of Heart waved her hand. Lin Ling cupped his hands and bowed before turning to leave. The Moon Fox of Heart also left the symbol of the 9 Dao Jiosha body in Lin Ling's body so that Lin Ling could find the 9 Dao Jiosha body. You're different from him. If he was like you back then, I might not have died. Therefore, I'm sure that you're definitely not like him. After Lin Ling left, the Moon Fox of Heart muttered to herself. The resentment in her eyes deepened. On the other side, when Lin Ling appeared, he first noticed that Lian Ledian was still standing there with a sneer on his face. Obviously, he must have secretly informed the people of the underworld to come. Get over here. Lin Ling shouted as he grabbed Lian Ledian and threw him into the square prison. Lin Ling, where is this place? Let me go. A prison cell? Why is there a prison cell on you? Lin Ling, what secret are you hiding? But it doesn't matter. You're dead meat. Ha ha ha, continue to run if you dare. As long as I'm alive, you won't be able to escape. Although Lian Ledian was imprisoned in the prison by Lin Ling, he was not afraid at all. It was as if he was certain that Lin Ling would be defeated. You won't be happy for long. After realizing that Lian Ledian was imprisoned in the prison cell, Lin Ling sneered. He controlled the calamity and continued to torture Lian Ledian. Then, he ran into the distance. Sure enough, after he disappeared for an hour, a large number of gods arrived. These gods were extremely powerful. After they appeared, they looked down coldly at the ice cliff. He escaped again. He shouldn't be too far away. Moreover, there's someone else with him. This person has a way to spread Lin Ling's whereabouts. Even if Lin Ling can escape this time, we'll definitely be able to catch him next time. Chase. The god said coldly. Then, they flew in another direction. At this moment, Lin Ling was running wildly. He knew that there were many people chasing after him. However, Lin Ling was sure that the pursuers would not be able to find him in a short period of time. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the void of the universe, his eyes looking at the vast universe. Then, he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was standing on a street, looking indifferently at an old man. The old man looked like a beggar. His clothes were tattered, and he was extremely skinny. The people around him crossed the street and stared at the old man with sympathy in their eyes. In the end, they put down some food, sighed, and left. The old man used to be the richest man in the city. He was kind and generous and often helped others. Later, his wife could not stand it and colluded with others to rob the old man of his wealth. However, the old man was still kind in the face of such a situation. He could not bear to fall out with his wife. In consideration of their decades of marriage, he gave all his wealth to his wife, but he ended up as a beggar. It could be said that the old man was a true philanthropist. He spent most of his life helping others, but in exchange, his wife and children were separated and he ended up wandering the streets. Jioshabadi. On the street, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the miserable old man. He did not expect the Lin Ling universe to have a Jioshabadi. It seemed that as the Lin Ling universe gradually grew, there were more and more mortals. The Jioshabadi was a great philanthropist who had given everything for 99 lifetimes, only they had this kind of power that could suppress the world will's host. I promise you that when I, Lin Ling, laugh proudly in the universe, I'll return everything to you and help you become a god. With a thought, Lin Ling suddenly appeared in front of the old man and said indifferently. The old man looked up at Lin Ling with a wry smile. He did not know Lin Ling's purpose for coming here. He thought that Lin Ling was here to mock him. The people around felt the same. They thought that Lin Ling was adding insult to injury. However, after Lin Ling shook his head, he suddenly slashed with his sword. The sword cut through the old man's neck. The entire street was in shock. Moneybags Chen was already miserable enough. He had been reduced to a beggar, but this person who came out of nowhere killed him. Why did you kill Moneybags Chen? Someone pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. His anger was boiling. The others also looked at Lin Ling with righteous indignation. He must die. Lin Ling didn't even look at the crowd. He activated the sealing technique and took away Moneybags Chen's soul. God, why did you kill me? Moneymaker Chen's soul was trembling. He was afraid of Lin Ling, but he also wanted to know why Lin Ling wanted to kill him. And your never-ending benevolence and give you a chance to become a god. Lin Ling didn't explain much as he brought Moneybags Chen's soul into the square prison. Moneymaker Chen's soul trembled inexplicably as he suddenly understood the principle of karma. Today, Lin Ling killed him as the cause, and in the future, Lin Ling helped him become a god as the effect. Thank you. He gradually disappeared into the square prison. You want to leave just like that? When the people around saw that Lin Ling was about to leave, they all wanted to stop Lin Ling. They wanted to seek justice for Moneybags Chen. Get lost. Unfortunately, Lin Ling erupted with a powerful aura, causing everyone to fly backward in shock. He could see that the people around him were very angry at him. However, when the 9-Shi body was reduced to a beggar, they didn't actually help him. They only gave him some food occasionally. With that help alone, Lin Ling didn't think that they had the right to speak for the 9-Shi body. Next, Lin Ling looked for the next 9-Shi body. The next 9-Shi body was a little girl. She was loved by everyone. She was kind and pure, and she was like a little angel. That day was also her birthday. However, Lin Ling appeared and killed the little girl with a slash of his sword. Then, he left. This also caused everyone to curse Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling was too vicious. How could he kill such a little girl? Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored them and showed no mercy. Although these people were good people and innocent people, they were all innocent people. Lin Ling was determined in his heart. When he had the strength to surpass the world's will in the future, he would repay the kindness of these people one by one. Next, the third 9 body, the fourth, and the fifth. As time passed, Lin Ling finally gathered all the 9 bodies. Then, he entered the Dao Tower. After checking it out, he ran wildly again. Although there weren't any powerful gods around, Lin Ling felt that danger wasn't far from him. After running all the way, Lin Ling was getting farther and farther away from the Dao Tower. Next, he entered the square prison. Lin Ling, run. If you have the ability, run. This time, let's see how you escape. In the square prison, Lian Ledian had been ravaged by the prison's great calamity. After seeing Lin Ling, he was obviously stunned. However, he was going all out. He knew that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him anyway. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, the gods of the underworld are coming. You have nowhere to run, ha ha ha. Lian Ledian laughed louder and louder. Lin Ling stood in front of the prison cell and looked at Lian Ledian indifferently without saying a word. Lin Ling, you're really powerful. You're just a mid-level god, but you can hurt a late-level high god. If you step into the realm of high gods, then no one among the high gods can suppress you. Unfortunately, your strength has been exposed. The heavenly Tao has issued a wanted order, and the underworld will hunt you down. Let's see if you can escape. Where? I'll give you a chance. Let me go quickly, and I'll spare your life. Lian Ledian thought that Lin Ling was afraid and sneered again and again. Lin Ling remained silent. Lian Ledian kept talking as if he was venting his anger. He laughed louder and louder, but after laughing for a long time, he finally frowned. This was because Lin Ling didn't say a word. This made him feel like he had punched cotton, and he couldn't exert any force. Lin Ling, shouldn't you say something? Lian Ledian stared at Lin Ling and said with a frown. Are you done? At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. Lian Ledian, I came here to see you being arrogant and proud of yourself in the end. Unfortunately, this face can only make me laugh. It can't make me angry at all. You might think that I don't dare to kill you, but unfortunately, you think too much. I found a way to subdue you. Lin Ling walked towards the prison cell step by step. He looked calm, but he gave Lian Ledian a huge sense of pressure. Nonsense, you can't subdue me at all, unless you kill me. But what's the use? I can reincarnate. Lian Ledian said with a guilty conscience. Then you'll see. A mysterious light appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was the Jiosha body, and he suddenly threw it into the prison cell. Boom! This light seemed to be the size of a fist, but when it landed on Lian Lishan's body, it made his whole body tremble. It was as if ice had met fire and quietly melted. What kind of power is this? Lian Ledian sensed that the power of the worlds while hidden in the depths was now wrapped in a light and was constantly being compressed. Boom! Lian Lishan's body trembled once again as his flesh and blood began to melt. It was incomparably terrifying. Why, Lin Ling, why do you have such means? Where did you get them? Impossible. I'm the host body of the world's will. No one has ever been able to seal me. No. Lian Lishan's voice became weaker and more panicked. No, no. His mind was blank. This was because the host body of the world's will would not die. Even if it died, it would be reincarnated. It could be said that it would never die, but now, he felt a sense of death. Lian Ledian, you should rejoice because you will be the first host body of the world's will that I, Lin Ling, devour. While Lian Ledian was still in a daze, a thunderous voice pierced his soul. Devour, host bodies of the world's will could devour each other. Lian Ledian knew this better than anyone else, but in all these years, no host body of the world's will had succeeded in devouring the other. Was Lin Ling going to be the first, and was he going to be the first host body of the world's will to help someone else? Lin Ling did not care about his painful wails. Light continued to appear in his hand, and he struck out fiercely. I beg you, spare me. By the time the 8th Jiosha body's soul struck out, Lian Lishan's body had already dissipated, leaving behind only a ball of yellow light that emitted a weak voice. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally stopped. He held the 9th Jiosha body's soul in his hand and looked indifferently at his palm. I'll take your life. I'll definitely do what I promised you. Lin Ling muttered to himself. This was because the last Jiosha body's soul actually came from a god. After saying this, he struck out the light in his palm fiercely, a whimpering sound was heard, and Lien Ledian completely quieted down. Only a ball of yellow light was left floating in the cell. This ball of light looked extremely ordinary, like the light of a candle. However, Lin Ling knew that this was the host body of the world's will. He was also the first person among the 9 world will hosts to be beaten back to his original form. The yellow light was like a candle, but Lin Ling could see the ancient nebula churning within the light. He could faintly sense the might of the creation of heaven and earth. The will of the world, in reality, was also a powerful consciousness that had created the world. Can I devour it just like that? Lin Ling frowned as he stared at the ball of light. Then, he raised his hand and the yellow light floated over and landed in Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling carefully examined the light. At first, he didn't notice anything strange, but gradually, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if the yellow light and Lin Ling were one. As expected, I am also a host body of the world will. Lin Ling's heart rumbled. He was extremely shocked. Although Lin Ling knew that he was the host body of the world's will, he had never been able to use this power. Therefore, Lin Ling had always held a skeptical attitude, but now, he was deeply aware of it. World will hosts devour each other, and even Ledian is the yellow world will host body. Then, what about me? Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering as he constantly sensed the world will in his body. Gradually, that vague feeling became clearer. He also let go of his whole body and fully comprehended. At the same time, the yellow light in his palm followed his palm and quietly disappeared into his body. What shocked Lin Ling was that the yellow light followed his limbs and bones, followed his dantian, and finally reached the depths of his soul. Moreover, this was the deepest part. Rumble. Lin Ling's soul heard a deafening roar. It was incomparably terrifying, as if the world was being created in Lin Ling's soul. The power of my world's will is actually in my soul. No wonder I can't sense it. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He wanted to control the power of the world's will in the depths of his soul. However, he could only sense it but not control it. However, he could clearly feel that this power was incomparably strong. It was stronger than his soul force, physical body, and everything else. Could it be that the reason why my soul force is increasing so quickly is because I have the power of the world's will? Lin Ling felt as if he was looking at a treasure sword hidden in his body. Once this treasure sword came out, it could cut the world apart and was omnipotent. However, he could only see the treasure sword but couldn't use it. How strange. Why do I feel that this power is continuously becoming stronger? Constantly sensing his soul, Lin Ling suddenly frowned because he could sense that there was an invisible power surging from all directions and disappearing into the world's will, and this power was incomparably mysterious. It was as if it was constantly nourishing the world's will, but he couldn't sense it at all. If not for Lin Ling being able to sense his world's will, perhaps he wouldn't be able to sense it at all. What is this power? Where did it come from? No, within this power, I can actually sense a lot of familiar feelings. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, after carefully sensing it, his face finally changed dramatically, because he found that most of this power came from the Jiuzhou void, from the Lin Ling universe. Most importantly, Lin Ling also sensed that this power came from many people he knew, such as the Lei Gong Palace and the martial artists of the Jiuzhou void. This is the power of faith. Suddenly, Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. He completely knew what this power was, faith, because in the Jiuzhou void and the Lin Ling universe, countless people worshipped and revered Lin Ling, treating him as a pillar and a legend in their hearts. Therefore, it formed an extremely strange power. If this power was alone, it was insignificant. However, when it was gathered together, it was a different story. The power of faith could actually be said to be the power of incense. In ancient times, there were gods who built temples in the mortal world and made millions of people kneel down to worship them in order to accumulate the power of faith. It was said that if enough power of faith was gathered, one could become the most ancient god. The power of gods is indeed endless. There is divine origin, divine power, divine steps, and even ancient superpowers. The power of faith is probably a power that surpasses superpowers. Now, I have divine power, divine steps, ancient superpowers, and divine power of faith. It's a pity that I can't control this power of faith. I can only let it continue to grow stronger. I only hope that in the future, I can completely control it. Lin Ling was inexplicably excited. Although he couldn't control this power of faith now, at least this power was constantly growing stronger, and that was enough. Now that I've refined Lian Ledian, it's time to leave this place. After a long time, Lin Ling left the cell and went to Guangchengzi's cell. Guangchengzi seemed to know that Lin Ling was coming. He had been waiting there for a long time. He smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Swallowed?" "Oh? Then what is it? What color is the world will's power?" Master Guangqing asked curiously with a shocked expression. Lin Ling shook his head. "I can only roughly sense the world will's power, and this power is constantly changing colors, so I can't find out what color it is." After a pause, Lin Ling said, "But I can sense that this is the power of faith." "Faith, this is also the power of incense." Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, it seems that your world will's power is very impressive. Master Guangqing's body trembled when he heard this. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was staring at the future giant god of the universe. There are many types of world will hosts. According to legend, there are devouring, passing on, and so on. Each has its own merits, but your faith is a method of the most ancient giant god. With the power of faith gathered in your body, you can represent the entire universe. If you can make this power of faith grow stronger, you will definitely become a giant god in the universe in the future. You will be able to establish a sect and pass down countless disciples. Anything is possible. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, he had also guessed this point. However, he smiled bitterly and said, "Although that's the case, I can't control this power of mine at all. I can only sense it. Take it slow. There will always be a time when you gain something," Guangqingzi advised with a smile. At the same time, he reminded him, "Now that you've devoured a world will host body, the remaining 7 world will host bodies should be able to sense it. You must be careful. You must not spread this matter, not even to your closest kin." "Okay." Lin Ling nodded heavily. Then, he exchanged a few words with Master Guangqing and left the square prison. At the same time, in the distant chaos realm, an old man muttered to himself, "I can sense that there is one less host body of the world will in this universe. And it is not reincarnated, but has completely disappeared." He closed his eyes slightly, as if sensing something. After a while, he opened his eyes, his brows tightly knitted together. "I can't detect it. Could it be that a world will host has devoured a host? It's finally here." The old man's eyes flickered, and on the other side, a massive giant floated in the endless void. His eyes were closed, as if he had vanished from the universe. "It's Lin Ling." This giant's voice was like the might of the heavens, and it seemed like he had discovered something. His eyes finally opened. It was as if he could see through the endless space and time and land on a man. Had they finally activated the mutual devouring? His voice was as deep as thunder, and it actually caused the universe around him to collapse continuously. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. At this moment, Lin Ling had already returned to the outside world. He gazed into the distance, and for some reason, he could sense that a large number of gods had appeared in the vicinity and were converging in his direction. "He's probably looking for me." Lin Ling smiled. When he was devouring Lian Ledian in the square prison, the gods in the surrounding area must have been searching for him. Of course, although Lin Ling was far away from these gods, for some unknown reason, he seemed to be able to sense the power of the world will. Somehow, he also felt a little more. "Let's leave this place first." Now that Lin Ling had recovered all of his trump cards, he was no longer afraid of those powerhouses. However, he had something important to do now. This was because the owner of the last body that had been possessed was a god, and he had appeared in the Jiuzhou void. He was an extremely ancient god who had been isolated from the world. In fact, when Lin Ling was still very weak, this god had helped Lin Ling in the Jiuzhou void. However, Lin Ling didn't know about this, and he only found out after the fact. This god was also one of the 4 great gods in the past, hiding behind the scenes and guarding the Jiuzhou void. The 4 great gods probably didn't know about this back then. However, for the Jiuzhou body, Lin Ling still killed him. After that god found out about Lin Ling's origins, he didn't hesitate and was decisively killed by Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling also agreed to do something for him. It was the thing he wanted to end the most in his life, and that was to kill someone. This person was in the Dao Pagoda, under the North Pole Emperor. and was also the greatest enemy of that god. When the great calamity of the worlds will came, this person had a great enmity with that god. Unfortunately, when the great calamity of the worlds will came, this enemy died in the calamity, and this god survived. This god couldn't die in peace because he couldn't kill his enemy with his own hands. He had hated him for thousands of years. Xianxia, right? I'm coming to find you. Staring into the distance, Lin Ling put on his cloak and slowly left. Xianxia was this god's enemy, and they were father and son. Xianxia was the son, and that god was the father. Walking forward, Lin Ling gradually disappeared into the distance. This time, he was heading in the direction of the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling, is that you? While moving forward, someone also doubted Lin Ling and stopped him to ask. So what if it's me? Do you think you can kill me? Lin Ling killed his opponent with a single slash and then went into stealth again. Of course, Lin Ling also took away the other party's Dao regression heavenly position. After a long time, the god who had been killed before returned. After all, he still had the chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Lin Ling, return my Dao regression heavenly position. This god kept roaring as he sensed his Dao regression heavenly position. Then, he chased after Lin Ling, his Dao regression heavenly position. If he didn't get it back in a few hours, then all the Dao realm fragments he had obtained would belong to Lin Ling. Moreover, he would be forced to leave the Dao realm. He had entered the Dao Pagoda with great difficulty, so how could he be chased away by Lin Ling? Unfortunately, Lin Ling was already far away. After experiencing several waves of pursuit, Lin Ling was no longer the same as when he first came to the Dao Pagoda. Coupled with the fact that he could sense the world's will, he was more confident. He sensed the gods surrounding him and flew in another direction to avoid being surrounded by the gods with the greatest number of them. Lin Ling? Of course, on the way, there were gods who met Lin Ling and asked suspiciously. Your Excellency, are you also looking for Lin Ling? Me too. TSK, 300 million Dao realm fragments, I wonder who can get it. Lin Ling said with a smile. Alas, I only knew that Lin Ling was in this area, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to find. Moreover, there are so many people looking for him. It seems that finding him is like finding a needle in a haystack. When the god heard Lin Ling say this, he couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the person in front of him was not Lin Ling. It's indeed difficult to kill him, but it's actually very simple to find him. Lin Ling said with a smile. His words made the god's eyes light up. He thought that Lin Ling had a way and immediately asked, Your Excellency, do you know the whereabouts of Lin Ling? I am Lin Ling. Just like that, Lin Ling left the west side of the Dao Pagoda. He was not in a hurry to go to the Yellow Emperor. Instead, he inquired about the North Pole Emperor along the way. Meanwhile, in the west side of the Dao Pagoda, there were still a large number of gods looking for Lin Ling. It was chaos. Unfortunately, no one knew that Lin Ling had quietly left. Moreover, during this trip to the west side of the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling had obtained a large number of Dao realm fragments. As long as he obtained a few more, he would have enough capital to break through. As he moved forward, the number of people who knew Lin Ling became fewer and fewer. After a long time, the weather began to become hot. Yellow sand filled the sky, and from time to time, divine fire would soar into the sky. It was incomparably frightening. The whole world swayed as if it were an illusion. The scenery could no longer be seen clearly from 1,000 miles away. The dense fog swayed. What a strange place. The west is so cold, but this place is so hot. According to Xianxia, it's probably tens of thousands of degrees. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly as he stepped on the scorching hot sand. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a wisp of sand floated into his palm. Before he clenched his fist, a burst of divine fire gushed out of his palm. This divine fire was extremely powerful. If it could be refined, it would be of great help to gods. Unfortunately, this divine fire would not be of much help to a superior god. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Ling threw away the sand in his hand and continued forward. Boom! At the same time, a 5-meter-wide fire snake soared into the sky from the left. It circled around in the air, looked at Lin Ling fiercely, and then rushed into the sky. This was a fire snake formed by the scorching divine fire, but it had already become a spirit. Seeing that Lin Ling had avoided its attack, it left. If one was hit by this divine fire, even an early-stage superior god would be injured. Of course, superior gods were powerful enough to avoid the divine fire. Therefore, no matter how powerful the divine fire was, if it could not touch a person, then everything was empty talk. There are few gods around here. Someone is collecting divine fire in the distance. Eh? There's actually a valley in that direction, and many gods have gathered there. Lin Ling's gaze looked around and finally landed in a certain direction. With a step, he sank into the hot sand. Divine essence wrapped around his body as he moved forward along the sand. Although the temperature of the sand was even hotter, moving under the sand allowed them to avoid the attacks of the fire snakes and save a lot of time. Rumble. It was as if Lin Ling had transformed into a fiery serpent as he advanced, causing all the gods he encountered to furrow their brows and evade him. In their eyes, the tremors underground were so great that it was most likely due to a gigantic fiery serpent. Not long after, the valley appeared before his eyes. Before he even entered, a wave of coolness swept over him. This caused Lin Ling to rush out from the sand and walk towards the valley. This valley was very vast, like an ancient city in the middle of a desert. In the valley, a large number of gods were gathered, exchanging information they needed. There's a fire scorpion demigod under the desert. In the primal chaos realm, many gods are looking for this thing. If you can catch it, you can probably exchange it for some good treasures. It's very difficult to find traces of the fire scorpion demigod, but you can use Tao Realm fragments to exchange for it. I reckon that as long as the price of Tao Realm fragments is right, there should be people willing to trade with you. Xiahou Banqing, is there any good news recently? There's no good news, just that a few gods have entered the Dao Pagoda. However, if you want more Tao Realm fragments, it's best if you go and kill wanted criminals. Wanted criminals are too difficult to kill. Sun, moon, star, heaven, earth, and man rankings. None of them are easy to deal with. I heard that a god went to kill Poison Elder of the 3 pure ones on the earth rankings, but in the end, they were all annihilated. Even a superior god was no exception. It was difficult for him to escape death. How stupid. Who told you to kill wanted criminals in the tunnels? Can't you kill sun, moon, and star instead? Whispers could be heard, causing the cool valley to suddenly become hot and dry. As for the gods hidden in every corner, they seemed to not care about anything, but in fact, they were secretly collecting information. Most of the gods who came here were here for the Dao Pagoda, and Tao Realm fragments were indispensable to enter the Dao Pagoda. Therefore, they were thinking of ways to obtain more Tao Realm fragments. After Lin Ling entered the valley, his eyes flashed slightly. He saw the significance of the valley's existence. However, in the valley, Lin Ling also sensed a few powerful auras. He estimated that they were the strength of late-stage superior gods. Moreover, there were gods, demons, and even demons here. It seemed to be a good place to gather information. Eh? A newcomer is here. Suddenly, a deity whose entire body was enveloped in black mist looked at Lin Ling with indifference. This god was very mysterious. There was a black crow on his shoulder. The crow was also staring strangely at Lin Ling, its eyes blood-red. Seeing this god staring at Lin Ling, many people suddenly fell silent. This was because everyone knew that the god was the evil crow god, who had been extremely famous in ancient times. Later on, in the era of the gods, he had established a sect and passed down countless demons. Everyone was afraid of him. However, after the great calamity of the world's will, this god had fallen and disappeared without a trace. The evil crow god stared indifferently at Lin Ling, as if he wanted to attack Lin Ling. After all, this place was chaotic. Killing and robbing were common occurrences. Next, the black mist began to roll and surge toward Lin Ling Ka. However, at this moment, the black crow let out a shrill cry. As soon as the cry fell, the evil crow god, who was about to make a move, immediately stopped. Then, he floated in another direction. He seemed to be extremely afraid of Lin Ling. Not only did he not choose to attack, but he also fled. Everyone was shocked. They had also seen that the god who had suddenly appeared was very unfamiliar. He did not seem to be a famous god. The evil crow god was famous for his ferocity, so he should not be afraid of him. Most importantly, the evil crow god did not even fight before he left. This meant that this unfamiliar god's strength was extremely terrifying, so much so that the evil crow god did not dare to provoke him. And the thing that warned the evil crow god was obviously that black crow. For a moment, no one dared to provoke Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked slowly. When he reached the end of the street, he looked at a god and said, "If I want to obtain the Tao realm fragment, who can provide me with the information?" Tai soul stealing. The god frowned at first, but when he thought of the evil crow god, he finally told the truth. Then, he flicked his sleeves and left. Obviously, it was humiliating for him to answer Lin Ling's words humbly. All the gods present were famous gods. They were arrogant and had to be humble. It was no wonder that they were in a bad mood. In a restaurant, it was lively and noisy. All the gods were drinking divine wine. They were very happy. However, at this moment, Lin Ling walked in. His gaze swept across the entire restaurant and he said coldly, "Who is Tai soul stealing?" His voice was quite loud, and the entire restaurant fell silent. All of the gods furrowed their brows. Who was this? How rude. Couldn't he see that they were drinking? They were all glaring at Lin Ling, as if they wanted to do something to Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling continued to ask as if he didn't see them, "Who is the Tai soul snatcher?" He was looking down on all of the gods with an extremely arrogant attitude. However, all of the gods fell silent this time. They had all thought that Lin Ling couldn't tell who was stronger and who was weaker. However, he still dared to act so arrogantly even though he knew that they were enraged. This was a little strange. Unless he was extremely confident in his own power, who would dare to do something like this? "What do you want?" Finally, a voice sounded. A white-haired elderly man in a Tai robe looked at Lin Ling from the corner of the restaurant. "How about we make a deal?" Lin Ling spoke with a straight face. "Sure." A smile appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this. He strode out of the restaurant, and Lin Ling followed closely behind him. The two of them walked out of the valley and arrived at the scorching desert outside. The Tai soul snatcher finally stopped and turned to look at Lin Ling. "What kind of deal do you want to make? Please put away that gourd under the desert before making a deal. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying it." Lin Ling didn't reply. Instead, he spoke in a cold voice. The elderly man's eyes flashed slightly upon hearing this. He didn't think that this person would be able to see through his ploy. He nodded and withdrew his trump card. "My apologies, I was too cautious. Tell me, what kind of deal do you want?" "I want to find someone, Emperor Ziwei." "Emperor Ziwei, that's not very difficult to find. What do you want in return?" "I want to find Emperor Ziwei's subordinate, Xianxia." "Sir, that's two questions, but you're lucky. I know where both of them are, but you'll have to pay me double," the old man said calmly. After all Lin Ling needed to do was find Xianxia. However, he was afraid that this Tai soul-seizing immortal wouldn't know who Xianxia was, which was why he had mentioned Emperor Ziwei. "I don't need to know the whereabouts of Emperor Ziwei." Lin Ling's brows furrowed. "No, if you don't want any information on Emperor Ziwei, then I won't sell any information on Xianxia either." The old man shook his head. Not only did they raise the price, they were also forcing them to sell. Lin Ling's gaze instantly turned cold, but he nodded. "Alright, what do you want? 30 million Tao realm fragments," the old man said matter-of-factly. However, the price he was offering was astronomical. If it had been any other god, they would have definitely turned around and left in anger. "Of course, it's fine if you want to cancel the deal, but you have to give me 1 million Tao state fragments because you made me follow you out and wasted my time." As if he was afraid that Lin Ling would turn around and leave, the old man said again. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at him, and the dissatisfaction in his eyes became more and more pronounced. "Alright, I can give you 300 million Tao state fragments." Lin Ling finally spoke, and his words caused the old man's eyes to narrow. 300 million, one had to realize that the old man had already decided that if this guy couldn't produce 30 million Tao state fragments, then he could lower the price to 10 million. Who would have thought that this guy would actually agree to 300 million Tao state fragments? "Are you messing with me?" The old man was in disbelief. "Do you think I have the time to play with you? Don't worry, I promise you that after the deal, I'll give you 300 million Tao state fragments." Moreover, it's right in front of you. Lin Ling said. All right. The old man's eyes flashed. He wasn't afraid of Lin Ling playing any tricks. After all, Lin Ling was only a mid-level god. No matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to his strength. This jade talisman records the whereabouts of the North Pole Emperor and Xianxia. Now, give me 300 million Dao state fragments. A jade talisman appeared in the old man's hand. It recorded the places he had been to and everything he had seen, including the whereabouts of the North Pole Emperor. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded and said coldly, originally, according to the rules, I only needed to give you 30 million Dao state fragments. But now, I've given you 300 million, so I can't give you the Dao state fragments that I have. However, I can give you a piece of information. It's fair to exchange information for information. Then, without waiting for the old man's anger, he said again, the heavenly Dao wants Lin Ling. I know where he is. As long as you kill him, you can get 300 million Dao state fragments. You really know? The old man was angry at first, but when he heard the two words Lin Ling, his eyes trembled and he became a little excited. Lin Ling was the latest heavenly Dao wanted poster. He had once caused a stir in the entire Dao pagoda. After all, the reward was too many Dao state fragments. Lin Ling is right in front of you. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling said coldly. You. The old man's expression changed drastically. Moreover, the Tai soul snatching on the daily roll should be you, right? You're worth 30 million Dao state fragments. Lin Ling said again. You, how do you know where I came from? This time, the old man's eyes trembled fiercely. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that the 300 million Dao state fragments are right in front of you. This is the information I'm giving you. We don't owe each other anything. Lin Ling ignored the old man and turned to leave. On the other hand, the old man stared fixedly at Lin Ling's back, and in the end, he suddenly gritted his teeth and chuckled. Lin Ling, I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. I'll kindly accept your 300 million Dao realm fragments. After saying that, he immediately pounced on Lin Ling. However, as soon as he got close to Lin Ling, an extremely terrifying cosmic ray arrived and sealed away the old man's soul. Idiot! Lin Ling scoffed in disdain as he witnessed the old man's indignant death. Lin Ling had already wanted to kill the old man when he was trying to force a deal. Moreover, he had guessed that this old man was actually one of Emperor Ziwei's subordinates. However, Lin Ling didn't attack. Instead, he turned around and left because he knew that the old man wouldn't let him go, and that was indeed the case. Tai soul snatching, worth 30 million Dao state fragments. It's a pity that I can't exchange his head for Dao state fragments. After that, Lin Ling put away the old man's Dao regression tablet. After inspecting it, Lin Ling couldn't help but be astonished. This Dao regression tablet contained 30 million Dao state fragments. Moreover, Lin Ling saw a mysterious talisman on the old man's body. After Lin Ling used his soul power and the enchantment barrier to decipher the talisman, he discovered that the talisman recorded the locations of all of Emperor Ziwei's Dao state fragments. These Dao state fragments were safeguarded by 7 people, and each of them had 100 million Dao state fragments. One of them was Xianxia. This Tai soul snatching is indeed a seller of information. He even managed to obtain such information. He's probably also looking for a suitable seller. After checking the token, Lin Ling disappeared into the desert. The heavenly Dao arrest order made Lin Ling a target of scorn. He had to constantly hide his identity, but once he became a high god, the number of people who could threaten him would decrease by half. Therefore, he was determined to obtain Xiaoyaxing's Dao fragment. However, Xiaoyaxing was responsible for protecting Emperor Ziwei's Dao fragment, so his strength must be extraordinary. Perhaps Lin Ling would have to use all of his trump cards to kill him. Moreover, Lin Ling had to kill him as quickly as possible. After all, if the battle dragged on for too long and Emperor Ziwei arrived, things would become troublesome. Pill Mountain, this was the place recorded on the token. Back in the day, Xiaoyaxing was also a pill refiner under Emperor Ziwei, and his seniority was incomparably high. I don't know what happened between Xiaoyaxing and his father that made his father want to kill him. Generally speaking, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. After a long time, Lin Ling was also getting closer and closer to Pill Mountain. Pil Mountain was located at the intersection of the west and north of the Dao Pagoda. Here, birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and there were green mountains and clear waters. It was very suitable for gods to open up cultivation caves. Of course, in the Dao Pagoda, the places with rich spiritual energy had already been occupied by various gods. Otherwise, those great demons would not be hiding in places of extreme heat and extreme cold. The fact that Pil Mountain was built here was proof of Emperor Ziwei's might. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw that under the endless green mountains, there were a large number of gods hiding and cultivating in their own residences. These gods were probably all under Emperor Ziwei's tomb. It would undoubtedly be difficult for Lin Ling to kill Xiaoyexing here, among the mountains. There was one that was the most dazzling. It was like a gourd lying on the ground, and that was Pil Mountain. Pil Mountain was a divine mountain, and it was the favorite place of the gods in the surrounding area. This was because not every god was a pill refiner, and they also needed the assistance of pills in their cultivation. Of course, the truly powerful ancient gods did not need pills. They only needed cultivation treasures. Quick, catch him. All of a sudden, a voice came from the front. Then, flying swords flew across the sky. A few gods stepped on their flying swords and rushed forward as if they were searching for something. They were all wearing the same wide divine robes with a huge gourd embroidered on the back. Eh? After that, Lin Ling checked the surroundings again. He immediately discovered that in the dense forest on the ground, a mysterious force was moving quickly. Moreover, it was underground. This method was quite impressive. Even Lin Ling had to carefully investigate before he could feel it, because Lin Ling relied on the power of the world's will to sense it. His soul power could only give him a rough idea. Lin Ling's world will contain the power of faith. Ever since his awakening, Lin Ling had gained a deeper understanding of this world. Before this, he had used this understanding to escape from the west of the Dao Pagoda. As for this mysterious power, Lin Ling didn't quite understand it either. He could only guess that it was a kind of divination power. A rabbit, what does that mean? After investigating the object moving quickly underground, Lin Ling was even more suspicious. After pondering for a moment, he quietly sneaked over to see what was going on. Over there, chase. Those gods had obviously come to catch the rabbit, but they had lost it and were chasing in another direction. After a long time, in a dense forest, a rabbit slowly crawled out. This rabbit was extremely cute. Its whole body was white, and its ears moved slightly. It was full of spirituality. The rabbit sensed the surroundings for a moment. After seeing that there was nothing strange, it quietly turned into a woman. This woman was also very cute. Her skin was as white as snow, and her facial features were exquisite. Although she was not tall, she gave people a feeling of daintiness. I've escaped. The woman couldn't help but smile. Is that so? Do you really think Daoist Xiao is an idiot? He'll let you escape. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the forest. Following that, several old men slowly walked out of the light. They held ropes in their hands. After forming a seal, one could see that the rope was actually connected to the woman. The woman's ankles had long been tied up by the rope. It was with this rope that the old men found the woman's whereabouts. God-binding rope, you're so despicable. The woman looked down at her legs and suddenly cursed angrily. Lin Yuatu, you've already agreed to marry Daoist Xiao. Why go back on your word? The old man said coldly. Who said I'm going to marry that old man? I'm just here to ask for a pill. You tied me up and then want me to marry Daoist Xiao. You're shameless. The more the woman spoke, the angrier she became. She stomped her feet fiercely. It's useless to say more. Come back with us. The old man ignored the woman's anger and said coldly. Then, they pulled the rope, wanting to bring the woman into the light. Let go of me. I'm from the Moon Palace. If you dare touch me, the Moon Fairy will never let you off. The woman kept struggling. It's no longer the era of the gods. The Moon Palace is nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, the old men were still indifferent. Whoosh, however, at that moment, a sword slashed at them. Bang. Bang. Bang, 3 of the old men were killed by a single slash. The terrifying killing power was not something they could resist at all. The remaining 2 were stronger, but they were only temporarily immortal. Most importantly, they were clearly protected by Dao realm experts. "Sir, how dare you interfere in the matters of the North Pole Emperor?" they shouted angrily. "I even dared to kill his son, let alone such a trivial matter." The person who came sneered and activated a powerful cosmic ray to directly kill the two old men. Even the protection of Dao realm experts was useless. Thump, the two old men fell, and the forest fell silent again. Only the woman looked at the corpses on the ground in disbelief. Then, her expression changed, and she stared cautiously in a certain direction. She wanted to immediately run away. "Where can you run to? If Xianxia doesn't die, he will catch you sooner or later. If you cooperate with me, I have a way to solve this problem for you." A man slowly walked out from a certain direction in the forest. His expression was calm, as if he was not afraid that the woman would run away. The woman wanted to run away, but she stopped when she heard the man's words. She seemed to be thinking about something. In the end, she looked at the man and said, "You're not lying to me, right?" When she looked at the man, her eyes flashed. What a cold man. For some reason, she was momentarily dazed. Perhaps she was attracted by the man's temperament. "I'm not lying to you. Because he is the person I want to kill." The man was Lin Ling. He smiled faintly. "That old man is the person you want to kill? Then what should I do?" Lin Yuetu finally calmed down and hurriedly asked. "You're lying. You're one of Daoist Zhao's people." Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lin Yuetu was obviously cautious. She turned around and ran, but her speed was not weak at all. With the speed of 1,500 worlds per second, even Lin Ling would not be able to catch up with her if he did not use the Pengu attack. However, Lin Ling did not give chase. He said indifferently, "If I were one of his people, why would I save you before?" Lin Yuetu was still running away, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, she frowned and pondered. After a while, she finally walked back slowly. "Why are you doing this?" She was not stupid and guessed that Lin Ling was not one of Xiaoyexing's people. After all, if Lin Ling was one of Xiaoyexing's people, he would not have helped her at all. "I've already told you my purpose, but Xiaoyexing is very strong. I have to kill him secretly, so I need your help to get close to Xiaoyexing. Moreover, although you escaped from Xiaoyexing's pursuit, are you sure that Xiaoyexing has no other means? And if you are caught again, no one will help you at that time." Lin Ling said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Yutu's eyes flickered, wondering if Lin Ling was lying to her. Finally, she looked up and said, "If you promise to protect me, I will help you." "Okay." Lin Ling nodded. "What, just one word?" Lin Yutu was speechless. Why was this person so quiet? "Every word I, Lin Ling, say is worth 1,000 gold." Lin Ling shook his head. He and Lin Yutu had only met by chance, so what could they possibly talk about? Even now, they were simply cooperating with each other. "Okay, I'll believe you this time." Thinking that Lin Ling would not change much, Lin Yutu finally agreed. The two disappeared into the woods and headed for Pil Mountain. After a long time, under the huge gourd mountain, someone stared at Lin Yutu in the distance and shouted. Immediately, a large number of gods flew out. "What's the hurry? Aren't I back now?" Lin Yuetu said in annoyance. She knew that these people were the disciples of Daoist Xiao. "I came back this time to marry your master. Get out of my way." Next, Lin Yuetu strode forward, passing by the stunned gods. This was because none of the gods could have imagined that Lin Yuetu, who had been very resistant before, would suddenly become enlightened. "Lin Yuetu, this is?" A woman in her 30s suddenly looked at Lin Ling and asked. "My brother." Lin Yutu glared fiercely at the woman and said coldly, "Your master is about to marry me. Isn't it normal for my big brother to come and see?" "Your brother?" The woman sized up Lin Ling from head to toe and even secretly used a probing divine ability, but she still didn't find anything. She said indifferently, "Why didn't I hear you mention that you have a brother before? You're so annoying." Lin Yuetu's patience was exhausted and she said in an extremely unpleasant tone, "Now, I am going to marry your master, so my big brother wants to come and see. If you don't like it, then we will leave, okay?" After saying that, she wanted to leave with Lin Ling. "No, no, no, please go in." In this way, the gods didn't dare to stop Lin Ling. "Humph. Lin Yuetu coldly snorted and led Lin Ling up the stairs to the top of the mountain. Lin Ling slowly followed Lin Yuetu. His expression seemed calm, but in fact, he was secretly investigating. He discovered that there were dozens of late-stage high gods in this huge gourd mountain. If these gods joined forces, Lin Ling would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, Lin Ling chose to let Lin Yuetu bring him in. As long as there was a chance to get close to Xianxia, Lin Ling would have a chance. When they reached the top of the huge gourd mountain, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted over. A large number of alchemy halls were built around them. All kinds of divine flames and divine lightning were used to refine pills. Some of the more powerful gods even used the Milky Way to refine pills. At this time, many disciples rushed over and looked at Lin Yuetu in shock. Behind these disciples were some alchemy masters. "What are you looking at? Do you have any manners?" Lin Yuetu was in a bad mood when she saw these gods. Although they were reputable alchemists, in reality, they were a group of sanctimonious fellows. "Lin Yuetu, don't be too arrogant. This is the Pill Mountain." An old man who was obviously of high status frowned and said. "So what if it's the Pill Mountain? Who knows, I might become your master's wife tomorrow. If you don't salute me when you see your master's wife, do you want to molest me?" Lin Yuetu was able to escape from the Pill Mountain, so she was also a pushover. She immediately retorted. Sure enough, no one dared to speak. Lin Ling quietly watched this scene. He realized that although the people around him did not dare to speak, he could vaguely sense that these people were sneering. There was probably something hidden behind this. "Lin Yuetu, you're back." At this time an old man slowly walked over with a large number of gods. This old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His face was filled with endless vitality, giving people the feeling that he had regained his youth. In reality, gods were powerful and it was not difficult for them to regain their youth. However, that was only the ability to change one's appearance. It was not truly regaining one's youth. Gods had an endless lifespan. Generally speaking, it was difficult for them to die, but it did not mean that they would not age. This was especially true when they had experienced great injuries and exhausted their vitality. They would age even faster. This old man in front of them had obviously exhausted a lot of his vitality, causing him to age faster than ordinary gods. Sect Master. At this time everyone bowed to the old man. This old man was Xianxia. Xianxia nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on Lin Yuetu. "I'm back, and I've also agreed to marry you," Lin Yuetu said angrily. Then, she looked at Lin Ling behind her and introduced, "This is my brother. It was his suggestion that I decided to marry you. My brother said that this area of the Dao Pagoda is too cruel. It's better to have a backer." "Lin Yuetu, it's best that you think this way." Hearing Lin Yuetu's words, Xianxia nodded slightly. He looked at Lin Ling and said calmly, "I'm Xianxia. Lin Shan." Lin Ling also greeted him and used a fake name. He realized that although Xianxia seemed to be greeting him, Xianxia had secretly used his skills to check on him. However, Lin Ling had 8 dantians, and as long as he showed one of them, the other dantians would be hidden. Xianxia glanced at Lin Ling, and the depths of his eyes flickered. For some reason, Lin Yuetu's brother gave him a strange feeling. It was as if he was very strong, but also very weak. In the end, he still thought that Lin Ling was very weak. After all, he had investigated Lin Ling and found that he was only a mid-level god with the strength of a peak mid-level god. At the same time, Lin Yuetu also glanced at Lin Ling. The meaning in her eyes was even more touching, as if to say, "Everything depends on you, don't lie to me." Faced with the meaning in Lin Yuetu's eyes, Lin Ling remained expressionless and did not say a word. Of course he would save Lin Yuetu, he was just curious. Was this Xianxia the son of that god in the void of the 9 states? Seeing Lin Ling's indifferent look, Lin Yuetu panicked, fearing that Lin Ling would lie to her. At that time, she would have to marry Xianxia. As for Xianxia, he ignored Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Yuetu agree, he was obviously happy. "Get ready." He waved his hand and said to the disciples around him. "Congratulations, Master." The people around bowed respectfully, and at Xianxia's wave, they dispersed one after another and hurried away. "Come, help Lin Yuetu get ready." Next, Xianxia ordered several female disciples and then strode away. "Your Excellency Lin Yuetu, please follow me." The female disciples looked ordinary and politely said to Lin Yuetu, taking her to wash up and dress up. Lin Yuetu felt as if she had entered a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, but at this time, she obviously could not refuse and could only follow the women. As she left, she also took a deep look at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling only looked into the distance, silent, as if he was sensing something. This also made Lin Yuetu's heart tremble. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. At this moment, the news of Xianxia's wedding spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and the entire Pill Mountain gradually became lively. Lin Ling followed the crowd, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, and quietly waited for the arrival of the wedding. You are Lin Yuetu's brother, right? It is your blessing that your sister is marrying my master. Now, we are a family. If you encounter any trouble in the Dao Tower area, you can ask us for help. We have the North Pole Emperor behind us, and there are many people in the Dao Tower area who give us face. People. A senior said lightly to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled and casually thanked him before falling silent again. These seniors thought that Lin Ling's personality was taciturn, so they ignored him. They had no idea that at this moment, Lin Ling was secretly inspecting the entire Pill Mountain. There was something strange about it. There seemed to be a powerful barrier array. This grand formation was a sealing grand formation. This meant that if something were to happen here, a large number of experts would come here, and Emperor Ziwei was definitely among them. Lin Ling's heart was heavy. He knew that this was no small matter. He had to think of a way to break this array. That night, the Pill Mountain was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, bustling with noise and excitement. After Lin Ling dealt with the crowd, he left quietly, and no one noticed him during the whole process. If there was one, it would be Lin Yuetu. Lin Yuetu was in the middle of her wedding with Xianxia, but Lin Yuetu looked deeply at Lin Ling, her eyes full of pleading. Lin Ling naturally saw that look, but now was not the time for him to make a move. A moment later, Lin Ling stopped in front of the entrance of an elixir hall. Based on his experience, this elixir hall was not simple. He reckoned that it had something to do with the ancient spirit formation above his head. Then, Lin Ling's soul force quietly spread out, secretly investigating. There was an old man refining pills in the pill hall, but the surroundings were filled with precious heavenly treasures. Interesting. Lin Ling could not help but smile as he pushed open the door and entered. Tong Danzi, are you back? It's the sect leader's wedding, you should have just gone to drink some wine. Who told you to drink for so long? An old voice sounded, carrying a hint of reprimand. This person had obviously mistaken Lin Ling for his own alchemy boy. Lin Ling sneered and did not say anything. He continued to walk forward, the tyrannical song sword in his hand, his killing intent restrained. Tong Danzi. The old man heard the footsteps and continued to walk forward, but the person behind him did not answer him. Something was wrong. He slowly turned his head, but he saw a cold man walking over. Then, a cold murderous aura drowned him like the universe. Who are you? The old man only shouted one sentence, and then his head fell off, endless divine essence pouring out. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Xiaoyexing's man. Lin Ling looked down at the old man and said. Then, he investigated for a moment and found that there was indeed a mysterious barrier in the pill hall, and it was connected to the mysterious array in the sky. In response, Lin Ling directly ruined it. Lin Ling also took away all the treasures in the pill hall. Then, he walked to the next pill hall, constantly killing people and stealing treasures, destroying the array. In this way, he obtained more and more treasures. Meanwhile, no one on Pill Mountain had noticed Lin Ling's attack. After all, Lin Ling had attacked too quickly, and today was the day of the sect leader's wedding. Everyone was eating and drinking in the hall to celebrate the sect leader's wedding. Lin Ling's journey was smooth, and he destroyed the mysterious barriers of 11 pill halls. When he reached the 12th pill hall, he had just killed the alchemy god inside. At this time, a figure walked in through the door. The person was very young and looked about the same as Lin Ling, but his strength was at the mid-stage of the high-level deity realm. After he walked in, his expression changed when he saw Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Although he was killing people and stealing treasures, he had been paying attention to the outside of the pill hall. However, he did not notice this person walking in at all. This meant that this person was not an ordinary mid-stage high-level deity. Who are you? The person frowned and looked at Lin Ling. then stared at the god that Lin Ling had killed, and his expression finally changed. "You're Lin Yuetu's brother? Why aren't you drinking in the hall? Why are you here to kill the alchemy god of Pill Mountain? What are your intentions?" Rolling divine essence appeared on the person's body, and it was incomparably terrifying. Most importantly, there was a divine staircase within it. "Who are you?" Lin Ling sensed that this person seemed to be very arrogant. He did not intend to inform others, and instead wanted to settle it himself, so he asked calmly. "Dongting Dragon God." The young man said coldly. "My name is Lin Dashan." Lin Ling casually called out a name. Then, he said in realization, "The Dongting Dragon God on the wanted list? That's worth 90 million Dao realm fragments. It seems that you are familiar with me. However, since you know my background, are you not going to surrender?" The young man stretched out his right hand, and with a flick of his fingers, rays of light that resembled fireflies floated out. They were like fireflies, but at the same time, they were like torches that floated in the air. The entire pill hall changed quietly, and Lin Ling felt as if he had entered the void. Flames the size of fists were everywhere, floating up and down. It was extremely strange. Dragon, the spear had truly transformed into a dragon. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the other party was an existence that surpassed the dragon god level. Therefore, the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand as well. Although the other party was a mid-level deity, Lin Ling sensed that this person's strength was probably stronger than an ordinary late-level higher deity. Moreover, the other party had the dragon god's bloodline and was a higher deity's divine fetus. Due to all these reasons, the dragon god of Dongting had become a wanted criminal in the underground world who was still safe and sound. However, because of this, Lin Ling's fighting spirit was aroused. Instead of retreating, he advanced and slashed forward. 200 million points of strength erupted at the same time. Rumble, the dragon god's spear collided with the tyrannical song sword, and a terrifying shockwave struck out. If the dragon god of Dongting had not sealed this place with the divine stairs, it would have been destroyed. Dragon god's bloodline, you actually have the dragon god's bloodline. After the collision, the young man was shocked. He sensed that although this person was only a mid-level deity, his strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this strength contained the strength of the physical body. The dragon god of Dongting was also good at physical strength, but compared to this person, he was obviously weaker. "To be able to withstand my attack, your strength is indeed amazing. However, I haven't used my full strength yet." The young man shouted angrily and used the divine stairs. The surrounding fireflies jumped up like thousands of lights by the lake. Then, all of them rushed toward Lin Ling. Looking carefully, the entire void was filled with endless lights. The scene was extremely spectacular. Lin Ling was also shocked by the strength of the dragon god of Dongting. In terms of divine power, this person was stronger than an ordinary mid-level higher deity, but this person's physical strength was very strong. Originally, Lin Ling could fight above his level by relying on the combination of his physical strength and talent, but now, the other party also had the same advantage, causing Lin Ling to unknowingly fall into a disadvantageous position. These lights. Soon after, Lin Ling frowned and looked around. In his eyes, the sky was filled with lights shooting towards him like shooting stars, sealing off all his escape routes. In front of him, the young man was still using the dragon god's spear to suppress Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling to face the attacks of the lanterns around him. The power of God is invincible. In an instant, Lin Ling seemed to have sensed something. These lanterns contained powerful divine energy, but they had a unique characteristic: they ignored divine energy. This meant that no divine energy could stop these lanterns. After all, Lin Ling's Pangu strike also has the invincible power of God, which is comparable to the god stairs of the dragon god of Dongting. His fleshly body and godly power were invincible. Lin Ling had finally met a god who was on par with him. Unfortunately, compared with Lin Ling, the dragon god of Dongting still had fewer means. "Since you've already used all your strength, to show my respect, I'll also use a part of my strength." In Lin Ling's eyes, monstrous fighting spirit was boiling. The killing intent that belonged to the tyrant song sword burst out in all directions. This killing intent not only had terrifying power, but also could affect the opponent. As long as one had killed before, their combat strength would be affected. Killing? Fantasy world? Not good. The dragon god of Dongting thought that the outcome of the battle had been decided, but who knew that Lin Ling's sword would suddenly burst out with a terrifying killing power, affecting him. He seemed to have entered a world of killing, indulging in it, and all his strength was greatly reduced. This meant that he could no longer attack Lin Ling. So what if you have some means? However, the dragon god of Dongting was still confident because his stares of the gods were also attacking Lin Ling. Whoosh, endless lights shot towards Lin Ling like moths to a flame. Then, they stuck to Lin Ling's body like a burning flame. However, as time passed, Lin Ling was still safe and sound. Instead, his figure quietly became bigger, like a giant standing between heaven and earth. That was because Lin Ling had used the Pangu's earth-shattering strike. Originally, these ultimate trump cards were reserved for Xianxia, but now Lin Ling was also forced to use one. Boom, the roar continued. Under the entanglement of all the lights, Lin Ling's body shook and a force destroyed the lights. He seized the opportunity and slashed the dragon god of Dongting with the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. At this moment, the dragon god of Dongting was affected by the fantasy world of massacre, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. When he saw his stares of the gods being broken, he couldn't help but roar, How is this possible? Who are you? By now, he knew how powerful this mid-level deity was. He was also the strongest mid-level deity he had ever seen in his life. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling slashed down with his sword, and the cold killing intent slashed through the dragon god of Dongting. After all, he also knew that he couldn't give a god like the dragon god of Dongting a chance, otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Rumble, the dragon god of Dongting could no longer resist this sword. With a clang, the dragon god's golden spear in his hand fell, and the surroundings returned to normal again. Lin Ling took away the treasures around and swept away the dragon god of Dongting's heaven-returning Dao. Then, he pushed the door open and left. Who is Lin Ling? Why is he so strong? The dragon god of Dongting murmured to himself. His vitality was dissipating, and his dantian was also destroyed by a terrible killing intent. He no longer had the protection of the Tao realm, so this sword undoubtedly killed him. It's him, the heavenly Tao arrest order. All of a sudden, the dragon god of Dongting completely remembered Lin Ling's name as if he was about to die. The heavenly Tao arrest order, the one worth 300 million Tao realm fragments. Lin Ling. As for the dragon god of Dongting, he was just a wanted man with less than 100 million Tao realm fragments. How could he compare? Plop, he fell down, dying with his eyes wide open. At this moment, Lin Ling strode forward, his eyes looking at the sky. He estimated that the mysterious array in the sky had been destroyed, and it was time to kill Xianxia. After all my calculations, I made a mistake. Now that I've used up one of my trump cards, I hope the remaining trump cards can kill Xianxia. Xianxia is very strong, I must attack with lightning speed. Otherwise, if he gets the chance, I will definitely die. Lin Ling walked towards the place where Lin Yuetu was. Before, he quietly left a soul mark on Lin Yuetu to prevent accidents from happening, but now, he found that Lin Yuetu's trace had stopped, and she was not in the hall. This Xianxia wants to marry Lin Yuetu, not for her beauty, but for something else. I must save Lin Yuetu quickly. In a beautiful garden, Lin Ling quietly appeared, staring at the old house in front of the garden, his eyes flashing. Lin Yuetu was in one of these houses. At this moment, in the room, an old man looked at Lin Yuetu on the bed and said, With your body, this old man can live for another 300 years. On the bed, Lin Yuetu was subdued by a powerful method, and her clothes fell off. You guessed right. After I enter your body, you will experience both pleasure and pain. In the end, your vitality will be sucked dry by me and my lifespan will be restored. You are the reincarnation of a divine beast. You are full of vitality. This old man has been watching you for a long time. This old man is a god who has descended to the mortal world. Ordinary goddesses are not worthy of me. Only divine beasts and geniuses are worthy of this old man. To be honest, this old man has already absorbed 300 goddesses. Xianxia slowly unbuttoned his clothes and spoke calmly as if he was doing the most ordinary thing in the world. Lin Yuetu was sealed. She could not even speak, let alone resist. She could only beg for mercy with her eyes. Unfortunately, it was useless. Save me, save me. Is he really not coming? Is he lying to me? He must be lying to me. He is using me to attract Xianxia so that he can steal the treasures of the Elixir Mountain. Lin Yutu's mind was filled with thoughts. When she looked at Xianxia again, he was already slowly walking toward Lin Yutu's day. The sneer on his face deepened, however, at that moment, a murderous intent suddenly appeared. It was fast, incomparably fast. Bam, the door was knocked open. An ancient aura descended from the sky and slashed toward Xianxia. This speed was too fast. It was definitely the speed of 20 million worlds. Moreover, the slash did not seem to be very powerful. However, Xianxia sensed the most ancient and ferocious power. This seemed to be the power of a divine ability. At that moment, Xianxia was already caught off guard. He could only anxiously urge his divine power to resist. Unfortunately, the power that he anxiously urged naturally could not block the sudden slash. Rumble. This slash directly cut off Xianxia's right arm. If he had reacted a little slower, his entire body would have been split in two. In the face of such an ancient divine ability, all of his defensive measures were useless. Moreover, he was anxiously resisting it. He could not use any powerful moves at all. However, even though he had dodged the fatal attack, his right shoulder was still cut off diagonally. Blood spurted out. Rumble. The slash passed by Xianxia and landed on the ground. It was as if the entire Elixir Mountain was about to be severed. Countless gods in the Pill Mountain also noticed this. They all came to the flower garden and frowned as they watched. They didn't seem to dare to approach the garden because it was a forbidden area. Anyone who approached would be killed without mercy. This was an order that Xianxia had once issued. What happened to the disturbance from before? How is Master? Everyone was talking about it. The attack was just Lin Yutu's retaliation. It's not a big deal. That's right. Something like this happened to Master before. He'll be fine in a while. A few of the more senior gods said indifferently. They clearly knew what their master was going to do. However, they didn't know that there was an accident this time. It was because they didn't dare to approach the garden that Lin Ling took advantage of them. In the room, Xianxia rubbed his right shoulder and used his divine energy to recover. After that, he looked at the ground and saw that there was a ditch. Although it wasn't big, it was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Xianxia sensed that this ravine not only reached the bottom of the Pill Mountain, but also the core of the earth that was tens of thousands of miles away. What a terrifying attack. It's you. Xianxia suddenly looked at the person who came and found that it was Lin Yutu's brother. At this moment, Lin Yutu also looked at Lin Ling in shock. Then, her eyes quietly moistened. She didn't expect that this cold man would finally come. Lin Ling looked at Lin Yutu and saw that her clothes were falling off. He frowned and immediately pointed his right hand to the bed, releasing the power of divinity to remove the barrier on Lin Yutu. After Lin Yutu noticed this, she quickly put on her clothes to cover her body. Even so, her little face was still red because Lin Ling had seen her naked before. It seems that you used Lin Yutu to get close to me. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, Xianxia completely understood. He said coldly, "You only have the strength of an intermediate god? Why are your methods so terrifying? Also, why do you want to kill me? But none of this matters. If you let me go, I will give you whatever you want." Xianxia was already seriously injured, especially his right shoulder, which was still burning with pain. This made him realize that the previous attack was no ordinary attack. It could make it difficult for him to recover and greatly reduce his combat strength. And now, there was still no one on Pill Mountain. This meant that he could only face Lin Ling alone. I have Emperor Ziwei behind me. If you let me go, I'll give you whatever treasures you want and introduce you to Emperor Ziwei. Is it worth it to offend me for Lin Yutu? A slut like Lin Yutu is everywhere. If you want, I can give you thousands of goddesses. Xianxia continued. I am Lin Ling. At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. He was not moved by Xianxia's offer at all. Lin Ling? Xianxia frowned. Then, he thought of a certain rumor and his expression changed drastically. As for Lin Yutu, she was also extremely shocked. It was Lin Ling. This was a wanted criminal on the Heavenly Dao arrest order. Secondly, I am here for your father, Xiao Tai. Lin Ling continued. Xiao Tai, Xiao Tai, Xiao Tai. Hearing Lin Ling's words, a hint of panic appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Isn't he dead? Xianxia shook his head in disbelief. He is not dead. He is hiding in the void of the kingdom of the 9 states and has been looking for an opportunity to kill you. Unfortunately, the world you live in is too powerful and he will never be able to set foot there. So, he entrusted me to kill you. Lin Ling said calmly. Father, you want to kill me? Xianxia was in a daze, as if there was a secret between him and Xiao Tai. Of course, Lin Ling was not interested in any of this. His goal was to kill Xianxia. His talents quietly merged and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Xianxia was still immersed in anger and indignation. However, after sensing Lin Ling's murderous intent, he finally came to his senses and suddenly ran into the depths of the room. He did not choose to rush out of the room because Lin Ling was guarding the door. It was impossible for him to succeed. In addition, although Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, his attack power was too strong. Xianxia did not dare to take the risk. Trying to escape? Seeing that Xianxia was trying to escape, Lin Ling also chased after him. However, he did not dare to get too close. After all, Xianxia had the strength of a late-stage high god. Previously, he had been able to injure Xianxia severely because of a sneak attack. To Lin Ling's surprise, after rushing into the depths of the room, there was a ray of light. Xianxia disappeared into it. Lin Ling did not dare to delay and also rushed into the light. At this moment, in the light, there was a world of its own. In the vast void, an ancient continent was floating there. Upon closer inspection, there were countless buildings and humans on the continent. Kill him. These people seemed to be Xianxia's disciples, and this place seemed to be Xianxia's hidden sect. Unfortunately, these people were too weak and could only stop Lin Ling for a while. They were no match for Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword and killed one person in 10 steps. His eyes were still locked on Xianxia. He knew that he had to speed up, or things would change. Moreover, Xianxia was also very powerful. This was because this was obviously a universe, Xianxia's universe. However, this universe was not as good as Lin Ling's universe. Everything had yet to take shape. Xianxia, on the other hand, had an anxious look on his face. He arrived at an ancient-looking building, opened the barrier, and rushed in. Quick, quick, quick. A North Star appeared in his hand. He drew a barrier with his other hand and slammed it into the void. Buzz, the North Star disappeared into the void as if it had entered a jellyfish. It rippled like water, but there was no change. What? Where's the divine barrier? Xianxia looked at the sky in a daze. He was furious. He knew that the spirit formation he had left on Elixir Mountain had most likely been destroyed by Lin Ling. Stop him. Xianxia had no choice but to instruct his disciples to stop Lin Ling with all their might. He went into the inner room and took out a pill. After looking at it deeply, he swallowed it. Master, why are you so afraid of this person? This is the first time I've seen Master like this. However, this person's strength is so terrifying. We can't stop him at all. Looking at the sky, countless gods tried to stop Lin Ling. Unfortunately, they could not stop Lin Ling's sword. They used powerful methods, causing countless illusions to appear in the sky. However, they were still cut by Lin Ling's sword. A large number of barriers appeared, but they still could not stop Lin Ling. Bang! After a while, Lin Ling finally arrived at the building. He then walked in step by step. Inside the house, a wild and tyrannical aura pervaded the air. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, forming an eggshell-like protective shield that firmly protected Xianxia. Lin Ling looked through the light and vaguely saw that Xianxia had transformed. Many dragon forms had appeared around his body. A pill refined with the bloodline of the Endless Dragon? Lin Ling frowned as he suddenly thought of the Dragon Valley. After devouring Lian Ledian, Lin Ling learned from Lian Lishan's memories that the Dragon God and the others from the Dragon Valley had been brought into the Netherworld. This also forced Lin Ling to step into the Netherworld one day and take away the Dragon God and the others. Lin Ling, come and kill me. Let's see if you can kill me. Let me tell you, this 10,000 Dragons Draconic Grandeur pill can transform me into a dragon. You can't break this dragon scale light at all. As if sensing Lin Ling's arrival, Xianxia shouted ferociously, after I completely transform into a dragon, any late-stage high god will die. I will torture you to death. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Over the years, I have absorbed the vitality of countless goddesses, but I have also absorbed a lot of men. Ha ha ha, especially a pretty boy like you. I like you the most. Scum. Lin Ling immediately cursed. His soul power spread out. The first thing he noticed was that there were a large number of cages under the building, imprisoning countless gods. There were men and women in the cages, but they were all extremely old. They must be the ones whose vitality had been absorbed by Xianxia over the years, and these people were all moaning powerlessly. Their bodies were trembling as if they had encountered a nightmare. It seemed that they were not far from death. As gods, they had unlimited power and could cover the sky with one hand. Unfortunately, after encountering a god stronger than them, they could not escape death. Moreover, they died so miserably. This was also the reason why all the gods had to enter the Tao Tower. First, they had to resist the will of the world. Second, they did not want their lives to be dominated by others. As he thought of this, Lin Ling's soul force locked onto the massive dragon-scale light screen. He discovered that this dragon-scale light screen was extremely powerful. It could block the power of divinity and the steps of divinity. It could even block the power of supernatural powers. This meant that Lin Ling could not do anything to Xianxia for the time being. Moreover, if Xianxia succeeded in refining the pill, Lin Ling would definitely be in danger. But at this critical moment, Lin Ling did not panic, nor did he run away. Instead, he kept probing the dragon-scale light curtain. Suddenly, Lin Ling discovered that his soul power could pass through and lock onto Xianxia's body. Sure enough, the dragon-scale light curtain was not invincible. It could not block soul power. This also made Lin Ling laugh. It seemed that his Universe 3 Extremes break could attack Xianxia. Die, this kid must die. He was sent by my father. That old guy would not let me go even if he died. Damn it, that old guy still remembers how I killed my father. Is there a father like him? He doesn't think about his child, only cares about himself. Fortunately, my Tao heart was firm back then. I seized that old guy's life force and soared into the sky. At this moment, within the dragon-scale light curtain, Xianxia was constantly thinking, and his face was ferocious. Back then, he had also done the same thing to his father. Everything was to become stronger, but he did not expect that his father would not die after the incident. Lin Ling, right? You're dead. Then, Xianxia laughed. His laughter was incomparably happy because he realized that the effect of the pill was about to take effect, but at this moment, a strange feeling rushed in, and Xianxia realized that it was soul power. He actually has such a powerful soul power. Xianxia panicked. Of course, he knew that the dragon-scale light curtain could not block soul power, but he did not expect Lin Ling's soul power to be so powerful. This intermediate god was simply omnipotent, and now, what he feared the most was that Lin Ling had powerful soul power techniques. At that time, he would be dead for sure. Xiao Tai, I've avenged you. At this moment, a cold voice mixed with soul power floated into Xianxia's ears. No, no. I was so close. Does the heavens want me to die? Xianxia became more and more panicked, and he kept shouting in his heart. At the same time, the powerful soul power turned into cosmic rays, drowning the dragon-scale light curtain, and then passed through Xianxia's body like swords. Xianxia's body trembled, and his pupils constricted. His soul was completely obliterated. Gotcha. At the same time, the dragon-scale light curtain shattered, revealing a monster-like body. This body was formed by countless dragons, and its aura was incomparably powerful. Unfortunately, the moment this monster appeared, it immediately collapsed, because its soul had been obliterated. Just a little bit more. Lin Ling looked at the monster indifferently, and his heart relaxed. Xianxia swallowed the pill and its effect took effect, but it was still a little too slow, and Lin Ling killed it first. Tao returned to heaven's seat. Next, Lin Ling plundered Xianxia, took away the Tao returned to heaven's seat, and then plundered the surrounding area, taking away a large number of treasures before leaving. Now, the treasures he had were enough for him to break through. Next, he only needed to find a quiet place to break through. When Lin Ling returned to the room, he saw Lin Yue too worriedly looking at the light curtain. When Lin Ling came out, her expression changed. Let's go. The two of them walked out of the room. Lin Ling quietly looked into the distance and found a large number of gods gathered outside the garden. We have to leave from another direction. Lin Ling pondered. He knew that he had to avoid these gods. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of the universe void left behind by Xianxia. That universe was very unstable. If they could break it, they could use the universe to leave. Master. At this time, a voice came from outside the garden. It turned out that everyone saw that Xianxia had not responded for a long time, so they curiously shouted. After all, it had been so long. Master should have come out. Let's go. Lin Ling knew that time waited for no one. He quickly entered the room, then passed through the light and came back to the universe. Looking around, this universe was more unstable than he imagined, and the area was very small. When the gods in this universe saw Lin Ling again, they were all terrified. Previously, Lin Ling had killed everyone and even killed their sect leader. Now, he was back. Lin Ling ignored them. He sensed his surroundings, then chose a weak point in the void and attacked continuously. Rumble. The entire universe was in turmoil. Sure enough, this universe was more unbearable than imagined. It was extremely fragile and did not even have universal laws. Follow me. After attacking for a while, Lin Ling noticed that the universe was broken, revealing a void passage. He quickly called Lin Yuetu and rushed over. Whoosh, the void around the Dao Pagoda was extremely terrifying. As soon as the two of them approached, a primordial storm attacked. This also made it difficult for Lin Yuetu to get close. Quick! Lin Ling's body was tyrannical. He suddenly grabbed Lin Yuetu's hand and rushed into the void. Rumble. After entering, the two of them flew as if in a storm. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and looked for a way out. At this moment, outside the garden, the gods were getting impatient. They felt that something was wrong because their master had not come out for too long. Emperor God Tianling, how about we go in and take a look? Someone looked at an old man and asked. This old man was the person with the highest seniority in Pale Mountain. When he heard this, he frowned. He did not dare to interrupt the sect leader from doing that kind of thing, but now, they had indeed waited for a long time. All right. The old man finally nodded and strode to the front of the garden. He shouted with his divine essence, Is sect master here? The disciples are worried about your safety, so we want to come and see you. Sect master, if you hear me, please let me know. His voice enveloped the entire garden, but after a moment, there was still no response. It seems that something is indeed amiss. God Wu Luo, come with me and have a look. He shouted at the gods behind him, and then strode into the garden. After entering the garden, Emperor God Tianling felt something was wrong. Quick, something has happened to Master. Emperor God Tianling shouted, causing the expressions of the gods behind him to change drastically. When they rushed into the room, they were shocked to find that there were traces of a battle and that their sect leader was missing. Over there. Emperor God Tianling's eyes were sharp. He was the first to notice the teleportation barrier that led to another universe. He brought everyone and dashed in. Then, they saw the disciples of the sect leader. Emperor God Tianling knew a thing or two about this universe. He quickly asked, What happened? Sect leader is dead. When the disciples saw clearly who it was, they all said anxiously. Dead? Sect leader is dead? Emperor God Tianling and the rest felt like they were struck by lightning. They could not believe it at all. Over there, over there. A disciple pointed to the front and asked Emperor God Tianling and the rest to rush over. Then, they found Xianxia in the room. It was a pity that he could not be more dead. Sect leader is dead. Everyone, come in quickly. God Wu Luo shouted, causing everyone to rush in. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked speechless. Who is it? Emperor God Tianling knew that things were troublesome. After all, Xianxia was a favorite of the Ziwei Emperor. Now that he was dead, they did not know how to report back. It's a very cold young man. The disciples said. Lin Yutu is also missing. Could it be Lin Yutu's brother? It must be him. I knew it. Lin Yutu would not be so kind. We have been tricked. Why is the array not activated? Some of the more senior gods said anxiously. The spell formation has been destroyed. As expected, that person came prepared. We have to notify Emperor Ziwei immediately. Emperor God Tianling immediately ordered. He then looked at the disciples and asked, "Do you know who that person is?" I heard that his name is Lin Ling." A disciple recalled. He vaguely heard his master shouting the name Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Everyone's eyes flashed. Then, they reacted. They had all heard of Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling is the enemy of the Ziwei Emperor. I did not expect him to behave so atrociously in the Ziwei Emperor's territory. Immediately informed the Ziwei Emperor. Emperor God Tianling knew that this matter was more troublesome than expected. So, he immediately informed the Ziwei Emperor. Xianxia is dead? And Lin Ling? Emperor Ziwei's enraged voice sounded. Find him. You must find him. Oh right, is Xianxia's heaven-returning Dao seat still here? Emperor, please allow us to take a look. Emperor God Tianling and the others hurriedly went to investigate. Then, they returned with dark expressions. Emperor, Master's heaven-returning Dao seat is no longer here. Also, many of the treasures on the Pill Mountain have been taken by Lin Ling. Damn it. Emperor Ziwei was enraged. You must find Lin Ling. I'm coming right now. The Emperor is coming in person? Everyone was stunned by Emperor Ziwei's words. Xianxia was the Emperor's trusted aide, but it was not enough for the Emperor to come in person. What they did not know was that the heaven-returning Dao seat Lin Ling had taken away was worth 100 million Dao realm fragments. How could Emperor Ziwei not be anxious? On the other side, Emperor Ziwei did not have the time to inform the tomb. He immediately charged out. Emperor! Countless gods stared at Emperor Ziwei and yelled in disbelief. However, Emperor Ziwei did not say a word. He simply charged toward the Pill Mountain. Everywhere he went, killing intent surged. It was as if the Emperor was on an expedition. Not even a blade of grass could survive. Lin Ling, it's you again. Emperor Ziwei gritted his teeth. He had yet to avenge his son, but Lin Ling had already killed another one of his trusted aides and stolen countless of his treasures. He had to avenge Lin Ling. Then, he sent out an order to inform everyone in the Dao Tower that Lin Ling had appeared in the Pill Mountain area. What? Isn't Lin Ling west of the Dao Tower? Why is he here? We've been tricked. Let's go to the Pill Mountain area. West of the Dao Tower, a large number of gods began to retreat and then charged toward the Pill Mountain. Looks like I won't be able to get far. I have to get out of here immediately. In the end, Lin Ling came to a decision. He found the nearest spatial rift, opened it, and entered it. Even though he was quite a distance away from the Pill Mountain, he was still in the Pill Mountain region. Lin Yu too, I'm guessing that Emperor Ziwei is already here. You should leave first. Emperor Ziwei's target is me, so you'll be safer away from me. Lin Ling looked at Lin Yu too as he spoke. Should I leave? Lin Yu too was a little conflicted upon hearing Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling nodded as he continued to look ahead. Lin Ling, will we meet again? Lin Yu too finally asked after a moment of thought. Lin Ling had helped her kill Xianxia, saving her from the abyss of misery. Even though Lin Ling wanted to kill Xianxia as well, Lin Ling had still saved her at a critical moment. She was very touched by his actions. Yes, I'm a subordinate of the Yellow Emperor. You can find me there. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Yu too's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. She looked at Lin Ling with a complex expression, but she didn't leave immediately. What is it? Lin Ling asked curiously. Lin Ling, have you ever liked me? Lin Yu too hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Lin Ling stared at her indifferently before shaking his head in the end. Lin Yu too felt as if something had exploded in her heart, but she forced a smile onto her face. I knew it, but it's fine. I've never liked you anyway. By the way, are you going back to the Yellow Emperor? If that's the case, you can head east and take a boat. That's the shortest and safest route. Once you're on the boat, there will be very few people who can hunt you down. Take a boat? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he nodded. Alright, I'll be leaving first. Leave me immediately. Lin Ling flew away after saying this. A hint of reluctance appeared in Lin Yu too's eyes, and she sighed softly before leaving. Previously, when Lin Ling shook his head, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, but she also felt that everything was normal. although she had only known Lin Ling for a short time, she could sense that Lin Ling was a man rarely seen in this world. She reckoned that not only her, but any other woman would have a sense of dependence on him. Unfortunately, this kind of man was not promiscuous and would not easily fall for other women. Alas, if only I had known him earlier. Lin Yuetu's expression dimmed. She was confident in her own appearance and knew that she had lost in terms of time. The time they had been together was far too short. After that, she also disappeared into the mountains. Half an hour after she disappeared, the aura of a powerhouse rushed through the sky. The entire earth was affected, and countless plants died because of it. This was none other than Emperor Ziwei. When the great emperor went to war, he did not give birth at all. Lin Ling, this way. Emperor Ziwei was extremely powerful, and he had drawn upon a mysterious power to explore the boundless continent. As such, he could vaguely detect Lin Ling's whereabouts. However, even though Lin Ling was not as fast as him, he was not much slower, either. As such, it would take him a long time to catch up to Lin Ling. Most importantly, he discovered that Lin Ling was heading toward the Sea of Fog. If he allowed Lin Ling to enter the Sea of Fog, it would be extremely difficult to catch Lin Ling. Lin Ling is to the east of the Sea of Fog. I, Emperor Ziwei, will reward anyone who kills him with 100 million Dao realm fragments. Seeing as Lin Ling was about to escape, Emperor Ziwei decided to throw caution to the wind and toss out 100 million Dao realm fragments in order to kill Lin Ling. Furthermore, he also revealed the direction that Lin Ling was heading in, hoping that the gods to the east of the Sea of Fog would attack Lin Ling with all their might. At this moment, Lin Ling also sensed a mysterious power approaching him from the front. Moreover, it was not far away from him. The reason why he could sense it was because of the power of the will of the world. Ever since he could sense the power of the will of the world, Lin Ling had clearly attained a lot of enlightenment. Judging from this power, it's most likely beyond the level of a higher god. I have to leave immediately. Lin Ling wore a grave expression. Setting aside the fact that he had already used up all of his trump cards, even if he did not, he was still no match for this powerful being. Moments later, Lin Ling sensed a large number of auras soaring into the sky in front of him. Moreover, there was an extremely large number of them. Lin Ling hurriedly flew down to the ground and traveled along the ground. Didn't they say that Lin Ling was heading in this direction? Why don't I see him? He probably hasn't arrived yet. When Lin Ling passed by these people, he could vaguely hear their conversation. That was close. If Lin Ling had not given up flying in the sky and traveled along the ground, he would definitely have been discovered by now. Although Lin Ling was not afraid of these gods, if he was blocked by them, there would be even stronger gods coming from behind, and things would become even more troublesome. Then, Lin Ling sped up again. Before long, he saw a huge steel city. This steel city was incomparably huge, as if a steel black dragon was lying on the edge of a cliff. It was extremely magnificent. Moreover, a large number of gods were entering and leaving the steel city. Have we arrived? Lin Ling slowed down his pace, put on his cloak, and walked forward slowly. Rumble. Then, he heard a deafening roar. It seemed to be the sound of the sea. He estimated that he should be close to the seaside that Lin Yuetu had mentioned. This steel dock had a large number of doors, and there were gods guarding outside the doors. Judging from their strength, they were incomparably powerful and had the strength of a higher god. Moreover, there was a barrier around the doors. It was a sealing barrier that had the effect of warning. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly, and then he strode forward with the crowd. Along the way, Lin Ling also learned from the mouths of others that there were many steel docks in the area of the Dao Pagoda. They were controlled by some ancient forces, who collected some fragments of the Tao realm for profit. The steel dock in front of him was controlled by the Tooth Clan. The Tooth Clan was the first mysterious force to come to the Dao Pagoda. They occupied a lot of resources, and the entire clan was united and powerful. Therefore, ordinary gods did not dare to provoke them. As for the 5 emperors, although they were powerful, they were still latecomers. Take off your cloak and take out your Tao, returning to heaven's seat. A voice came from the front. In front of the long line, there was also a god who took off his cloak and hid his appearance. However, the guards of the dock stopped him. The god was unwilling, but in the end, he still took off his cloak. The people around immediately started talking. They recognized this person. He was actually a wanted criminal on the human list. Go in. What was surprising was that the guards only checked for a moment before letting them in. Moreover, they took advantage of the other party's Tao returning to Heaven's seat to remember his origin and name. It seems like the rumors are true. These docs don't look at the other party's origin. They just remember their origin to prevent people from destroying the docs. What if someone destroys it? Ho ho ho, then they'll all be wanted. I heard that 100 years ago, a god of the Stark clan was rampant here. As a result, he was wanted everywhere. In the end, the Stark clan was mobilized and compensated with a lot of treasures. Only then did the matter end. Not long after, it was Lin Ling's turn. Lin Ling took off his cloak and handed over the heavenly Dao throne. The other party checked and let him go expressionlessly. However, he also warned him not to cause any trouble in the dock. No killing was allowed. Lin Ling nodded and entered the dock. He then found that the dock was extremely huge and packed with people. One after another, gods were choosing their cabins in an attempt to leave this place. These gods were also of all shapes and sizes. Some gods were as tall as 3 meters, while others were as short as mice. There were also a large number of magical beasts. Lin Ling even saw the great demons that he had seen in the demon city. Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to them. He looked around and saw that there were people lining up in front of him. Only then did he know that this was the place to buy tickets. This also prompted Lin Ling to quickly line up. After spending a lot of time lining up, Lin Ling found that the fastest ship to leave was in 2 hours. Within 2 hours, there would probably be experts surrounding this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Although killing and fighting were not allowed in the steel dock, there were always exceptions. For safety reasons, leaving immediately was the best choice. You can buy a ticket. While Lin Ling was thinking, a voice sounded. Lin Ling was standing in a light door. It was a barrier, and he was talking to someone on the other side through the barrier. Buy. Lin Ling had finally queued up, so he naturally bought a ticket first. To the east of the Dao Pagoda. Okay, 30,000 Dao realm fragments. Because the east of the Dao Pagoda was far from here, the price was very expensive. Lin Ling's expression didn't change at the price. He handed over the celestial return of the Dao and bought the ticket. Then, a boundary appeared on his palm as if it was engraved on his palm. This was the ticket. This was a barrier unique to the Tooth tribe. It was refined with the blood of an unknown divine beast and could not be imitated. Lin Ling had just bought the ticket when he saw a large number of experts lining up to enter. Most importantly, he vaguely heard the name of North Pole Emperor. This meant that North Pole Emperor was among these experts. Urgent. Things had become even more urgent. 2 hours later? Lin Ling's brows furrowed. He knew that 2 hours was more than enough for Emperor Ziwei to find him. He snuck into the crowd in an attempt to buy time so that Emperor Ziwei wouldn't be able to find him. Damn it. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei was leading a large number of gods in search of Lin Ling Great Emperor. This shipyard belongs to the One-Tooth race. Even if you see Lin Ling here, you can't attack him, one of the gods warned. Let's find Lin Ling first. As long as we find him, I have my ways. Emperor Ziwei spoke in a dignified voice. Although he couldn't fight here, he had a way to subdue Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling was under his control and obediently acted like a puppet, then he could bring him out of here. Of course, if he wanted to do this, he would have to be 100% stronger than his opponent. However, Emperor Ziwei was far more powerful than Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued to move stealthily. All of a sudden, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. This person was smiling as she walked forward with a man. Most importantly, this person was Longyang. Lin Ling was extremely surprised. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. The Dao Pagoda was so large that Longyang and the others couldn't stay in the Yellow Emperor's territory forever. Huh? Lin Ling. Longyang, who was walking forward, suddenly discovered Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling was walking toward her. Why are you here? Longyang immediately walked toward Lin Ling. She was extremely surprised. I was chased here by someone. Lin Ling also walked over. He didn't hide anything and smiled wryly. You've only just arrived at the Dao Pagoda, but you've already done something so big. You're now a wanted criminal. Longyang seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said. Next to Longyang was a man wearing silver armor. He had the strength of a late-stage high god, but he gave off an extremely powerful feeling. This was because he had the bloodline of the Yifang clan. According to legend, the bloodline of the Yifang clan was incomparably heaven-defying. They were born with the divine embryo of a high god. They were extremely powerful. Longyang, is this your friend? Seeing Longyang and Linling talking, the young man was clearly very surprised. This was because the Longyang he knew rarely paid attention to others, let alone take the initiative to greet them. As for Dragon Mother, she was a deity that he had met when he was traveling the galaxy. Because they had fought a powerful deity together, they had a good relationship. Yes, Linling, the Yellow Emperor's man. Longyang was also very familiar with this young man and didn't hide anything. Yifang. The young man immediately said to Linling in a friendly manner. Linling calmly stared at the young man. He could sense the young man's strength, but he also sensed the young man's friendliness. He immediately nodded and said, Linling. Just a single sentence, without any self-introduction, the young man was stunned. He didn't expect Linling to be so arrogant, but he didn't mind. That's his personality. Longyang also smiled at Yifang. Then, she looked at Linling and asked, are you leaving now? Yes, there are experts hunting me down. One of them is the North Pole Emperor, so I have to leave immediately. Linling nodded. Hearing this, Longyang frowned. She knew that things were more troublesome than she had imagined. The North Pole Emperor. To the side, Skyfang was clearly taken aback. He naturally knew of this king. Not only was his strength tyrannical, even his faction was extremely strong. Longyang thought for a moment and asked, how can I help? I want to leave immediately. Linling said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Longyang immediately looked at Yifang and said, Yifang, you're from the Yifang tribe. Can you arrange for Linling to leave immediately? Well, Yifang was a little hesitant. Although he was from the Yifang tribe, arranging for Linling to leave wasn't easy. Most importantly, he didn't expect that Longyang would take the initiative to ask him for help for Linling. One had to know that during this period of time, he knew that Longyang seemed to be easy to talk to, but she was very clean and kept her distance from others. She wouldn't easily ask for help. Okay. It was rare for Longyang to take the initiative to ask him for help. Yifang pondered for a moment and finally nodded. That's great. Longyang smiled, and her beautiful face looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Yifang's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He could clearly sense that Longyang was very happy. This was happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. He couldn't help but secretly look at Linling. He was curious about the relationship between Linling and Longyang. Don't think too much. He's helped me many times. I've always owed him a favor, so I want to help him this time. Longyang was smooth and slick. She guessed Yifang's thoughts, and her words made Yifang smile awkwardly. Linling said gratefully to Longyang, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Is there a need to say these things between us? Longyang smiled and shook her head. She was happy not only because Linling could leave safely, but also because she could finally help Linling. Thank you, Heavenly Fang. Longyang thanked Heavenly Fang before turning to Linling. Linling, I'll go back with you. Alright. Longyang, aren't we going to 9-Star Island? Heavenly Fang was shocked again. They had already agreed to go to 9-Star Island, but now they were giving it up for Linling? Linling is one of the Yellow Emperor's men, and so am I. I can't just watch him be in danger. Longyang explained when she saw Heavenly Fang looking at her. How about this, I'll go with you. After all, although the fog sea is faster, the sea is also extremely dangerous. Heavenly Fang pondered for a moment before saying. Alright. Dragon Lady couldn't help but nod. At the same time, a loud voice sounded nearby. The ship was about to depart, and the passengers were asked to head to the 9th cabin. Linling, let's go. Heavenly Fang led Linling and Heavenly Fang forward. They didn't need to line up and went straight to the giant steel ship. Linling scanned the ship and discovered that it was extremely huge. It was thousands of kilometers wide, and the entire ship was made of rare gemstones. These gemstones were extremely ancient and had existed since the beginning of time. They had a special effect, and that was that they were extremely hard. However, they also had a flaw. and that was that they couldn't circulate spiritual energy. However, powerful gods had a way to layer these gemstones together to make powerful spaceships with extremely powerful defenses. This Heavenly Fawn tribe is indeed impressive. They actually used a barrier to connect the gemstones together. No high god would be able to break through these spaceships. Lin Ling thought to himself as he boarded the ancient ship with Heavenly Fawn and the others. The three of them didn't need to line up, and they attracted a lot of attention. Some of them recognized Lin Ling and anxiously informed the North Pole Emperor and the others. At this moment, the North Pole Emperor and the others were still looking for Lin Ling. After hearing the news, they were furious and rushed straight to the cabin where Lin Ling was. Soon after, he saw Lin Ling and the others who had just boarded the ship from afar. "You are Lin Ling?" Emperor Ziwei let loose an enraged roar like thunder, and everyone's expression shifted drastically as they turned toward him. "Isn't that Emperor Ziwei? Why is he here?" Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They were incomparably curious. On the deck of the ship, Lin Ling's brows furrowed as he looked at Emperor Ziwei in the distance. He didn't think that Emperor Ziwei would be able to find this place, however, he was not afraid in the slightest. After all, this was the dock, and he could not fight. "Emperor Ziwei." A cold smile appeared on Lin Ling's face as he looked at Emperor Ziwei. This wasn't the first time he had seen the latter. Back when he had killed Emperor Ziwei's son, Emperor Ziwei had appeared in the form of a clone, and Lin Ling had already seen him. Similarly, this wasn't the first time that Emperor Ziwei had met Lin Ling. "Give me Xianxia's Tao regression heavenly seat, and I'll forget everything that happened between us." Emperor Ziwei gritted his teeth as he stared coldly at Lin Ling. "What Xianxia's Tao regression heavenly seat? I don't even know what you're talking about." Lin Ling feigned ignorance. He wasn't stupid. If he handed over Xianxia's Tao regression heavenly seat, Emperor Ziwei might not let him go. "Lin Ling, don't test my patience." Emperor Ziwei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lin Ling had taken so many of his treasures, so how could he allow Lin Ling to escape? "I really don't know what you're talking about. However, if you say that I'm testing your patience, then so be it. What are you going to do next? Are you going to kill me? Or are you going to do it here?" Lin Ling asked with a smile. Emperor Ziwei didn't say anything. "I killed your son, and Xianxia's treasures are right here with me. Come and take them if you dare, but if you don't, then shut up. By the way, I'm about to set off for the sea. If you miss this opportunity, it'll be very difficult for you to kill me again." Lin Ling spoke again upon seeing that Emperor Ziwei didn't dare to say anything. Emperor Ziwei was trying to scare him. He had no idea how much Lin Ling had been hunted down during this period of time. Why would Lin Ling care about this little threat? "Don't fall into my hands if you dare." Emperor Ziwei's entire body trembled as he spoke in a cold voice. Rumble. At this moment, the gigantic ancient steel ship finally began to move. A loud voice sounded, "Ship number 9 is about to set off. Please board the ship immediately, or please leave without a ticket." "What do we do, Emperor Ziwei? Lin Ling is about to leave." "Damn it, Lin Ling only got here a little earlier than us. How did he get a ticket already? Are we going to have to watch him leave?" "This ship is going to the east of the Sea of Fog, and that's the territory of the Yellow Emperor." Everyone around Emperor Ziwei began to whisper to one another anxiously. Emperor Ziwei's expression was ashen. He was naturally aware of how troublesome this was, but he really couldn't do anything now. "Notify Emperor Yao and the others." Emperor Ziwei spoke in a low voice. "By the fastest ancient ship. We can't let Lin Ling escape no matter what." Emperor Ziwei knew that if he allowed Lin Ling to escape back to the Yellow Emperor's territory, then he would be dreaming if he wanted to catch Lin Ling again. Furthermore, Lin Ling was progressing at an extremely fast rate. If Lin Ling were to hide for 1,000,000 years, it was hard to say how powerful he would be by then. However, it was very likely that he would be able to battle Emperor Ziwei. "Let's go." Emperor Ziwei took one last meaningful glance at Lin Ling before leading everyone away. Lin Ling could sense that Emperor Ziwei wasn't going to give up just like that. What a troublesome bastard. Lin Ling couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Don't worry, Lin Ling. They won't dare to do anything in the Sea of Fog, as the Sea of Fog is notoriously dangerous. Even the mighty gods of the universe wouldn't dare to do anything there, let alone high gods. Xianxia offered words of consolation after witnessing the battle between Lin Ling and Emperor Ziwei. Lin Ling nodded, but he was still feeling uneasy. If this was any other matter, then Emperor Ziwei definitely wouldn't dare to risk his life. However, this was an irreconcilable situation. If Emperor Ziwei were to go crazy, then anything was possible. Rumble. At this moment, the giant ancient ship shuddered. Even with Lin Ling and the others' strength, they still felt as if they were about to lose their balance. This was a type of weightless power. Quick, go to one of the cabins and sit down. When the ancient ship sets off, the power it unleashes is incomparably terrifying. This is because the power unleashed by this enchantment barrier is equivalent to the full force attack of 10 universal gods. This kind of power can easily reverse life and death, reverse the universe. Xianxia immediately yelled. Lin Ling, quick. Longyang dragged Lin Ling toward one of the cabins on the ancient ship. The two of them then entered one of the cabins. Xianxia was completely flabbergasted by this. This was because the ancient ship had a large number of cabins. Every passenger could enter one of these cabins to avoid the shockwaves of the ancient ship, but now, Longyang had chosen to share a cabin with Lin Ling. Had she forgotten in a moment of panic, or had Longyang done this on purpose? Skyfang was all too familiar with Longyang. Although this woman seemed easy to talk to, she was actually extremely arrogant. Wanting to stay in the same room with her was simply a dream. As for Lin Ling, he seemed to be a wanted criminal of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, he had offended many important figures, including the North Pole Emperor. As for his strength, he was merely a mid-level celestial. In fact, for a mid-level celestial to offend the North Pole Emperor, Skyfang couldn't help but think that Lin Ling was courting death. However, this mediocre person was not only the focus of everyone's attention, but he was also treated differently by Longyang. Interesting. Xianxia said faintly, then entered the room. The room was completely made of precious stones and had several windows that allowed one to see everything outside. After Lin Ling and Longyang entered, they sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling also looked outside. After all, this was his first time on such a terrifying ancient ship. Rumble, the ancient ship shook. Even though he was sitting in the room, Lin Ling could clearly feel the power of the turbulence. If he was outside the room, he would probably feel the world spinning. Next, Lin Ling looked through the window and immediately saw the ancient ship rushing toward the ocean ahead with a powerful force. The ocean was gray and covered in clouds. It looked extremely ordinary, but Lin Ling had a feeling that those clouds were probably nebulous primordial qi, and a large amount of nebulous primordial qi. Moreover, the ancient ship seemed to be moving slowly, but when it set sail, it was actually facing layers of pressure, so the pressure of the ancient ship was extremely powerful. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling felt his 7 dantians spinning as if they were affected by an ancient power. Looking at Longyang, her face was pale. Clearly, she was even more uncomfortable than Lin Ling. However, after the initial departure period, the feeling of heaven and earth spinning gradually weakened. This was because the ancient ship was gradually stabilizing, moreover rushing forward with the speed of passing through the void. It felt like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. This speed is probably the speed of 50 million or 80 million worlds. Lin Ling was shocked. He admired the methods of the Fang clan. Moreover, there were many docks like this in the Dao Pagoda. This showed how powerful the ancient methods were. Alright, we should be able to return to the Yellow Emperor's side in about 6 hours. That's the east of the Dao Pagoda. Longyang gradually recovered and smiled at Lin Ling. Thank you. Lin Ling bowed to Longyang. What are you thanking me for? Longyang waved her hand, and then the two were embarrassed. After all, they were now in the same room. Moreover, they would never have thought that the life and death enemies of the 9 regions would one day be in the same room in the oldest Dao Pagoda area. Moreover, they were extremely polite. After all, they had a life and death battle. For a moment, they both. All of this is really like a drama. After a moment, Lin Ling finally said with a wry smile. That's right. I didn't expect that I would be able to help you one day, let alone be in the same room with you. You should know that there have been countless gods in the past several eras. Some gods have fallen, and some gods have risen. However, very, very few gods are able to meet each other again. As for us, we have known each other since we were in the 9 prefectures. Longyang nodded. Perhaps, this is a kind of fate. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with a strange emotion. However, in order to avoid the awkwardness, he smiled and said, I'm just a little bit away from breaking through. I'll try to break through. Okay, but the ancient ship is only 6 hours away. If you think it will take a long time to break through, then go back to the Yellow Emperor's side and break through. Longyang reminded. Lin Ling expressed his understanding and then entered a state of enlightenment. Longyang was still looking at Lin Ling. The same strange emotion that Lin Ling had earlier appeared in her eyes. Lin Ling was not only an old acquaintance of hers, but also a host body of the will of the world. This meant that she might have known Lin Ling a long time ago. Perhaps, as Lin Ling said, all of this was a kind of fate. Let me protect you while you're comprehending. Longyang said in a voice that only she could hear. Lin Ling kept sensing his dantian and checking the treasures in his possession. Only then did he realize that the treasures in his possession could be said to be piled up like a mountain. It was definitely enough for him to break through. However, the time needed to break through could be long or short, so Lin Ling continued to sense. After a moment, a feeling arose in his heart. This time, he might be able to achieve the breakthrough in 4 hours. The main thing was that Lin Ling had enough treasures and the foundation of his 7 dantians was enough. He only needed a finger to pierce through the screen. However, Lin Ling hesitated. It was better to break through now or back in the Yellow Emperor's territory. Lin Ling suddenly opened his eyes and asked Longyang, Longyang, I only need 4 hours to break through. When do you think I should break through? After all, he needed someone to protect him during the process of breaking through, and Longyang was his only choice. Therefore, he wanted to hear Longyang's opinion. Break through. 4 hours will pass very quickly. After you break through, your strength will increase greatly and you will be able to prevent some unexpected events. Longyang said without hesitation. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Alright, I will also leave some methods to help you. After saying that, Lin Ling quickly entered the state of breakthrough. He first took out the 8 treasure acacia tree and then poured the energy of his dantians into the 8 treasure acacia tree. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in the illusions of the 8 treasure acacia tree. The owner of the 8 treasure acacia tree turned into an old man and nodded at Lin Ling. He was going to help Lin Ling break through with all his strength. The 8 illusions entered Lin Ling's 8 dantians, and Lin Ling's real body was sitting in the room. Moreover, a large number of treasures were brought into the illusions. During this process, Lin Ling's heart was as calm as water as he constantly sensed the changes in the 8 illusions. Longyang witnessed Lin Ling's breakthrough and felt an inexplicable sense of joy in her heart. This was because the breakthrough of a god was very important. Lin Ling breaking through in front of her meant that she, Longyang, was someone that Lin Ling trusted. Thinking back to the past, they were like enemies. Longyang wished that Lin Ling would die every day, but now, she hoped that this man could live well and smoothly break through. Even Longyang herself felt that this dramatic change was incomparably wonderful. Lin Ling has helped me so many times. This time I will help him with all my strength. Longyang thought to herself. Time passed quietly. 2 hours later, Lin Ling's progress was smooth. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. Rumble, the ancient steel ship, which had been stable and motionless, began to tremble. The expressions of the gods on the ship changed drastically. What happened? They rushed out of the room, came to the deck, and looked outside. Yifeng clan, we are only here for Lin Ling. Hand over Lin Ling and we will leave. A cold voice poured into the ancient ship. The ancient ship was sealed from the outside world, yet sound could enter. This meant that the person who came was extremely powerful. He is definitely at the level of a universe giant god. Xianxia also appeared on the deck, frowning as he looked ahead. Outside the deck, a thin membrane appeared, blocking out all external forces. Outside the membrane, 3 figures clearly appeared in front of them. Humph, this is the ancient ship of our Yifeng clan. You came here to cause trouble, aren't you afraid that our Yifeng clan will come to settle the score? Xianxia said indifferently. The old man standing at the bow looked at Xianxia indifferently and said calmly, we can't afford to offend the Yifeng clan, but there is a reason for this, so we can't do anything about it. If we have offended you, someone will definitely go to the Yifeng clan to apologize. But today, we must take Lin Ling away. I am Penghuizhen of the White Mountain Divine Gate. I am here on the orders of the Buddha God. Hearing this, Tianya's pupils changed slightly. I am Emperor Yuan of the Burning Heart Divine Gate. I am also here on orders. On the other side of the ancient ship, a burly middle-aged man also spoke. The three major divine gates of the White Mountain Divine Gate were extremely terrifying existences in the Chaos Realm. They actually appeared here, and the ones who came were universe giant gods. As for the last person, he was Emperor Ziwei. Obviously, it was Emperor Ziwei who informed these two gods. However, compared to the calmness of these two gods, Emperor Ziwei was obviously a little flustered as he resisted the nebulous aura around him. This point could be seen that there was still a gap between him and the most ancient universe hero. Three divine gates of White Mountain, I've heard about you for a long time. However, our Tooth tribe has its own rules as well. If this was a different place, we wouldn't care about your feud. However, we're on our boat right now. If we hand someone over, we'll be breaking the rules and ruining our reputation. So, sorry, we can't hand him over. Although Tianya was surprised by the strength of the person who came, he still refused. Not to mention him, even if it was any other god of the Yifeng clan, they would not hand over the person they were looking for. After all, this was the rule. If that's the case, then it's our fault. True God Penghua didn't care about Heavenly Tooth's choice. After all, if Heavenly Tooth race could compromise so easily, it wouldn't be their turn to open a dock. Let me give you a piece of advice. Our boat is very stable. You won't be able to break it. If Sky Tooth dared not fear these powerhouses, he naturally had his own confidence. He said faintly, although our ship doesn't have any offensive capabilities, its degree of hardness is comparable to a universe. Hearing Tianya's words, Emperor Yuan in the distance suddenly sneered. Indeed, but what if we change your itinerary? The moment these words fell, Skyfang's expression changed dramatically. Although the ancient ship could not be destroyed, its path could be changed. The misty sea was full of dangers, and if the path was changed, who knew what would happen? If all the gods on this ship died because of this, then the reputation of the Tooth clan would be ruined. This was no longer a small matter. Hehe, it's up to you how to choose. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider. Seeing that Skyfang was silent, True God Penghua knew that he had found Skyfang's weakness. Inside the ancient ship, a large number of gods were discussing spiritedly, and some of them were panicking. If the path is changed, won't we be dead for sure? It's said that there are many dangerous things in the misty sea. What should we do now? Hand him over. That Lin Ling's. Life is important, but our lives are also important. Their voices were full of complaints, making Skyfang feel that it was even more difficult to choose. Skyfang, let's leave the ancient ship. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, Lin Ling and Longyang walked out. He's Lin Ling. Outside the ancient ship, True God Penghua and Emperor Yuan frowned as they looked at Lin Ling. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling. It was said that this person was the host of the world's will, and he was the person that the Buddha God wanted to take away. Lin Ling, run. Let's see where else you can run to. When Emperor Ziwei saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but sneer. However, Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he looked at Skyfang and said, Brother Skyfang, can you let us out? This. Skyfang was suddenly put in a difficult position, and he looked at Longyang. If you can let us out, then open a path. Brother Skyfang, I owe you a favor for this. Lin Ling smiled at Skyfang. He also knew that Skyfang had done a good job as a friend. Okay. Skyfang finally nodded. Then, he walked towards Lin Ling and said in a low voice, Later, I will give you a small boat that can help you resist the primordial chaos torrent from the outside world. However, the boat can't be driven too far. You'd better head towards the sea and find an island. Then, you'll be safe. Thank you. Lin Ling said gratefully. Then, he left with Skyfang and entered the cabin. At that moment, outside the ancient ship, the three giant gods of the universe were still waiting. Their eyes emitted a cold light. Now, Lin Ling couldn't escape even if he had wings. As long as they caught Lin Ling, they would have made a great contribution. However, at that moment, the ancient ship flashed. Then, a stream of light shot out into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! True God Penghua looked around and realized that Lin Ling had left in the small boat. There was another person on the boat, and it was Longyang. Chase. The three giant gods of the universe cursed and chased after Lin Ling. Skyfang sighed softly as he watched Lin Ling leave. Previously, he had already advised Longyang not to follow, but Longyang was stubborn. Now, he could only pray that Longyang was fine. No wonder you kept rejecting my pursuit. It turns out that you already have him in your heart. Although Longyang hid it well, Skyfang could still sense that Longyang liked Lin Ling. She liked him very much, and this liking had already reached the level of love. This made Skyfang clear that he had no hope of pursuing Longyang in this lifetime. The only thing he could do now was to hope that Longyang and Lin Ling could escape this calamity and be together in the end. At that moment, Lin Ling and Longyang on the small boat had solemn expressions. They could sense that the three giant gods of the universe were chasing after them. With the power of the three giant gods, they couldn't resist at all, but now, they couldn't leave the small boat. The moment they left, they would definitely be torn apart by the primordial chaos torrent. They could only let the small boat approach the sea to weaken the power of the primordial chaos torrent. Everyone, don't be anxious. This small boat won't last long. As long as we don't lose sight of Lin Ling will be caught by us sooner or later. The three giant gods of the universe behind seemed to have realized something. They slowed down and followed slowly. Lin Ling, what should we do now? On the small boat, Longyang stared at the rear. She could see that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. If this continues, we will be caught up sooner or later. It seems that we can only go all out. Lin Ling's eyes were burning. If he let the three universe giant gods chase after him, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being caught. And if he wanted to get rid of them, he would have to take risks. Suddenly, Lin Ling stared at the turbulence in front of him. That turbulence was the primordial storm, and it was incomparably terrifying. Go there. Lin Ling was going all out. He knew that at the current speed, he couldn't get rid of the three giant gods behind him at all. Moreover, the small boat would disintegrate sooner or later. At that time, they would definitely die, and with the help of the primordial flood, they might be able to get rid of those people. However, these primordial flood could make the three universe giant gods afraid, which meant that Lin Ling and the others were definitely in danger. Okay. Longyang nodded hurriedly and controlled the small boat to rush towards the primordial flood. Longyang, I'm sorry for implicating you in this matter. Seeing that Longyang didn't hesitate to follow him through life and death, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Don't say this, it's difficult for me to jump off the boat now. Let's think of a way to get through this difficulty together. Longyang shook her head and smiled. She looked delicate and beautiful, but at the critical moment, she was extremely steady. Not good, they are going all out, heading towards the primordial flood. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei and the others behind also saw Lin Ling's intention clearly, and they gritted their teeth anxiously. The primordial flood was what they were most afraid of, and after Lin Ling and the others entered, they would undoubtedly be able to get rid of them. However, even they were afraid of those universe taboos. Lin Ling and the others would definitely be in more danger. Speed up. It's useless, that small boat's speed isn't slow, we can only watch them enter. Damn it. True God Peng Hua and Emperor Yuan both cursed angrily. In contrast, Emperor Ziwei chuckled coldly. His goal was to kill Lin Ling, so how Lin Ling died was none of his business. As real God Peng Hua and the others wanted to take Lin Ling away, they were naturally furious. Let's all stop and wait in the distance. If we don't see Lin Ling and the others, then we'll leave. By then, Lin Ling will most likely be dead. Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. That's the only way. Real God Peng Hua and real God Peng Hua nodded their heads. After that, they fixed their eyes on the primordial current in front of them. However, it was only a rough check, the flood of primordial chaos was too massive. It was as if countless clouds had gathered together to form a taboo in the sky. One couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. How could they see through it? At this moment, the small boat had also disappeared into the primordial chaos torrent as if it had entered the boundless clouds. This cloud layer was extremely grand. On the surface, it looked as if it was still, but inside, it was as if rivers and seas were overturning, continuously spiraling about. All types of most ancient powers interweaved together, forming a terrifying great explosion, rumble. As soon as they entered, a terrifying roar sounded. If it weren't for the light barrier protecting the small boat, Lin Ling and real God Penghua would definitely have been torn apart. Even so, Lin Ling and Longyang still felt a great pressure. It was as if there were countless hands pulling at them. Hang in there. Longyang, how are you? Lin Ling's expression was anxious as he kept shouting. Now, all his major dantians were breaking through, and his original body was also the weakest one. However, even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to stop the primordial chaos torrent. I'm fine. Longyang replied with a pale face. We can't go on like this. When the small boat's protective power disappears, we'll definitely be torn apart. Lin Ling nodded his head and looked into the distance. Then, he pondered for a moment, took out a large number of treasures, and threw them out of the small boat. Rumble, these treasures were the most ancient treasures. Many of them were exchanged from the heavenly realm. After they were thrown out, they were immediately swept away by the primordial chaos torrent and then exploded continuously. The primordial chaos torrent seemed to have a spirit of its own. It wanted to tear apart anything that entered the storm, even treasures were no exception. However, as the treasures continued to shatter, the pressure on the small boat lessened a lot, and it continued to move forward. This meant that Lin Ling's method was effective. Longyang, control the small boat well. I'll be responsible for throwing out the treasures. Lin Ling hurriedly said to Longyang. But, which direction should I go? Longyang said anxiously. This place was too big. It was all primordial chaos clouds, and they had no sense of direction. Let's try our luck. Lin Ling said helplessly. Longyang could only nod her head. Then, she said worriedly, you're now at the critical moment of your breakthrough. If you don't have enough treasures, you'll definitely fail. And the failure of a god's breakthrough is no small matter. I can't care so much. Lin Ling continued to throw out a large number of treasures. He looked like he was going all out. If he failed to break through, the outcome would be nothing more than chi deviation. His strength would regress, and he might not be able to break through again for the rest of his life. However, if he didn't throw out the treasures, he would die here. Between the two choices, Lin Ling naturally chose the former. Rumble, rolling clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled continuously. Lin Ling kept throwing out treasures, attracting the attention of the primordial chaos torrent, and allowing the small boat to quickly move forward. The scene was extremely spectacular for a moment. In the short term, Lin Ling was safe. However, he was even more anxious. What he was most afraid of was that they still couldn't charge out of the primordial chaos torrent after all the treasures were used up. However, although Lin Ling was anxious, he had experienced many life and death crises and was already used to it. Therefore, when he kept throwing out treasures, he calmly realized that he could throw out the treasures sparingly. Every time he reached a certain distance, he could delay a lot of time. Rumble. Time passed silently amidst the deafening rumbling. An entire day passed, but Lin Ling and the others still hadn't charged out of the primordial chaos torrent. On the contrary, Lin Ling's treasures were getting fewer and fewer. Moreover, his 8 dantians that were in the illusion were showing signs of anxiousness at this moment, and they were silently withering. This was because their spirit energy was insufficient. Let's go in front. Suddenly, Lin Ling shouted loudly and pointed towards a certain direction. Longyang looked towards the direction Lin Ling pointed at, and her expression changed violently. Because a vortex that was as enormous as the universe had appeared there, and it was rotating slowly. However, Longyang knew that it was actually moving very quickly. It was only because the vortex was too enormous that it felt very slow. Obviously, it was an enormous primordial chaos torrent. Lin Ling, are we really going there? Longyang shouted anxiously, and her forehead was covered in sweat. On the other hand, we have always been in the calm primordial chaos cloud layer. The boat will collapse sooner or later. At that time, we will definitely die. Lin Ling said solemnly. Others would definitely panic in such a dangerous situation. However, Lin Ling had experienced too much and had always been calm. Therefore, he had been analyzing the situation before. Alright, you are right. Life and death will depend on this moment. Longyang was no fool. She knew what Lin Ling meant. Suddenly, she looked deeply at Lin Ling and hesitated for a long time before asking, Lin Ling, have you ever liked me? Perhaps this time, we will both die. However, I have always wanted to ask you this question. Perhaps I don't want to die with regrets. After hearing Long Yang's words, Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head slowly. Long Yang's expression did not change when she saw Lin Ling shaking his head. Instead, she curled her lips in disdain and said, I knew that you would hold a grudge. You still remember our life and death battle. The life and death battle that we agreed on back then. Now, so many years have passed. I didn't expect that a pair of enemies like us would face this life and death calamity together one day. However, I, Lin Ling, have a beauty to accompany me before I die. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling laughed loudly. The image of Yu Yu and the others appeared in his mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth and steeled his will to live. You pervert. How can you still laugh at a time like this? However, you are right. Life and death are approaching. I, Long Yang, will die without regrets if I can share the trials and tribulations with you, Lin Ling. Long Yang smiled. To be honest, back then, you forcefully took away my most precious possession. At that time, I hated you and you were my nightmare. Even in my dreams, I wanted to kill you. Alas, in the following years, I kept on coming in contact with you and you kept on helping me, so I found out that you were right. Your character. Furthermore, I've thought about everything from the beginning to the end. I realized that if I didn't want to kill you back then, you wouldn't have treated me like this. Therefore, I don't hate you anymore. Perhaps you'll be Long Yang's lifelong enemy. I, Long Yang, have no regrets in dying with you today. Perhaps because she was close to death, Long Yang didn't hide anything and confidently spoke her mind. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I, Lin Ling, still remember the ecstasy of that night. Lin Ling laughed again, which made Long Yang roll her eyes. However, when she recalled the ecstasy of that night, her memory was still fresh. Long Yang, in fact, I really wanted to kill you at first, but then I realized that it wasn't easy for you either. You just wanted to become stronger, but you were a weak woman who was smooth and slick. You had to face killing intent and danger from all sides, but you still managed to survive and become stronger. Because of this, I, Lin Ling, admire you. Lin Ling didn't hide his thoughts. Therefore, even if we really have to fight to the death one day, I won't kill you. Because as I become stronger and stronger, my friends from back then have become fewer and fewer. I don't want to lose you. Hearing this, Long Yang's body trembled, and a smile appeared on her face. She liked Lin Ling's words very much. I don't want to lose you. Alright, life or death, it's all in this moment. At the same time, Lin Ling shouted loudly. As for the small boat, it began to lose control of itself and was gradually sucked into the massive vortex. After entering, the two of them realized just how fast the primordial chaos vortex was moving. It had reached 10,000, or even tens of thousands of world speed. The super terrifying speed also produced an incomparably rare force that tore everything apart. Ka ka ka. The small boat reached its limit and made cracking sounds. It was about to shatter at any time. Lin Ling and Long Yang were sucked into the huge vortex. It was difficult for them to even stabilize their minds, let alone control themselves. All they could do was try their luck. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling reached out and grabbed Long Yang's hand. At this moment, Long Yang's mind was blank. She felt as if her soul was about to be torn apart, which made her panic. However, at the critical moment, a warm hand reached out and grabbed her hand. She knew that it was Lin Ling's hand. She knew that she would never let go of this hand for the rest of her life. Rumble. The small boat finally shattered completely. The two of them were swept away by the current, sometimes disappearing into the huge vortex, sometimes reappearing. Around them, time and space were also changing, making them feel as if they had returned to the past, to the void. Of the 9 continents, they had even returned to the time when they first met. At that time, they were still Lin Ling and Long Yang of the 9 continents. They hated each other, but their souls were now their souls. Hence, they looked at each other strangely. The two of them could appear here because of the reversal of time. This primordial vortex was too powerful. It had the power to reverse time. However, time moved forward again. Lin Ling returned to the sacred land of the rainforest, to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and to the Gu Yan sect. Next, he returned to Xianxia. Time kept moving backward. Lin Ling felt as if he had returned to the beginning of the world, to the most primitive and ancient universe. Looking at Longyang, her time had ended. Moreover, it had ended early. This meant that in terms of antiquity and origin, Longyang could not be compared to Lin Ling. Lin Ling saw that he had turned into the most ancient mist. It was like the primordial aura, but it did not seem like it. Fellow Taoist, split the heavens and earth. Begin, create a universe. In this ancient mist, there was a voice that sounded as if it had reached an agreement with Lin Ling. Lin Ling's soul shook violently. Vaguely, he knew what this was. Indeed, after that voice, the mist exploded. Then, heaven and earth shook. Endless black holes appeared. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Divine fire roared. Then, a terrifying law of the universe appeared. It quietly began to form a new world. It was the most ancient and largest world. This was the divine world of the past, the primordial chaos realm of the ancient era. It was also the most ancient universe. So, I am the master of creation of the universe. Lin Ling's soul exploded, time flowed backwards, allowing him to see everything, clearly seeing his own origins. However, he realized that in the power of creation, there was another voice. This voice seemed to be one with him. It was like another Lin Ling. Could it be that he is the most ancient power of the world's will? Lin Ling had a guess in his mind. He was Lin Ling, the most ancient god of creation of the universe. The other person was also the most ancient god of creation of the universe. However, one of them was the destruction of the world, and the other was the creation of the world. Boom. However, when the terrifying grand mist vortex came tearing at them, Lin Ling also sensed that Longyang was about to die. With no other choice, Lin Ling could only use all of his soul force to protect Longyang. Whether you live or die, it all depends on the will of the heavens. Then, Lin Ling fell into a deep slumber. Rumble, under the power of space, the two of them turned to dust and reformed. But suddenly, the largest spatial lightning appeared, sweeping over the two of them and pulling them into a spatial crack. After a long time, two figures fell from the massive grand mist torrent in the sky. Below them was an incomparably terrifying sea. Previously, when Lin Ling and the others were passing through space, they were lucky enough to enter a spatial crack and were sent out. If not for that, they would have died without a doubt. Bang bang bang. The two figures passed through the thick clouds and finally smashed into the sea. Roar. Suddenly, a giant mouth rushed out of the sea and swallowed the two of them. Looking carefully, this ancient sea was filled with giant divine beasts. It was like an island, overturning the rivers and seas. After Lin Ling and the others were swallowed, they flowed through the sea and into the divine beast's body. The incomparably terrifying divine liquid was refining them, but at this time, Longyang finally woke up. Previously, Lin Ling had used his soul force to protect her, so she didn't suffer any serious injuries. Where is this? After Longyang opened her eyes were blank. But the divine liquid around her stimulated her, causing her to gradually react. Lin Ling. Longyang was the first to shout. She looked around and saw Lin Ling floating not far away. She quickly floated over. After investigating, she immediately left with Lin Ling. However, the divine beast's world was incomparably vast. It was like a small universe. Longyang didn't know how to leave. With no other choice, she found a giant rock and landed on it with Lin Ling. This rock seemed to be a giant island, larger than the 9 provinces. After being swallowed by the divine beast, it was slowly being refined. Lin Ling. Longyang shouted anxiously at Lin Ling, knowing that his life was no longer in danger. However, Lin Ling still did not wake up. He was incomparably weak. Longyang also noticed that Lin Ling's soul force and life force were weakening. Right, he's at the moment of his breakthrough, and he's facing the destruction of the primordial flood. He's probably already at his limits. What should I do? If this continues, he'll definitely die. Power, he needs power. Longyang was pacing around anxiously. Suddenly, she thought of something and quickly took out everything she had on her, including her clothes. As long as it had spiritual energy, she took it out and gave it to Lin Ling to refine, and as these things approached Lin Ling, they quietly disappeared, turning into a dense energy that poured into Lin Ling's body, entering the world of the 8 treasures. In the world of the heart, the 8 dantians were currently withering. However, when a new energy poured in, they gradually recovered some power. As expected, the power Lin Ling needs to break through is not enough, so it formed this dangerous situation. Long Yang kept staring at Lin Ling. After that, she sensed something. Following that, she poured the divine essence in her body into Lin Ling's body. However, Lin Ling was cultivating all 8 dantians together. How could the power he needed be satisfied by Long Yang alone? Time quietly passed. Long Yang's divine essence was exhausted. She suddenly gritted her teeth and urged the world's will power to pour into Lin Ling's body. After this energy entered, it disappeared again. It's effective. Long Yang's eyes lit up. Originally, she thought that the world's will power could not be used to break through. Following that, she urged all the world's will power to help Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still did not show any signs of breaking through successfully. On the contrary, Long Yang's world's will power was also exhausted. There was still a bit of power left. She could not control it and could not urge it out. She saw that Lin Ling still had not passed the danger. After pondering for a long time, she suddenly clenched her silver teeth, tore off the flesh of her thigh, and dripped all the fresh blood into Lin Ling's mouth. She already did not have divine essence in her body, but she was a deity in the end. Divine blood, divine flesh, and divine bones were all treasures. Lin Ling, quickly wake up. Long Yang continuously tore off her flesh and let Lin Ling refine it. In the end, her originally slender and fair legs already turned into 2 white bones. Following that, she also tore off the flesh on her body and let Lin Ling refine it. This process also hurt her to the core, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. If it were another person here, even a deity, they would definitely not be able to do this. After all, how could a deity endure watching their own flesh and blood disappear bit by bit? Most importantly, the person who tore off the flesh and blood was themselves. Lin Ling, quickly wake up. Long Yang continued to feed her flesh and blood to Lin Ling. In the end, she had already turned into white bones. Moreover, she also fed the divine bones of her legs and left arm to Lin Ling. It was the same for the chest bones and other things. It was the same for the dantian. She became weaker and weaker, leaving only a wisp of the flame of life, soul, and world's will power floating beside Lin Ling, if not for the fact that she could not control these 3 types of power. She would definitely feed them to Lin Ling, and with Long Yang's help, the 8 dantians in the 8 treasures image heart world gradually recovered. However, the power needed for a breakthrough was still not enough. However, this time, the 8 dantians were no longer powerless. They could refine and absorb power on their own. Rumble. Above the divine liquid, a vortex quietly appeared, followed by a second, a third, and all the way to the 8th. After these vortexes appeared, they weakly absorbed the surrounding power. When they gradually became stronger, they began to absorb the surrounding divine liquid. In the end, the divine liquid in the divine beast's body was continuously absorbed by the vortexes and disappeared within. I'm still alive. With the return of a powerful force, Lin Ling gradually woke up. What the hell is going on? But now, I've reached the most critical moment of my breakthrough. I must devour. Lin Ling could not care less. His 8 dantians frantically devoured everything around him. Sir, who are you? Why are you refining everything in my body? Until an old voice rang out, interrupting Lin Ling's breakthrough. This was the divine beast's master. And who are you? Lin Ling let out a low growl and communicated with him through their souls. I am Kuan. The old voice also had endless dominance as it replied to Lin Ling. I don't care who you are. I need power. Since you're a divine beast, I'll refine you. At this point, Lin Ling could not care less. Junior, how dare you? The old voice was furious. It controlled the terrifying divine liquid and wanted to refine Lin Ling. Whoosh, the divine liquid drowned Lin Ling. However, the 8 vortexes appeared and frantically absorbed the divine liquid. Not only were they unharmed, but they became even more ferocious. Rumble. At the same time, in the sky above the sea of fog, a huge thunderbolt struck down. That was the divine tribulation of a higher god. Come. Come. Lin Ling sensed the surging pressure. Not only was he not afraid, but he let out a loud roar. At this moment, he stood up. His entire body was formed by a powerful force. His head touched the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. He resisted the most ancient great law of the universe, and at this moment, under the rolling primordial flood, a terrifying aura was condensing, forming a powerful aura that could crush one's soul. One had to know that the primordial flood was a taboo that even the ancient giant gods did not dare to approach, but the high god tribulation could come. This showed how terrifying the deity tribulation was. Furthermore, the high god tribulation that Lin Ling was facing was different. It was the 9 levels deity tribulation. The tribulation thunder appeared and lingered in the sky. The surroundings were also filled with tribulation clouds. They were getting bigger and bigger, more and more majestic, intimidating the world. In the vast sea, it was silent for eternity. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Countless deity beasts felt uneasy. All the deity beasts sensed the suppression of the brilliant heavenly might. That heavenly might could kill them and turn them into fine powder, never to be reincarnated. What is this? On the calm sea, a huge kuan raised its head and let out a low voice. Following that, it sank into the sea in an attempt to avoid the terrifying tribulation in the sky. Hung long, waves formed in the sea. The huge deity beast sank into the sea and gradually disappeared. Furthermore, this deity beast was running along the sea at a terrifying speed. Old Kuan, get lost. After a long time, when this deity beast stopped, an old voice suddenly came from all around. Furthermore, the voice was mixed with anger. Clearly, these voices came from other deity beasts. What is the meaning of this? That deity beast was furious. These deity beasts were chasing it away? You brought the cosmos deity tribulation over. A large number of deity beasts' voices floated. They were incomparably furious. This also made that kuan investigate. Its huge body instantly trembled and it repeatedly took in a cold breath, because it discovered that in the sky, the terrifying deity tribulation was still hovering above its head. It seemed to have locked onto it. What is happening? Why is this terrifying deity tribulation chasing after me? The kuan's voice was filled with panic. You have a treasure to attract the deity tribulation. Get lost, don't get us killed. You idiot. The deity beasts around began to leave, avoiding the kuan. However, Kuan was dumbfounded for a moment. It had something that could attract calamities? What was going on? Then, it hurriedly investigated. However, it had swallowed too many things and its body was huge. It couldn't find the reason at all. Let me remind you that this is a high god's tribulation, and it's 9 times more powerful than an ordinary high god's tribulation. Seeing the suspicious look on Kuan's face, a divine beast's voice came from afar, but it only made Kuan even more confused. What was the meaning of this? Suddenly, it came to its senses and looked over. Instantly, it saw an indomitable man in its stomach. This man was full of battle intent and was brewing a powerful aura, as if he was going to fight against the terrifying calamity in the sky. It's him. Naturally, it knew who this man was. It was the guy who had been running amok in its body and madly absorbing its energy. Could it be that he was about to transcend the tribulation? Also, why was his great tribulation so terrifying? You, get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Kuan was furious at the thought of having to endure such a calamity for no reason. The voice traveled into its body and formed a terrifying shock wave. However, it was all blocked by Lin Ling. He stared at Kuan like a deity and said coldly, "You're the one who should get out of my way. Don't disturb my tribulation." Scoundrel, I don't have time to disturb you. However, couldn't you have chosen a better place for your tribulation? You're in my body. If the great tribulation comes, I'll be the first one to block it for you. Kuan was furious. He was extremely furious and extremely aggrieved. Who had he offended? He had swallowed such a jinx for no reason and attracted such a great tribulation. What has it got to do with me? Lin Ling ignored it and sneered. Kuan had taken the initiative to swallow him and Longyang. Therefore, it was not Lin Ling's fault. You. I'm going to kill you. Kuan's murderous aura surged. He knew very well that if he did not get rid of this young man, he would definitely die. Therefore, it controlled the endless divine liquid in its body and flooded towards Lin Ling in a mighty manner. Whoosh, the terrifying divine liquid drowned Lin Ling and was about to refine Lin Ling into nothingness. However, 8 illusory worlds appeared around Lin Ling's body and turned into colorful vortexes that frantically absorbed the divine liquid. Lin Ling was still a little bit away from the power he needed to break through. Who knew that Kuan would take the initiative to give him power? Lin Ling naturally accepted all of it. You scoundrel. Kuan cursed when he realized that, if this guy was outside his body, Kuan was confident that he could kill him. Even if he was inside his body, he was confident that he could refine him after spending a long time. However, time waited for no one. Rumble. At the same time, the tribulation clouds in the sky became even more terrifying. They actually blocked most of the primordial flood. The pressure on the entire sea increased tremendously. Countless divine beasts dove into the sea for fear of being implicated. Kuan wanted to cry but had no tears. In the end, he accepted the reality and could only hope that he could withstand the terrifying tribulation in the sky. What a powerful tribulation! At this moment, Lin Ling stood in Kuan's stomach and looked at the sky. He could feel the rolling pressure in the sky that made him feel as if he was going against the entire universe. In the face of such a great tribulation, Lin Ling did not know if he could survive it. Is it because of the chaos divine skill that my tribulation is so terrifying? Now, there are only 8 dantians. If there are 9 dantians, it will be terrible. I must find a way to survive this tribulation. Kuan outside is of no help at all. Right, I should go back to the Lin Ling universe. That is my territory and I have the final say in everything. Maybe I can survive this tribulation. Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering. The tribulation of a high-level deity could pass through the primordial flood and could probably reach Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe. However, Lin Ling had the power of a universe to resist the tribulation, so he was more confident. However, it would take some time to go back to the Lin Ling universe. This was the same for all gods. Otherwise, they would not need the protection of a Tao realm cultivator in the face of a life and death crisis. The reason was that it would take a long time to lead by returning to the heavenly realm. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, a strange sound came from the sky, causing the calm sea to finally surge. This meant that the tribulation was ready. Ghost chi, divine chi, nether chi, murderous chi, evil chi, and all kinds of spiritual chi in the world gathered and poured into the tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds seemed to be the incarnation of the universe and a god who created the world. It's coming from the fog sea. I think there's a terrifying god breaking through. Judging by the aura of the tribulation cloud, if this person succeeds, he'll definitely become a universe-level giant god. Those ancient giant gods frowned and continued to calculate. Unfortunately, they couldn't figure out anything. At this moment, the entire Tao realm seemed to be affected by Lin Ling's tribulation. Even the gods who were far away in the Tao realm had difficulty breathing, as if countless mountains were pressing down on them. As for the fog sea, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. The water of the sea soared into the sky, and a violent force rolled, killing countless divine beasts. In the fog sea, there were a few universe giant gods who were cultivating. But when they saw this scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale, afraid of being implicated. In their eyes, heaven and earth disappeared, and only endless tribulation clouds were pressing down on the earth. Suddenly, a bolt of divine lightning finally struck down, condensing the power of all the tribulation clouds and striking down. This divine lightning had been brewing for too long, so its power was incomparably terrifying. Not only did it attack the body, but it also attacked the soul, dantian, and everything else. The speed of the divine lightning didn't seem fast, but it sealed everything, making people feel as if they were locked down, and there was no way to escape. Looking at the sea under the divine lightning, it had turned into a vacuum, and a huge divine beast Kuan was revealed. Oh my god! The Kuan let out a painful cry, because it sensed that it was locked down and couldn't escape. It looked up at the sky. Even though it was already incomparably huge, it was still incomparably small in the face of such a divine tribulation. Rumble, it couldn't escape. After the divine tribulation descended, a terrifying force pressed down on it like a palm. It only resisted for 3 breaths of time, and then it turned into dust. It was unstoppable, but at this moment, a dazzling figure soared into the sky. It was Lin Ling. Facing this terrifying divine tribulation, Lin Ling didn't choose to take it head-on. Instead, he chose to take the initiative to attack, because this was what the aura needed. Not only was the power of the divine tribulation terrifying, but it also suppressed Lin Ling in all aspects, including the aura. if Lin Ling's aura was suppressed, he would be at a disadvantage from the start. A sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword condensed from divine energy. Then, he slashed at the sky. This was Lin Ling's only method now. After all, his tyrannical song sword had already transformed into the 8th Dantian, and it was currently in the process of breaking through. Look! Far away in the sea of fog, several figures stood on the sea, solemnly looking into the distance. In their eyes, a dazzling figure soared into the sky and fought against the divine tribulation that was as huge as a mushroom cloud. This was a shocking scene. Is that person undergoing tribulation? I wonder if he can succeed. On the surface, it might seem difficult, but he's smart. He knows that the greater God tribulation not only gathers the energy of heaven and earth, but also baptizes the God's soul, battle prowess, and willpower. At some point in time, willpower is more important. That's why he took the initiative to attack. The gods discussed spiritedly among themselves. Rumble, at this moment, in the distant sky, Lin Ling was fighting against the strongest tribulation of his life. When the swords in his hands clashed, a ferocious force surged over. It made him feel that he was no match for it at all. Not at all. Crash, cracks appeared on the sword in his hand. However, at the critical moment, a strange force surged into the sword, causing the cracked sword to reform again. What was strange was that Lin Ling's sword was clearly no match for the divine tribulation, but it could resist for a short period of time. This was because of his willpower. Of course, this resistance was also short-lived. It was only a matter of time before he was blasted into pieces. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. His whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. His bones, flesh, and blood were all trembling. Rumble. The two forces resisted like this for more than 10 breaths of time. However, the divine tribulation was like a merciless wheel, still suppressing down. Lin Ling's obstruction only delayed it slightly. Like this, the massive divine tribulation thunder began to submerge Lin Ling, emitting a blinding light. In the face of such a rare divine tribulation, he is still much weaker. In the distance, the gods sighed and shook their heads. They weren't surprised by the scene in front of them. They turned and left. However, they didn't see that within that incomparably massive light, a figure was still fearlessly resisting the divine tribulation. Life was like a song. Lin Ling's eyes blazed. It was as if he could see his entire life's worth of battles. This battle was also the most intense battle of his life so far. This was because he was fighting against the universe, fighting against himself, his willpower, his soul, his will to fight. Everything about him was on display. He was fighting with everything he had. However, the divine tribulation was not only resisted by willpower, but also by strength. In terms of strength, the current Lin Ling was undoubtedly very weak. Thus, even if Lin Ling's willpower could resist, his strength couldn't. However, at the critical moment, a mysterious force surged out of Lin Ling's body. This force was like a new army, and it actually resisted the divine tribulation in the sky. This was the power of the world's will. Moreover, it was the power of faith. The massive divine tribulation in the sky finally stopped. What? The gods who were leaving in the distance suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Previously, they had clearly seen that person fail. So why was there another force that was fighting against him now? The power of the world's will. Suddenly, an old man shouted in a low voice. For these people to be able to appear in the fog sea, their strength was naturally monstrous. Thus, they could sense the power of the world's will that erupted from Lin Ling. A host of the world's will? Another middle-aged man frowned and said. The power of the world's will is the most mysterious. I didn't expect it to be able to resist the divine tribulation. No wonder this person's divine tribulation is so terrifying. The others spoke one after another. Looking at the sky again, the massive divine tribulation thunder continued to be consumed, turning into specks of starlight that scattered in all directions like snowflakes. The power of the worlds will blocked the divine tribulation, and Lin Ling also sensed that the force in his body continued to disappear. He also didn't expect that the power of the worlds will that he couldn't control all this time would actually protect him now. The power of the worlds will can't resist for long. However, it's enough to wear down more than half of the divine tribulation. Lin Ling's mind worked quickly. Next, he flew toward the ground. Without the resistance of the world's will, the divine lightning in the sky continued to strike down slowly. However, compared to the beginning, both the momentum and the form were much weaker, but in the eyes of the gods in the distance, they shook their heads. They could see that the man had failed. Rumble. Next, the huge divine lightning began to suppress the earth. The ocean in the distance exploded, and endless seawater soared into the sky, forming an earth-shattering wave that engulfed everything. This also caused the gods to avoid the sharp edge and fly far away, because they could also sense that although these waves seemed simple, in fact, the power was incomparably terrifying. It was the purest power, estimated to be at the level of hundreds of millions. When the divine lightning disappeared from the earth, the entire world seemed to have collapsed. After an unknown period of time, this terrifying universe power disappeared and gradually dissipated. Rumble. Only the sound of the aftermath spread far away. Failed. In the area of the Tao Pagoda, an ancient giant god of the universe muttered to himself. The divine tribulation wasn't broken but dissipated by itself. I guess this person failed to pass the tribulation. Many giant gods of the universe had their guesses. Unfortunately, no one saw that at this moment, in a vast universe, a figure with 8 illusions and 3 balls of light appeared there, and he was Lin Ling. He had returned to the Lin Ling universe with the help of the Tao Pagoda. I'm back. Lin Ling looked around and immediately felt that everything was under his control, powerful, incomparably powerful. Then, he looked back and immediately sensed a powerful pressure coming. It was the divine tribulation. Everyone thought that the divine tribulation had ended, but in fact, it hadn't. It had followed Lin Ling to this universe. This is my territory. Lin Ling sat in the sky, waiting for the arrival of the divine tribulation. Rumble. A moment later, the entire universe shook. In the distance, everyone in Lei Gong's hall felt suffocated and had difficulty breathing. This made them look around, wanting to know what had happened, but to no avail, because Lin Ling controlled the laws of the universe and sealed the area around Lei Gong's hall, not letting them be implicated. Fellow Taoists, return. Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged as he muttered to himself. Under his voice, his doppelgangers returned one after another. They controlled the powerful laws of the universe, and their eyes coldly looked at the divine tribulation that was slowly approaching. This divine tribulation was like an eggshell that squeezed through space and slowly descended. At the moment it appeared, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and divine flames roared. Fellow Taoist, we are here to help you. The doppelgangers nodded at Lin Ling. Then, they kept waving their hands and unleashing powerful universal laws. Every time a law landed on the divine tribulation, the divine tribulation would dissipate slightly. This is indeed my territory. Now, the divine tribulation is going against the entire Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling looked coldly at the sky. He also activated the great laws of the universe to attack the divine tribulation. In his universe, he was an omnipotent and invincible existence. However, the divine tribulation was indeed powerful. Even though Lin Ling used the entire universe's laws to resist it, the divine tribulation still didn't dissipate immediately. Instead, it continued to weaken. The divine tribulation that was originally as huge as an eggshell finally turned into the size of a bucket and gradually became as big as a strand of hair. However, even if it was the size of a strand of hair, it was enough to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling continued to unleash the great laws of the universe. Looking carefully, in the universe's void, there were a total of 6,000 people sitting cross-legged and attacking the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. Bang! In the end, the hair-sized divine tribulation finally disappeared. Finally, it's over. Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. Since the arrival of the divine tribulation, Lin Ling had resisted it with the Kuan, his willpower, and the power of the world's will. In the end, he used the great universe to resist it. Only then did he survive the divine tribulation. If he didn't have these methods, Lin Ling reckoned he would have failed. Moreover, he was also very curious if his divine tribulation was the only one like this. Others weren't as terrifying. No matter what, I've finally survived the divine tribulation. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. At the same time, he sensed that there was an additional mysterious power in his 8 dantians. This power not only had the comprehension of the great Tao, but also an endless stream of divine power. Divine power was the basis of evaluating the strength of a god. After becoming a superior god, the divine power would undoubtedly skyrocket. I'm about to break through. 8 dantians, return. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He controlled the 8 dantian worlds and poured them into his body. The tribulation transcendence this time was a narrow escape. It was also the most dangerous, intense, and time-consuming tribulation Lin Ling had ever faced since he started learning martial arts. Buzz. Buzz, as Lin Ling spoke, 8 rays of light poured into his body. A new power quietly took root in Lin Ling's dantian. Fellow cultivator, congratulations on successfully surviving the divine tribulation. The doppelgangers around him smiled. Then, they walked toward Lin Ling step by step and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. After they disappeared, Lin Ling's strength increased by another 30%, as these doppelgangers could cultivate independently and were controlling the universe. Their improvement was not small. Now that they had returned to Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. Time passed quietly. After a long time, Lin Ling finally stood up. A powerful aura emanated from his body. This was the early stage of a superior god. Fellow cultivator, come out. Lin Ling said softly. His doppelgangers once again walked out from behind him. However, their current strengths were all early-stage high gods. They were much stronger than before. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Ling said to each doppelganger. The doppelgangers smiled and nodded. Then, they walked in different directions and disappeared into the universe. After so many twists and turns, I've finally become a superior god. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to kill a late-stage superior god. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance like a giant god in the universe. His eyes were full of confidence. In the past, he had to use his trump card to kill a late-stage superior god. Now, that might not be the case. This was because the divine tribulation that he had experienced was the extreme divine tribulation of the 9th level. Coupled with his 8 dantians, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Longyang, thank you. Then, Lin Ling waved his right hand and 3 rays of light appeared in front of him. There was a hint of heartache in his eyes. Naturally, he knew what Longyang had done for him. Now, his physical body was completely destroyed and his cultivation was destroyed. This made Lin Ling owe Longyang a great favor. Lin Ling knew very well that if it were not for Longyang, he would have died in the fog sea. I'll rebuild your physical body for you. Lin Ling shouted. He waved his hands and controlled the powerful great law of the universe to rebuild Longyang's physical body. Heavenly mandate godly cloud. Twin dragon sprout emperor chi. Ancient orchid dust. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Lin Ling kept shouting like a god who controlled everything. Under his voice, streams of light shot over from all directions of the universe. More than half of the universe was filled with halos. It was magnificent. These were the treasures of the Lin Ling universe. They were nurtured by Lin Ling the last time he returned. In the Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling was an omnipotent existence. He could nurture powerful talents. However, all of this was divided into 2 types. The first type was a talent comparable to a cosmos god. It was omnipotent and could do anything. However, once it left the Lin Ling universe, everything would return to its original state. The second type was a divine embryo with good talent that surpassed Lin Ling's. It meant that the talent nurtured by Lin Ling would not surpass Lin Ling's. However, after leaving the Lin Ling universe, this talent would still exist. Considering that Longyang would not stay in the Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling reconstructed the second type of divine embryo for Longyang. This type of divine embryo did not surpass Lin Ling's and was a 5th grade higher god. As for Lin Ling's strongest eternal killing world, it was an 8th grade higher god. Of course, to reconstruct this type of divine embryo required a lot of time and effort. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have reconstructed it for Yu and the others. The main thing was that Lin Ling had succeeded in breaking through this time. He owed Longyang a huge favor, and he wanted to repay this favor. 3 flames, the flame of life, the flame of soul, and the will of the world. Let's start with the flame of soul. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He controlled the supreme treasures and hovered in Longyang's soul. Upper 3 heavens nightmare world. Lower 3 clumps li shua. Lin Ling's voice was like a god's language. It carried a magical power, and those treasures from all over the universe were continuously injected into Longyang's soul. As for Longyang's soul, it was becoming more and more exuberant, constantly growing bigger. Gradually, Longyang also woke up. Lin Ling. After Longyang's soul awakened, she let out a cry of surprise. In the void, a large ball of flame floated there, and it stared at Lin Ling as if it was shocked. Longyang, thank you for helping me overcome the most difficult hurdle. Now that your physical body and Dantian have been destroyed, I will help you reconstruct your soul. Lin Ling looked at Longyang's soul and smiled. Longyang's soul couldn't help but tremble. Lin Ling actually had such a method to reconstruct the soul and body? This looks like the universe in Lei Gong's palace. After that, Longyang sensed something. After all, she had come from this universe before. It was just that she had followed the Yellow Emperor to cultivate the will of the world and had not returned for a long time. She never imagined that this universe would become like this. Moreover, she stared at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling gave her a feeling of omnipotence, as if he was the most ancient god of the universe. I didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a method. This universe is growing too fast. In the future, it might even be comparable to the Dao realm. Longyang thought to herself. Then, she looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but feel excited. She smiled and said, Lin Ling, you broke through? Thanks to you, I broke through smoothly. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. That's great. I always thought that your breakthrough would be difficult. I didn't expect you to succeed. Longyang clearly didn't know how difficult Lin Ling's tribulation was. She was just happy for Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't explain anything and continued to restore Longyang's soul. When Longyang's soul reached its limit, he smiled and said, Next, I will help you reconstruct your physical body. Red Jade Flaming Rock. Reincarnation Light. Blood Chi Essence. All kinds of extremely rare treasures floated down and condensed in midair, turning into a dazzling ball of light. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling pointed with his right hand. A talent floated out of his dantian, fused with his blood essence, and shot into the ball of light. This was Lin Ling injecting his 3 talents, the dragon blood, into Longyang's body. After injecting a load, Longyang's physical body talent couldn't surpass Lin Ling's, but after leaving this universe, she could still grow. Time quietly passed, and Lin Ling kept throwing out universe treasures. A full 10 years had passed. Longyang's soul floated to the side, cultivating a divine ability to enhance her soul. Lin Ling was like an invincible god of the universe, sitting cross-legged and controlling everything. In front of them, a perfect and flawless body quietly condensed. This body had a supreme beauty with exquisite facial features, exactly the same as Longyang's, and snow-white skin, well-proportioned limbs, and a slim waist, incomparably attractive. Most importantly, this body had a powerful talent, the dragon bloodline, and the dragon god bloodline. Done. Lin Ling stared at this body as if he was staring at a work of art and nodded with satisfaction. This was also his first time reconstructing a physical body, but the result was very satisfactory. Longyang's soul trembled. Although this was a body created by Lin Ling, it was still her body. Being stared at by Lin Ling without restraint, she felt a little shy. Lin Ling, have you seen enough? Longyang couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? Lin Ling looked over suspiciously, and after sensing the fluctuation of Longyang's soul, he blushed and smiled bitterly. I'm not thinking about those things, I'm just admiring my masterpiece. No matter how great a masterpiece it is, it's still a girl's body. Longyang reprimanded. All right. Lin Ling pursed his lips and stopped looking. This made Longyang's soul laugh. Then, she floated to the body and her soul disappeared into it. What surprised Longyang was that after fusing with it, she didn't feel any repulsion, as if this was her body. Moreover, she sensed a powerful force pervading the body, and it had endless potential. This body is so much better than mine. Longyang opened her eyes and couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Of course, this is the leakless dragon god body. It took 10 years to shape, so it's naturally better than yours. In fact, if I wasn't the master of this universe, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to shape it without 100,000 years. Speaking of this, Lin Ling said proudly, which was rare for him. He looked at Longyang's body and sized it up, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Don't look! Longyang shouted, and her face was flushed. With a wave of her right hand, a gauze dress floated down and covered her beautiful body. Lin Ling pursed his lips again. It was Longyang who let him look. He smiled and said, "Take back your world's willpower." Longyang nodded and looked to the other side. There was a flame floating there, and it was the world's willpower. Only Longyang could control it, and others couldn't touch it at all. Of course, a world's willpower host like Lin Ling could also be devoured. After the world's willpower fused into Longyang's body, Longyang changed again. "Lin Ling, are you omnipotent in this universe?" Longyang nodded and then asked curiously. "This universe was given to me by Lei Gong. Back then, it was a barren land. Now, after my continuous nurturing, it has become a powerful universe. Here, I'm omnipotent." Lin Ling did not hide anything from Longyang. Longyang sucked in a breath of cold air, her eyes full of envy. "You're too lucky. With this powerful universe as your backing, you can hide here when you meet experts. Who can be your match? You're underestimating the giant gods at the universe level." Lin Ling shook his head. "Many powerful giant gods of the universe have their own universes. If they use their universes to fight, my universe is not invincible." When he killed Xianxia, he saw the latter's universe. Although it was an incomplete universe, it was only a short time away from a stable universe. Moreover, at the Shrine of Ice, he saw many ancient gods. They were pursuing the great laws of the universe. Sooner or later, they would build their own universes. Therefore, Lin Ling was not the only one who had a universe. However, when it came to a complete universe, there were very few gods who could have one. Lin Ling's universe was one of them. Lin Ling only created this universe by chance. Moreover, this universe could still grow and become stronger. While thinking, Lin Ling brought Longyang back to Lei Gong's hall. "My lord." "Ling Er." Everyone was overjoyed when they saw Lin Ling suddenly arrive. "Grandpa, mother, Er." Lin Ling also greeted everyone. For a moment, the scene was joyous and harmonious. Everyone was incomparably happy. This was especially true for the extreme flame ancestor. He knew more than the others about the power of this universe, so he knew that this universe was their strongest backing. No god was a match for them here. "Longyang." After that, everyone greeted Longyang again. They were keenly aware that the relationship between Lin Ling and Longyang seemed to have changed. Their relationship was no longer as hostile as before, although they all knew that Longyang and Lin Ling were no longer life and death enemies. However, both of them were stubborn people. Even if they didn't treat each other as a great enemy in their hearts, they still acted like they were mortal enemies on the surface. But this time, that feeling was gone. Regarding this, they were very happy. Longyang had been saved by Lin Ling many times, so she had lived in the Lei Gong Hall for a long time. Everyone was familiar with her and treated her as one of their own. "Alright, grandfather, it's time for me to go back. The area around the Dao Pagoda is still filled with divine battles. I wonder how Yu and the others are doing. I'll be able to take care of them when I go back." After chatting for a while, Lin Ling said his goodbyes and left. Patriarch Taiyan and the others all nodded. They weren't too reluctant. After all, Lin Ling and the others could return at any time. Lin Ling left with Longyang. After a while, they returned to the Fog Sea. However, when they appeared, they were shocked to find that there was a huge circular pit under their feet. This pit was bottomless and tens of thousands of miles wide. It was incomparably magnificent. Billowing seawater poured into it, erupting with a deafening roar. Dense mist constantly floated up, forming an incomparably beautiful spectacle. Moreover, the deep pit seemed to never be filled with seawater. It was constantly absorbing the water of the Fog Sea. "Since when was there a deep pit here?" Longyang said in shock. They floated in the air as if they were in the mouth of an incomparably huge divine beast. "Hee, you two should be new here." At this time, an old man slowly walked out from the curtain of water that flowed down the pit. His face was kind as he spoke with a smile. At the beginning, Lin Ling couldn't see him because the pit was too large. A single person would have been submerged by the billowing seawater. It wasn't until this old man came closer that Lin Ling reacted. Staring at the old man, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. "This pit was formed 30 years ago." The old man stopped in front of Lin Ling and explained with a smile, 30 years ago, someone crossed a tribulation here, forming a terrifying divine tribulation. Later, this person failed the tribulation and divine thunder blasted the Fog Sea. In the end, this giant hole was blasted open. At that time, when this tribulation arrived, the entire Fog Sea, no, the entire Dao Pagoda area was affected. Some people said that such a great tribulation only appeared a few times in several eras. Unfortunately, this person failed the tribulation. What a pity. Hearing this, Longyang and Linling looked at each other. They both knew what had happened, especially Longyang. She was shocked. She thought that Linling's tribulation wasn't very difficult, but who knew that it would be such a great tribulation? The Fog Sea had been blasted into a giant pit, and it would never recover. Unfortunately, she was unconscious at that time and missed such a vast scene. Linling secretly shook his head. He didn't expect that the influence of the divine tribulation would be so great that even the entire Dao Pagoda area was implicated. However, thinking back to the scene of heaven and earth collapsing, Linling secretly sighed. Now, if he were to face such a great tribulation again, he didn't have the confidence to survive. 30 years ago? Linling looked at the old man and said. Yes, 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The old man nodded. In the first 10 years, there were many giant gods of the universe who came to check, but later, there were fewer and fewer. However, thinking back to the Great Tribulation that year, it really makes one sigh. Countless divine beasts died for it. At least 1/3 of the creatures in this Fog Sea died. Yes. So exaggerated. Longyang sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but look at Linling. She was also curious about how Linling had survived. Well, thank you for your reminder, Senior. However, you didn't come here just to remind us, right? Linling nodded and looked at the old man with a smile that was not a smile. The old man was stunned. He didn't expect Linling to say this. However, he also nodded and looked at Longyang. I'm very interested in this little girl. I want to take her as my disciple. Obviously, Longyang's leakless dragon god body had attracted this old man. I'm sorry, she doesn't need any master. Moreover, her realm seems weak now, but she can break through at any time and enter the ranks of the gods. Linling smiled and refused. Who are you to her? What right do you have to speak for her? I see that her talent is not bad and want to take her as my disciple. This is her opportunity. The old man frowned. Old man, stop being a hypocrite. Linling's smile turned into a sneer. I, Linling, have seen everything in my life. With your tricks, you can't even fool her, let alone me. You've taken a fancy to her body and want to devour it. You. The old man's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura appeared in them. Kid, it seems like this isn't your first time here. After being exposed, the old man's expression turned even colder. His body shook, and he actually turned into a huge dragon. This dragon was a bone dragon, so majestic that one couldn't see the end of it. Rumble, in the huge sinkhole below, the seawater was churning, and a large number of demon dragons were swimming. Each of them was incomparably huge, and one couldn't see the end of them. They gradually swam up and surrounded Linling and Long Yanyu. Looking from afar, the scene was incomparably spectacular. It was as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. In addition, in the distance of the sinkhole, a large number of divine beasts were also swallowing. Sometimes, they would appear on the surface of the water, and sometimes they would disappear. They were restless, erupting with shocking hostility. Crows, in the sky, divine birds as large as islands were also flying, weaving under the primordial flood. It was incomparably terrifying. The divine beasts of the Fog Sea were all mobilized. This was also the terror of the Fog Sea. No wonder passing through the Fog Sea was called a steel ancient ship. Linling. Seeing this scene, Longyang couldn't help but worry. I'm fine. Linling shook his head. His eyes looked around, and the flames of war boiled. After breaking through to become a high god, he had always wanted to have a violent battle to test his strength. Divine beast, right? I hope you can satisfy me. After Linling nodded to Longyang, he finally made his move. He pounced, and his fist blasted out. It was simple and crude, and he didn't use any techniques. A high god junior dares to be so arrogant. A large number of divine beasts let out violent roars, and they didn't take Linling seriously at all. At the same time, a huge ancient turtle the size of Qingzhou opened its mouth and tried to devour Linling. This turtle's face was ferocious, and its teeth were sharp. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom. However, Lin Ling's punch seemed small, but it was mixed with terrifying power. The punch actually broke the turtle's shell and penetrated the entire ancient turtle. Splash, endless blood spilled into the sea, causing the divine beasts below to become even more violent. This is the power of divinity. However, the god beast in the air was somewhat shocked. Lin Ling's previous punch probably contained several hundred million units of divine power. An early-stage high god with hundreds of millions of divine energy, this was too heaven-defying. How could they know that Lin Ling's 8 great dantians had been gathered, and he'd overcome the most terrifying divine tribulation? Coupled with the return of his clones, his strength couldn't be compared to the past. Divine beast? You devoured me back then? Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly, and another fist rumbled out. Rumble, a massive fist condensed from the power of divinity killed 3 massive divine beasts with a single punch. 500 million godly power. A divine beast let out a loud roar. 500 million. An early-stage high god with 500 million divine energy. This was simply unprecedented and would never happen again. I've got you. But at this time a massive golden rock swooped down from the skies, its sharp claws grabbing onto Lin Ling. These claws seemed simple, but they contained the mysteries of the universe, as if they contained countless laws of the universe. Did you catch him? Get lost. Lin Ling sneered. His body trembled, and a terrifying energy erupted from his body. Bang, bang. Bang, the massive golden rock in the sky was so shocked that its feathers fell to the ground. Its body exploded, and blood splattered across the sea. What kind of energy is this? It's not the power of divinity. Could it be the power of his physical body? The ancient rock of the witchcraft has 300 million divine energy. The surrounding divine beasts continued to exclaim. At this moment, they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Could it be that his physical body's power is above 300 million? Gosh, he's a human. A massive ancient ape roared. This ancient ape had the lower body of a fish, but its upper body was like a giant ape. Everyone, let's join forces and eat him. The skeletal dragon elder roared. Then, he summoned countless demonic dragons to surround Lin Ling. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook, and the sea of fog rolled. After the demonic dragons attacked, they surrounded Lin Ling. These divine beasts varied in strength, and the strongest among them was comparable to a late-stage high god. Boom, but soon, a ray of light burst out. Lin Ling, who was surrounded, shook his body, and an incomparable energy burst out. The surrounding demonic dragons were all shattered and fell into the sea. The grey-robed Lin Ling had appeared. This was the innate talent fusion. Very strong. 2 billion. Lin Ling floated in the air, feeling his body, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Before the innate talent fusion, his power of divinity was 500 million, and his physical body was 500 million. After the innate talent fusion, his total reached 2 billion. This was the power of the chaos divine formula. The later the stage, the stronger the strength. Of course, the power was great, but the process of breaking through was also the most difficult. Whether it was accumulating treasures or passing the divine tribulation, it was thousands or even tens of thousands of times more difficult than ordinary gods. He's so strong. Is he still an early-stage high god? Seeing Lin Ling's power, all the divine beasts panicked. As for the bone dragon elder, he was also seriously injured, but he was also quite frightened. He shouted in shock, "Who are you? Why are you so strong?" Me? I don't know who I am. I can only say that I made this sinkhole. Lin Ling looked at him with a faint smile, and then punched out. After reaching 2 billion, this fist became even more terrifying, destroying everything in its path like crushing dry weeds or smashing rotten wood. It was as if it could kill any divine steps. Rumble, blood rained down from the sky. A large number of divine beasts were killed by the punch. The punch went straight for the bone dragon elder, and his pupils constricted. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. Only Lin Ling's words were in his mind. The sinkhole was made by Lin Ling. Could it be that this young man was the one who went through the divine tribulation 30 years ago? Wasn't he dead? Why did he come back? Spare me, spare me. The bone dragon shouted anxiously, but it was flattened by the huge punch. In the air, the dragon's body deformed and finally exploded. So strong. Run. Seeing this scene, the divine beasts in the surroundings fled frantically. You want to run now? That depends on your luck. Lin Ling rushed into the sky and punched out continuously. He broke the void and tore the universe apart, forming terrifying punches that bombarded the sea. Rumble. These punches were like meteors, causing the sea to churn and whirlpools to form. Moreover, the sky was also bombarded by Lin Ling, and countless birds died because of it. He was too strong. The current Lin Ling was like the king of the Sea of Fog. His punches hit the sky, and no beast dared to touch him. Lin Ling's strength is too heaven-defying after breaking through. Longyang witnessed this scene with her own eyes. She was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her little hand and was speechless for a long time. In the end, the Sea of Fog was overturned. Countless divine beasts' corpses lay there, and the divine beasts that were not dead had all fled. Awesome! Lin Ling flew back. After breaking through, it was the first time he fought so thoroughly. End of chapter 4877. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.